Good morning to all of our wonderful viewers across the globe, and welcome to the road to the international playoffs. We're here in Hamburg, Germany. I'm super excited to be your host, Nat T, and of course, to welcome my lovely panel. 3 analysts here. We got Rhea joining us after what feels like so long.
Oh my god, yeah, I just disappeared forever and then broke my way into the production.
That's right, we actually didn't invite her, she just broke away in here, but here, it's also great to see you again as well.
Yes, it's always great to be here for the Road to International, and I'm also very curious on who let her in, but...
Well, we'll get to the bottom of that eventually, all right? And of course, Fly, it feels like forever since we've had you on a panel.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but it's good to be back. It's good to be here at TI in some capacity. It's amazing, and I'm really excited for all the Dota today.
Yeah, is the nostalgia or the TI vibe, was it hitting you beforehand, or did you have to wait until you were here in Hamburg to feel it?
I think you feel it a little bit before coming here, and then once you're on the ground, you get to see everybody, all the players, all the talent, everybody working, and it just hits you, that nostalgic feeling of being at TI. It's always an amazing feeling.
Yeah, well, I would be interested to have a look at exactly all of our 16 teams that are here in Hamburg with us, of course. It is going to be our qualified teams. We've got Navi, Nigma Galaxy, Aurora, Xtreme Gaming, Nemesis, Boom, Wildcard, and Heroic, all qualifying through their given regions there. And of course, on the other side, there are the 8 directly invited teams, which are Liquid, PVISION, BB Team, Tidebound, Yakutou Brothers, Team Spirit, Falcons, and Tundra Esports. Out of those 16 already, do you guys have an inkling of which team you're excited to see that could have either that upset or that TI champion feeling already about them?
TI champion feeling?
I know, you gotta call it early.
That's jumping a little bit ahead, but I'm definitely excited to see the Chinese teams. They have a lot of promise, I think, going into this tournament. They've shown throughout the year that they struggled at the beginning, but they're kind of picking up steam right now, and that's very promising to see.
Yeah. How could it not be our defending champions in Liquid? TI 13 champions from Copenhagen. Why are you laughing at me?
What?
How could it not be, considering they got to have their championship rings? They picked them up yesterday there, and there's a lot of photos on the social media as well from our players, but also the Dota 2 social medias of close-ups of those championship rings.
Looks good unboxing.
Championship ring, man.
That's safe at home.
Yep.
Just on display. It's 10 years old now.
Yeah.
This marks the 10th anniversary of my ring, so...
How did it
Congratulations,
feel when you,
Thank you, thank you.
It? Like, how exciting was it when you first got it?
I mean, the thing is, back then, I think we kind of got it behind scenes. I don't know if they took a video or anything, but it was really cool. It's a cool experience to get a ring for winning a championship. It's the only tournament that does this, so it's a very special occasion for sure.
It's always interesting. You win it the year before, and then you get your championship ring a year later, returning, and it's bringing all those feelings back. These competitors, they're hungry. These players, they obviously want to win multiple titles for themselves. But I feel like getting the ring the night before you're about to go in and play again, it's even more so. And for 33, maybe now not being on that roster, having a bit of a change, and being a 3-time hopeful Fly, that could be that even more than what we already know this man has in him to want to win.
I mean, 33 is a legend. I think undisputed, one of the best offlaners of all time. Also, you see Collapse up there, 2 of the greatest offlaners. I think these guys all have a good shot, to be honest. Looking at these teams, they're incredibly strong. And I'm sure getting that ring, it probably does feel very motivating, because, you have to find that within you, like that motivation to go out there and be the best you can be. So I'm sure these guys are super hyped up to play these games.
Yeah. Well, there's 5 of those 3-time hopefuls, but there is a little bit of a bigger pool when it comes to 2-time TI champion hopefuls there. Of course, the other existing players still on Liquid are there too. We got a couple of our Chinese players. We got the duo in Snaking and Skitter that won on Tundra, now on Falcons as well. So yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces when we look through that big pool there.
I think most people are definitely excited about Nigma making it to TI and having this chance.
A face a lot of people might not have thought were going to be on this graphic.
Yeah. No, I'm
2-time hopefuls right there.
2-time TI hopefuls. And then you have the flip side, right? 3-time TI hopefuls, 2-time TI hopefuls. But there's also people, Fly, that are coming for the very first time to a TI, our rookies that get to share this space, get to have this journey of the road to the international playoffs.
Yeah, there's a lot of new players at this TI, you know, pretty much almost the entire Navi roster, and even 9class, who was supposed to be here before and unfortunately couldn't make it. It's his first TI, and some of these players are absolutely incredible. Satanic probably stand out for me, and Niku. I would say these two guys are just incredible for how young they are.
Yeah. So is that mix of the age for them and making their debut at a TI so young, or is it also like, you know, for Satanic, the year he's already had leading into this too?
I think for Satanic, definitely had an incredible year to begin with. And I think a lot of people are looking at him to have an incredible performance at TI, which I think is to be expected for somebody like that. I think Niku is also, like I said, a standout player to look out for. I think he's only 16 years old, which is crazy to me. And he's looked like a very promising mid laner.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see with this growing pool of 3-time TI Falls, 2-timers, first-timers, what is the average age that we have here for the road to the international playoffs? It is 25.4. That's the average age of all of the players here at the tournament. The oldest it's been for a TI so far, Theo.
Yeah, I mean, for the oldest.
Yeah, I had to. I'm not going to be here for that one.
I mean, there's another graphic I can bring up as well, but for this one, yeah, I mean, Yakutou, they've been around for a long team, and obviously Niku is carrying Na'Vi when it comes to like the youngest player. He's had some great performances. He busts out things like Mid Undying, very unconventional hero pool. But yeah, when it comes to TI, there's going to be a lot of people who've been here for a very long time. And look at these young lads right here. Them on the screen here, all just cracking over 30. But Insania did show, like, even when he was 30 years old, he won the most recent TI. So age isn't necessarily something that's going to prohibit you from winning this tournament, especially in all these support positions that you see here as well.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't something that, you know, is showing to be that gate or that threshold for anyone at all. But yeah, Insania are going to be our oldest player at 31, and our youngest player at, I'm going to say, rounding up half of his age is Niku on Na'Vi. There at 16, Satanic 17, and then a couple of 19-year-olds there as well. So yeah, a very young roster in Na'Vi, but also just quite a lot of young new players coming through when we do get to see the road to the international playoffs.
I think it's exciting. I think it's fun, especially like seeing these players come in. We are getting the rotation of new players. You know, Dota, super alive, super young, fun. I also like that it wasn't just one region. Like we had one of the younger players from like Wildcard and stuff. And I think we didn't mention them earlier on the graphic, but I do think Wildcard making it into TI is like massively exciting. So a lot of their players, like for them to be here today, they had to overcome their like demon, right? You know, Shopify was just gatekeeping them for 13 series straight, all the way back from when they were Apex Genesis to now, right? They had to beat them twice in the qualifiers to make it here, and they did. Like, I think that's amazing. And then you're bringing these new players to the scene. I'm so excited to see how they do. You know, obviously a hard road ahead.
I mean, that's what we needed from the region for sure. It's like some new faces. Hopefully Wildcard are those new faces to get NA on the map again.
Yeah, well, look, players aren't the only new thing that's going around here at the road to the international playoffs, but we also have a little bit of a new format. So we're going to show you guys just exactly how it's going to play out over these two phases here. So we've got this Swiss stage for our road to the international playoffs. Round 4 is where we're going to see one team qualify, eliminate. Round 6, though, that's the interesting one. 10 teams in an elimination round where 5 are going to qualify, and 5 of them are unfortunately going to be eliminated. At the end of it, we will have our top 8. They'll all be seated in the upper bracket, and then we'll have that double elimination that a lot of us are very used to when it comes to TI.
I think this is a very cool Swiss system to have. I'm a big fan of playing these because you have a lot of chances, but there's also big stakes at hand. You cannot just not pull out your best from the beginning. You know, some, I would say, different types of formats, maybe GSL, you can kind of afford to, let's just say, hide things if you're playing a team that you think is a bit weaker. But here you should definitely try your hardest from the beginning because every match matters, and you really want to get that 4-0.
Yeah, that's always been a question when we see things, you know, like round robins or whatever. Oh, do people hide things? Are they hoping to pull out, you know, pocket picks later on? But with Swiss Stage Fly, you're saying it's going to be everything from the start. You got to put it all out there.
For sure. I would not leave it up to chance. If I can do my best, I would just do it straight to the beginning. And hopefully you have enough strategies to kind of keep mixing it up when you need to. But, you know, TI is a lot about adaptability. Like, you're going to start out with something, the meta is going to develop. You're going to have to be very fast every day. You're going to have to figure out something between series because, you know, most of these teams are going to play 2 series, at least to begin with. So it's a very exciting system to have, and I'm really happy to see Swiss.
Yeah. And if you're one of the teams that are willing to put it all out there, there's a chance that you're going to be the one team that goes 4-0, get that first qualifying spot into the TI playoffs. And we dug in the back end there a little bit to see what all of our fans at home were predicting in their Dota client, and it was outstanding. 70% of you guys put Team Spirit as your 4-0 prediction for the road to the international playoffs.
Okay, can I just be a contrarian for like 1 second?
Wow, never happened before on the panel.
All right, I'm just saying, I think Team Spirit is a fantastic team, okay, but LOL just came back from like a break of time off for like health reasons, right?
Sure.
I do not think we can just like very confidently say that this is it. They're just going to sweep everyone. I think, you play your last tournament with a stand-in, he's coming back now. We don't know how he's going to perform yet because we haven't seen him perform since then. So I don't think we can just say that they're going to win everything.
But the other side to that is they made the grand finals of that event that they had a stand-in.
Yeah, okay, whatever, man.
So I'm just saying, if they can make it there with a stand-in, then maybe having LOL back is that little bit extra they need to go all the way.
They can't, for sure. I mean, Spirit's an incredible team. I'm not saying they're not.
No, of course.
I mean, it's just the safe pick. As you can see, most people went for the safe pick.
Yeah.
Except for, I was very surprised that the 3rd most voted team in a 4 prediction was Na'Vi. I think there's a lot of believers out there, a lot of people.
I mean, maybe a lot of
hearts.
fans of the organization.
Sure, okay.
As far as the team goes, I think they have a lot to prove, and this will be their ground to do so. But I don't think they are the 3rd favorite team at this tournament. I hate to say it, but they have a lot of promise, and they have a lot of young talent, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah. The other thing that we looked at was how the players here at the tournament did their predictions. And they were also the same ballpark for you guys, all right? Yeah. They also believed Team Spirit were most likely to take the 4-0, but there was a very big difference. The fans placed Falcons as 5th most likely to, whereas all the players here voted them the 2nd most likely to go 4-0. So pretty big discrepancy when it comes to that team and where people are placing them.
Yeah, I think that was my prediction too. I think I put Falcons and Spirit closely followed by Liquid, Tundra, BetBoom. I forgot the last team, probably PVISION.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely surprised to see Na'Vi as well, but like Fear said, could just be a fan thing. It would be amazing to see them do that. I think that will be absolutely awesome to see such a young team go 3-1. We'll see if it actually happens. They do have a lot to prove, but it's cool to see fans, voting for who they like and just being fans of the organization, of the players. You love to see it.
Yeah, I think it is nice to be able to vote in any which way you want. And of course, it was just really interesting for us to be able to see it and also share with you guys on just how all of those predictions shaped up there. But we're going to get into the nitty gritty. We want to talk about this Swiss stage just a little bit more because I know the screen looks very overwhelming right now. I know that there's a lot of information, but the main things you need to focus on are round 4. For me, right? Because that's when we're going to be getting our very first qualified team and unfortunately our first eliminated team. So that one's a big one to keep track of. The round 5 just after it, we're going to get 2 teams qualified, 2 teams eliminated, and of course the high stakes at the end with the 10 remaining teams is something pretty important to fly.
Yeah, round 6 is crazy. That's the real bonkers one.
That one's like a death ball.
Yeah, when you get there because you already fought so hard to be here and to stay alive. And at that point, it all comes down to this one BO3. It's going to be crazy, high stakes. And that's honestly the most fun thing you have from, the road to the international playoffs. I think that's what makes this kind of thing exciting.
Mm-hmm. And now round 1, no one has played just yet. The record 0-0 for all teams, but it's a big list of matchups, Fear. You got the tough job of trying to pick out which one you think is the closest.
I mean, you're obviously looking at the left side and saying those are the favorites, and the right side not so much. So if any of the teams on the right we saw there win, that's just an upset straight up. So hopefully we see a couple of those.
Okay, fingers crossed.
Yeah, if anything, today is going to be the most exciting day because it's the day for the hardest upsets.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, these are definitely going to be the ones where it feels like maybe a little bit of a David and Goliath when we see it on paper. And let's have a look at just that, because there's going to be 4 streams going on, all right? Like I said, there's a lot of Dota to happen over the next 4 days of our road to the International. On that B stream, you're starting off with Team Spirit against Wildcard, very closely followed by Liquid up against Boom Esports. On our C stream, we're going to have a lot of fun there too, because we're going to be seeing Falcons up against Nemesis and BB Team against Nigma Galaxy. This is one I did put as a very close best of 3. I do believe that this one could go 3 games and could go either way.
I think that is the one game as well where I think, where I'm like the left side, I'm favoring this one. NGX could take it for sure. And they have shown in the past that they can beat BB Team. So we'll see who shows up.
Depends what version of Nigma we see.
That's also true. That's also true. On stream D, you're going to start off with Tundra up against Yakutou Brothers, and it's going to be Tidebound up against Navi there as well. Obviously, there's a lot of TBDs. That's because we've got to see which teams are going to be 1-0, and then which teams are going to be 0-1. That's going to determine that next round of matchups as well. So here on the main streams, the ones that we get to focus on A stream is going to be Aurora up against Xtreme Gaming, and then PVISION against Heroic. Do you guys want to put some predictions out there?
Yeah, I think Aurora versus Xtreme is not that simple. I think Xtreme has shown, they did play a month ago, so it's been a while, but I think they can beat the top teams as well. And Aurora, they can be a little hit or miss. I think they can play incredible Dota, and sometimes they look a little bit off. Maybe something in the system's not working. So it depends what kind of version we get from them and what kind of version we get from Xtreme. So I think this is also one of the matches that's actually a lot closer than people think.
Yeah, I feel like as well, you know, I haven't really put emphasis on the fact that these are all best of 3s. I think a lot of times, you know, when we get into areas like this, there might be best of 1s or best of 2s. It's best of 3. So that's also the factor you have to take in is, are teams a little bit better at best of 3s? Are we going to see adaptations from teams? And when we look at Aurora Xtreme Gaming, is there one that you guys might favor in a best of 3? Not necessarily against each other, but just when you see their development?
Probably Aurora for me, but any Aurora game I do see, best of 3 will always come down to the 3rd game. They're always a team where they look really good one game, and the next game, like, what was that? And they'll pull it back for that 3rd game there. So that is definitely a very scary team. I want to see how Xtreme is performing. They haven't played in a while, as we've seen. So how have their scrims gone? How much information have they been able to gather through other previous tournaments? I think this is a team that can adapt very quickly, but these are both volatile teams. I think you have Ame, his hero pool can be a bit wild. On the same time, you have like Kiyotaka as well, who is also very volatile. So it's really gonna come down to which of these teams is gonna play a bit more stable or pop off.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people in the past have praised Kiyotaka. You've always talked about like one game, they absolutely pop off for Aurora. It's like you see that in Kiyotaka, and the next is like they're almost feeling themselves a little bit too much, and we're kind of wondering where that synergy has gone to. Are they going to be able to keep that level head for themselves? Because coming up against Xtreme Gaming, there could be a lot of question marks. It has been exactly 1 month since we've seen this roster. Of course, right now they do have a stand-in with X-Nova standing in for Paulson, but that 1 month ago that we saw them, you know, they did pretty well. And it was with X-Nova, okay? So the last event that they played, they already had him as a stand-in. He's continuing on here as well. So I do think that there's going to be this synergy that lingers over of your last event to now.
I think it's a little dicey. I also favor Aurora in this matchup, mostly because when I've watched Xtreme, it feels like you only really have like Xingqiu making plays on them a lot. And I think if Aurora are able to kind of counter him in the draft at all, like, you know, you look at his hero, how can we shut that down? You know, if there's like a Bat Rider, can we counter it with an Oracle, something like that? Then you really shut down a lot of what Xtreme can do.
Okay, so we're looking at that position 4 probably in the draft. But is there anything else that you think are some weaknesses that either team could look at each other for?
Yeah, I definitely think so. First of all, I want to say that I think Xtreme Gaming, these guys are like, these guys are TI players. Like, you know, Xingqiu, Ame, these guys are legends. with Xiao8 as a coach as well. A lot of X's everywhere.
Yeah, what did we say? It was 4 of them out of the 5 players,
four
and then a
players.
coach as
And
well.
the org name.
And the org
And the
name.
org name.
Just
That's a
Ame
lot.
needs to change his name to Xame.
Exame.
Yeah,
The X
they're
is silent
perfect.
though, so we still say it as Ame.
But I think there's a couple of things they could look at, because I do think XM plays a lot of these more unique mid heroes, and if they get to counter the mid matchup and potentially shut down Kiyotaka, I think that could lead them to be in a really good spot for the game, because like we said, Kiyotaka has been a bit of a volatile player. He can destroy a game or can have a very bad game where he needs his side lane cores to kind of carry through that. So I want to see if that's something they're going to put an emphasis on. And as well, I'm very curious to see what kind of meta we're going to have, because, you know, we haven't seen Xtreme for a while. There's no pro tracker to really look at things. So there's a lot of like hidden information, which is actually very exciting. You know, I get to play pubs with some of these guys and I can tell what they're playing, but it's not enough information. I don't know what they're
No, you
spamming.
gotta leak it all. What are they playing?
I mean, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Earthshaker, maybe
Okay.
a Xingqiu special kind of come out. I think that'll be really cool to see. That's one hero I'm looking out for.
Yeah, I saw recently Nightfall himself in a pub was playing Faceless Void carry as well. It was played a couple times as well at Fissure. And what was interesting about it is the build people are going now. Like, they're going Helm of the Dominator on Faceless Void and playing more of a tempo. Could be a hero that we see him pick up.
Dude, I want to see how many carries are going to buy Helm of the Dog.
I was about to say that. I was like, how many other heroes that were building
Right?
this and running it? How many other players?
Right, because it started with the Marcy, and then the Faceless Void, and then I was watching pubs that I could find, and I saw like Got the Juice playing a Luna with the helm again, because like, you
Yeah.
know, that's a classic from back in. You can sack yourself, you can do all these things, it's nice. So I really am looking forward to seeing how prevalent this item is for carries in this tournament.
Well, we're looking at Nightfall's hero pool there. That Ursa, I think, is definitely a very notable one. I know this was just the data in the last 3 months, but his Ursa, there's a lot of games and a lot of series that spring to mind when you think about Nightfall and his Ursa. I know it was just under a year ago when we saw him in the grand finals, and he was absolutely dominating a game with Ursa. I think he was 15-0 or something like that. So yeah, that hero is definitely scary on him, but he's got some unique ones there too. It's the Omni Knight. 3 wins for him.
Yeah.
No losses.
I mean, he plays a lot of these very stable carries, I want to say. Usually won't play these Morphling type of heroes or Shadow Fiends that can get exposed very easily. He likes to play very hard to kill heroes. Like, you see a theme like Ursa and Rage, Omni Knight, he's got his way to keep himself alive, Abaddon. He likes to really play these front lines, that way Kiyotaka can play the more explosive heroes like the Tinkers, the Shadow Fiends, and the Pucks from the mid lane. Just how the team dynamic kind of works.
So then what would the team dynamic be for Xtreme Gaming and Ame and his hero pool? Would it be quite reflective of that, or the inverse of what Nightfall has?
I mean, I think it's a little bit different because XM doesn't necessarily play flashy heroes himself, which allows Ame to play more of like the flashy type of heroes, right? He'll play like these juggernauts and stuff like that. But I think they're a little more versatile than Aurora is, where Aurora has more of like a system of what they like to play.
All right, well, they're going to last 3 months. This is the hero pool comparison there. Between them, a lot of common heroes between what they do play with that Spirit, the Puck, the SF. But yeah, way more unique heroes on the side of XM. A Slaughter, Monkey King, a Viper there as well. You know,
Classic.
Yeah, I do think XM is the kind of player that busts out these weird heroes, which I'm not really sure how they're going to be in the meta, because I'm expecting more heroes like Sand King, Shaker, these kind of stunners mid. I expect more of them, and I'm not really sure if that's his strong suit, so I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to want to structure drafts, because I think for a player like Ame, he's flexible enough that he can play like faster heroes. Like, I'm sure we might see him bust out the Faceless Void. That's an Ame classic. And with Helm of the Dominator, like, these carries are a lot faster than people think, and that might be able to combo well with XM if the safe lane is strong and he's putting pressure. XM might be able to get a later pick in a draft for one of these like unique types of heroes, and I think it's a bit similar to Kiyotaka. I don't think we saw it there on the screen, but he does play, like you mentioned, heroes like Tinker. Yeah. He does play some, like, he plays Outworld Devourer, like some really strange heroes that he can take over a game with.
Yeah, I do want to go back. You know, you're saying that the mid lane you're expecting the Sand Kings, maybe the Earthshakers, but that was also something that you were praising Xingqiu for, where you're like, they can very easily just shift it to a position 4. They can very comfortably just have it there as their offlane support.
Yeah, I think Xingqiu, that's just, I'm thinking about him as a player. and he does really well when he plays these spell casting type of heroes, you know, like Rubik, Shaker, because this guy always clutches up in team fights. He's just an incredible type of player, and I think it fits really well into their playstyle because he can also help mid a lot with Shaker. He just needs to block offlane a little bit, give XXS a good start, and then he can run mid and start harassing. So I think the hero pool that we see for Xingqiu, this is definitely fitting for him as a player. Like, there's a mix of some range heroes, some melee heroes, but a lot of them are spell casting heroes that, you know, they can clutch up fights.
Yeah, I mean, the Shaman having a great win rate. The Dark Willow, though, being the most played there, Rhea.
Yeah, there were some nerfs because I think it was Mira was also talking about those heroes because those were his most played heroes before the patch, and he was saying that yeah, there's like nerfs. He thinks Shaman's a little bit weaker. He thinks Willow is still good though, so I'm expecting to see that, especially in this series if you have two players that both want to contest it and get it. I do like it when, you know, Xingqiu plays these proactive fours, and then you have XM on a hero that can actually play with it and like follow up, and that's going to give space for your Arme, who's usually going to take like this last pick in the draft for his carry to carry the game. I think XSS actually as an offlaner just gets shafted all the time. Like, I feel like this guy gets abandoned by Xingqiu constantly. Like, if there's a kill to be had in
Yeah, no,
this
that's
lane,
true.
he just TP's down there. It's like, yeah, let's go get a kill, let's go do things.
He's like, now I'm going to go mid. Oh, right, there's an offlane I forgot about.
Yeah, there's an offline, like minimal stacking happens on this team as well, because this guy just doesn't play up there like near the triangle. He's just everywhere else in the entire world.
Could they then do a draft to themselves or play in a way that is too fast for Aurora? Because we do know that sometimes they like to give that little bit of extra space for Nightfall, give them that time to build up for themselves, and really it feels like most of their timings, what they have draft and item wise, is leaning towards that 25 to 30 minute mark.
I think it's actually self-proclaimed by Aurora that their weakness is after the mid game.
Okay.
They said that they feel like they threw like at least 20 games where they were that were won.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
They play a lot of Dota though.
Yeah,
That's also true.
and I mean it does also kind of reflect in their like results when they're getting 5th to 8th, 5th to 6th. You know, these guys are losing these games, and they are like, yeah, our weakness is past the mid game. Don't know if it's to make better calls or to make more clutch plays, but they're having troubles there and they choke too much. Self-proclaimed. I'm not flaming them.
Yeah. It's written down in my notes. They
This was
gave.
said by Mira. Thank you.
I mean, I will say Xtreme Gaming is not a team that I'm too afraid of to pressure early.
Yeah.
They're not a team that's going to run you over by any means. Maybe they'll get ahead, but they'll usually just farm, and Ame will get to a point where he's too big and they can end the game. But I think, yeah, Aurora, they're not going to get punished in the early game very hard. So that's always good for them. But Aurora is a team where if you do give this team a lot of space, they can play very quickly. And especially if Toronto Tokyo has a good game, because I think a lot of their mid-game decision-making that kind of falters a little bit is, you know, maybe Toronto Tokyo doesn't have a good game, he gets a little bit tilted, the game gets a little haywire. So that's like usually their biggest issue.
How are you guys enjoying Toronto Tokyo as an offlaner as well? You know, it's been not a full calendar year yet, but it was February, March that we saw him make that debut. So he's really grown into the role. He's had a lot of time, but where would you place him right now, Fly, when you look at him, hero pool, and his playstyle?
I think it's pretty unique for a player to be able to play so many positions at the highest level.
Mid laner to a position 5 to an offlaner now.
I think that just shows how smart he is about the game. Like, his Dota IQ is very high, like, for sure. And I do think you need a lot of time, especially as an offlane, to get used to all the different types of heroes. So I think when he has his specific heroes, so let's just say some heroes that he played mid already, like Magnus, for example, he added a couple of new ones, but I think that one really comes to mind. Magnus, I think his Beastmaster has improved a lot. So I want to see him on comfort heroes. I don't want him to be too experimental for a player like him. I think he should stick to like 5-6 heroes that he's comfortable on. And then I would rank him pretty high just because I think he's just so smart about the game, this guy. So I'm not going to put him in the same level of, say, Collapse. Not that he can't make it there, but I don't think he's quite there. But he's
There's also
definitely
a
a top
difference
tier.
in, like, you know, playing at that level in that role. There's a lot of different things to it too. But yeah.
I mean, he's definitely had games where, especially his Magnus comes to mind, where he plays kind of like, wow, this like collapse level Magnus. And there's other games where like, well, not this game, maybe next game, right? So the consistency isn't really there, but that's pretty normal from switching roles. When he first came into the scene, he was playing like Ember offlane and a bunch of mid laners from the offlane. So he's been making a transition, and it's been pretty good so far, but it is still a little inconsistent.
Yeah, I don't need him too much to pop off, I think. If I look at the last tournament, a lot of the games, they were just straight up first picking his hero between like the Stormbreaker or this Undying.
The Undying is a menace.
Yeah, they just throw it in there like, have a good one.
Yeah, I've never seen them. Like, you know, we always talk about it that your offlane, you kind of want them to be beefy sometimes so that it opens up for your other cores to pick, you know, things that they want, those flashy heroes, maybe squishy heroes. But his Undying is something else. He literally walks in there and he just face tanks everything and just gets to have his team stand behind him, just spellcasting, just dishing out right clicks. It's very impressive the way that he plays the Undying.
When you get
Very
your net worth, he
impressive.
has like 8,000 health when he ults.
Just
right?
walk in there and press
Walk in there,
hero.
you're like, what's up, guys? Decay over and over. What's up? Can't do anything.
high skill gameplay.
You gotta have a little bit of fun with it, right? You still gotta enjoy it, because that's one thing that teams have found success with, is keeping the hero pool small for some of the players. We always love to talk about who's playing unique heroes. If there's a way that a team is able to play a unique hero every game for themselves in this massive Swiss stage, if they're able to do it throughout all those rounds. But there's also, you know, something notable about sticking to it, being able to play that same hero over again, and being so proficient in it.
Yeah. You know what hero we forgot when talking about Toronto Tokyo? His
Wait.
Dawnbreaker.
I just mentioned his Dawnbreaker, but like whatever.
Oh, sorry, I have you muted.
I have you muted. 12K behavior score is needed. Sorry, we
Literally
have
said
you
it
muted
like
on the
last
panel.
mention, so it's okay, man.
Prove that you said it. I don't
Yeah.
believe it.
I'm so okay.
Timestamp it.
Clippers, can you send it to his Twitter?
Please do.
Well, look, either way, it's nice to bring it up twice, right?
Yeah,
Because this Dawnbreaker
that's how good it
I
is.
only
yes.
remember it being brought up once.
Okay, once to twice, pending with an asterisk next
What
to
did you
it.
like about his Dawnbreaker?
I mentioned it in the context of they often first pick his hero between the Undying and the Dawnbreaker, and here it is again.
Yes.
So that's
Glad I mentioned the Dawnbreaker as it comes out here.
Fear, you're
Yeah,
so
so-
good.
so
You're literally
smart,
the
Fear.
best analyst I've ever worked with in my
Oh,
life.
that's why you're in the middle
Probably
between
true.
the two of them, right? Focus is going to go on you. Look, while we're jumping into this game one of a best of three draft between Aurora and Xtreme Gaming, I got to remind you guys, there's 4 streams going on right now, so feel free to tune into any of the other series that are happening over on the B, C, and D stream as well. But right now, yeah, we got to focus on that Dawnbreaker coming out as a first pick for Aurora, and Xtreme Gaming's response being in that disruptor.
Yeah, so I have to ask, why is the Dawn
Okay.
good?
He's not leaving
We're
this
still on
alone.
this. We are. There's a very specific reason why it's very good.
The dad in you is showing fear.
Thank you. But there's a very specific reason why
What is it,
Dawn is...
Father? Please explain it to me.
Because Toronto Tokyo is the father, if we're going to use this analogy, for the team. And he has to protect his son,
Oh,
Kiyotaka, who is an absolute psychopath when he plays Dota.
I see.
And having that Dawnbreaker ult join you when Kiyotaka inevitably blinks into 5 heroes will really help you out in the long run.
okay.
So I think this is already an interesting start because, for example, Aurora Gaming is not a team that plays Nature's Prophet, and I think that's a hero a lot of people are going to be looking at for first picking. And because they don't play it, they also pick Dawnbreaker, which, like we mentioned now, too much. But Dawnbreaker is theoretically also good against Nature's Prophet, so that might dissuade Xtreme from taking that. And at the same time, I'm not sure if it's Ame's forte as well, so maybe these two teams specifically don't play Furion. But then there's a Disruptor that comes out first phase, which is, I don't really consider it a big answer to Dawnbreaker, because she can ulti in, and sure, you can glimpse her away, but at that point the damage is already done. She healed, she dealt some damage. Disruptor is a solid hero in the current meta, but to me it doesn't feel like a very strong response. And now we see a Leshrac, and I'm not really sure where they're going from this. So currently I don't see what Xtreme is really up to, but Aurora has like a very stable start to the draft with Dawn, and now they can follow up with 2 supports here if they want. Pretty easy.
Hello? Yeah.
Hey.
Hey. You're expecting something? Okay.
No,
Well,
I was just looking
in
at you. I was just looking at my
situation-
father for some wise words, that's all.
Wise words. Well, we'll have to see here. I think the Queen of Pain ban was very good. Whenever you have Dawnbreaker with Queen of Pain, you can make some very quick plays on the map. I think if I'm looking at Xtreme hero, oftentimes when I do see a Leshrac, we don't know if this is going to be position 4 or mid. Could be either. But having some team fight to back it up, or some sustain to keep the Leshrac alive so it can continue to do damage, would be nice. So maybe you have to come with a countermeasure here from Aurora to be able to kind of like deal with that. I think whenever you're playing versus Leshrac, having the ability to burst that hero is always very nice to have.
Yeah, so when you play against Lesh, I think they need like a lot of burst damage.
Oh, rare.
Point.
I hadn't heard that one yet, so that is a very nice.
I think
Oh, so here it comes. The lion, the burst damage we talked about. I talked about.
I think a
point.
vessel buyer is also good to have sometimes. I think you can go two routes. You can try to one-shot this hero, like, you know, with the lion idea. Otherwise, you can go for a hero that buys vessel and just, you know, put it in a Leshrac. Pretty easy to take down. And we still don't know what this Lesh is up to. In theory, you could play it as a support, right? This is being done in pubs as well. I'm curious to see what other support they're going to pick, like some position 5 here.
How would you rate it as a support compared to mid right now? You're like, oh, it's probably more like 80% favored to be a better mid, and that's where it's picked more often.
I think usually it is going to be better in the mid lane, but picking it so early is strange to me, because I don't think the hero has... Because a lot of heroes, they become meta because the items make sense in the meta.
Right.
But even though Blade Mill's been nerfed, it's still a fantastic item against Leshrac. You can buy Pipe, Vessel is strong in the meta. There's so many items, and actually we do get a Vessel buyer with the Fury and probably position 5. So if I'm Xtreme, I'm not even sure if I want to put this mid, unless there's some new tech that I'm not aware of. This does not seem like a good Lesh game already, just from these responses, with burst damage and a Vessel buyer.
They're so pressured now on the map as well. Like, Aurora has a very simple game plan ready where your lion's going to be able to set up, your Dawn can ult in, your Natures can TP in. It means that anywhere on the map, Xtreme can just be at threat. I like picking the SD here just as a save, like him being able to play in the fog behind his cores allows them to be able to farm the lane without just dying instantly.
So that just makes it a mid Lush then. So I see no reason not to just pick Kiyotaka's hero here.
And there's two ways to look at it too, because you can also, because you know what the mid matchup is, you could also sometimes pick the best carry for the game, because if you have 3 options. But like you said, I guess they go for the Ember.
I think they're keeping the idea of probably NP carry alive too.
That's not a Nightfall Prime hero.
He's played it.
He's played it.
He has played it,
yeah.
And they won. So
But there's a difference between a Nightfall hero and a Nightfall Prime hero, right?
what do you mean?
Like-
This hero has a built-in teleport. How is this not Nightfall Prime?
Hey, I'm gonna defend my new panelists, all right? Relax there, all right?
Now we'll see what they do here. Obviously, there's some good options as well for Nightfall, but if you think about some of Nightfall's classics, there's Shadow Demon.
You don't want to play Ursa, yeah.
These like Ursa, you know, even Omni Knights, these type of heroes aren't as appetizing. So we'll see what they decide to do with that. I mean, I wouldn't hate it if they just pick another position 5 that has a bit more team fight. I mean, they've got some really good global presence right now. They've got like Ember, Natures, and Dawn, so they're gonna be very scary on the map. But team fighting into potentially Disruptor, Leshrac, Mars might not be so simple. Maybe that's not the game plan at all to team fight though.
Yeah, I can see them going for some classic Doom for Nightfall. A hero that he can just stay in his lane and do his thing and pressure slowly. I think another tanky hero could work. Like, I still see this as a
Lifestealer?
Prophet 5. Lifestealer? That could work.
Yeah. It's another Nightfall hero. Pretty good this game.
Well,
But they don't even know what they're doing.
I
on
was gonna say, with Xtreme Gaming's ban, it being the clock, it feels like they're leaning towards it.
That one game where he played NP carry. Let's get in their head.
Okay, it was more than one game. It was like 4, but.
I see one game in the most recent 3 games.
They're-
Okay, all right.
not
That's
listening to us.
fine.
They don't know about Nightfall Prime versus Nightfall regular.
Yeah.
That's right. You gotta get in there. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them. But yeah, they've gone for those supports, right? That Undying there. Well, I guess technically not, because they're thinking maybe the Dawn could be played on Nightfall, and they could still be picking up a Toronto Tokyo hero, right? So that Undying there as well is a pretty good cover for that
We're
one.
going too far there.
I'm just trying to get into the mind
Toronto
of Xtreme
Tokyo
Gaming.
not playing.
That would be
Dawnbreaker?
sick though.
That
Imagine
would
if
be
you just
criminal.
pulled out a Magnus right now.
I'm just
Have that team
saying,
fight.
based off what I'm
Bam.
seeing on the bands.
It could be true. Yeah, I mean, they have the ability to do anything. That's the beauty of heroes like Nature's Prophet and even Dawn, which can be flexed technically to any role. And they banned Morphling and Sven. I mean, the Sven ban doesn't make me think they wanted the Lifestealer, but maybe they expected to get banned later. We'll see if he goes Nightfall Prime or Nightfall Regular.
Yeah.
Doom, Lifestealer. Yeah, I think those are 2 good calls. I'm not sure what else that he's looking at. Or it could be the POS 5, like we mentioned. but I'm gonna guess on a melee hero for Nightfall.
Okay.
Well, they don't have a lot of time. Oh, Nightfall field, a bit stressed there. He's like, guys, just pick it, please.
Oh. Nightfall regular it is.
Nightfall regular it is.
Yeah, it's going to be a Chen last pick coming out there. So yeah, Panta's going to be playing that one. A little bit of tempo for them there. A little bit more healing as well coming out.
I also kind of like it because it's a save that works against Mars. When you're playing Mars with this facet that blocks vision inside of the arena, it makes it hard to play things like Pugna or whatever because you can't, save your guy unless you blink in and die. So Chen ult just gives that coverage there. You're going to buy mech as well. And also, like, seeing as they're playing this global lineup where they can just run at you and run you over, Chen gives them that extra push as well to just close out the game.
Yeah, I think Chen is pretty good when the enemy team doesn't have a lot of damage. And I don't think they have that much damage. Between Disruptor and SD, these are two heroes that don't actually deal any damage in fights. They're just a save/setup for your other heroes. So much damage is being relied on from the Slash hack. And if Chen gets to buy an early mech, gets one of those like magic resistance creeps, maybe a pipe eventually down the line, I feel like Xtreme's going to run into damage issues. They do finish up with Ursa, which, this hero can deal infinite damage, right? You cannot stop him, which is good, but it is a 24 hero, so, you're going to get something okay in the game. So I do think that Chen makes a lot of sense for their game plan, but it also means, they should get a lead in the early game. That's what I'm expecting from Aurora, and then they need to keep increasing that lead and not throw. And then I would predict them to win. Yes, self-proclaimed. Even though it's Nightfall regular, I do like their draft a lot more. I think they have some OP heroes in the meta the way I see it, and I can see the vision, while Xtreme is a little more clunky to me. It's like they have to have some conditions being met, a lot of team fight, but not a lot of damage to back it up early game.
Yeah.
Things are definitely going to have to align a lot more for Xtreme Gaming. But Ray, yeah, you were saying some of your thoughts for here?
I just think at least Xtreme's execution is not horrifically hard. Like, you're going to be playing Shadow Demon catch into like a spear, which like secures that, or a Lesh stun, blah, blah, blah. Like, I think they have ways to catch heroes and make plays happen on the map as Xtreme, so it doesn't look as clunky as it could.
Yeah. And some thoughts from you as well, Fear, unless they've already all been taken.
No, I mean, I think the execution is a lot more difficult for Xtreme in this game. Very winnable, but like you're playing into a lot of damage mitigation with Chen and the Dawnbreaker global presence. You have to play almost perfectly to make your heroes kind of work in this one. You have to go laning stage. But if that all happens and you shut down the laning stage somehow, you don't have a bad early game, you could take this game because this Ursa is definitely a really good pick.
Yeah, it feels like that's, like I said, a lot of conditions to be met, whereas for the side of Aurora, it feels like just this very easy flow of progression there. So it feels like you're mostly on the same side here for the three of you guys. Obviously that caveat, just exactly how well are Xtreme Gaming going to be able to play it for themselves. But either way, this game number one in a best of three is on the way. So let's head on to our casters, Sunspan and Synderen.
Hello, welcome to the road to TI. Sunspan here with Synderen.
Hello, nice to meet you.
True pleasure,
Yeah,
young man.
you too.
I don't know why I'm shaking.
I don't. You're gonna run out of stamina first. We both know this.
I've been working out, Synderen.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a good one.
All right.
Believe you me, this is going to be a truly great match. I can feel it because Aurora, Synderen, one of my favorite teams to cast, Nightfall, has changed his hairdo from one of the worst that anyone's ever seen to something presentable on camera. Congratulations to him. They're going to face off against Xtreme Gaming. We're still shaking hands, by the way, despite not being on camera anymore. The game shall begin, though.
Yeah, but well, as we say that, we do have a pause. So technically, the game
shall begin
has not
at
yet
some
begun.
point.
But this gives us ample time to talk a little bit more in depth, perhaps, about what the panel were touching on with these two lineups, because I think this I found the draft really interesting here in terms of the style that both teams are bringing to the table. Right, on one side you've got Aurora, so you're just trying to run over the map and play fast, whereas this Xtreme Gaming are going a little bit more in an earlier direction than they sometimes do themselves by having some earlier impact, such as, a strong laning carry in the Ursa. You're picking and play out specifically against their opponent, and that's really cool to see in round one.
In round one of a Swiss bracket, by the way, which you and I haven't got to talk too much about, but first time at TI, right? And are you expecting any differences as a result? I mean, I think the players are generally pretty happy. with the format,
Yeah,
to my knowledge, from the 0 people that I've asked. But just using logic alone, because we like
Twist format is that every series is best of 3. The many years that we've had it by now has gone through a plethora of formats. The majority of them, I believe, started with round robin. The clear majority. We've had different group stage formats, etc. But very few of them have been best of 3s from the get-go, if not literally only this, because round robins, you're not playing BO3s. That would take forever. There's logistical issues, right? But with this, you can actually have BO3s the whole way. So yeah, that's interesting. I think it makes that's going to be largely to the benefit of teams that have a little bit more of a deep hero pool and are a little bit less one-trick ponies, if you will. So if you come in with a cool pocket strat, yeah, it might net you 1 game, but you need to win the whole thing. So
that's right.
Possibly a format that is slightly better for the favorites than underdogs. Underdogs oftentimes like BO1s because they can, you know, pull an upset.
Who likes BO7s? Let's categorize those people.
Yeah, there's not many of them, and if they are, they're not really getting very much representation in Pro Dota. When was the last BO7? It's like 2017 or something.
Was it Nanyang or something like that?
I don't remember.
It was on a
ship,
I believe.
I remember this BO7 series where one team was up 3-0, and then there was a lunch break.
Sweep.
Then there was a lunch break, and they lost all momentum. Yeah, very nice setup for that, of course, the BO7. We're not going to have any of those here, guys. The longest series of this tournament will be a BO5, and there will only be one of them.
As far as we know.
And that is in a long time. Oh, true.
I think it's under Valve's jurisdiction to be able to change the rules at any time, as should be their right, honestly.
Yeah, what do you think? Should this series be BO7 today? So,
hey, if it's good enough, then why not? So just some issues that we're going to get through here together, ladies and gentlemen. We can start the road to TI off with the podcast anyway. That's fine by me. We've been there before. Easy peasy.
This will be audio related for one of the teams, I do believe. So trying to fix that up. So
I don't think we've gotten to the point of desperation where we'll talk about the lore of the statue on the right, for example. That's when we're truly out of conversation pieces, Cinderin.
Yeah, I can talk about Roshan's teeth, though.
Yeah, that's far more relevant, of course.
He can't close his mouth with those tusks. They don't fit.
That's right.
Actually,
that's called is that an overbite or I think it's an underbite.
All I can think is this guy snores.
Oh yeah.
Really loudly.
You know, a good way to deal with snoring, by the way, is to use mouth tape. You ever heard of that?
Mouth tape.
Yeah, I actually been using. I've been literally taping my mouth.
While you're alone in your hotel room.
Even now, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't wake up from your own snoring.
Well, it's not about waking up. It's about getting a sore throat from snoring.
Oh,
so much,
I see.
When you get old, things happen.
Yeah, not really relatable problem.
Of course, I don't think tape could ever shut the mouth of Roshan or my co-casting partner Cinderin, of course.
Well, we of course have not tried it yet, but
true.
I'll start talking out of my nose instead.
So with the what patch are we on? Is it a C patch?
I think it's D, right?
D at this point?
If I'm not mistaken.
What are you expecting that is different from the past tournaments that we've been covering? Because it's been a hot minute, right? Like the last big tournament was EWC, which is over a month ago at this stage.
Yeah. I think largely what the D patch brought about was, you know, whatever was... This is usually how when the letters get far enough. When we get into D, sometimes E, even F, rarely versions, then a lot of the times the later patches are mainly just nerf patches, which, you know, you look at, okay, these meta heroes were doing too well in the previous tournament, or there's like some tech that you couldn't have foreseen. Like sometimes it can be teams stacking a specific mechanic. If you go down history, sometimes there's been a patch where healing was just really powerful and teams were running like 4 or 5 healing heroes. And then maybe you nerf either the playstyle or the heroes specifically. In this one, I think it's kind of just been like a broad, okay, these heroes are a little bit looking too powerful. They're getting way too much priority in Pro Dota. You nerf some of their abilities slightly and their item build-ups. But still, I feel like the overall archetype gameplay that we mostly have seen be successful in the last half year is still there. I don't think you're going to see, you know, some truly surprising switch-ups with, say, like, any team starting like a tri-lane or running a roaming hero or, God forbid, jungling, which we haven't had forever.
Would you rather have tri-laning back or jungling?
Tri-laning.
Really?
I think tri-lanes are awesome. I miss them.
I think jungling is awesome. As we get started here, the game has begun. We can stop talking about absolutely useless information and tell you about what you're watching on the screen, which is XM and Company for Xtreme Gaming versus Aurora. Do you have a favorite in this best of 3?
I think
in terms of like general results this year, Aurora has been more consistent.
Right. I think I'm going to double check this, but I think when you and I did the predictions for this, this was one of the ones where we were on the border between. We think these two teams are in power levels going in. They're around the upper part of the middle-ish, like somewhere in the range of 7 to 9 is probably, or 7 to 10 is where we would probably place these in terms of power rankings. So I think this is a close match. In this game individually, I really like Aurora's draft. I think it's a lot of very powerful heroes in this patch. I think the pacing that they're looking to bring against Xtreme is very good, but there's also the whole, you know, the mental aspect. This is game number 1 of the tournament, so maybe not as much in your own heads just yet with all the pressure and whatnot, but there's probably still this voice in the back of your mind saying, all right, we don't want to go too late against Xtreme. They're good at late game. It's our Achilles heel.
Right.
So make sure you keep a stable and safe early game. But I think if both lineups play to the potential of what we've seen of these types of lineups recently, I think Aurora came out better for this. So got to deliver it in the gameplay, though. Pixlr, just a small part of the puzzle.
Yeah, will we have a level 1 fight? It looks to, could have one here. Disruption from Jin Q, who gets sprouted, and everybody's going to walk away nice and safe. You did bring up an interesting point. Because the format of the tournament is quite different than past TIs, do you think there's more pressure on teams? Because a lot of times you could kind of skate by with the usual group stage, where now we have Swiss bracket. Every match matters so much more.
I definitely think... I mean, I suppose in order to be knocked out, you need to lose a couple of series, right? So you could still have like an off day or at least one bad series and still easily bounce back. But I don't know. Day 1 feels probably more important than usual. I guess that's what I'm gonna say here, because when you did the round robin format, we plenty of times saw teams come off to a slow start, like maybe 1-3 or even 0-4 on their first day and not looking too good. They get time to figure out what's going on and make adjustments. If you start 0-2 in series, you can barely drop a series anymore. Whereas when you're 1-3, for example, in a round robin, you can still drop a couple of games here and there and recover it, right? So I think day 1 is more important. And yeah, even more so than you just want to get off to a hot start, where again, Aurora definitely have the tools here to be able to try to play it fast. Now, Panto, as we're seeing on our screens here, starting with the tried and true Satyr Mindstealer Convert. This is the most popular facet to pick on Chen. You just keep mana burning and effectively winning a lane, almost. Just make the supports feel miserable. You can see Jin Q already almost out of mana 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, plus they have Lion on their team, so even more mana drain sooner. What a combination.
Lion, your favorite hero, by the way.
Of course. Yeah, we won't get into that, of course. That'll be beating a dead horse. Ame playing the Ursa Warrior in this game number 1. How's this hero feeling these days?
I think it's very good in the right game. If you have a good lane matchup against, a lot of the time you're looking to lane against a melee core, but Dawnbreaker is just its own category in my book. It's an extremely powerful laner, so even Ursa doesn't feel particularly safe here. The stun combo between Lion and Dawn does a ton of damage, and you need to be careful about fighting at daytime. Don't talk about this too much with Dawn, but her innate, the Break of Dawn ability, which gives her more damage the closer to daybreak it is, means that you enter the laning stage against Ursa when the sun is at its highest point, and effectively the first couple of minutes of the lane you just out-damage Ursa quite significantly. It makes it hard for him to build that early advantage that he finds against a lot of other melee heroes. So then when nighttime comes around, if Dawn has won the laning by a little bit, maybe you can't necessarily treat her the same way as other melees. A lot of the time when you're Ursa, you're also looking at the bigger picture, like, is there enough lockdown for me, or can I play fights semi-freely? Can I isolate and kill targets? And he definitely has the setup and the ability to get in there if he gets either an Aghanims or BKB here somewhere down the road.
So I'm sure that will certainly happen. As top lane, Panto continuing to be a nuisance here. Jin Q constantly out of mana.
Yeah.
And XXS just trying to get as much as he can in this laning stage. Only 9 CS for him at the moment versus the 13 on the other side for Toronto Tokyo on the Dawn. First Lotus goes to Aurora, so definitely dominating the lane to start things out.
Yeah, this is definitely the most one-sided lane we have in this game currently. Mars only 10-1 against Prophet's 20-4, and of course, it's generally how this lane is just going to go. I think this is on paper just a default loss, the lane for Xtreme. I don't think Shadow Demon Mars can really hold a candle to this lane, and they don't have to either. The main thing with Mars in a lot of laning stages is to just get by and get your levels. This hero, I find a lot of the time, actually can do quite a lot with relatively little means, especially when played by XXS. He's one of my favorite Marses to watch. So getting him levels, as long as he doesn't get completely destroyed, should be okay.
Mars does feel like one of those heroes that can still have pretty big impact in the game without having a ton of farm.
Yep.
As first blood, okay, X-Nova takes a tumble. Mira getting chased as Ame going to the wrong side of the trees. Now has to try to get to the other side. Goes to the north instead. 3 members of Aurora beating upon him. Hammer on top. Ame still trying to get around the tree line. Starbreaker completely misses as Nightfall with the casual TP. Ame might actually live through this. TP support's coming in. And Toronto Tokyo, I mean, he's not getting any CS, Ame, under this tower. As a glimpse, not going to do too much, but Ame does live through the day.
This is definitely game 1 of the tournament here. A little bit of cold fingers for Aurora. Some of those spells, not their best casts, but they still got the first blood, which is what they were looking for. And this is, of course, the X factor of having Nature's Prophet in any position, is you can just globally bring that extra player to the table if you see an opportunity to dive. And this bottom lane is quite susceptible to it. Sure, you've got Glimpse, but if Prophet comes in at the right time and then gets glimpsed away, just the Sprout and 2 attacks might be enough to finish a kill, as you saw there onto the Disruptor of X-Nova. Oh, Mira. One more hit would do it. Good hex.
Quite a bit of trouble, but Toronto Tokyo able to turn the tide a bit. Glimpse, though, onto Mira. Last right click from Ame is enough, so finally getting some retribution in this lane for the Xtreme side as he works towards the eventual Battle Fury, which will always have, I mean, the fact that he can eat through the Sprout is going to be pretty handy as well. As mid lane, haven't really talked too much about this, but XM on the Lesh, 31-6 versus Kiyotaka's 34-2, so extremely even so far, as we're only 30 seconds away from the first power rune.
I think this is a pretty good result for Ember.
Ame, another TP from Nightfall, a couple more right clicks, not quite enough. Ame does find the distance.
Yeah, I was going to point out, he opted for treads. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think phase is still the majority of the time is the prioritized choice, the preferred one for Ursa's, but this time around,
so as well.
Maybe the health from treads there slightly better than the armor. I don't know, I think phase would have saved him as well, but we'll see if this build-up, obviously on Ursa it might be a little bit counterintuitive, right? You have a built-in ability that gives you 1,000,000 attack speed, and then you're still buying the attack speed boosts rather than the move speed ones to stick on your target and the ones that give more flat damage, but yeah, I guess in all the downtime and being able to tread switch, this has some merit. This is not the only hero that I've seen this on. We also had a hero like Abaddon, where phase boots was just the standard for years, and then tread started becoming more popular there as well. So maybe this is just a trend that we're going to be seeing this tournament more and more, that phase boots perhaps are at the point now where they're not considered the best. Mars will still go for them though, as it looks. XXS has them queued up. Unfortunately, he's not rich enough to afford any upgraded footwear just yet.
Yeah,
Panta with
really
the gate.
Obsessed with phase boots right now.
Yeah, I do love them. Dawnbreak will also buy phase boots.
Yeah, give us the full list. We're so interested. My goodness.
That's right.
Panta with his creeps through the gate, like you said, but we can see that X-Nova and company are keeping their distance, so the tower might be taking the brunt of the damage here. Are they going to give it up, though, is the question. The catapult's going to be at the ready for Aurora.
Exactly. This is the time that you want to make that Chen rotation, is when you have a siege creep connecting on the tower. And Chen's creeps can cut the wave or tank tower shots if needed, so that the siege stays alive. And yep, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Summoning a new convert to block these attacks from the siege creep, and then the next wave is coming in. And yeah, I don't really think Xtreme have what it takes to defend this whatsoever.
Yeah, doesn't look like it.
It's a very difficult play to rotate to. Leshrac looked like he was thinking about it on XM, but
if only they had phase boots on Ursa, then maybe they could defend us.
Yeah, or Lesh.
Yeah, that would make sense. And Panto makes his way back to the top lane. Nightfall level 5 right now, going to be working on the Maelstrom. Have we seen the other facet a single time? The money bags. In a pro game, that is. I don't even think I've seen it in a pub game.
I think we saw it the day it came out. The first game Prophet was picked, maybe. And then I think they were like, oh.
Oh, the enemy can pick up the call.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that part.
Would it be broken if only your allies could pick it up?
I mean, isn't
like
it just track, kind of?
I feel like the amounts you get from the money bags isn't even...
I mean, just being able to say money bags is too funny that I hope they keep the concept, as XM has a slight level advantage over Kiyotaka at the moment and has the illusion rune as well, so a way to dispel the searing chains if it comes to be.
It's actually a full level ahead. That's really surprising, considering their CS. And, well, they both have 8 denies, or rather, Lesh only has the 6, so I'm assuming Kiyotaka has been spending a little more time on lower value CS.
Well, XM also took a pretty nice stack in the triangle.
Yeah, okay, so the experience from that, it's still surprising that that is worth a full level to me. All right, actually, Kiyotaka with a dive here.
He's actually out of mana is XM, but the Diabolic Edict is something you truly have to respect.
Oh,
Glimpse back, though, into the kinetic field. Kiyotaka did have a remnant up.
Yeah, that's the panel was talking about this. Kiyotaka is a very high-risk, high-reward type of player. And having a player like that in your team can be really powerful because when he's on, he's super on. Obviously, the risks of him messing up sometimes is very much there, but playing against very aggressive players can be challenging for sure. And for a team like Xtreme, you could see there, they were bringing in multiple heroes to try to defend a Leshrac that technically wasn't even really under fire, but you just never know when Kiyotaka goes for these aggressive moves, if it's a poke and prod or if it's a true commit. So...
Yep, there's Mira gonna get glimpsed back. First Solar Guardian of the game will actually be blocked correctly. Starbreaker to follow. XM looks to be the death of the Lesh along with X Nova, so a nice retaliation from Aurora. And now they have all these creeps here as Panto makes his way over, so another tier 1 in peril.
This is the start that their lineup wanted. As already established, their team can play very fast in this game and kind of exploit the early power timing of heroes like Chen and Prophet to get those buildings down. With a 3k lead, looking at a mid tower as well, could be closing in on the 4,000 gold already. That's a quite substantial advantage to have now.
Success, first arena of the game. It instantly gets impaled by Mira into the Hex. Might be the sacrifice for Aurora. Rebuke with the Pulse Nova enough. Ame actually makes his way over as well. Kiyotaka glimpse back. He's going to get speared to a tree. Has a sleight of fist to buy a little bit of time with the remnant to the other side. X Nova, though, spots him. Another remnant onto the other side of the kinetic field this time. And Aurora will be able to get out with most of their lives. 3k lead, forcing the Ursa out. Definitely a good thing for the Aurora side.
Yeah, the enemy team placed 5 heroes mid for like 30 or 40 seconds. This is a lot of efficiency being lost in side lanes. In the meantime, Prophet just TP top and immediately continued farming. The Dawnbreaker's bottom, so Aurora, without question, getting more out of this exchange. Yes, you did stop the push, but having to bring all 5 heroes to stem the bleeding is not ideal, to say the least, for Xtreme. Still, this is not in the territory of... You're not in big trouble yet, and I think holding onto your mid tower has a lot of value. The main thing you want to avoid is that you just get rolled in the first 20. Like, if Ursa gets to his 2nd or 3rd item timing after the Battle Fury, that's when this game gets really interesting, because his matchups are as good as they are, like we talked about. There's nothing really countering this hero this game. So the hero-to-hero matchup against carry Prophet is very good. Prophet has great stat gains and is usually just going to stand and deliver. Ursa wins that fight 10 out of 10 times. So... yeah, Xtreme, if they can keep it in this range.
Denied haste rune.
Gonna cost them.
X Nova.
Oh, they
actually gets to the high ground. He's going to be okay, it seems. Although Kiyotaka, one more slight, does finish the jobs. Solar Guardian coming in. Mira getting some health back, but will be the death of Aurora. So 1 for 1. But XM trying to get outside this arena. A lot of damage with the Diabolic Edict. Toronto took to the high ground. Looks like he will survive. Unfortunately for Xtreme, they do lose the Lesh. And now Jin Q eats his way out of the Sprout. Now, far enough away that should be okay. Another Searing Chains, though. Disruption. Help keep him alive a little bit longer as the Shadow Poison start to stack up a bit. Next, Nova looking for a glimpse. Oh, he gets Mira back to base.
See ya.
The classic.
Another win there for Aurora, though, overall, killing Lesh once more.
They haven't really gotten it. I mean, I don't think he just hit level 6 recently for X-Nova, but that Static Storm gonna pay huge dividends in these fights.
This, worth noting, that fight was also without Hand of God. So Panto didn't have it available at the time. In the upcoming fight, that is going to make a big difference. Fear was talking about this on the panel. I believe it was him or Fly or both. You know, they sound the same to me. They both say very smart things consistently. The sustain between Chen and Dawn is nothing to scoff at here. A lot of Xtreme Gaming's damage is actually not bursty. It's only really the Ursa that brings that burst to the table. Leshrac is consistent damage over time. You're definitely getting in your Chen heal. You're definitely getting in your Dawnbreaker heal in that. And as they also mentioned, damage issues is a bit of a concern. Between Mars, Shadow Demon, and Disruptor, these heroes don't do significant damage, so you're really putting all your eggs into the Leshrac Ursa basket to do the damage needed to kill heroes, which in turn means that in this early part of the game, you know, the sustain goes a long way. Interesting to see Panto opt for drums over mech, by the way, for that reason in particular. I thought he was actually going to just triple down on the healing angle. But he will go drums into pipe. That one less surprising. Good against many abilities here. Leshrac, Shadow Demon, Disruptor, and even Mars Spear. A lot of magic damage to be blocked. Ursa doesn't give a crap, though.
No, he does not.
Oh, there's Earth Shock.
Yeah, that's a little bit here and there. And Ame only the recipe away from Battle Fury, so that's when the farm will start to truly take off.
What do you make of the Atos on Lesh? Do you... Because the panel was talking about this is a game where Lesh can kind of get isolated and taken down by bursts from heroes such as Lion and, you know, connecting Dawn ultimate. I'm a little bit worried that this Atos is not going to pay off in the way that you're hoping. Because are you really able to make the aggressive moves that this item kind of sets up?
Right.
Or should you just opt for, you know, something more defensive like Kaya Sanj, BKB, maybe Bloodstone, these types of items. He's going Kaya next. Oh. Sometimes we see Lesh Rush Blink as the offensive option, not this case.
Well, either way, it is an offensive option, right? So
yeah.
Seems that they're going to be wanting to fight relatively soon. The only problem is, I mean, the Ursa can't really fight until the second item, I would assume.
Yeah, maybe that's the idea. It gives you more of a fighting chance until Ursa's online, so it's kind of bridging the gap. It's also not strictly offensive. You got the 275 HP on it, but yeah, other options for Lesh usually favored in the defensive.
Mir and Kiyotaka just walk right past the bear, unknowing. Kiyotaka's going to take a little bit of the farm on the sideline. But Ame taking a nice stack with that Battle Fury, as another Tier 1 is likely to bite the dust.
Yep. Oh, that's a lot of rally there.
Oh yeah, I love rally.
Skeleton Warriors getting to work.
What's the... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, really surely you're going mid next, right?
I thought you were going to mention phase boots again, my bad.
Yeah, well, if those skeletons had phase boots, that would be...
Oh, they're going to jump. The Ember, a Static Storm being used, and that is exactly what we were talking about. That is the one use here that could find the early deaths of Kiyotaka, taking advantage of that very aggressive style that you talked about. And this is something that we've talked about in the past as well, is every team feels like they need one of these high-risk, high-reward type of players, and that's what Kiyotaka is. Well, I guess the issue is Aurora kind of has a lot of them historically.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have one player that can bring chaos. But I also think it's also a little bit, how to say, it's not ideal if you're too conservative on the other players simultaneously, right? Like you want the right dynamic. Okay, this is a nice catch onto X-Nova.
Yep.
Nice find there from Mira plus Nightfall in tandem. And we'll get Nightfall his killing spree, the first of the game. Retaining this 4K lead. But yeah, this Emperor kill might not seem like the biggest of deals. You know, you already got the tower, but keep in mind that the goal here for Xtreme Gaming is to stay afloat. The goal isn't to be winning or get ahead. So every kill you get on a core to slow things down a little bit and retain some semblance of control over your side of the map is quite valuable. And to be fair, Kiyotaka is supposed to play aggressive here. You just need to not overplay your hand too much. You've got Hand of God, you've got Donald, so if you're not extremely out of position, you can be safe.
Pretty aggressive, but the backup is here. XXS with the spear, but not able to find the latch. And Kiyotaka gonna posture a bit more with another Sleight of Fist. Has that Mage Slayer, so
yeah,
mitigating a lot of damage, especially from the Lesh.
It's a super good item this game. It's the item against Lesh. You get the magic resist. It's very nice against a lot of the other heroes as well. Just reducing a lot of the threats, but as we already just saw, if you are out of position enough, you could have basically almost any item you can afford at 17 minutes, and you are just going to get killed off there. Big item alerts here. Dawn rushing the BKB here on Toronto Tokyo. Did not go for Aghanim's Scepter. So he wants the staying power of getting in there and staying in there, and now probably rushing BKB first. You might just go straight for more scaling. Is he only getting this against Glimpse? You could have bought your Shard, right? Which is, it's not a foolproof solution.
You have to time it for sure.
Yeah, and you can ulti in and you can get into Static Storm. Then you can't use your Starbreaker either.
Nice spot X Nova, the Hex to start things out. The pipe is activated though. Now Mira trying to get on the run. The Bear's gonna eat up Panto. He pops the Hand of Gabe, and 2 dead already for Aurora though. He'll likely have to retreat now. XXS still looking for the opening though. Spear gonna be faked out. Not able to find anything though, so Xtreme get 2 supports and a tier 1 tower in all likelihood.
They were very prepared for that, just fully set up. Aurora were trying to go for a stab and immediately counterplayed. And this is really good news for Xtreme Gaming. This is half the lead cut away. Ursa is getting there. He's closing in now on the Basher. Ame's farm is starting to ramp up to a high degree. He was trailing quite a bit behind Prophet. Now we're only looking at 800. And considering how well these heroes farm and generally what level you're looking at to be right now, I think Ursa is ahead in this game by being 800 gold down only against Prophet. So taking full game plans into consideration, and again, this isn't just about the numbers, it's also about how do the teams feel now? Like, what is Aurora's next play? Do you have a clear plan in mind for the next way you want to try to shut down the map? Because ideally in this stage, you are looking at tier 2 towers. You're looking at contesting the Tormentor, you're looking at the first Roshan of the game. You're not there. Like, Aurora have barely, have they put a dent into a tier 2 tower? Barely in the mid lane, so I can't say that they fully met the goals of their draft at this point. And now it can maybe get a little bit awkward. Perhaps you have to slow things down a bit and get to your next items, but Xtreme will be more than happy to just trade.
Yeah, being able to take an early Roche against an Ursa lineup would have been really big, but now it just feels like if Xtreme comes out even slightly on top of the next fight, they should be able to get Roche.
Yeah, looking for move of their own here with the smoke. They're well aware that Aurora have big counterplay potential with Dawn, Chen, as well as Prophet, so they're bringing all 5 in this move. And Mira, I believe, did just get scouted there by XM, so he's probably going to end up dying here. It's a small price to pay, though, for a 5-man smoke break. He might even get out.
Ooh,
nice.
Very
played.
close.
Beautiful stuff.
But it will be the old Tormy.
Yeah.
Shard goes to X Nova. Not the best. I mean, how good is Cleanse this game? I guess that depends.
It's good against chains.
Yeah.
Mainly.
That's kind of it, I guess.
That's really it, which is also still really good, to be fair.
Yeah.
But from my perspective, this isn't so much about you getting on your supports. It's about the fact that Aurora don't get this, which was, you know, again, this is part of what their lineup is meant to do, is get these early objectives kind of for free by being impossible to overwhelm, and Xtreme Gaming have already managed to do just that.
Yeah, and if Aurora had the 50-50, if they were to get Torm, then potentially Chen could get the Ancient Creeps.
Yeah.
Which is one of the bigger power spikes for a support, I feel like, getting a Shard.
Even Lion's Shard isn't too bad this game either, right? You're playing against a lot of stuns, and just having this reliable mana drain upgrade would have been quite nice in the fights too. Draining out Ursa can actually be very impactful. But yeah, not going to be the case here, as Mira is well at the bottom of the net worth. In spite of that, does now have his Blink Dagger, but we're 21 minutes in, and you won the laning stage. It's quite late Blink to pick up. Now, do Aurora have a timing coming up? So Kiyotaka is 300 gold away from BKB. That's a big one. They have the BKB on the Prophet as well, and on Dawn. So this is going to be triple BKB timing. A very strong moment to strike. Panto will complete Pipe as well. as you pointed out in that previous engagement, the pipe was on Xtreme. They got it first because XXS did not go the Blink Dagger on Mars. He went double Bracer Soul Ring into pipe and now going Yules. So doesn't feel like he needs the dagger whatsoever, as it seems.
Yeah, very utility build from XXS.
I kind of like it. You got Glimpse anyway to bring heroes back as long as you run into them. You've got Ursa who has dagger and now Basher, so he can go in first. I think this is a cool game to skip the Blink on Mars, maybe entirely. We'll see if he queues it up now after Yules. Wouldn't necessarily mind just seeing him going more aura heavy or something like, I don't know.
I feel like he'd get it at some point, surely.
Yeah. Probably is. I mean, if this goes late, you do want the jump, right? It's just the surprise of the catch. But I wouldn't blame him for not queuing it up next. I think there's some other interesting possibilities with something like, if you wanted to get creative, like Octarine Core, or you could just buy another Aura Hex. Let's see. BKB.
Smoke from Aurora.
Queuing up the BKB for now. Just one step.
Well,
Presence.
they spot XXS. I don't know if that is the easiest target to go for, though, with that pipe and Yules at the ready.
They have to hex him if they want to burst him. He has Yules and, yeah.
They do show that they're there. Mira, in the meantime, finding a support on the other side. Gets the finger, and that is the death of X-Nova.
Okay, can they convert this to anything? Roshan is currently bottom. Looks to be what they're potentially planning here.
Okay.
And wow.
This would be pretty big if they can get away with this, but I do feel like Xtreme could try to contest.
I mean, this is extremely telegraphed. They have to know this. Like, there's no way. Yeah, you can see XXS already.
Yeah, I'm trying to delay.
Moving in.
I don't know if they can stay in the pit.
They can.
XXS has the arena. Gonna get sprouted to start things out. Very tanky boys. Nightfall trying to get through it. Gets the Mars arena off onto 2 with a Rebuke to follow. Demonic conversion is Nightfall. Pops the BKB. Trying to right-click everybody is XM also popping his BKB. He's going to be fine. Solar Guardian not going to hit anybody. It's Toronto, Tokyo, now Yules. Speared into the cliff with the Split Earth to follow. Kiyotaka with a nice searing chains onto several heroes. And after all of this, they do get the glimpse, but that's the BKB now from Toronto, Tokyo. Ame in a little bit too deep. Pops the Enrage. Can mitigate a lot of that damage as a result. There's the Static Storm just on the outskirts. The Ember in a lot of trouble. Will be able to get dropped as XM pops the Essence Ring to stay alive. Meantime, disruption to save the time being is Ame, focusing everything onto Nightfall. The spear onto the low ground. Nightfall might be able to get out now. Gets glimpsed though into the Split Earth. Down goes another member of Aurora. Toronto, Tokyo trying to get something out of this fight. But he's just likely going to get glimpsed back. Oh, that's down for 6 seconds. So might be fine, in fact, with the cover of creeps on the high ground. But still, 2 cores dead for Aurora. And Xtreme, they defend the Roche successfully.
That was exceptional defensive utility usage there from the side of Xtreme. Keeping Mars alive there was very impressive. They needed to do everything more or less flawlessly in the tail end of that fight. XXS gets off the Yules at 100 HP. He comes out, he gets disrupted, then he gets glimmered, and in the meantime, they're hitting all of their offensive abilities too. Just dancing around the 3 BKBs of Aurora, losing absolutely nothing here. We're gonna see the start of the fight here. Also, keep in mind, XXS is solo here for the first 10 seconds. Yeah. It's just a full-on bluff. If they hard commit on him, he's just going to die, but instead they don't have the information. Lion gets burst immediately by Ame, which is a huge find to start off this fight. Nice offensive Yules, gets the spear catch. And now here, it doesn't look clear-cut that this is going to end up the way that it did, but the glimpse... The fight could have ended here, right?
Yeah.
Aurora could have disengaged it.
They wanted him bad.
Could have disengaged and...
The fact that they held on to Static Storm this long, a lot of patience.
Look at this from XXS. Side. So Yules, he has 60 HP. Okay, that's not XXS anymore. It is the duality of Kiyotaka. A little bit of a face palm there.
Modern day Eternal Envy, some would call him.
He is, in terms of playstyle and hero pools, you could say sometimes at least. Well, I guess the only hero he truly shares with Envy is actually the one we're seeing in this game. At least the number one that comes to mind for me is that Ember. That Envy obviously had some very famous moments on many years ago. One of the most entertaining players in the game's history. I think most people would agree with that. Just
That's right.
Some players just create moments, for better or worse. And Kiyotaka is... I would say Kiyotaka is more stable than Envy was. I think Envy just had games that left you completely dumbfounded the whole way through. And Kiyotaka has these ridiculous pop-off games where you're like, this guy's the best player in the world. And then in the next game, you're like,
who is this guy?
yeah, what happened in 20 minutes?
That's true. It's not a fair comparison. Nobody can really truly be compared to Envy.
Yeah, he was one of a kind.
Nobody played for late game as much as Envy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. He leveled up when he lost Barracks. That's when he played his best, always. Yeah, Kiyotaka, not as much of a comeback player. He's generally the guy paving the way for success or kind of going down with his ship.
Yeah.
So far in this game, just a simple 1K lead for Xtreme. Looking at the bigger picture, though, do like it for them. And especially now, if they manage to get this Roshan, which seems completely uncontested from Aurora. Say that, Kiyotaka might try to be cute here.
Okay, we've seen a steal or two from an Ember. Remnant in, and Ame is able to get it. They can take the Yules now. On the Kiyotaka's going to pop the BKB. He's going to take the brunt of the damage from Ame, trying to get through him, but there's a solar guarding. He's actually stuck inside the pit. They're not able to get the burn through this Aegis to start things out, but Ame able to get to the other side of the pit in time. Mars Arena onto 2. Meanwhile, XM, he was taking the brunt of damage for the time being, but Toronto Tokyo pops the BKB, trying to pursue XXS, but another beautiful disruption from Jin Q. Ame in really deep. That is life number 1 for him. They take out the Ember. As XM with the BKB, he's just going to run away, and Ame looks like they want to fall back. I say that, but their spear onto the low ground. Mira in a lot of trouble, gets the finger of death, but dies shortly after. The right clicks are enough from Nightfall to delete XM from the map. Ame now focusing onto Nightfall, cannot get the bash, but the glimpse back, and another right click will do it. Meanwhile, the bash is reserved for Toronto Tokyo instead. Down he goes, 4 dead for Aurora. Looking for the cleanup onto Panto, but looks to be safe for the time being.
Damn. There's a little bit of divine intervention in that fight, and it's going against Chen, so might want to change his faith after this one. Well, Mars just has a haste rune spawning in front of him, picks it up, and gets the backstab angle onto Mira, which had pretty big implications for that fight. If he doesn't get that spear into the river, perhaps Mira gets another stun chain on the Ursa, and we could be looking at the direct opposite outcome. You're going to see the replay here. So first of all, good defense from the side of Xtreme to protect the Aegis from Kiyotaka. Now this Dawn ulti, very, very strong coming in from Toronto Tokyo, does give them a fighting chance. I'm not sure if we get all the way through the replay. This is coming up, but now you see 28 minutes coming in. Now the haste rune is going to spawn at the bottom right of the screen there. And as he comes out of disruption, Mira could have taken it. He didn't see it.
Wow.
He never had the mouse or the camera around his hero, which is very understandable. You're looking at the fight, not where you are yourself necessarily, but if he could have taken that haste rune, we could have been looking at a very different result. XXS continues using it here, right? Gets that, just runs in, gets the backstab on Mira, and then following up on additional heroes. And since he isn't playing with Blink, he was not really going to get there in the same fashion without a haste. A little bit of a gift from the gods there going his way, and now 6K.
A pretty healthy spot. I mean, they don't have the Aegis anymore, of course, but they used it to be able to win that fight relatively handily, and now it's that 5K lead.
And it's worth keeping in mind that the prognosis here is about a 60% advantage for the Radiant, but again, I think you can maybe add some percentages to that.
Kiyotaka instantly bashed and just destroyed. Ame, no chance to get away for Kiyotaka.
I believe that's the Abyssal reveal, right? I don't think he had it last fight, so Kiyotaka might not have anticipated this.
And looks like Torment time again.
Yeah. Knowing the two teams, I don't know if 60-40 is where I'm at personally right now. I do like Xtreme's chances a lot. This is the stage of the game that for many Aurora games, things you start bleeding out a kill here, they're making a few mistakes.
Yeah.
You can't afford it here. Like we're looking at almost perfection here on out if you want to stabilize this game once more.
XXS has a full AC, by the way.
Yep.
Split Earth. Gonna find Toronto Tokyo trying to get out, but the bash, and Ame just eats him for dinner or breakfast since it is morning here.
Yep.
And Nightfall trying to find the distance. XXS, of course, not with the Blink Dagger, but he is so ridiculously tanky now.
I love the AC choice. Like I was saying, I don't think Blink was a necessity. He was queuing up BKB for the longest time and then just took that good fight. And he probably felt like, oh, I had 4K, now I have 5.5. Maybe I'll buy something bigger. And with this AC, 3,000 HP, also looking at the damage breakdown of the Dire, it's heavily physical. Prophet's almost exclusively physical, Dawn is physical, and then you've got Dawn's a mix, but Ember at this point, that's the problem with Kiyotaka's build. do you even talk about damage types? Do you even talk about damage?
Yeah, that's
You
the
have
thing.
BKB Mage Slayer at 32 minutes. Your hero does very little damage. So I don't think the BKB was necessary at all. So I really like XXS's choice here of playing like a hybrid item. This is nice just to, you know, stand in the front of the fight, take as much damage as possible without dying, and adding to your own and Ursa's output. Helps you with sieging towers. There's a lot of upsides to Assault Cuirass. Feels like this has been 20 minutes in the making that Panto's hitting this tower.
Yeah, the Satyr will finally get... No,
Something.
he'll get solace in death.
Yeah.
Tower survives.
Close
Just
to
chipping away
Shiva
at it,
now
though.
on XM as well.
But Xtreme with a 10k lead now in a pretty comfortable position. So from Aurora's side, what are they missing here? It feels like these fights are pretty long-winded, I want to say.
They're missing damage. I think that's the simple answer to that question. You just don't do enough.
All right, well, obviously Nightfall is going to be getting more damage, but you're saying a second hero needs to arrive, right?
I think so.
So in terms of itemization, what are you looking for either the Dawn or Ember?
So Ember could go something like Kaya-Sanj Ags, but talking like 9,000 gold. For Dawn, AC, which is on the docket here for Toronto, Tokyo, I think is the best pickup because he needs to be able to, first of all, increase his own output and staying power in the fights, but also it helps Prophet do that little bit extra. So I think these items are fine. The problem is you are the team that needs time now, and that is really not where you want it to be. But yeah, Daedalus plus AC and then Ember getting 1 damage item perhaps can swing things around a little bit. It's the Daedalus complete. That's 1 out of 3. AC is 2 and a bit thousand away, 2.5k. And Kiyotaka is not committed yet for the Kaya, by the way, so I wonder if he's weighing his options here, if there's something else he's seeing.
Divine Rapier, Syndrome?
Yeah, just go for it, go YOLO. It wouldn't surprise me if Kiyotaka did it. Surprise me for anyone else. Well, considering he's not buying this yet, either he does not have enough for buyback and it. He does not indeed. Quick buy and buyback, 80 gold away. So maybe that's just the case. He's just got it locked. Or I'm just trying to think of what alternative items he could be considering. Because I think it's good if he goes a magic route, because if he also starts going a physical route along with his Dawn and Prophet, I think the AC and Shivas are just way too good.
Right.
You have to mix your damage types here.
I mean, maybe
later.
things change a bit for Xtreme now that the AC's online. They don't exactly have the craziest tower push. I mean, Diabolic Edict doesn't do damage to
true.
buildings. But there's a point where the critical mass on the items for Ursa and the Mars just get to a point where it doesn't matter what heroes you have, they can push.
It's actually you just gave me an interesting idea. What if you could change your facet at some point? Would you think
Like for a gold amount, you mean?
either for gold or like there's a time that it becomes available? Like let's say you can change your facet at 45 minutes, one time. Or
I think then it makes...
I mean, obviously,
facets-
some heroes would be ridiculous.
It makes
with that,
facets
right?
too one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Because you can always change it. Like
Well,
the decision,
45 minutes is quite long.
the decision should be at the beginning of the game,
Yeah,
I think.
for sure. I don't know. It's just I've never really thought about the possibility.
In other
of what
words,
if you could,
really stupid idea.
I didn't say it was a good idea. It just had me thinking.
That's true. Don't do that again.
Yeah.
Oh, Nightfall. Might be spotted. Ame. Oh, gets the Abyssal Blade onto Ember. Kiyotaka in a lot of trouble. Tries to Remnant away, but Remnant's on himself and dies to the bear. Ame trying to turn his sights onto Nightfall instead. They do take the support out. So 1 for 1, but definitely in favor of Xtreme again.
Yeah.
And XM going to the higher ground. He's going to get Hex, but XXS is there. BKB pop from Nightfall. Solar Guardian to follow as well. Starbreaker on top of XM taking a ton of damage, but the Mars Arena doing quite a bit. Toronto Toki's getting melted along with Nightfall. So just like that, 3 cores dead for Aurora. It feels like their supports are living longer consistently over their cores, but it's 4.
Yeah, well, none of their heroes have saves, except the Dawn ulti, if you will. So whoever Ursa gets his teeth on, or claws, I suppose he doesn't bite, generally not long for this world.
I mean, bears bite, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, not Ursa, though.
Maybe a new
evolved.
cosmetic. Yeah, where's the Ursa Arcana?
Yeah, Valve.
You have the cowboy hat. You gotta get something on top of that, right?
Oh, isn't that funny that was such a controversial item back in the days, and now it's just like if that cowboy hat cosmetic came out, everyone was like, "That's par for the course."
I think nobody would even care. Like, there would be a point like this is not crazy enough anymore.
Yeah,
you know, it's a cowboy hat. Who cares?
Very storied item. I believe still one of the more valuable items in the game, right? It's pretty rare.
I haven't kept up with the marketplace recently.
Okay. I know you're a big hat aficionado, of course.
Yeah, sure am.
You love rating sets, but you don't really like playing many heroes.
I think in the course of like the Dota Cinema days, I don't know how many chests I opened. I probably have the worst luck of anybody. I think in terms of like the ultra rares, I've gotten 1 in my entire life.
Yeah, I
Isn't
think
that kind of crazy?
Yeah, it's funny how everybody you talk to thinks they're the least lucky person ever.
It's not confirmation bias with me though.
No.
At some point, it's true.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's what everybody says as well. It's also not confirmation bias with me, by the way. I'm the least lucky person.
That's right.
Yeah.
You finally met the person that it's true for. Cinder, okay?
Okay. Been looking for you all this time. We finally found the world's unluckiest man. He's right here on this broadcast.
That's right.
Well, you've had luck with other things in live chat. Okay, maybe you haven't had luck with cosmetics. There's a lot of other things.
Fortunate enough to meet you.
That's right. That is the highlight of your life.
Indeed.
Yeah. Wife can take second place. Uh-oh.
XXS showing off the Hex. Finding the Dawnbreaker. I don't think the Hand of God is going to be enough as Ame takes another one to the grave. Glimpse just in time. And a second casualty for Aurora.
Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble.
Now they're in trouble. After those 2 kills. They were in it till that point.
Yep. They're in troubler than
Swift
before.
blink for Ame. Going for the Satanic next. In fact, almost has enough to finish it anyway. And Roche number 2. The Belch won't really dissuade much.
It's a pretty good Satanic game as well. What is going to stop you from using this? Only the Lion and the Dawn. So if those stuns are on cooldown, you can break out of Searing Chains and stick on a target, get that big heal up. As you already established, the fights generally tend to take a little bit of time before Xtreme's cores seem to be under any pressure, and I feel like we haven't sung Jinkyu's praises enough this game. I think disruptions have been incredible this game. And it's one thing to cast the spell well, which, you know, in itself, this is...
Kiyotaka, Atos to start, Diabolic Edict, and the Hex to follow. Shivas, he had the time.
Absolutely.
Playing with his food, which really he's getting scraps this game, so that was unfortunate.
Yeah, not ideal.
Maybe he's trying to bait in some more heroes and get the min-max. The min-max was death for him, though.
Yeah, I'm not really sold. I think that's just to get the hell out of their situation, but not that time. But yeah, just to what I was mainly impressed by in Jinkyu this game is, it's one thing to time the disruptions as well as he has, but I think his positioning has been stellar. Right? It's really, really important in this game for Shadow Demon to just play at the correct distance and keep formation at all times. If you are the one getting jumped by Lion a singular time, or if Ember gets to isolate you, you can very quickly die and the fight changes in a big way.
Yeah.
I feel like Jinkyu has never been the primary target the entire game. We're 40 minutes in. I've seen 2 disruptions every team fight. Great Glimmer usage.
Yeah.
All the tools he's had at his disposal just been used to...
I think the only knock on him this game probably for Jinkyu is that he didn't buy phase boots. Other than that, he's just had a masterful performance.
Obviously,
on the Shadow Demon.
phase boots great for positioning. You get that extra mobility and you can run through things. So
and armor.
Yeah.
Don't forget the armor.
Yeah. Not that important when you don't get caught, though.
Yeah, but it dissuades the enemy. It's like, oh, he has 5 extra armor? Okay, not interested anymore.
I think you need to be careful. There's quite a lot of people listening here, and you might give beginners the wrong idea here. Oh, I've never tried Shadow Demon with phase boots.
Just don't play Shadow Demon if you're a new player.
Slacks is listening. He's like, I buy phase boots on every hero because I buy 5 boots.
He's going to stay a little bit longer. Oh, Disruption dodges the finger of death. Disgusting display again from Jinkyu as Ame in the front eats another target. This time it's Mira. 50 seconds of no Lion. No buyback either. Roche Banner going to try to protect this a bit, but Nightfall ends up taking it out. So now Xtreme have to wait for the next creep wave. Blink Dagger now online for Jinkyu. So no longer needing those phase boots that we talked about.
Decent poke onto XM here. Might keep Xtreme Gaming on the defense. Nope.
XXS was looking for an initiation. We'll use the Mars Arena anyway. Spear is dodged thanks to Nightfall's BKB as Ame just focusing on the objectives. Tower dead. And now the retreat, at least for the time being, from Xtreme. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis, though. Playing it very safe. And
considering how XXS has been playing this game, I wonder if Nightfall should have bought a Silver Edge instead of the Satanic. It's not characteristic at all for Prophet to go that build, but the way that Xtreme have structured all of their fights is XXS goes in front, Bulwark up, and Prophet just cannot kill him. So having some sort of way to get through XXS could have perhaps broken the fight wide open. It just makes Xtreme's job of keeping formation so easy when they can just send in the centerpiece that seemingly cannot die. As a matter of fact, XXS is 1-0 and 18. He never died this game.
pretty impressive.
Pretty much, I mean, I love watching this guy's Mars for a reason. I think you can tell just how experienced he is in knowing the limits of the hero, and also the itemization is something that I think most players just wouldn't have gone this game. The pipe rush into Ewells was really clever, in my opinion.
Especially the phase boots, that was also quite clever.
Yep, loved that.
Like all 6 items just work so well together. Incredible.
Ame, unfortunately...
Kiyotaka
Oh,
gets
no.
Split Earth, and another kill for Ame.
Yep. Will they find a glimpse too? No.
So buyback is available for Kiyotaka. Otherwise, has to wait 80 seconds. Glimpse. They're going to be able to dodge that. Knife on that with the BKB. XXS gets the Mars Arena onto 2 heroes. The rest of his team going to try to focus on the melee barracks. Only 30 seconds on the Aegis.
He forced Nightfall's BKB with that arena. I think that's a worthwhile trade, honestly.
Yeah, this will be 1 lane at the very least, and they will likely go mid to try to capitalize on this. What can Aurora do here? Another fortification. That's going to be potentially the last of the game.
Aurora can thank the format that this is not a BO1, so they get a chance to return fire in the upcoming games, unless they find some heroic play here. Okay, good Ghost Scepter.
Yes, they still have the spear connection, and that is going to be a dead lion. 50 seconds of no Mira, no buyback to come either. And more buildings will melt, so they're waiting for this death timer of Kiyotaka, despite having the buyback, just for one last hurrah, but they're going to lose most of their buildings in the meantime. Actually, the jump onto Nightfall, already at half HP. The Solar Guardian doing very little. That is the death of Nightfall, and they did not buy back on Kiyotaka at all. In fact, they're just going to call GG. So game 1 going to Xtreme. Pretty entertaining game, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Aurora off to a good start, as we talked about. They needed to get off to, but in the mid game, just a couple of mistakes that were capitalized by Xtreme.
Yeah, I think this was a pretty good illustration of what both teams' lineups were meant to do and what needed to happen. And Aurora, they passed the bar on the first 10 minutes, and then afterwards probably just fell a bit short. So
That's right, Nat.
I don't even know how to take that one, but yeah, it was a real rough one for Aurora. We were thinking that everything from the draft into the items, the way that they could have played, would have been this snowball for them fly. It should have been a big build-up, a big crescendo to what could have been a win for them, but unfortunately it just didn't feel like the constant pressure was placed on Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, I think early game went well. They were able to take tier 1 bottom, they were able to go middle, even get the top tower. Everything was going well, and then they kind of just stopped doing stuff, which was a little bit awkward. And I think we see this Roche fight here that Fear you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game as a whole really was just, does Kiyotaka pop off or does he not? And he tried to pop off, and it just didn't really work out. And Nightfall's not the type of player, and Toronto Tokyo sometimes can be that player, but his hero was really reliant on someone else going in first. And unfortunately, most of the times that Kiyotaka did go in, he was just way too deep and ended up dying, and they couldn't really play aggressively and use these auras to their advantage.
Yeah. The formation of Xtreme Gaming, though, were able to take advantage of that, right? Whether it's they just know how Kiyotaka wanted to play this game, they kind of know just how slippery an Ember can get. They were always bringing those numbers. It felt like wherever an Ember was trying to get a pick-off, trying to be disruptive on the backline, there's still another 3 heroes there waiting for him, and spells just getting put down to kind of blow him up and dissuade any Dawnbreaker coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Disruptor was really good for that, for stopping him from being able to remnant away. There's that time when they were playing top and taking like 2-1 tower, and then Kiyotaka's just behind the tier 2 tower for some reason and dies. and that can't happen. I do think this game was honestly really boring early game. When you have a lineup that's so global and is able to put that pressure on the map, you know, with the Chen and the Natures, the fact that the score was just 6-6 for so long, it feels wrong. Like, it just feels like this was a massive like execution problem from Aurora that's not really acceptable. You know, you're not even playing like on Xtreme Gaming for aggression. Your Mars is not going for a blink or BKB. He's just rushing pipe. And he's happy to do that because nothing is happening on the map. And like Xtreme are bunching all their heroes on the mid tower as well for like the first 10 minutes straight plus. I feel like when you're committing so many heroes to a play like that, when you have a Nature's Prophet, you should be able to take way more advantage.
Well, one of our standout players there, Ame, on his Ursa. We talked about this potential for that team fight, just how if everything goes right for them, Fear, how impactful it is going to be. I mean, you can see it right there. His itemization, you know, pretty stock standard, but yeah, just with all those stats around him and how he played.
Yeah, there's not too many clever ways you can build this hero.
Unfortunately not.
He wasn't even like, he was like the least farmed core at like 15 minutes in this game too. But a couple bad moves. Ame, he doesn't die. He takes advantage of the situation of being last pick in this game. Does get to his farm eventually. Then, you know, the last pick just kind of does the work from there. He just solo killed multiple heroes when he did get to his items.
An amazing display for them. It almost feels like Fly that Aurora overcompensated. They were so worried about losing a lead in the mid game that they wasn't, you know, I know we keep saying there wasn't that pressure, but it was like they just played safe, I think is maybe a nicer way to word it. It was like, yeah, we know we could do this, but they're running together as like a group of 4 or a group of 5, and it just, yeah, too safe, a little bit scared.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that the way Aurora played, like after the early game lead, we're going to see how they dropped the ball, especially when it came to this team fight around 1830. And the key thing here is that they're actually dying close to the tier 1, which I think they might have still had at this point. Yeah, they still have the tower. And once they lose this fight, they kind of lose Tormentor area, which when you play this early game lineup with Chen, with Prophet, Dawnbreaker, you want to be able to take all the objectives, especially when they had this lead. And then once you give up Tormentor, you give up the tower, you lose 2 supports like that, the map is starting to slowly crumble, and you're going to give too much space to the enemy team. And you can't have that. You need the Ember in front, constantly pushing. And another thing we can quickly highlight is the item choices that they had. I think Ember Spirit going for a BKB early on when he has a Chen with a pipe, I think it doesn't make any sense. Like, you're supposed to sort of play off each other. And if your Chen is buying this pipe, maybe the Ember should go something a little more aggressive. Maybe an Atos or like a Vessel, a Eul's, anything that would help them propel the game forward. But I think this is kind of anti-synergy, and maybe they didn't discuss it in the game, but I would look at the items for sure.
Okay, so you think that the gold used for the BKB could have had a more impactful item picked up, knowing that the Chen is behind you, he's running with you, has that pipe.
Exactly. The Chen is going to be able to save you from all that magic damage with the Hand of God and pipe. So yeah, not good item choices.
Okay. And you know, when the map, you talked about there, Fly, as well, but Phil, when you lose that map, when you feel like you don't have as much to play with, how do you kind of get your way back into this game for the side of Aurora? How are you able to still find areas for yourself, take fights, knowing how heavy Xtreme Gaming's lineup is for team fights?
Well, itemization might be a good point in that one. And I think Toronto, Tokyo, we see a similar trend going on here where you kind of just look at his itemization. A lot of BKB rushes in this game. And I think this probably wasn't the right choice either. Like, this Chen does have these auras for you. I want to see more aggressive items. I'd like to see, you know, at this point, you could have Aghanim's ready. Now you can go in with Kiyotaka, build more small tanky items. You don't have to rely on that BKB just in case you do get stunned. Then you can take the fights. And you'll kind of see in these earlier fights where, yeah, you do want to commit pretty early on Kiyotaka to make things happen, but you're not having any follow-up here. Imagine if Dawn has an Aghanim's and can ult in and maybe save him here, but just how these fights went out, like they're relying on these burst fights with these early BKBs, but unfortunately that's not how the fights played out for them, and I think that was a bit of a mistake from their end here. Not really just utilizing the fact that they have multiple heroes that could be very sustainable if they itemize correctly instead of putting themselves on a timer by buying these BKBs on these cores very early on.
Can I hype as well, by the way?
Yes.
Xtreme played that fight so well. Like, I was when I saw that, I was so happy because the way that they caught the line at the very beginning of the fight was like massive. And then the way that X-Nova on Disruptor held his ult for like this, you know, when fights happen, there's like stages. There's like a first go, it's like a second go sometimes, and so on. Them having the Disruptor ulti for that second part of the fight was so massive, and just turning it around, you know, when all of these previous ults and spells and stuff have been expended, and items and blah blah, and there's not much left in the tank. To see a disrupt ult come out at that point, it's just like, okay. And they're playing into their high ground as well. It's like just, I love the way that Xtreme played that whole fight. Just perfect pick off, perfect spell usage. Really, really good coordination.
Yeah, they had that idea, how they wanted the draft to go, just exactly how they were going to have those team fights. But when it came to it, beautiful execution for them. Obviously, a nice game 1 win for themselves. And my panel giving me great insight between items, different fights that's going on as well. But there is, of course, another person that we want to bring into the conversation. So I want to say hi to our weatherman Purge for the first time about Road to the International Playoffs.
Hey, Nat, yeah, I actually wanted to look at that exact same team fight that we were just talking about on the panel and talk about all the cool things that led to it and the really, really nice plays that were made during this fight to result in Xtreme Gaming getting a gold advantage. So if we take a look at the clip here, first thing that Aurora did that was really nice is they're zoning the Mars. He's the guy that wanted to play near Roche so that they could contest the Roche. So they basically feinted by pressuring him, then going to kill the support. And then he runs in anyways, waiting for his team to back him up. He's got the pipe, he's got a lot of physical damage reduction. So what he basically accomplishes is buying time. And there's 2 things I want you to look at the start. First off, that he ulties the Nature's Prophet, which means Nature's Prophet feels the need to BKB. And keep an eye on Mira on the here in a second here. So there's going to be a BKB that pops on Nightfall. He's going to be missing like 3 or 4 actually hitting it. So he wastes a lot of his BKB, and then on the side, the line gets exploded because Ame spots him because he's mana draining. And at this point, Aurora says, okay, we should back up. We use 2 BKBs. We're probably not going to be able to get a kill. Xtreme Gaming's going to try to delay this. They pop the pipe, just a little bit of soft defend to keep Toronto Tokyo alive. But then this glimpse comes out, and kind of strangely, Ame jumps in at the exact same time, which was a bit of a misread. Can we jump back into the clips? Is that possible? Ame has a jump in which is aggressive, and then Aurora says, oh, this is the perfect time for us to get a kill. And at the same time, this is when Kiyotaka went in, and Sheep's talking about the ulti from the static field, which is going to silence him because he goes in. And then XSS looks dead, but watch these attacks here. Of these next 3 attacks, he evades 2 of them, and 1 of them doesn't Maelstrom proc. So as a result, he gets to Yules himself up into the air and ends up staying alive with the disruption to follow it up. And then finally, Ame gets a jump in and finally go on Nightfall, which is great. Really cool move by Panto here. He uses the Tornado creep to push him to the low ground to protect him, but then X-Nova glimpses him back up into his death. So really amazing play by Xtreme Gaming. They just split the fight perfectly there, which resulted them some big kills, and that is the point of the game where they started really compounding their net worth advantage.
That was amazing. I really appreciate the breakdown, Purge. Of course, you know, going all the way into it from the lead up all the way to the end there too. You talked about it, the spell usage is massive. But yeah, the key pivotal team fight that changed what felt like this trajectory within the game. And I'm sure Aurora going to be thinking about it a little bit, but Fly, you're going to push it aside. It's a best of 3, of course. And you're just like, dang, maybe we can't let them have Disruptor.
Well, if I'm their coach right now, I would go outside, I would look at Nightfall, and it'd be like, it's time to bring out Prime.
No more regular Nightfall.
You're not playing Nature's Prophet, sir. Honestly, it's not even about him necessarily playing that hero. I just think he has a role to fulfill for that team. And when you play Prophet, you rely a lot on your other teammates to kind of go in for you, set up stuff on the map. And I think when Nightfall has a good game on an active like melee hero, he can extend his lead. He can push a tower, he can play aggressively into the enemy, but Prophet can't do that. So it's not necessarily about him not being a good Prophet player. I just don't think it fits his team. So if I'm their coach, I would want something different. I would be, go play one of your heroes, do what you need to do, because they have a system, and when they have their system, they play well. I think this was off script for them, which is why we ended up seeing gameplay mistakes.
And there were really small things, you know, you see someone go in, of course your brain's going to be like, yeah, we can take this, but there's a lot of questions around it. For me, though, Fear, the biggest one is getting into this game, and Fly's giving his insight on what he kind of wants Nightfall, how do they fit the role, and of course that's great to hear if you're an Aurora fan, but if you're an Xtreme Gaming fan, you want this to be a nice 2-0. You don't want to sweat over it anymore. So going into a game 2, how do you keep that edge? How do you stay above them to ensure that you're going to have that draft advantage?
Well, I think they picked a lot of comfort heroes, so I think go with that. We didn't really expect the Disruptor to be picked as a response to the Dawn. It looked pretty good. Maybe it answered a couple other heroes that maybe Kiyotaka wanted to play later in the draft as well, like the Storm Spirit. So they seem to have an idea of like what general heroes they want to play against Aurora, and that is working out well. And of course, Ame, he's always been a very good last pick player for the most part, but I will say yet again, you won this game, right? Maybe let's not see the Ame Juggernaut come out or something, and let's not get too crazy on these last picks. Keep it down to heroes that are good. So like the same advice for Ame that Tal is giving Nightfall here. Just continue doing a good thing and don't go out of your comfort zone.
So both the carries need the similar sort of advice, both off a win and one off a loss as well. I haven't actually asked you, Fia. Do you want to give a short ranking of carry plays you don't want to see at the road to the international playoffs?
Carry players?
Sorry, heroes.
Carry players.
Carry heroes. Woo! That was a bad slip up there.
It's hard to say because I think there's so much has changed right now. And I was keeping an eye on like the Tundra series and we saw 3 Helm of the Dominators across all cores.
Well, that's an item we don't want to see.
Yeah, so like I don't know if there's any bad carry heroes right now necessarily if you can build the right items for it. So I think it's definitely very versatile, but as long as you're not like stubborn and just forcing a hero into the game where it's not a good game for it, it probably should work.
Sure. Okay, I like it. I feel like this is the most open-minded we've been about carry heroes, all because of one item.
That's not a good sign.
So I do want to give a very brief update as well. Of course, our game 1 has finished on this stream. If you guys don't want any spoilers, I am giving you a spoiler warning of what's been happening on the other stream. We did see Falcons take the first game off of Nemesis. We saw Tundra take the first game off of Yakutou Brothers. That was what we were talking about with the 3 Helm of the Dominators. And I have not gotten an update on the Spirit or Wildcard, but when we left... Okay, yeah.
Team Spirit won.
Yeah, I was gonna say when we left, it was something like a 20k lead for Team Spirit. So brief update, but either way, we're gonna focus back on the series that's at hand. It's still round 1 for the Swiss stage here for our road to the international playoffs, and it is Aurora up against Xtreme Gaming, who are 1 game ahead, a game to draft here, and we'll see if there's any shakeups in those drafts. If able to balance to what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Recalibrate. Thank you, Ria.
You're welcome. I do want to give like one small props to that wildcard series. If you didn't see game 1, it was pretty even for quite a long time, and like wildcard were actually making a lot of really good plays. So I do think it's worth checking in if you're a fan of some NA doubts.
Or a fan of a potential upset.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the big, like, it wasn't the stomp I expected it to be honest, given that Spirit had 70% of people thinking it's going to be
Don't fall into the trap.
Yeah, just think it's worth to look at. It was fun.
Doing a job.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
And there was good stuff there,
Yeah, and we'll get some fun here as well when we do see a little bit more of the band. So yeah, Marcy, Abba, Naga, Shaker, Disruptor.
Yes.
That is the biggest change that the Aurora do not want to change up what their opening is. They still want to stick by this Dawn. They say, we have a lot of faith in it. It's that comfort we talked about. Toronto great on it. And you just said, the Disruptor dissuaded me too much. We got to get rid of him.
Yeah, I think, well, first of all, it's interesting that they got first pick twice. So I assume that Xtreme Gaming was happy with second pick and they either chose that or decide instead. And then they go for the Dawnbreaker again with a different ban, which I think is okay. I don't see a problem with the Dawnbreaker. I thought the hero is strong. It synergizes well with Kiyotaka, like we've mentioned. And now we get to see a different response with the Puck, which is a good hero against Dawnbreaker because it is a hard hero to usually catch and get follow-up on. So they're going to need some kind of hard stun to catch this Puck and have the Dawnbreaker follow-up. So we'll see how this goes from here, but I would assume this is just a straight-up Puck mid.
I'm curious how the conversation did go for Aurora after that game, because we could definitely talk about how maybe Nightfall can play a Nightfall Prime hero. But I'm just kind of like looking at the stats, though. He was the only one that did well on the team in comparison.
Sure, it's like a little bit of a
yeah, I mean, like Toronto Toki was 0-5, Mirror 0-8, Panto 0-3, Kiyotaka 2-7. Nightfall, I mean, he was 7-4. I mean, stats don't look bad, but it is definitely still not their style necessarily. But I think this is like classic Aurora. Like they'll have these games where they just like underperform very heavily, and they'll come back in game 2 and like, oh, that's a tier 1 team. So this is something they do a lot, and I think this is a team that goes to 3 games more than any other team I've ever seen. So I expect that they might just draft the same heroes and just play better and just take this game as well. So very curious to see what approach they'll take, but Xtreme Gaming taking their time here. And then Elder Titan comes out. So what I've seen as a trend versus Dawn as a whole is like, you want to make it so when Dawn does go into the fight, you have like this massive AoE she's like teleporting into. whether it be like the static storm idea, maybe an earth splitter or a stomp, can really just like mess with that, make it uncomfortable for you to use your ult or make you think twice.
I think follow-up damage is always good with Puck, which is why the Snapfire ban was also interesting, because I think that is a great follow-up damage. And ET does give you that. The Spirit with the minus magic resistance is great with Puck. You have the Earth Splitter. And I think if you're Aurora now, you're looking at some hero that disables Puck. So maybe Rasta, maybe Lion, something like this. And as for the other position, it's pretty open. They can choose to pick a mid laner because they see Puck already, or they can just take another support and wait a little bit. But we do see Rasta, which I think is just a solid response to Puck. You want some kind of hex. You'd never want to give Puck a free game because this hero can just 1v5 the game at some point. So Rasta is great. As for the position 5, we'll see. I think they have another option in taking something like the Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit is a great answer to Puck. You have the Aghanim's of the Silence, and they actually do end up taking Void Spirit. So they're going to wait with the 5, which I think is a great choice, because sometimes when you get a counter pick with the support, that just means you're going to already win the lane. And you see the Puck already, it's 90% sure it's going to be mid, unless Q is crazy. You know, he's going to play the plus 4.
I mean, he is, but
he is.
we don't know if right now.
So I like this approach. I think this is very solid drafting. Like, I like this from Aurora for sure.
I have a question. In this game, we've not seen a ban or pick for SF. I feel like he's been so hotly contested. Is there a reason why?
He
don't
was
think they're
nerfed in
favoring it?
the recent patch. I think that's like the one reason a lot of teams aren't really looking at it. I think it's not in Nightfall Prime hero either.
Oh, okay,
It really
sorry.
is.
Yeah.
So
No,
like,
you're right.
That was point 1. He just didn't want to say it fast.
yeah, I
I mean, Kiyotaka plays it on that
Does?
team.
he does, but clearly they've decided the nerfs are significant enough where they're not just going to jam it first pick anymore.
Yeah.
So
And also,
happen.
a lot of what Fly was talking about with the lane matchups, right? You could be pretty safe in that Puck, and maybe they just favor when it comes to it. Confidence, nerfs.
yeah,
Well, I'm
Lane
mostly
matchup?
wondering because in the past I've seen like Puck is a good counter to Spirit heroes, right? And so a lot of teams, what they would do is they would pick a Spirit. I say a lot of teams. I definitely saw Spirit do it. They would pick a Spirit like Storm Spirit or so, and then they would cover it with a Silencer so that when the Puck is there, you know, it's hard to play into that. But Silencer's banned. So I was thinking, oh, well, you know, Aurora could play maybe the SF, but instead they just go for Void, so.
yeah, and it's just comfort for Kiyotaka. This is like
Yeah.
his answer to Puck. Seen it enough times now where he just feels really good playing this hero. And if he wants to pick SF, he's probably going to first pick it.
Right.
There's no point in really waiting.
That animation is crazy, by the way. That Pugna animation, holy. Pugna, this is probably the best pause 5 right now, overall. I'm surprised we didn't see it in the previous game. I don't think it was touched. The reason this hero is so strong is because he's incredible in lane. He's super fast. He kills tier 1s, and in the current meta, it's very good to progress the map early, and Pugna helps with that. And overall, the Nether Ward is also a fantastic tool for team fights. So I think they had a hard choice here on Aurora, where they had to decide whether they want to take the carry, because they know it's basically Undying offlane. They see pretty much everything. So they could have taken a carry that they like against Undying, or they chose to go with the Pugna, which is it's probably the best pause 5 against Undying in the lane, because you drop down the Nether Ward, you protect it, and Undying wants to spam DKs, he can't, he's going to lose too much. So this is definitely, I really like this choice, and we'll see what Nightfall is going to end up playing, but Pugna is a fantastic hero, and I'm sure it's going to be very highly contested throughout this tournament.
Extreme Gaming's turn to ban.
I do have a question about their other support as well, because we talked about, you know, Strongie's got the channeled lockdown, and then of course these hexes as well. A lot of people are going though when it comes to facets for Big Snake facet, kind of overlooking the chicken fingers one, right, which is where you right click that has a hex. When you come up against a Puck, are you more inclined to go that one, more of a way for a lockdown for him, or are you still thinking that the Big Snake is so good with its damage output?
I mean, I don't think the chicken finger is going to help a lot versus Puck. You're
Yep.
usually just like relying on quick cast hex to get him immediately. And after that, if that should be enough to kill him. I think when you do play Shaman, you're really kind of like deciding what you need in your lineup. If you need like Roche or something like that, or some building push, then I think going for the Big Snake might be better. If you like, you really have to have some more team fight presence, so potentially ward trapping or have better laning stage, then maybe you can go for the chicken fingers. I think it might be game dependent.
I think this is a good game for chicken fingers because, first of all, in lane, ET relies on hitting you, and every time ET is running up to you, you get to attack him first. You kind of stop his momentum. So for laning, it's always going to be better, and it's specifically good against ET. It's also good at killing the tombstone. So when you have like the little wards, right, because they all count as a percentage attack. So killing the tombstone, also a reason. So I would say chicken fingers. Ooh, there it is. Dominator hero coming out. Exciting.
I can really hear it in your voice. It was just so enthralled. But yeah, Faceless Void, right? People hit and miss. We're not really sure where we want to sit with it, but now at the helm of the Dominator, what exactly is this combination field that makes it work with this item that people are like, yeah, it's worthy of being picked?
Yeah, well, Faceless Void did get buffed a little bit in the most recent patch, but his biggest problem for several patches in a row now is like laning has just been so important. And he just couldn't have any impact on the laning stage. Even if he had a decent laning stage, it just took him so long to get online. So this Helm of the Dominator gives you the early Helm of Iron Will, so you can stay in the laning stage, more armor, more HP. And then all of a sudden, you can just make plays on the map with your Helm of Dominator. You can take towers, you can farm faster. There's a lot of cool things you can do with it. So it gets him into the game earlier, and you're still Faceless Void in the late game, right? So if you can get past that hump in the early game, you're all of a sudden like one of the best late game carries. So being able to skip the early game by buying this item is conceptually very broken on a lot of heroes, and I think we're going to see it a lot more going forward.
Okay. And then, of course, there was that very quick response in Sven. It felt like
really confident.
Yeah, Xtreme Gaming did not. They're like, you could pick any hero, and we're still going to pick Sven.
I like it a lot. I mean, I'm thinking like mechanically, oh, it's nice because he can itemize into like having the Dispel on go. You're playing into a Pugna, it's really annoying, so you don't necessarily have to go Nullifier. You're also going to have that ET debuff on armor, so you're playing with a lot of physical. You got a lot of burst between the finger and just arm age jump. Also, the fact that the ult does last for a while on him, so it means that you get Chronosphere. It's not like it's the end of your team fight or anything like that. Or you can try and get the Dawnbreaker to use her ult and then move back, reset, go in again. Right? I really like the Sven. I think it's I like the confidence it came out with it, and I like how many applications it has in this game against Aurora.
Okay, are you then kind of leaning towards you really liking Xtreme Gaming? This is going to be a game in their favor, and then therefore the series?
I mean, Aurora are playing a bit more comfort this time, so I'm kind of hoping to see what they look like at like Prime.
Aurora Prime.
Aurora Prime. I like both lineups. I think they both synergize well with each other. It makes sense. Yeah. I have to go with Aurora this game. I think it's a very good Faceless Void game. If he manages to get a decent enough lane, I think he can carry this game. And it is Nightfall Prime time, so
I like it. There is significantly more confidence in Aurora's lineup here, even though that's where you guys were for game one. But either way, it's a game number 2. Let's see what our casters have to say about this one.
That's correct. It is game number 2. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got Xtreme versus Aurora. This is going 3 games, Cinderin, because Aurora is playing.
Oh.
I agree with everything the panel said, even though I listened to about 5% of it, but I believe I did pick up on the fact that Aurora goes 3 games, and I would agree with that sentiment because I've cast a lot of Aurora, and in fact, they do go 3 games, if I haven't said that before.
Yeah, I think this time around they definitely drafted themselves way less into, how to say, they're way less on a timer, which in the last game might have got the better of them, that they maybe felt like, okay, we have to keep dominating the map and putting pressure, and then once you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you kind of ran out of steam pretty quickly. This time around, you probably feel better going later. You've got a Faceless Void carry, you've got Void Spirit as well, who has pretty strong scaling potential and a good matchup into the puck. Your supports scale exceptionally well. I think both Shadow Shaman and Pugna can be very, very strong late game. Yep. And yeah, as you're seeing pointed out here from the observers, Shadow Shaman did go for the chicken fingers that they were talking about on the panel. I do like the choice as well for the exact same reasons. I think against ET in lane is very nice. Breaking Tombstone is obviously paramount against Undying in general. And Shadow Shaman, one of the few supports that actually has a pretty good shot at it with the Serpents. If he only has the 1 snake, it takes forever. How about having some more?
Yeah, is this not the most played support of the year by a long shot, or is it just me?
It's one. I mean,
is that confirmation bias?
He's also been banned a lot, right? So, true. Usually, the most played support of the year is not one of the best. It's just the one that always makes it through because it's not quite good enough to be banned a lot. I will say though, I see where the panel's coming from with this being a good potential game for the Faceless Void to truly carry, but I think Sven is one of the best core matchups into Void in this patch, actually. Historically speaking, Void does well against Sven because you're one of the few heroes that has hard lockdown as a carry in that matchup. But nowadays, a lot of the time, Void's games are about weaving in and out of fights a little bit more and resetting, regoing. Sven is arguably the single best carry at killing Void on his own, right? You just jump, you burst him 100 to 0, and you have the setup for it. You've got the instant Hex of a Lion, you've got Coil, Silence, ET even can be a part of an Earth Splitter combo. So I'm a little bit worried about, for Aurora, just the clarity that this is fine if it goes late. I don't think it's that straightforward.
How long does it
and also
take
what we saw last game.
How long does it take for Void to get online these days? Because historically, this is a hero that just takes quite a bit.
Well, with the Helm of the Dominator popping up now, it's definitely accelerating him a bit. You can think of it as like just a better Midas. You're getting extra farm because the creep can help you farm. Either you can put the creep in the lane while you jungle, vice versa, or you can just play them together for faster speed at whatever you're doing. It gives you good stats. Helm of Iron Will is really good in lane, so definitely come online faster, but the Dom doesn't... It can also hit in your chrono, so it's some more damage, but it's not like Void is just gonna crush the game at 15 minutes, right? It's not like...
Yeah.
He's still the same hero, but you've limited the weakness that used to be exploited the most, which is that early mid-game for him. So he'll come online, but I think the truly scary Void that you're used to seeing from highlight clips that's like chronoing and killing 2 or 3 heroes, that's the same as always.
Yeah.
It's late.
Very hard to deal with a late game Void. That has never changed. Especially with that 25 talent, if they choose to go for that, which is the AoE increase. Very scary indeed.
Backtrack
200
chance has to be the choice against Sven, though, right?
I know.
You just have to take it.
But
I think.
the AoE, if you have like amazing setup, can just be game winning.
Yeah.
200 AoE when the radius is that wide to begin with is absurdly large. As Kiyotaka playing the Void Spirit this game versus XM's Puck. 14-5 so far for Kiyotaka, so slight advantage with a 10-0.
It's a good lane matchup for Void. It's unsurprising that Kiyotaka is doing well here. His laning last game was also fine on his Emperor versus Lesh, so I don't really feel like you can fault Kiyotaka too much for the laning stage. Last game, though, a couple of moments past the laning stage, dropped the ball a little bit. And that's part of my concern for this game as well, is we can talk all we want about the theory of the lineups, but at the end of the day, it's about what level of play are you bringing to the server, right? I think in game number 1, Kiyotaka was not on his A game, so he needs to level up for this game. I think if everybody plays to the same level as last game, Xtreme just played better, right? Like through and through. All their players did a great job in the fights. They had good target selection, good itemization.
But really, I mean, we talked about Aurora did get off to a good start. It was really that first Roche fight that I feel like really turned the tables in Xtreme's favor, and they just never looked back after that.
Yeah, that's true. Xtreme genuinely won every engagement beyond that until the game was over. I don't think they lost a single skirmish. It was always a trade or them just getting kills.
And their trades were always support for core.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll see if Toronto Tugga has anything to say about this situation, though, playing the Dawn second game in a row. You talked about this being kind of the off lane of the patch right now. As this creep, this is interesting. Ame will eventually get it, pops a war cry as well. Apply a little bit of pressure to Mira as the Astral Spirit just shadowing him. Talk to me about the Pugna.
Yeah, there's a lot of value to Netherward here against Puck and the Lion, and it's also a bad lane matchup for... Oh, hang on.
That's first blood, so Mira
for Mira
did eventually go down.
Okay, and so did Panto.
Okay.
Talk to me about Pugna. Well, he's dead.
Yeah, that's not a good way to look at it. Is Nightfall trying to take out the Tombstone? Will be able to time walk away.
Yeah, so Pugna obviously has multiple benefits here. Netherward against high mana cost spells is nice. You've got Decrepify against ET, which in turn X-Nova just avoided that lane. He has to pick his poison between Shadow Shaman and Pugna, and I think he'd rather play against the Shaman anyway. And you can't really talk about Decrepify against Sven because Sven was picked last, right? So that's not a part of the equation here. It's overall a solid support. I think Pugna is pretty good this patch. I think we'll be seeing it a good amount this tournament. I believe some people even thought Pugna was going to be the support, which I'm not sure I agree with, but I definitely do place it in like the
It's been a long time since Pugna has been the support hero.
Yeah.
There was a time where, you know, Life Drain would give mana, right?
Yep.
And HP, of course. And it was used pretty consistently as like this support that did nothing but give mana to Storm.
The butler for Storm, yeah.
And it's been a long road back for Pugna, so good to see him getting back into the meta.
Why? I feel like I've never seen anyone run Lion as a battery for Storm.
I have.
Like, you have?
But it's a very poor man's version of the Pugna.
It's still level 4 mana drain is still
okay,
600 mana in 5 seconds. It's not
the Remnant
bad.
does connect. XM has the orb to try to get away. Actually gets a little fancy with it and dies as a result.
Oops.
So it has the curveball facet, trying to get a little bit of extra farm. Could have just gotten away, I feel like.
That's a big kill.
Coolest facet in the game, though, I will say.
Curveball is very nice.
Very, very cool addition.
But this is, it's big for Aurora to get Kiyotaka on the board. You want Void Spirit to have a good start. This hero is very polarizing in my opinion. He has games that he takes over and games that he falls very flat. So, you know, a great fit for Kiyotaka. If he's having a bad game, he can just blame the hero. Be like,
That's
well,
really
I'm Void
big.
Spirit.
He just died to Lion by himself, basically.
Yeah, that is unexpected, to say the least. But yeah, if you could pick a singular hero in this game to have a good start, I would pick Void Spirit if I'm Aurora. Because this hero can really accelerate your game if he has the start that you're looking for, which is definitely the case here. Obviously, that time around, it comes at the expense of losing their Void, but maybe those two, or Faceless Void, let's be clear, there's 2 Voids. A worthwhile trade, if you could even say those 2 plays are connected. Might just have been a mess up on Nightfall's side.
Kiyotaka with the first power rune of the game, which is the Arcane. It's going to find a little Jin Q action. Panto there. Another Astral Step with some good body blocks as well. XXS actually places down his Tombstone to try to contest this, and Jin Q, is he actually going to live through this? Looks like that might be the case as Kiyotaka has to try to run away. Trying to go for the Tombstone, gets impaled in the meantime though. Does take out the Tombstone, getting some extra gold. As XXS now with a double decay, and it's going to force Kiyotaka out with not too much to show for it. In fact, it's going to be the death of the support instead for Panto as XM finally makes his way over.
Yeah, that was a very deep dive. They missed the Astral Remnant, I think, at that point. Or, excuse me, the Remnant. At that point, you're just probably not getting the kill. It was close, but diving that deep between the 2 towers at minute 7 is absolutely going to cost Pugna his life. Big damage onto Sven down bot, but the TP rotation.
Stormhammer, the God Strength coming out as well. Only the level 5 Dawnbreaker not able to use anything to get out of dodge. Does have Hammer up in a second, but just too much damage in this early game from Ame.
Ame says Stormhammer is the better one. And he's right that time. Power Rune taken away by Xnova. Yeah. Nothing here for Kiyotaka. Big rune snag. He's running out of mana. So this is a really awkward spot now for Kiyotaka. He's got 160 mana, no rune to claim. I guess he could get his own bounty rune, perhaps, if that's still there, but otherwise would be a long walk of shame or sending out multiple clarities. Is going to go for the standard Vessel build. Void Spirit, one of the few mid-heroes that more or less consistently does this, of course, being Universal, likes to buy it, and it's not really the best game for it, right? Like, what are you really countering with Vessel? Soul Rip?
I guess that's the only
Sven has some lifesteal. It's okay. You're mainly buying it for the damage because Void Spirit kind of needs to just get pushed over the edge with that. But I think some cases people maybe autopilot a little bit too much, and you could buy Dagon instead. You know, I don't dislike Dagon on this hero. I think it plays nicely into the pace that he's playing.
Yeah.
So in this particular game, I would have loved to see that choice also for bursting a hero like Puck, whereas Vessel isn't really going to finish the job. If you have a Dagon, you might just burst Puck in one go.
I mean, there's no way he's upgrading this, right? Is this just a casual earn?
I mean, he must be upgrading it, otherwise you wouldn't buy it, right?
Oh, okay.
I think.
That is a little weird.
Let's see.
And the Helm being used now for Nightfall. It's the Centaur creep. And they're going to make their way over. to the lane where XXS is playing very confidently in tower range right now.
He has
the ward
ults.
is placed. He's already at half HP though. Aether Remnant pop. There's the Centaur Stomp. He gets his ult off here, which he will. Solar Guardian to follow, but he's dead already. Solar Guardian from Toronto Tokyo to try to help out. They will be able to get Jin Q on top of this, so double kill for Kiyotaka.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's a nice little find there as Tombstone not available. Undying coming right back to life, TPing in and dying instantly. So using that innate to feed relentlessly, it seems.
Okay.
Ceaseless dirge, indeed.
That was already a good, successful move for Aurora, and a
The
nice,
bad manners pause to follow from Panto.
the classic double kill onto Undying minute 10. We have all become used to seeing this in our pub games, but usually it's for different reason. Yeah, just didn't think they have enough in the tank there to go for him again, but Aurora had more where that came from.
If he had saved his ult, then he would have been fine.
Yeah.
No doubt.
True. And I
Popped
also
that
think
really
maybe
late.
on this initial go, I think if you're planning to turn this around, you should ult instantly, right?
Yeah.
Like, he
This
used
was
it
too late.
so low.
Yeah, that was.
This ult does nothing. And then, yeah, as you said, on the second go around, doesn't have it. It's just funny. There's just, he didn't
Oh.
anticipate Mira coming in, to be fair. I think that was what got him by surprise. Their Shaman is there too, but yeah. Far from ideal here for XXS.
Yeah, that's going to put him behind a bit.
Not a very animated player. You saw his camera shot there. For a player that just died back-to-back like that, it looked like he just said, I'm dead.
Well, he is playing
not-
Undying, so
Yeah.
got to get into character, I
yeah,
suppose.
that's true. Not enough gummy vitamins this morning.
Did we ever figure, like, what is the lore, actual
I-
lore behind that line?
I don't know. Maybe it's a reference to another game or a movie or something. You would know if it's a movie, so it must be another
it's
game.
not definitely not a movie, yeah.
And if neither of us knows, it's probably a book.
Yeah, it's probably something from the Bible.
Oh,
Pretty
yeah.
sure. They had gummy vitamins.
One of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt eat thine vitamins.
Delicious. Serpent Wards doing a good amount of work here to the tier 1. It will survive. Well, we'll see if Xtreme can... I mean, the game, in terms of net worth, is still quite even. Kiyotaka, though, leading the way in net worth at the moment. And it feels like anytime a Sven is being played, he's always going to be in the top of the net worth. It's such a hard hero to contest.
Yeah. He is a level and a half
Oh,
ahead of the
they get
Faceless
Hex, They
Void.
get the finger, and that is the death of the Faceless Void. And his Pine Cone. His
Oh, will
trusty
they get
Pine
it?
Cone
Yeah.
is dead.
Oh.
The death animation is beautiful, and then the sinking in the ground just ruins it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, bodies decay really fast in this world,
Apparently.
actually.
I mean, it is biodegradable.
Well,
it is a Pine
That's
Cone.
fair.
Panto, very
Unlike
little
the
mana
other
to work
heroes
with.
that are made of plastic.
That's well, if there's gummy vitamins in the Undying stomach, there's probably some plastic in there. We have a lot of microplastic in our guts, and I don't know if
Yes.
you're aware of that.
Yeah, that's just
Perfectly
what I
normal.
needed this morning to be reminded of that.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah,
They're
overall,
working on the Echo Saber.
the game state is pretty even, but I think the big difference right here is Sven's lead over Void. I know it's only 700 gold, which might not seem like a lot, but it's also the levels. Like, Ame is 2 full levels up against Nightfall, so expect this to accelerate even further. And the win probability does say the 60-40 for the Dire. Generally tends to love Faceless Void if it isn't losing too hard early, because this hero just is a late-game beast. And for all intents and purposes, I think Aurora are completely fine. Don't get me wrong. This game state is good enough for them. It's just, again, this is the type of game where the writing on the wall is this is going late, right? And we can't ignore the fact that Aurora and us alike feel like Aurora sometimes struggle late. So now you've drafted yourself into a lineup that has to play there and has to get there and overpower a team that, honestly, in my mind, Xtreme is one of the best late-game teams in the world. The problem for them is why they don't get many trophies or top 3 finishes. A lot of their games, they just don't really get there.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they get crushed in the laning stage or their drafts don't really click or whatever. But when things are working and they get late, I really like their chances. So this is another game that is probably getting to that stage, and I think a lot of pressure in this game for me is on Nightfall. Like, you gotta pop off on Void this game. I don't think your team is going to win this late if Faceless Void doesn't hit those big chronos.
Yeah, and he hasn't really pulled off the Nightfall either in this series so far.
True.
This is game 2, and we haven't seen a single maneuver yet.
Yeah, he even had 2 teleports to do it with last game.
Yeah.
Could have picked which one he wanted. He Nightfalled in.
That's true.
Oh,
for
that's
the Faceless
nice.
Void.
That's nice. This new feature with the past 5
Yeah,
minutes
it's-
GPM here,
it's
or
nice.
gold gained. So looks relatively even across the board with how much they gained. But yeah, compare the Sven and the Void, right?
Yeah, almost double.
195 XPM to the 77. He died, so it's not, this is not just raw efficiency. There's obviously the kill coming into play, but if nothing else, this also shows how stifling it is to die as a carry. Like, how much does it cost in the equation when you die while the enemy carry is farming? It's big. Sven is doubling your numbers in the last 5 minutes on experience and gold on average, so you know which way that's going to continue to go.
Does Sven still have that shard that dispels? No.
No,
that's
it's
the war
the
cry.
undispellable war cry.
Okay.
The
I was gonna
dispel
say, it
is-
would have been nice for the
The-
Decrepify.
The dispel is Aghanim Scepter, which...
So they just added it on top.
Yeah,
of
he
everything else.
could technically buy that this game. I don't think he will, though. I think Nullifier is just probably better, right?
Yeah.
More damage.
Yeah.
Some armor also is pretty helpful against Void Spirit, Dawn, and Faceless. There's a lot of physical there. A decent chunk of Faceless, Void Spirit's output is physical damage to an extent. I know all his spells are magical, but he's a universal hero. He hits quite a lot in fights. And so...
How are you feeling about Sister's Shroud? I had to think of the name there for a second. I keep thinking underwear. Sister Shroud, Cinderin, these days. Have you come around at all, or are you still a true hater?
I think... So in the pool of neutral items, it is the one I like the least, and I feel like that is a sentiment that is shared by the pro scene. Now, they did nerf it quite significantly this patch. It is still being picked up a lot. I think it's getting cycled out after TI. I think so. I hope so, too. I'm not personally an enjoyer in this. I think there's a lot of the other neutral items that I really like in concept. This is not my favorite.
Every time I turn on your stream, you have Sister Shroud in your inventory.
And I have Sister Shroud in my inventory, and I'm complaining about it while having it, too.
I'm not enjoying living right now. You're just so used to dying as a support.
That's right.
It's just been conditioned. It's actually kind of sad. You have some PTSD.
It's, without a doubt, it's a very polarizing item because the concept of having guaranteed evasion at minute 5 is, ultimately it's the same for both teams, right? So it's not like it inherently favors a typical...
What was that
type of
neutral
playstyle or
that
whatever.
was good against TA before that they cycled out?
Exactly. That was the other one, right? The Gossamer Cave.
Yeah, Gossamer.
Yeah,
but that was a
this-
cooldown based.
Yeah. So
As Toronto Tokyo going to get surrounded. Flesh Golem activated from XXS.
Oh, that
and the
is-
TP instantly canceled because Jin Q was there with his million disables and a finger to delete Toronto Tokyo.
didn't get it off. His animation was stopped because the Decay took the kill. Jinkyu didn't look too phased by it. Not to be mistaken for faced by it. Of course, face wash, important to him. But now that Finger was unused, which I think is a good thing, you don't have to use Finger for guaranteed kills just to get stacks. I think, personally, that's pretty overrated. I think having the cooldown is much
Aether
better.
Remnant misses again. X-Nova, though, getting blocked by Kiyotaka. The Simile is there, but the Chronosphere is being used to just kill the one, but on top of the Undying now, XXS is going to be fine. Spirit Vessel applied to him. Ame gets the Stormhammer onto 2 heroes. Trying to go for the Rasta, but of course the foul play comes into play. No pun intended. Does kill him off in the end. Toronto Tokyo looks to be next for Ame in the midst of this Wisdom Shrine. It matters not. That's 2 dead. And now the coil snapping. Kiyotaka with another Dissimilate onto low ground with the Astral Step is going to be fine, although XM uses the Illusory Orb, but no more catch to follow up with. Well, several dead for Aurora as Xtreme taking full advantage.
It's actually quite important in this matchup. It didn't happen in that exact scenario, but the curveball facet on Puck against Void Spirit is potentially crucial. Just having that longer chase time on the orb and the better speed, you can, when he jumps away with Aether Remnant, you can easily catch up, or rather with Astral Step. So, yeah, nice angle find there from Ame, and another. This is the second game in a row now. Toronto, Tokyo with these Solar Guardians. I feel like Aurora are not getting enough bang for their buck here with this first pick hero, right? This is the second game in a row they run it.
Yeah.
In game 1, we didn't really have those, all right, Solar Guardian owned here.
Solar Guardian. It's like a New Jersey accent all of a sudden.
Solar Guardian. I
Maybe
talked
a
to
little
Trent
Irish.
a little bit in the green room. It's rubbing off on me.
Yeah, understood.
Guardian.
No, I would agree. It's been a bit underwhelming, but I don't know if it's entirely on him, though.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm saying that considering you're first picking this hero and this is like top meta, they're not completely setting it up for success. And also, to Xtreme's credit, not giving too many good opportunities to find those connections. When you are running a Dawnbreaker with stuns, you want to use that ability offensively. And they tried there onto Undying, didn't really get the kill though in the chrono. Just ran away. Aether Remnant accuracy now down to 15% here. Oh, I'm just pulling that number out.
But the follow-up Hex from Mira. Get the life drain on top of him. X-Nova is going to try to channel. Does get off the Echo Stomp. The Earth Splitter to follow. Is going to hit one. That's going to be the deletion of Panto and another support to follow suit. So in the end, a 1 for 2 in favor of Xtreme again.
You're seeing a pattern with the item build on XXS? Because it's literally the exact same inventory as last game. Down to a T.
Yeah, that's true.
2 Bracer, Wand, Soul Ring, Phase Boots, Pipe, and lest we forget, of course, Phase Boots.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He's not going to go Yules, though, I don't think, this game.
No, probably
Into
not.
AC.
He's going...
AC maybe at some point.
I mean, the Lotus is just great, right? You're gonna... If the enemy is buying a vessel, you might as well dispel it. Get Dispel, offensive Decrepify. You want the armor. Undying has a lot of HP, but bad armor. So EHP-wise, any armor item goes a long way for him. So I think it's a pretty solid choice here. Now, Aurora will finally take down this pesky top tower. Took them a while, but they get there. And the Faceless Void of Nightfall now completing Maelstrom, so more farming speed. But again, this hero needs time.
Not ready to fight yet. We've only seen the 1 chrono so far from Nightfall. As the Maelstrom, as the coil. Will connect onto the 1, but no follow-up it looks like. So with the coil expended, does Xtreme even want to continue here? Looks like they'll just be taking out the creep instead, and the tier 1 that is almost certainly going to be given up from Aurora.
It's good play from both teams there, though. Shaman, first of all, being in position to break that engagement, but also the discipline for Xtreme to not chase through there when you've spent the coil. Just recognizing that this situation is too risky. Gonna get counterplayed with a chrono, with a Dawn ulti. You'll compromise your positioning too much by diving for the Void, so you just call it quits, you take the tower, and you're happy with it.
XM, Aether Remnant going to be avoided thanks to the blink. XXS showing up now. Kiyotaka will just Astral Step to safety. So no fight to come as a haste rune taken by XM.
Might put it to use almost immediately here. They have eyes on Nightfall again. No coil, though,
Yeah,
but
it'll be tough.
Lion, of course, packs quite a bit of disable. No, not gonna reach.
Yeah, just being a bit of a nuisance.
And this time around, Ags first now for Toronto, Tokyo. So no BKB shenanigans. Spotted last game for the Glimpse at large. Not necessary this time, of course. So can go for the standard Ags rush. Very powerful item when you get it this early. I think part of the problem last game when you go BKB first and then Ags, the value of Ags has already gone down significantly by missing that 5, 6, 7, whatever minute window that you farmed it in. This time around, sub 20, just the overall impact of this ability, very, very strong. So look for Aurora to try to make moves. Void Spirit also closing in on his. The double silence against Puck, and the supports of Lion and ET. Amazing item for the game.
Yeah, for sure. Nightfall, in the meantime, working on upgrading his Maelstrom into the Mjolnir.
Yep. And Ame has now pulled ahead by 3K on it.
Yeah. I mean, we were expecting this to a degree, right? I mean, there's no way, even with the helm, no way you can really match up to a Sven in terms of farm efficiency. As we have a smoke from Xtreme.
Ame being ahead by 80 CS, though, is...
Yeah, it's a little extreme. No pun intended.
It's more than you would have liked to see for the side of Aurora, for sure.
Yep, this is a setup for the Tormentor. Maybe looking for a pickoff beforehand, but no. Gonna go straight for Tormy.
I wonder, in a game where Void has quote-unquote free farm, how many CS you can expect at minute 20. Because a hero like Sven, if he has free farm and you stack for him, he can close in on like 250, 300. Void right now has 140 minute 20. Obviously didn't have free farm either, so it's not fair to say, but I think with a Dominator into Maelstrom build, a benchmark for a really good game here is probably being close to 200, to be honest. So if you take that into account, Nightfall is quite a bit behind the mark of a great game. It's still good. Like it's not like his game is bad by any means, but definitely not having a great time. Those 2 deaths to his name slowed him down, but there comes the Mjolnir, and now BKB has to be the choice, and that's instantly queued up. Queued up Lincoln's too, though, so which one will it be? I don't think he's buying both. I would very much favor the BKB. I think it's just too risky.
Yeah, but he's not afraid of a little risk from time to time. You've seen his hairdo, Cinderella.
Yeah.
Dire are
Love to
scanning.
talk about that. For whatever reason, you're obsessed with hairstyles.
Do I talk about hairstyles with anybody else?
No, so you're obsessed with Nightfall.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Nightfall thing. He takes the Wisdom Shrine himself,
Yep.
the level 14, and
Is the 15 talent good on Void? Not particularly. Their time lock damage is okay.
he just wants to get as fast to 25 as
Yeah,
possible.
the 20 talent is sick.
Yeah, that's true.
Really, really good. Both of them are amazing, but obviously you're taking the right one if you're playing carry. I really do hope we get to see this hero in other roles than carry this tournament. There are games where time dilation is just the spell. We've seen it played in mid in the past sometimes, notably mainly by Topson. We've seen offlane Void sometimes. XXS is a player who would pull it out if it makes sense. And even support Void can work in the right circumstance, but yeah. Maybe it's just a pipe dream for me to see this hero in other roles. I love watching Void not carry. I think it's,
That doesn't bode well for Nightfall this game.
in other roles than carry,
I
not
see.
carrying
Yes,
the
of course.
game from position 1.
But you don't like time zone.
No, I genuinely still think you can play it with Chrono in the other roles. You're just not... You need to draft it in such a way that the other heroes are killing in Chrono, not you. But your main skill when you're playing it non-carry is not your ult. Your main skill is time dilation.
Smoke versus smoke. Kiyotaka runs into both XXS and Jin-Q. Gets up to Simulate before the Hex comes through. Getting slowed by the right clicks of XXS. And they're going to get the Waning Rift, though. XM gets the nice silence. They have the coil to follow. Kiyotaka in a lot of trouble. He's going to pop the Resonant Pulse to try to stay alive. Gets the barrier, getting healed now from the sideline. As meanwhile, Ame just deletes Mirror off the face of the map. So 1 death already for Aurora as they try to hightail away. Attempted TP, and it is successful. So only 1 death in the midst of all that.
XM didn't jaunt to the previous orb. I think that was just a misplay. I think he was meant to connect there and then get an additional puck kill, or a Pugna kill, but okay. They get out relatively unscathed there on Aurora. I don't think that was too bad. You lose your Shaman. Obviously you had the Void Spirit jump in first and get caught by a couple of spells, but he did survive. So this isn't the biggest of deals. Also, Sven, of course, committing the ultimate will be a cooldown that you could potentially even play around. You didn't Chrono, so you have Chrono and Dawn ulti. I would really like to see Aurora just go for a smoke immediately, to be honest. Just try to take some initiative here and exploit the cooldowns. See if they do. But again, notice the same pattern as the previous game. XXS is the one breaking the smokes, taking the first point of connection, and it's just unkillable. This time, instead of Mars, it's the Undying, but the logic and the overall like idea of the strategy is the exact same.
Yeah, and even if he dies, like we saw at the beginning of the game, he could potentially just respawn right away anyway.
Yeah, true that.
And that would be probably more effective at any other point of the game than what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So Roche attempt from Aurora. We saw this last game, and Echo Stomp is something you do have to worry about. Connects onto 1 hero, but also delays a bit. XXS getting in the exact same position
God,
we saw
Strength is
from last
ready
game again. Is this a replay from game number 1? No, Roche is a lot lower this time. Tombstone is placed. Nightfall able to snag the Aegis this time, though. So Aurora get away with it.
Yeah, that's good. Again, they needed to take some sort of initiative. I like the smoke angle. This is even better, unless the smoke could have also led to a Roche. So, good heads-up play to take advantage of the cooldown of God Strength. And it did come up as Roche was about to die, and I think Xtreme just did not have time to set up a play for that. So, we'll be conceding the Roshan to Aurora. And as a result, you can just farm up this BKB now on Faceless Void with this Aegis, and then maybe put it to good use.
A very early BKB for XM, by the way.
Interesting.
Not a item you see that often on Puck.
Yeah, it's very good against Void Spirit, right? You know there's the 2 silences, so if you buy Yules, it's not protection. You just come out of the Yules and get silenced again. It allows you to largely ignore Netherward as a factor. Oh. Ame. You don't hit that hard. Well, I guess you thought GQ could
Boom,
connect
boom.
in time. He hits hard enough on that guy.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But Void Spirit does get out. I guess, yeah, Xingqiu was not in range in time. Obviously does not have the dagger online, opting to go Glimmer first. Again, carbon copy of last game. Xingqiu, ranged support, protecting with Glimmer and playing backline. Now he will go dagger now as next choice.
You have 2 cores with dagger.
Yeah,
so.
you don't have to buy Lion. Lion is just the best, right?
Like
because you have instant hex.
I feel like a lot of times we see when teams have these compositions where these heroes could buy Blink, they all buy Blink and it ends up being kind of too much.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Or it could have been distributed a little bit better onto whatever other items.
Yeah, and I think in this game you don't play Puck or Sven without it, right? So if anybody skips it, it's the Lion, which is quite rare. Usually, if Lion is in the game, he will buy the Blink and somebody else, like a core, can scale more or whatever. But the identity of Sven and Puck just rely too heavily on having Blink.
All right, Troll Summoner destroyed. XXS. What a riveting fight that was with the Decay.
He did win.
3 minutes on the Aegis for Nightfall. Has the BKB. Still queuing up the Lincolns, by the way. See if he opts for it in the end.
It protects him against
Stormhammer
Storm,
and then
Lion Hex. But
2 spells from Lion, right?
Yeah, the problem is if Lion is clutch, he will just Mana Drain first, right? So you have to... I think if he is buying it, it's mainly against Ame, because as we talked about after the draft, Sven, one of the few carries that can actually just obliterate Void. And the way you protect yourself from that is, if you have the Lincoln, Sven can't do it alone. So then they have to get a 2-hero play, which a lot of the time in fights, the way they break down, if Lion, let's say Lion is part of the initial round of spells in the fight, Sven can't just jump in and kill Void anymore. Lion's spells have already been expended. Yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. A little bit on the side of, do we have damage concerns again, like we did for Aurora Game 1? Like, does Void Spirit... Dawn this time, obviously, AC immediately after Ags, so definitely gonna hit.
Oh, we got the Hex. Open up with the Shackle to follow. Xingqiu, though, Impale, gonna buy a little bit of time. Toronto Tokyo is the Soul Guardian. But again, Ame coming in from the north, deletes 2 supports, and Nightfall has to chrono and run away. Toronto Tokyo fingered to death. Didn't mean it that way, of course, Cinderin. Aurora, 3 dead. And the Aegis is just gonna expire the old-fashioned way. Just, Ame has seemingly come out of nowhere repeatedly in this game.
He keeps finding the right targets. I think this is just a beautiful showcase of what Sven is really good at, which is isolating and killing weak targets first is generally the go-to. We've talked about the Void counter, but it's infinitely better if you kill the supports and the fight just ends immediately. Like, when he casts his stun, this fight is over. And look at this angle. Beautifully, he TPs in from the top. They also have to be careful. They got caught by the sleep, too.
Yeah.
Like, just beautiful Echo Stomp setup. Very nice there from Xnova.
And Nightfall chronoed, hit Ame twice, and realized, okay, this is not a fight any longer.
No.
I am tickling him.
I think we're going to be seeing quite a bit more Sven this tournament, by the way. I have a feeling that this hero will go up in stocks and is one of the best carries right now for this meta. I don't think teams are able to punish Sven's or prevent him from farming enough of the time. And I think, especially if it's picked later in the draft, like in this game it was the 10th pick, so obviously it's a bit of a trump card, but a lot of the time when this hero gets picked late in the draft, do you have the tools to really solve him? To me, Sven needs... a farmed Sven needs specific counters to not find impact, right? And with the carries being picked late in drafts, Sven is definitely worth
To some degree,
considering.
this is a byproduct of the map being so large, right? It's inherently going to cater to heroes that farm really well.
Yeah.
Which Sven is always going to be one of those with inherent cleave.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that hero damage on Nightfall. That is pitiful.
Yeah,
3.4k.
Waning Rift to start, XM.
Can we get a fantasy point
124
breakdown for Nightfall for this game?
Do you have him on your fantasy team?
No. I heard a player that a lot of people have on their fantasy team, Yatoro, though.
Yes.
Got a rampage in his previous game.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
good for me. Ame
Good for
takes
you.
out Mira. Yeah, I definitely have Yatoro on my team.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the most rampages in TI history. I'm fairly certain, right?
I think that's right.
I just made that up, but I'm pretty sure I'm still right.
I think you're right.
And Tormentor number 2. This time Ame getting the shard.
Oh.
So the Warcry getting just a little bit better for his team. Undispellable.
Passive 6 armor is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
This takes me back to Kataomi playing support Sven for Entity. They had their Sven Pudge strat with Pure, and then Kataomi would play the 4 Sven, rush Shard, and just always Warcry his Pudge, and he would have insane EHP. All right.
Nightfall, Chronosphere. Nova goes out with the...
Oh, the Tombstone save.
Grab allied. Oh, my goodness. As the Nightfall maneuver was successful this time, but it's going to be at the cost of a support as Ame and company just running through Aurora. The grab ally out of nowhere. I don't think he got that from any of the Tormentors, so he purchased that for exactly that purpose.
I think the play call there from Nightfall was, I'm going to ult and use Solar Guardian at the end of it so we can keep chain stun. And then he gets put in the Tombstone and the fight's just over. Just lack of information there going for that play. To be honest, I don't even know if they would have killed him.
I was going to say, how would they kill him anyway?
He has 4,000 HP on the Sven.
Yeah.
I don't... Satanic? I don't know, man. Like...
All right, high ground attempt. Aurora's going to have their full 5 in just a moment.
Yeah, we were talking about late game here. Did we...
There's the God
Strength. Are we even getting there?
Fortification comes out. Creep Wave is going to take all of that damage.
I mean, surely you can't kill him without Chrono, right? So Ame just gets a lane.
Yeah, looks like it.
I don't think Aurora interested in this. Just have to let it go.
And that is going to be a lane of barracks in favor of Xtreme after a not so great Chronosphere in the end. But like you said, I mean, how often do we see a grab ally reveal quite like that?
All right, Sven just cracked level 25 after this camp, I believe. Don't check. What do you think is the highest level hero on the Dire?
18?
It's 19. That was a good guess. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, all 3 cores on the Dire are level 19. And if we do bring up the level chart, well, Sven is slightly ahead of everyone else. He's 5 levels above Puck.
Yep, a little bit.
Ame with a classic, true hard carry performance here. But not in the sense of, okay, I'm farming all game, showing up with 6 items. He has been to every meaningful fight and crushed it.
Indeed.
Just a totally clean game. 450 CS now at 30 minutes. And this bodes well for the 0.95% of the fans that chose Xtreme Gaming to get 4-0. If they could start off with a 2-0 start, that would obviously be good news for them.
And Ame is actually opting to go for Aghanim Scepter, so a lot earlier than, I mean, I guess he does have a ton. Oh, okay,
he swapped away again.
Damn.
I can understand why he was considering it. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. You'd basically be getting it to dispel Decrepify, which, in all honesty, hasn't really been that big of a factor this game in general.
Yeah, it's hard to use Decrepify when you're the one getting jumped by Sven every fight.
That's right.
Just fall flat immediately. Yeah,
It looks like it'll be an MKB instead.
Definitely not been a fun game for the Aurora supports. 1 and 13 combined in KD.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you get 2-shot.
No.
I mean, Rasta, that's the whole purpose, is to not get 1 shot, right?
Yeah,
you
the
stay
reason
alive a little bit longer.
Rasta gets 2-shot because of foul play. Pugner gets 1 shot.
True.
Yeah, tough. You can see now that Aurora are
Oh my goodness.
testing out their BKBs.
Oh my goodness gracious.
They're getting more and more cornered on the map.
He looks so derpy there. Why? All right, so things just getting worse for Aurora. Maybe need to check their hotkeys a bit here. Xtreme, of course, didn't have. I don't think they had vision there, so they don't have the information. But if they take a fight now, then well, they're going to be even more at an advantage. In the next 70 seconds, that is. And there is a smoke from Xtreme. First series of the day, Cinderin. We were expecting this to go 3. Not looking like that's going to be the case, but of course...
You were expecting this to go 3. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said it was going to be 3 games.
Well, you didn't say...
Everybody else said that.
You didn't refute it either, so...
No, that's how you play it safe.
I feel... The best kind of analyst, yeah.
I do not feel strongly about it one way or another.
We talk about the MKB. Instead, it's a Swift Blink for Ame.
with the way this is going, let's just entertain the idea that this continues and Xtreme kind of crushed this game. I would say going into today, I would have not expected the series to be this one-sided for either team. Like,
Yeah,
regardless
I
of
would agree.
score, I did not think the teams were seemingly, so far based on today, this separated in terms of just their prowess that they've shown.
Yep, as Roshan will be attempted from Xtreme, and you can tell by the top of your screen, the smoke comes out from Aurora. It means they want to contest. Rosh is already at half HP, though.
Oh.
XXS in that Flesh Golem form as well, and the Tombstone is placed in the pit. There's the Hex to start things out. XM getting the brunt of the damage onto the Rasta. The coil comes out as well as Ame just cleans up Rosh himself. Oh. 2 shots, Nightfall, goodbye.
Oh,
as
no.
Kiyotaka's BKB finally comes back online. He gets the support for his troubles. As you can see, the Dawnbreaker able to BKB out. And now the pursuit of the supports and Kiyotaka. Stormhammer connects, and that's a Thor that gets ethereal there from a moment there from Panto, but in the end, the Crepify can only do so much. So a 2 for 1, and likely to be a third. So Xtreme get basically everything that they want. They get Rosh all the goodies. They delete the Faceless Void in 2 hits.
Realistically speaking, the only way you win this Rosh fight is by finding the backline. When Aurora go into the pit and they throw an Aether Remnant and the target they connect on is Undying, they can't go on him first.
Yeah.
Even if they somehow kill him, he's immediately back in the fight with everything. And Sven is unaccounted for in the pit. You can't... Not to sound like a broken record, but again, damage issues, right? Can you actually kill the big cores that you have to get through? And if the answer is no, you never go on them first. You have to, this smoke, it has to wrap around fully. It has to find Lion, ET. If you can somehow pick them off first, maybe you can build a fight around that. But again, this just leads to yet another team fight with unexpended ults. We never got a Chrono, we never got a Solar Guardian. They just couldn't find an entry.
And Nightfall ready to go now, potentially.
Alright,
Doesn't use the Chrono. Ame literally just standing still, hitting buildings, will get the second lane. And the Hex from Mira.
Okay.
Kiyotaka on the sidelines as XM coming in with the coil onto 2. Nice heals from Panto. But the Stormhammer coming in. Ame wants to get in deep. He gets the 1 kill. And it back and forth from Nightfall. As you can see, the reset was there, but Ame now with that God Strength available. Earthsplitter does a decent amount, but Nightfall able to time walk most of it away. Toronto Tokyo getting on top of the Sven. Remember, this is still an Aegis Sven who just brushes off the damage with that Satanic. Gets back to full HP, brings him back with the Harpoon, but the Chronosphere is there with the Life Break on top of him. This could be enough to take out life number 1 of Ame. Can you do it again, though, is the question. Ame pops the Warcry. Basically invincible now as a result. Finger of Death deletes Toronto Tokyo, and it looks like Nightfall is next on the list, although Time Walks gets most of his HP back as a result. Kiyotaka, in the midst of all this, doing a decent amount of damage, takes out another support. So Lion dead again. Toronto Tokyo is going to get harpooned back into the arms of Ame. That's a double kill for XXS, though, as Nightfall and Kiyotaka, last remaining members of Aurora, as it looks like this game, too, will likely just come to an end right now.
They just cannot deal with Ame.
GG's come out, so Xtreme 2-0 pretty convincingly.
10,
Really
0,
impressive.
and 10. I'm sure Fear has a little smile on his face. Obviously, a big Sven Enjoy himself, one of his favorite heroes of all time. Of course, second only to Clinks that we have yet to see in 2025. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a Clinks this
Yeah,
tournament.
maybe we will. Let's go to the panel.
Great game from them.
Yeah, I mean, we heard it from Fear leading into this game. Almost any hero could work, especially with Helm of the Dominator and item that everyone is picking up to get through that laning phase. And look, Faceless Void, get a little bit more hope in Aurora after seeing it. You thought, yeah, this is something that could kind of work for them. But it's going to be said, Fear, drafting might be going in favor of Aurora right now, but the execution coming out of Xtreme Gaming is just unmatched. I've never seen such clean fights in what feels like quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an outclass for sure. This it didn't look very close either of these games. I feel like we didn't see what we were expecting to see from Aurora and what they've shown in previous terms. It really just felt like XG just kind of like stomped them in both these games here. Like every team fight, they're always doing the right plays. You see in these team fights, we're just a little bit slow, or we're wasting ultimates on Toronto, Tokyo. I feel like Kiyotaka is almost non-existent in these games. Nightfall's having very uncharacteristic deaths, and both of these games as well on his carry heroes. I feel like no one on Aurora is really like clicking with each other, and the teamwork isn't there. But on XG though, everything looks great. Like the synergy is great. Ame is having like some of the best games he's had in a very long time. I don't think he died at all this entire series. Has putting up really great numbers as well as the whole squad, just on point. Every time you see one person go in, the team is going in with them. All the team fight, all the spells are just like in sync.
Yeah. But for a team that we haven't seen play officials for over a month, Fly, it's incredibly impressive to come in here and beat whatever expectations might have been there.
Yeah, I think Xtreme is showing basically kind of classic Chinese Dota, where it's a lot about team fight execution, using your spells correctly, being in the right place to defend towers, take objectives. And they're playing beautiful Dota. I feel like they're always ready for whatever Aurora was doing. Sven was already in position, just like game one with Ame getting to be in a perfect position every time. It's beautiful to watch. And at the same time, I feel like Aurora is extremely shaky. And just looking at their faces between game one and game two, I feel like they're already mentally lost in the series. They were very down. They didn't look like, they didn't try to pick themselves up, and it shows in the gameplay. Like Dota is a lot about a mental game. It just is. And if you come to TI and you lose, the first game, it's okay. It's a BO3 for a reason. But this is, I feel like they could have put a better fight.
Yeah. You didn't see that energy of a best of three from them.
Did not.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to make a note of like game one between Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, and Panto. They had 0 kills on those three. Going into game two, they had 1 kill between 3 players on 2 games. So like those 3 players are having a hard time finding a way into the game.
Yeah.
And that's at least very easy to kind of like look at going forward. It's like we've got 3 supports in every game. We need to like figure out how to make this work.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a criticism on Pugna or a compliment on Ame, probably both. But it felt like he found him every single fight. Like this Pugna was never able to save anyone or do anything. Ame was always killing him, busting him super fast. There was one team fight in the bottom river, I believe, like on the bottom edge of the map, where Ame hit an angle where he basically killed both supports instantly. And this just should not be happening at the start of your fight. Like Xtreme were playing really well around their wards. They're playing really well with their positioning, and they were just super lacking on Aurora in comparison.
That's something that we pointed out in game one. We saw the Mars arena capture both the supports, able to take them out of the fight, the way that they could move. You explained it to take over the map. But yeah, and then in this game, it's the same thing. These supports just consistently being taken out. Fights just never really amounting to much for Aurora.
Yeah, I think Aurora, they did try to make some moves, but we're going to see here, there's going to be a team fight in this bottom area where you can see how shaky they are when the Faceless Void jumps in, doesn't use BKB, doesn't use Chrono's 3 heroes, and then they end up getting caught because the Sven TPs in, finds the supports immediately, then the Chrono gets used, but it's too late to do nothing. And at this point, Aurora was still in a pretty good position. They had the Aegis, they had items, and they just didn't get to use anything. And after that, the game just slowly slips away. So you can see this is what I mean by being shaky and just kind of not being on the same page at all.
I want to ask a little bit more about this Dawn, right? Because it was something that Aurora had first pick in both game 1 and 2. They were very confident in it. They went back for it. They opened it with both times. We can see that Xtreme Gaming had their answers in the draft, but a part of me is wondering, is Aurora really drafting to the full potential of Dawn? Because everyone sees Dawn as like, oh, she's the offlaner, she can go in, but she kind of follows someone else in. Is that something else that's lacking in their draft here that doesn't make that Dawn as impactful as it has been in the past?
I mean, I definitely saw the confidence in the draft in picking the hero,
yeah,
but I didn't see the confidence in using the hero in the game.
Okay.
Like, the ultimates were they left a lot to be desired, because I think when they initiated, he didn't use it right away to go, or he used it too late. I think if you are going to pick this hero, and there's like a reason why he ended up with 0 kills amongst 2 games, they weren't aggressive enough for this hero. And they didn't really pick heroes such as like sit on the front line, and you can use a defensive like Donald to like save a core, like these tanky heroes. So I just think they picked the hero in a fine manner, but it really just comes down to execution. Like, they didn't play aggressive enough to make this hero work.
They also, when they were aggressive, there was like problems with it. I'd say the early game was actually pretty good. We saw a clip of them like killing Undying twice in the top lane and doing this nice like chase and push down. But then there was a moment in the mid lane, I think just beneath the tier 1 tower, where both supports are there, like using Rasta ult and stuff, trying to kill someone, and it just goes completely like horribly. They feed both supports. Their there's no Dawnbreaker involved in that like maneuver either. And then they feed the wards afterwards, and it's like you look at the net worth at that point, and all 3 cores on Xtreme side are just higher than Aurora's, because they're just all farming better. And like, you know, Undying has so much uptime with the fact that he doesn't die every like few minutes, and yeah, it's just it was messy.
Yeah, a little bit messy. Or you know, look, it is Swiss stage. Every game does matter. Every series it matters for them. But unfortunately, they're going to be one of the teams with an 0-1 record. I'm going to give a little bit of spoiler of what has been happening on the other streams. I do know the Spirit and Wildcard series has concluded. Spirit ended up taking that one 2-0. However, the series on stream C and D are still going. They're one apiece. That's Falcons up against Nemesis and Yakutou Brothers up against Tundra. So those ones are going to game number 3. Here, though, we're at 2-0. It is a rolling schedule, so I promise it's not going to be too much longer before we get into our next series. But we've got to get ready for it, you know? PVISION up against Heroic. I do know Nomad had the time to sit down and check in with 9 Class leading up to the road to the international playoffs.
I'm here with 9 Class from PVISION. 9 Class, welcome to the International. How does it feel to be here at last?
Yo, hello everyone. I feel like excited to be here, and no, it's very fun to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, does it feel better being here this time when you kind of missed out pretty narrowly last year?
This time I think it's much better because I have like best team probably now in this season. So yeah, this time much better.
But what's the year's been like? You know, how's this year with PVISION been for you?
This year was absolutely cinema. It's much better. We won a lot of tournaments. We top 1 team by EPT points.
Yeah, you seem to really like playing in those big arena events like in Raleigh and Bangkok as well. Do you like playing in front of the crowd? Does that give you energy?
Yeah, it's crowd just gives you like additional energy. It's helping a lot when you have like your fans and you see them. So yeah, it's also fun when you can see a real person who cheers for you and you're trying more.
Excellent stuff. So what improvements do you think you've made throughout the year in your own game to get to the level where you guys are at?
I think last year I feel myself not hurt, because like I was calling my heroes like Slark, Tibi, and it got anti-called. But in these teams, people actually trust me and picking my heroes.
And does the team encourage you to you know, push your own ideas and be more creative?
In this team, they just trust me, and I'm coming with my ideas, and we're just saying, let's try, it can work, and we're trying it.
I've heard rumors around that Pudge is being played a little bit more. Do we get to see any 9 Class Pudge this TI?
Probably. I have also better heroes. I found them, like not the casual heroes. That's my type of hero, so
okay.
You'll see.
New stuff coming up from you. Excellent. That is exactly what I want to hear. Do you feel like people watch you a lot, and how do you feel when people are watching you and copying your games?
I'm just trying to sit in lobby 5 hours and trying to find a new hero which can work, and people just steal. So I'm just trying now to hide as much as I can. Play invisible or don't spam much with hero, something like that.
I see. So the changes to pub match visibility, you feel like kind of benefited you a bit?
Yeah, it's for sure help.
So in a world where if you were able to win the International this year, would you rather just destroy everybody, 2-0s across the board, or would you do you want to fight to get there? You know, do you want to have some challenges along the way?
I want to just destroy everyone. It's much easier, much less stress.
Excellent stuff. What's the mood like in PVISION at the moment as well? Are you really confident coming into this one?
Yeah, right now we had some team talks and we are now super confident. We did a bit changes in team. We talked a lot about Dota, so now I feel we're super confident and we can actually win TI.
Excellent stuff. I love to hear that, 9 Class. Thank you so much for coming to talk to me, and good luck and have fun at this International.
Thank you.
a hefty amount of insight that 9 Class gave us there. Thanks Nomad as well, sitting down and catching up with him. But we're talking about 9 Class. We're talking about his team PVISION because they are going to be one of the teams that we're seeing come up next. It's going to be them up against Heroic. So I guess we should start with PVISION, right? Because 9 Class, to a lot of people's shock, maybe, it's his first TI, right? He was on Tundra, invited last year, unfortunately, visa issues. So this is his first time on this international stage that he's able to really show himself. And we've given him praise over the years of seeing him across multiple teams of how innovative he is, what he's willing to play and bring to competitive games as a position 4.
Yeah, I think it's pretty rare to have a player like him. Because a lot of people in Dota, they would just stick to whatever everybody else is doing. So they would just follow the meta and be like, okay, everybody's playing Pugna. I guess I'm playing Pugna. But this is a kind of guy who is willing to step out of that box. And I think this is what a lot of people love about Dota as a game, is that you can do so many different things with so many different heroes. So he is a very unique player, and he brought a lot of new things that were really exciting to see. Slark, his Batrider before, he randomly plays like some Zeus. So I'm really excited to see what he's up to this TI. Who knows with this guy?
Yeah, he was saying that he was trying to keep it a little bit casual in pubs, not spam anything, not give too much away. I'm sure it's also very easy to be able to draft for that, to have a player that's just so open and so flexible, can do so much for your roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird because like last time they were picking Zeus but only on pos 4 and 5. Right? That's just like strange. You don't really expect it. It's also kind of interesting given the trends in the past we've seen with like, Zeus as a support or Slark as a support, being able to control vision and play Dota that way. I think it's cool. I think it's something different is what I find fun to watch. So
for how prominent this team has been throughout the year across a lot of different tournaments. There were 3 TI rookies across them: Dekalis, 9 Class, Satanic. Outside of Heroic, some very familiar faces, SA Dota representatives as well. And one face in particular that's super familiar for you, Fly, is Yuma. You guys used to be teammates.
That's true, Yuma.
Yeah, you got to give me some insight to what we can expect, how he is as a player, especially around such a big event like the Road to the International Playoffs.
I mean, I saw him the other day. He said, please be nice to me on a panel.
Oh, really?
Of course, I'm not going to flame him and be like, please don't bring out Meepo right now. It's not a good hero.
Meepo. Is that what he said to you?
No, he did say be nice to me.
Okay, but not the Meepo.
Yeah, not the Meepo part. But that is his specialty, actually, his Meepo. He always wants to play Meepo. No, I think Heroic as a team, it's a very interesting team because I think sometimes they put on amazing performances, like tier 1 performances, like these guys can win tournaments, and other times not so much. So it depends what kind of Heroic we're going to see today, but I think they do bring like a mix of that SA style where they can be like super aggressive, with Whisper being on the team with Schofield. I think they can do some amazing stuff in the offlane. And yeah, Yuma has some niche heroes up his sleeve that I would love to see. Yeah. It will be hilarious to see a Meepo, so that's what I hope for.
Yeah, I mean, Ray is also hoping for that as well.
That's true.
Awful.
Okay, all right.
Pretty bad right now.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. It's not maybe, potentially actually going to be picked as much as we would love to see it. But for you, what is a recipe that really works? What do you think is the core for those times that we see Heroic look like a tier 1 team, a team that could take it all?
Haven't seen it in a while, but unfortunately, I think this team, when they do look good, Whisper has to play really well. But that hasn't even been enough lately. Like last time they played with EWC, Whisper did play really well. He was popping off, but then Analog wasn't really popping off, or Yuma wasn't, or maybe Schofield slacking. Like something has to like click with all their players, because we're playing at the Road to International here. Like if you want to have good performances against these top teams, everybody has to be playing at the top level. And I feel like this team has kind of been lacking that synergy for the longest time now, and it hasn't been the best year for them. We've seen moments of brilliance from this team where they go pretty far in tournaments, but this year, not so much, right? So I think there's just been some individual changes within the roster that haven't been clicking. They're all really good players, but I think they all need to click at the same time for them to get wins.
And then with that flip side as well, PVISION, they've had that successful year, whether you want to go back calendar year or the year between TI 13 and now TI 14. It has been very successful for them, making it to a lot of events, making it into that top 3, and of course winning a number of them as well. So for you, Rhea, what do you think is the standout? What is that backbone for them?
Well, I think we should just ignore all the players because they're like totally whatever.
Okay.
Astini, goated coach, all right? Why are you laughing?
Because
Why are you
I was
laughing?
not expecting it. That actually took me so off guard.
Oh man, no, I think they have insanely good players. Like, I think no one is like best mid in the world or one of the best mids in the world. I love watching him play. I love that they brought in Satanic. I think this team is awesome, but I do think Astini's interesting. I think both coaches in this series are interesting because like whenever I've had the chance to talk to Caps, I think his view on like drafting and heroes and how the game should be played is very unique and different to a lot of other things I've heard. Similarly, like Astini, I know he's talked about how, I'm a lower MMR coach, and like some players in the past, haven't vibed with that, but a lot have and supported him. And the way that he approaches the game is a lot more macro focused of like, I used to sit and just watch like 100 matches in a row on like fast speed and just only look at the mini map, and then he'd pick up like trends and things like that. Like, if players are in this position, if they take the Tormentor at 20 minutes, they're in a really good position for the Roshan, right? Stuff like that. I do think it's very interesting. I've never played with him. I wonder if there's someone on this panel that has, that could talk more about what it's like to be with him. Leans forward. Huh?
I wonder who.
Fear?
No, I
50-50 chance got it wrong.
Good try.
way retired by the time he came into the scene.
Yeah.
Way retired. Better just mildly retired.
Like
way
double
retired.
like, whew.
He had already retired 3 times at that point.
Pretty much, yeah, actually. That sounds about accurate.
Well, then I guess we have to turn Fly.
Yeah, so I did get a chance to get coached by Astini for a little bit, and he's definitely an interesting guy. I think he has unique views about the game. In terms of drafting, he's definitely the kind of guy to try and break the meta often, as opposed to just doing what everybody else is doing, which is what makes it so fun to watch PVISION as a team. When they draft, there's always something unique coming out, not just because of 9 class, but also because of how Astini views the game and what he does for them. And at the same time, we mentioned, he's talking about Tormentors, looking at minimaps. He's definitely somebody who wants to have a bit of a structure in terms of how they're going to play. And it was very evident throughout the year. They had a system, right? They would do certain things at certain times and how they would play around the map. I also happened to study that team a lot when they were winning, because I was trying to emulate a little bit what they're doing. But the way they had a map formation, they kind of stuck to it, where I hope we're going to see it today, but for example, Ducalis had to bodyguard Satanic throughout the mid game. At the same time, 9 class and no one were making plays around the map, and DM was sort of like doing his own thing on his strange heroes, like zoo heroes. So they had a system. I'm curious what system Astini's helped them build for this, and I think that's what made them one of the strongest teams, is because they had an idea of what they're doing at any given time. And I think that's what Dota is at this point. Besides getting unique and good drafts, you need to have a good system, and you need to always have a plan of what you're doing at any given moment.
When does a plan like that become too predictable that it's a hindrance? Or do you think it never really does? It's more on the players deviating from that we might see them falter in a game or a series?
I think the game is just so dynamic right now that it sort of changes at pretty much any moment. So you could be like, okay, we're going to play for Tormentor, but because of this happening on the map at this moment, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something else. And that's just the state that Dota is at. But having a plan sort of helps you break out of it as well, if that makes sense. Yeah. Just because you start somewhere, it doesn't mean you're going to end up doing it, but you're going to put yourself in a better position.
I will say there was a game I watched a very long, like months and months and months ago at this point. But I think there was a team who very rigidly always went for the Tormentor as soon as it was available. And I was gonna say, I think it was Tundra. I don't remember who they were playing against, but they were so predictable that the entirety of the enemy team stood at Tormentor and just waited. And then Tundra showed up and just died instantly.
Yeah. I remember the exact game you're talking about. It was in Blast Slam 2.
Oh,
I remember the event, and it was Tundra. I don't remember the opponent, but I remember that too.
Spirit, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, they were so rigid. So I guess that's an example of when maybe it's a little bit too much. So yeah, it takes into what you're both saying there, that it's sometimes you got to look at the game state, look at the minimap, realize, hey, maybe let's not be so hungry for that Tormentor every single time. But Fear, I haven't heard too much about you.
We should just keep talking over him. I actually have another topic.
Really
okay.
You want to just ignore him?
No, I can't ignore Dad like that.
Oh, okay.
Give me some, not so much predictions, but how you expect these two teams to have their mindset going into a series against each other. For PVISION, is it very focused inwards, keep it to ourselves, or do you think that they have to factor in these unique heroes from Yuma? The fact that Whisper could pop off, and that's going to be the biggest door that opens for Heroic to win a game and win the series.
Back to you, Rhea.
All right, so here's something that's really interesting. Do you actually want to answer the question?
Back to you, Rayo.
I got her good with that one. Anyway, I think when you look at these teams in particular, and what Tall was saying about systems is pretty interesting because it has to be very well thought out one. It can't just be very narrow, like you just get Tormentor every game and win the game, right? You have to have lots of small pieces that can change, and you're just playing a general sense of Dota. And oftentimes when you do have these systems involved and you're ahead of everyone else, it's really hard to decode it and more importantly copy it because they have been practicing it for so long that they're so far ahead of you, and you might be able to break a part of that system, but good teams that do have these good systems, they can recover from that very easily. And I think that's something that Heroic hasn't had for a very long time. It's been very chaotic in their gameplay. When they win, it's because of some late game clutch or something that is not easily repeatable, and that's where it's going to be very hard to play against a team like PVISION.
Well, look, we got our draft here. It still is in the early phase of bans there. But yeah, a second series out of 4 today. Heroic up against PVISION. And so we always look at, okay, is there something different for these first bans that is a team specific in terms of, are we okay to let something through because we know that they don't play it? Or is there something that they have really been able to abuse in the past and have great showings on? The one for me is this gyrocopter coming in, right? Didn't see it. Why do you love it?
I have no idea what this gyro is about.
Yeah, I was
really
like, we didn't see it in the other series. Didn't see it across the other series on the other 3 streams that are going on.
Yeah, this one is an unknown to me. Maybe it's something specific from scrims. It's not something that's particularly popular in pubs at all. Maybe there's like some tech that we don't know about, and you know they get the privilege to scrim each other, so they know something we don't. Everything else looks somewhat normal, I would say.
Pick Enigma, maybe, no, or Beast. Okay.
Okay, well now it makes sense.
Now it makes sense.
So this was their plan all along. They got the gyro ban out, which is one of the best matchups against Beast from a safe lane, and then that led them to also have this Kunkka ban in the end to set up the Beastmaster. And I think Beastmaster is a really strong hero right now. I think you can still play it mid, which some people forgot. But PVISION actually was a team that played it in all 3 roles. They played it carry, they played it mid, and they played it off lane. So this hero makes a lot of sense for them. So I like it. I like the start, and we get 1 response already with the Bristol back.
What
my
about him?
question
Is that no? Yeah.
No, I just have a question
Yeah,
about
great.
this hero.
I'd love
Is
to.
this a Yuma hero?
Bristleback, you mean?
Yeah.
I think this is more of a Whisper analog hero, because I think they're going to flex it and see what happens. Yuma, he can play Bristol, but I'm not going to say that it is his biggest strength as a player.
Not Yuma
It's not
Prime.
Yuma Prime.
It is not Yuma Prime. I think we're just going to use that.
I think there's a chance they would. Do they want it for the lane matchup?
I mean, it's good in game versus Beast
Yeah.
as a whole, right? But oftentimes when I look at Heroic, that's why I asked the question is, I mean, Whisper can play it, but I really like to see Whisper on playmakers, not really like this 33 style farming type of hero. And, you know, Bristleback is just that. He's a very farm heavy type of offlaner. You can take the game over with it, so I'm not sad if Whisper does play it, but oftentimes I'm just very curious to see on how a team will incorporate this hero, if it's just like an offlane every game, or if they can flex it a bit more.
Well, something that Yuma does play, hasn't been banned yet, is
Meepo?
Baden. Yeah, that too. They should just pick
It's actually a pretty long list.
I'll do it right
Let's
now.
drop the Meepo right now.
Well,
It's fine.
obviously, I worry like if you had an Abaddon Bristle duo core, it's like 2 slow, immobile cores with no stun. But it would be nice as a core, like to know that you can never be rolled by Beastmaster, to know that you can save others from the roar. Playing against summons, right? If you want to go with Radiance, it's not bad. Or maybe they could even just put it on support.
I think Abaddon would be great. I think they need a support that sort of deals with the boar. So let's just say a Chen, Enchantress, even some Maiden, for example, something simple like that. And then you can pick Abaddon at 16, 17, if it makes sense. I think Abaddon is a ridiculous hero right now.
Yeah.
At least in pubs, it's a complete menace.
In all positions? Or?
Carry, specifically. Because he gets the Radiance pretty early, he's strong in lane, he scales well, he does building damage, he does Roche. It's hard to kick him out of lane because he sits there with his ultimate.
So it's a shorter list to say what he doesn't do.
Yeah, it doesn't stun until
Okay,
he gets
there we go. That's it.
Dasher,
That's all he doesn't
which
do.
he also buys. But, you know, I do think a 16-17 Abaddon, if the 2 supports that come out now from PVISION are not good against him, I could definitely see that. And then they could flex the Bristol to mid and offlane, which they have played before. We see Undying, which this hero can work against Beastmaster. Sometimes the summons can be overwhelming, but if you get a good carry with the Undying, you can also pressure the Beast. So we'll see what they do. They have a lot of options. Okay, this is something unique already. This could be a 9-class hero with the Alchemist.
It probably is, right?
It probably is.
Yeah.
What's the, I guess, the idea behind a position for Alk that makes you, somewhat not repulsed by the idea of it, and also the item progression for it to have impact.
Repulsed by.
I'm just saying that's normally Fear's reaction where he goes, Alk +4, or let's say Skywrath +4. Ugh, I hate that hero right now.
It can stack. A very good stacker for the Beast if any position it plays him. And 9-class, he has a very special play style that allows him to play these type of heroes. So like, I think Schofield was the original 9-class, where meaning he's always in positions that even if you kill him, you don't really care too much. He's just given vision, space at all times. And eventually, if he does get to his items, he's like going to have some ability to do whatever he wants to do in this game. I don't know what item he's going to go for. That's kind of hard to predict. Alchemist can buy any item in the game if he truly wanted to. But I think the idea is just going to like get whoever's laning out of the laning stage and ideally have stacks available and ready. That's kind of like his impact on these melee heroes. He drags a wave, he goes and stacks, and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, maybe it's also nice as well. The shard on Alk lets you have the dispel against Bristle. You're covering the Tombstone with your Snapfire pick. Monkey King's probably going to go to Yuma, right? I think that's one of his most played.
And they will flex it, I think. They'll keep these 2 cores open and pick another support. So the Alk is a bit of an unknown to me. It's not something you see, like we talked about. I think he already has a good Ags hero if he wants to give Beast Ags at some point. Could also just be a Blink Solar Crest. If it is even 9-class, maybe it's not. Who knows, right? They have a lot of things open to them. I think Snapfire is a great hero right now in the meta.
Yeah.
She was a little bit forgotten. She got a small buff with her ultimate, the Spitfire blobs. They deal more damage. I forgot the name. So I think it's a good choice right now. It is good against Tombstone. It's follow-up damage to Roar and the Alk stun. So I like what PVISION is doing. And in response, I'm not really sure about this Monkey King. It is one of Yuma's best heroes, also analog, so they like to have their options open with all the roles right now. There could even be a Whisper Batrider, by the way, just as an example. There's a lot of flex going on between these 2 teams. I feel like it's two coaches kind of trying to outplay each other.
They're playing like mental chess over here.
And they're also friends, so it's probably even more fun.
With each other.
Yeah. I can definitely see that. I don't like the Monkey that much because I think Beastmaster is one of the best melee heroes against Monkey, just because you have summons.
Okay.
But yeah, I can definitely see this mental battle going on, which is kind of fun to watch.
Yeah. The puck is so annoying. I think Heroic without options, right? Like Monkey stun into a lasso can definitely happen in this game, but otherwise, I mean, it's hard. It's rough. They have very little lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, I think his choice there was he wanted to pick something that can lane versus both Bat and Monkey King.
Yeah.
Quap would probably have been better, but that's banned, right? So next best choice here. And it works out. It's a good puck game. No one puck is incredibly good. I think now you're just kind of deciding where the rest of your pieces want to go. Like, where are we putting Beast? Where are we putting Alchemist? Those are the ones that they could still flex if they really wanted to. But I think more than likely it probably is just a Satanic hero last. I don't know if you want to play Alchemist in the safe lane versus the Bristleback potential, or even the Batrider off lane could be scary too.
Yeah. There's so much damage. Oh, sorry, were you gonna say?
I think it is very PVISION kind of favorite right now. I think this puck was a really good closing pick because on first pick, the 18 pick where the puck was just picked is usually your strongest one. And it does look like a free puck game. I think Monkey can lane pretty well against puck, but it is a bit skill based. Like the Monkey has to really play the lane well. And if he doesn't and it's somewhat even, then puck can just take over this game completely. So I'm favoring PVISION a lot right now.
What makes the lane hard for Monkey versus Puck? Like, I'm not a mid player, but I know Puck has low armor, right? So shouldn't it be nice for Monkey if he can just play up in his face?
I think when they added curveball, this matchup got way better for the Puck. Because like you can use your orb to not only farm, but get out too. Whereas before, if you used it once, you're just kind of committed and Monkey can chase you down.
Right.
So this matchup, it's like, you know, as Tall said, I think it's skill based at this point, where it used to be very heavily Monkey King favored.
Yeah.
I'm curious what Satanic is looking at, if it is even his hero, right? Like, we don't know for sure. I'm kind of assuming it is. So his information is that he's probably thinking it's Bristol back off lane, but there are a lot of conditions he has to fulfill.
He has to be careful for the bat too.
That's true. I was thinking about Weaver, that kind of covers everything. And Faceless Void is very hard to play into Beastmaster. So maybe that's something he would look into. I know he's played it in the past.
Guess what hero Satanic also plays, guys?
Oh, that's also true. He could.
Satanic also plays Meepo.
That's true. It is the battle of the Meepo players that none of them are going to pick, but
this is an ego series. One of them should pick it.
It would be a big flex, though.
There's 2 Meepo players, so there's a 100% chance we're going to see Meepo.
Exactly, 1 million.
I'm not sure that's how maths works.
I mean, it's
50 plus 50.
It's huge.
I like the Weaver Faceless Void route, something that can lane against Bristol and Bat, and kind of works well with all their heroes. Chrono's great with Snapfire, with Puck, Weaver, the minus armor with Alchemist, and Little Shredder even. They both make a lot of sense. Never mind, what do we know?
Joke's on you, brother.
Yeah,
Tinker.
I know nothing. There's a Tinker.
Tinker's disgusting. I had such an uptick of this hero like everywhere recently, and them going this build where you get the refresher and then you just burst someone like so fast with your combo, like laser dig on E-Blade, refresher, do it again. It's just so obnoxious.
I would love to see a support last pick here, like a Clock or something like that, and just put Bat off lane, Monkey carry. Bristle mid versus Puck. That's actually a good matchup. But we'll go for Slaughter. This is a Whisper classic as well.
Okay.
I'm curious, is this really an Alchemist carry?
It is a Satanic Tinker.
Okay, I was gonna say there's no way they're playing Alchemist this early, because like it's bad versus Monkey. In my opinion, it's bad versus Bristleback. It's bad versus Bat, and also that Slaughter makes it even worse too. So Satanic is gonna play carry Tinker instead. I think they went all in on countering this Alchemist, and sure, maybe you got the gotcha Tinker pick there, but yet again, it's Alstini cooking here. Did he overcook on this one?
No, think about it. When no one on Puck gets like Ags Parasma and he's doing magic res on reduction on everyone heroic with his coil, and then Tinker just comes in with his lasers and bleh, it's gonna be so much damage. It's gonna be crazy. Think about it. It's unbeatable.
I'm trying to think about it.
She's thinking about it.
The way you described it, it sounds unbeatable.
It's crazy. There's no counter.
Okay, well then, I feel like you're gonna answer your own question though, Fia. Do you think Astini's overcooked? If you were just to look at these 2 drafts on paper.
Yeah, I think I have to think he overcooked a little bit here, because I don't know what the carry Tinker is supposed to provide. Sure, maybe the Tinker doesn't even do anything in this game and he gets carried or something. You have the boars that you can TP on, you can play very quickly, but I think at some point in this game, I'm not sure what the carry Tinker is supposed to scale. Like,
Heroic can't catch him and Puck. Think about that.
Fia loves to say Tinker might have won the game, but did he win the game?
I think kind of similar in a way where the first 4 heroes can probably just win this game alone.
Okay.
I honestly think the draft is way better for PVISION's side. Doesn't matter if there's a Tinker or not. He could have picked a lot of different heroes.
Okay.
It is a good Tinker game the way he scales into this game, because Ags is amazing against their 3 cores. But I think it doesn't even matter. I would choose PVISION anyways. Just seeing the first 4 heroes against what they had, I would choose PVISION.
Okay. It's the best Tinker pick of all time, so...
All right, well...
They just don't see the vision. I don't know.
It feels like, though, that they might not see the Tinker vision, but they definitely see the vision of PVISION, what they're going for here as we head into our game number 1 and check in with our casters, Syndred and Sunsfan.
Thank you very much, Nat. That's right. We do have PVISION versus Heroic This is going to be a good one again, Cinder, and we said that last time and we jinxed it. It was a 2-0 complete stomp in Xtreme favor.
You need to stop saying we when it's you. You saying things. I was there.
You're associated
and I heard you
with
saying,
me.
I heard you saying things, and I was maybe partially in agreement with some of them. But welcome to the International 2025, where hero roles are just a number, because now we're playing Tinker 1. I don't think I've ever cast this in however many years I've been alive now. Let's not keep track of that anymore.
It's too many.
Crazy. We were looking at the draft and you were like, how do people play Alk these days? Is it carry? Is it something else? And I was like, I don't know. I think maybe it could be support for 9 class. It could be carry for Satanic. It didn't look like that great of a carry Alk game as the draft developed. And yeah, they do put it 4. But to pick Tinker last there, they, like the panel talked about, you had the What Would You Oyster. You could have picked anything almost. And
they're flexing.
This was not, yeah,
they're
maybe.
flexing. I mean, this has been, in some ways, the team of the year, I feel like. They have had some really good results. And they're coming in with a bang. If you can win a game with position 1 Tinker, now, the panel kind of talked about it, how much impact is the Tinker going to have in the grand scheme of things. We'll have to find out as we're in-game in pause now for PVISION versus Heroic. And you're right. Just the heroes alone, I mean, PVISION in general, one of the more exciting teams to cast, specifically because of 9 class, in my opinion. We can talk about Noan and his rise to... I don't know what you would even call that. He was
former glory?
Yeah, okay, sure. His former glory, finally achieving that from his VP days.
Yeah.
But 9 class, man, this guy is so fun to watch. He talks a lot of smack, Cinderin. He's a little piece of garbage. And he's playing the Alchemist 4. Gotta love it.
Yeah, so I think part of the reason that I definitely agree with the sentiment that this is the team of the year is that not only have they had some good results, but it's also they had the biggest rise, right? Because a lot of the other teams that they're competing for titles or top 3 placements with have been there for a while. So these are like, in the grand scheme, these are one of the newer top dogs.
Yeah.
And they did it their own way, right? Which is they have their crazy position 4 picks on 9 class, and as you pointed out more or less eloquently, they do play the heel in tournaments, it feels like, right? Like some of their players, they're not afraid to talk smack. They're not afraid to, you know, give it some edge, which some fans love, some people don't. But it's, if nothing else, it gets eyes on you, right? Like this is a pretty polarizing team.
Exactly.
But that's entertaining, right? It's the same that, you know, you see in a lot of other sports or whatnot.
9 class, onto KJ. That is going to be first blood and Satanic on the carry. Tinker claims it for himself.
Yeah, he's carrying. Wonder if the Tinker's going to do anything, set the panel. We'll give him first blood.
Yep. Very nice. Yeah, back to 9 class.
Yep.
The most entertaining player, I think.
I think a lot of people would agree with you, specifically because he not only plays his own heroes. We've seen him play like support Terrorblade when nobody else was really running it. We've seen Slark 4, which he really brought into a top-tier ban at that tournament, or those 2 tournaments rather that he played it. He's played Techies. Now he's playing 4 Alk. But it's not only his picks, it's also that he plays it his own way. Like it feels he's very much a feels player. It doesn't seem textbook the way he moves around the map, the way he does things. He's just innovative in his approach to the game, and it also makes for some funny. As much as we talked about that last game with like Kiyotaka on the position 2, we're giving 9 class a lot of praise. He also has games where you're like, what is 9 class doing, right? Which is it's fun. It's very different, and see if you can pull it off here. This is not a characteristic Alk 4 lane, by the way. If you're playing Alk 4, I guess Beastmaster could be quite good with the boars with the acid spray, but a lot of the time Alk 4 is playing with either something like Darkseer or maybe a ranged offlaner. But in this meta and patch, not really something we see too much aside from the DS.
We've seen different types of Alk supports as well over the years. I feel like at some point they usually do start going at least for 1 or maybe 2 Aghanim Scepters down the road. Typically it won't be like the Slack style where you just brown boots or anything like that. It'd be like a Solar Crest, you know, something to ramp up a bit. And then into an eventual Are you expecting that, or are you just expecting him to be played more or less like a normal hero?
It's a really good Solar game, right?
Yep.
It just is. You're against Monkey, Slardar, and Bristle. I think Solar is exceptionally good. I think Solar or Ags is probably...
I mean, if you pull an Ags really early to Beastmaster, for example, that is pretty disgusting.
What if you pull it to Tinker, and he also buys his own Ags, so you're giving Tinker 4,200 gold, and then he just pops off?
Incredible.
It wasn't even a joke. I actually think it might be really strong. I think it's part of the strategy here, to be honest, is that's on the cards here. You're getting Tinker to this critical mass point so much earlier. And Tinker is the type of hero that can single-handedly carry fights. So you give him that 4,200 gold to get there, say 5 or 6, 7 minutes earlier. Well, it adds up.
Yeah. Well, we've talked a hell of a lot about PVISION as Heroic, though. You can see the tombstone
nice
placed by
dive.
KJ. Ducalis instantly destroys it, but it'll be the cost of his life. Yuma taking care of that. They have a lot of minus armor on this squad. They have the Bristle and the Slardar with the physical damage in addition from the Monkey King. How do you like their lineup this game?
I just wanted to say as well, it's interesting to see Yuma in the off lane and Whisper in the safe lane, right? To do that swap around to get better matchups. I think in a vacuum, this Radiant lineup, there's a lot of synergies. You know, Corrosive Haze with Monkey and Bristle, massive physical output lineup as we already covered with the Solar. It makes a lot of sense. Your lane supports and Undying and Batrider are some of the best in the patch, so I think their lineup's pretty strong. The main issue I have going down the stretch is team fight and the way you orchestrate like your hero positionings. I think their lineup is very reliant on snowballing the game. If this goes late, I have PVISION all day because I think Tinker is not solved in this game, and I think you also have ultimately you're going to have puck problems too, right? What is your catch? Slardar stun? Maybe lasso, but you can itemize your way out of that as puck in particular. It's not going to be an easy task for Heroic, but it all comes from a good laning stage that you need to build from.
And KJ gonna help Analog snag another water rune as Yuma left alone almost pays the price. Just barely survives here. Did have 14 wand charges anyway, so would have survived regardless. As 9 class makes his way over to the top lane.
Yeah, he's chilling. Waiting around, that's one of the strengths of Beastmaster. It's a hero that sometimes can be left alone in matchups, so you can free up your position 4 to be on the move. Beastmaster also enjoys the solo experience. This hero really starts accelerating at level 6 with Helm of the Dominator. Just we've already seen in multiple other series today, might just become the item of the tournament. People are already worried that Tundra might just do it again, but this time with Helm of the Dominator instead of Wraith Pact.
Yeah.
We had a game with them earlier today where they bought 3 Dominators, and they won that game in game number 1. Of course, now they're in game number 3. So,
just wait for a mid-tournament patch where they remove the item temporarily.
Imagine mid-tournament patch, they remove Helm the Dominator and put in Wraith Pact.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's been missing that one. Blood Grenade onto Yuma. Concoction from the south.
Oh, missed.
A little bit of miss there from Ducalis as the Tombstone plays, so Yuma will survive. Even with the Scatter Blast hitting, don't think they end up netting themselves a kill here.
Oh, interesting. He's going 1-0-2 build on the snap here. Not really a standard approach, especially laning with Tinker. You don't get additional shots on Little Shredder by leveling it. So level 1 and level 4 are equally good against the Tombstone. So you could have maybe seen something like a 1-1-1 or even 2-0-1. But the double Shredder point is surprising, but very good with Alk, of course.
They're going to team up to take out KJ instead. Going to be able to get to the high ground, though.
He doesn't have
class
boots.
Completely out of mana, so this will be a long chase.
Collis
makes his way there, too. Another decay for his troubles. Trying to deny himself on the creeps, but the concoction is enough. So 9 class eventually does claim the kill. And no one being hounded by Yuma. Gets off the Boundless Strike, but the coil place is only a level 4 Monkey King, and Yuma in quite a bit of trouble. As a concoction does hit, as Analog gonna miss the crush, no one styling, but Yuma does survive, which is the important thing for Heroic.
He lived on 3 HP against that range creep shot. Close call. Yeah, they do keep him alive, but still, I have my concerns about Monkey King. If you're starting to run to base minute 6,
true,
you've got to keep that snowball going on this hero. You're playing it in the off lane, so even now he's going to be soon to be running into a level 6 Tinker. Will not be that much fun. Can just spam him out of lane with constant marches and lasers, just refill. And of course, lest we forget, after that buff to Keen Conveyance, getting that cooldown down from 80 to 50. Sure, we're going to see that come into play a lot today in this game. Okay, not even a chuckle at that.
Several members against Mr. 9 class. That's a Corrosive Haze applied to him, and Whisper takes him out easily, but no one making his way here with that teleportation scroll. Analog in the little water area. He is kind of hard to kill. The Scatterblast does hit him on the sideline, though, but eventually the Slardar does fall. This is going to be at the trade of 2 supports for the PVISION side.
Yeah, not too bad here for Heroic, for sure. That's okay, all things considered. Now acceleration on the way. We haven't talked too much about Whisper. This guy, I've been praising him for quite a while. I think he is... I think some people would argue he is the single best player to come out of South America. I think he's at least in contention. And you put him on a hero like Bristleback that has the potential to actually carry the game here. There's a lot of pressure on him, but he's also the kind of player that really can deliver when it matters. So having him off to a good start here on that Bristle, definitely good news for the side of Heroic. He will be rushing, by the looks of it, treads into the Lotus Orb, reflecting Beastmaster Roar, reflecting Laser, removing Silence. Speaking of Silence,
in the river, Analog
used.
gets taken out by the trio of PVISION.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Slaughter in the mid lane? Because ever since the changes with facets and innates and all that good stuff, it does make sense that you want to be in the river.
I personally have, for the most part, that this has been popular in pro play, I found it overrated. I have yet to see... okay, that's not true. It's not like I've yet to see a game where it looks good. That's untrue. But I think the majority of the times that I've seen it, I have felt like other heroes would have done a better job at what it was meant to accomplish anyway.
Oh man, this is some
That's a
big
big
steals from
steal,
PVISION.
yeah.
Yuma showing up though. A lot of minus were applied with the Scatter Blast. And Balance Strike does come from, but the Concoction to follow. But 9 class is eventually gonna burn away despite the defense matrix coming out from Satanic. So forcing a lot of rotation from the Heroic side. They do claim a good amount of those creeps though. Schofield, oh, he's in a bit of trouble. No one actually going to the high ground. He's going to be met by several members though. Can he get out of this? The bash is there into the crush, so not worth it for no one.
That was wild. He knew they were there too, surely, right? They just saw the stacks. The fight had just ended. He keeps chasing. It's an easy freebie there for Analog, who really needed it too. They're starting to fall behind, and now with that 1 kill on Puck, levels the field between the two of them. Have you ever seen Satanic play Tinker?
I don't think so.
I don't think I've seen him play Tinker. I'm curious. Obviously, he's a very young player, and young players love their
high APM heroes.
High APM, hard carry, 1v9 pub heroes.
Yeah.
If Satanic were playing mid, this would definitely be one of the heroes. He did start on mid, right? When he got his first entry into the scene, I think. So maybe he was playing it back then, and he's just bringing it back. Could be.
Ducalis will snag the shield rune. Looks like there's going to be a fight after the fact, so Ducalis eventually brought down by Yuma, who's been very active on this Monkey King.
Yeah, absolutely. He's 2-0-2 for his troubles, and his net worth is keeping up quite well too. I was a bit concerned for him after that run back to base, but since he's converted it to a couple of kills since then, he's caught up nicely on experience. And as we talked about with the Bristleback having this free of a start, the question is, does Monkey King need to be huge, or does he need to buy utility and set up fights? Considering he has so much amplification from the Slardar and the Bristleback minus armor, maybe the Monkey kind of can play like an offlaner, even though it's Yuma playing it. And it might just work just fine. You can see he's not going for anything like a Battle Fury route. He's going the Echo Saber.
Yeah, Analog spotted. They were trying to take out DM from the sideline. They will get the Pine Cone instead, as DM will be able to walk away, but the Tier 1 tower won't be so safe. Tombstone placed, but really to no avail here.
Just securing the area. It's all right.
Is Ducalis continuing to level Little Shredder? No, it's 2-1-2 so far.
I don't think he's putting another point in it until late game, actually. I think it's just going 4-4-2 at this point. Don't see too much value in it. There's no strongly obvious synergies.
Analog about 800 away from Blink Dagger, and that is what their lineup is missing right now, is kind of the jump potential. We have a lot of heroes, once they get the Blink, can definitely take care of things. Schofield, 1200 into his as well.
Yeah, off to a good start. Schofield has... I feel like we've talked a lot about polarizing players today, but Schofield, a lot of people hold him in very high regard because he's extremely aggressive around the map and very annoying player to play against, but it also leads to some games where he goes like 0-15, just overplaying. A lot of them, though, are good deaths where you're just drawing attention to yourself, your cores get to farm. Old experience from playing with, obviously, K1 Hector, where that strategy, that team is probably the closest we have to 4 Protect 1, in modern times, if you will. The way they played for a while with some pretty good success on the international stage. I was going to say Schofield is off to a good start, 2-1-3. He has his own games where he just pops off, and this could become one of them. It is a decent Batrider game, not perfect, but definitely with a dagger could find a key pick here or there on the puck, or especially Tinker, which will be the grand prize this game.
Yeah.
Satanic just keeps building up. Blink, Kaya, now Ags next.
I mean, looking at the net worth, it's only a 1K lead for PVISION. Like, without looking at the teams, which lineup is happier with the state of affairs in terms of net worth?
And I still like the Dire better, just because I just have this idea that Tinker's gonna crush this game eventually. That's my biggest concern for the Radiant, is they have nullifier buyers, which is good, but once Tinker gets 5 or 6 slotted here, it will become a problem for them to really bring him down. I also, in this patch, I think Beastmaster's an incredibly powerful hero, so he's likely going to find some big impact later too. And you also, we also have the Puck. Puck is a hard carry in late game, and I don't think with the current game state that it's likely for Heroic to just start snowballing this game like crazy and not get there.
This is an interesting play. So ahead of the 14-minute wisdom, but PVISION seem to be kind of aware of this. Smoke is going to pop, so Nightclass knows somebody's on the high ground. Concoction and the Chemical Rage are there. Yuma gets the first Wukong's command off. Lasso, though, applied to Ducalis. Instantly canceled, though, into the roar. Down goes Schofield to start this fight, and now Heroic have to get the hell out. Yuma on the tree line. Oh, he gets coiled on top of the tree. Do they have the follow-up? Can they chop the tree down? They cannot. Get Vision just at the outskirts there. Concoction hits. Scatterblast to follow, but the tree dance. They still have the chase. They cannot get him off these trees, though. And Yuma looks to be A-okay.
How often do you see a game where Monkey King can pull that off at 13 minutes? 0 heroes have a Quelling Blade, and they have no way of cutting trees aside from it either.
Yeah, it is. That was a bit awkward.
0 points in Wild X's.
That's true. Wow.
So he couldn't cut him down.
Yeah.
So really, that's a pretty funny escape that Yuma managed to play his way out of that. Nicely done to get out. Still, PVISION got what they came for. They get the wisdom, they control the area, and in the meantime, not really... This is another thing that I think is important against Tinker, is to start opening up the map a little bit and get towers. They've taken the bottom tier 1, but still to take the top safe lane Dire tier 1, which is the bigger tower to access some of Tinker's farming space. Tinker loves taking these jungle camps as part of his rotation after he's pushed out waves. So for the side of Heroic, this tower would be a really big get now. They will start committing the resources. This is a big bristleback. It's not going to be easy to get through. And yeah, they're just going to concede it. So, like the play here from Heroic, make sure you get this. And seemingly coming for free, no trades being made.
Yeah, looks to be the case.
I say that, maybe no one could almost take mid tower, actually. Got it pretty low with this siege. Not committing, afraid of the Blink Crush. Wisely so. They'll get it.
Lots of Blink Daggers going to be here relatively shortly. No one's only halfway there, but we talked about the 2 on the Heroic side, but also 9 class.
Yeah.
So 9 class with Arcane Boots into Blink. So that's going to be a good initiation option for PVISION.
So this is a 5 Blink Dagger game coming up. Alk, Puck, Bat, Slardar, and Tinker. Half of the heroes with a dagger sub 20. And we could see one on Beastmaster too now that Overlord is done. Let's see. There's a couple of build paths here for DM. I don't know if I like Ags that much because of his matchups against these 3 melee cores, so he's going to go Crimson.
Yeah, that's really good this game.
Very, very good here.
Triple core melee physical damage.
Yeah, and Wukong's command, it's great against Wukong, so I like this choice a lot. I think maybe Crimson into AC is the build. You probably don't want to buy BKB here on the Beastmaster. I don't think it's worth it. So you can keep just ramping up tankiness.
It will be Aghanim Scepter for 9 class.
I think he's giving it to Tinker, but let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. Because a lot of times might have some action here. Roche, Boundless Strike into the lasso. Is this going to be enough damage? Mortimer's Kiss is coming. No one's in a lot of trouble. He's going to get the coil off, but dies right after. It will be a trade, though, for Analog, who died to Roche, apparently. As the Wukong's command continues, Yuma has to exit the pit, though. Now the Tombstone going to be taken out inside said pit. 9 Class with a concoction right onto the Bristleback as Satanic gets cookied away. Now the Scatterblast applies the Whisper, slow to a crawl. He gets Triceratopsed. And now the pit. I mean, the Roche is not that low. So this looks like a full reset, and maybe we'll see if these teams want to fight again.
2 for 1 there for PVISION, probably good enough. They get the Undying, obviously, with the instant respawn, but the Roche killing Slaughter, a little bit of a thorn in their side, but still, more than anything, you just want to delay this Roche and try to prevent Heroic from grabbing it with their Corrosive Haze lineup, so Undying plus Slaughter love getting involved with the Roshan fight. Every time you're unsuccessful and you stall them out, again, I think this is what's really important in this game is you're playing probably, I think it's fair to say, an underdog in Heroic here against PVISION, who have been one of the giants of the year, and PVISION probably just very comfortable with the idea of going late.
Oh yeah.
Like if you're the underdog team and you have to play fast and things don't go well in the beginning, you can very quickly, you can lead to erratic moves where you're like, okay, we have to do something. And then if one of those moves fails, you kind of lose your way. Got to keep it cool here and look for the right timing windows, where I think in particular the BKBs on Heroic are the time to strike. You can see 3 of them queuing it up. Actually, wait a second. Bristle changed away to Sanjin Yasha.
9 Class is
9
dead.
Class.
Of course, just a support, but Heroic will take what they can get. 2K deficit for them.
I was about to say it's against Alchemist, but doesn't really count in this game.
No, it does not.
If this were a carry Alch and you were 2K gold behind, you'd be happy.
Oh yeah, 100%. Coil onto the Bristleback. Do they have the damage? Satanic is here with the laser.
It's an axe
half
laser.
HP for Whisper as the Mortimer's Kiss is coming for him. He's just brushing it off. His Analog looking to reinitiate. As Whisper looks to be fine. Crush onto Satanic now, but the Roar to counteract this. Slaughter taking a lot of damage as a result. Satanic gets cookied, but the Boundless Strike is there. Wukong's command from Yuma. This is a huge fight for Heroic. They get 2 kills. Attempted TP, not to be there. Double kill for Yuma. 3 for nothing, and Heroic coming out way on top of this fight.
That's big. That is such a key moment for them. Easily the biggest fight of the game there, finding those 3 kills. One of the Tinker in particular worth a ton of gold here.
And now they can get Roche.
Yeah, that's the Monkey King as well as the Bristleback just doing the damage with the minus armor. When the fights extend and PVISION don't find their initial kills, kind of ended up slightly over diving. You can see here, very committed to this Bristle, turning into a good bait here for Whisper, and they start getting pincered. And this blink in, oh, it's also, that's a really good angle to get the translocator on. He was facing bottom right because he was rearming after his laser, so when they proc the translocator, he gets effectively force-staffed into the enemy team. Really nicely done there for Heroic and the Aegis. The grand prize. 5-0-3 now for Yuma. This offlane Monkey King placement has paid dividends. Now, as I was mentioning, the BKBs are on the way. This is the item against Tinker. You want to make sure you have the staying power once this insane Magic and Pure Burst starts coming out.
Yeah.
And you're going to be buying that on, at the very least, Monkey and Slaughter for sure. Maybe Bristle later. He's going Sanjin Yasha into Nullifier, which I think is a solid choice. Another pick here for Analog.
Easy.
Soloing him up.
They could go for the Tormentor now as well, if they'd like, although PVISION on that side of the map right now. What do you think of the Desolator on Yuma? So going all in on this physical damage and the minus armor.
I think it's
3
good.
other cores with minus armor to work with.
You might as well amp it up, right? You're anticipating that. What are the heroes you want to kill in this game? It's Puck and it's Tinker primarily. That will be tricky kills. If you have enough minus armor, you kill them in 1 stun.
Yeah.
The alternative angle for Monkey would have been going like Orchid and then later building Bloodthorn. But I don't know if Yuma has the confidence that he can just Orchid Puck and commit on him. I think this is more about getting the burst from range. So having a strong Boundless, having a good Wukong's command that does a lot of damage, and just playing around your other cores. I think Yuma's done a very good job this game at not overcommitting. It's a trap that many Monkey King players fall into against this type of lineup, is that once you start chasing for Jingu stacks, you could just die.
Lasso into the Crush, but no one. Phase Shift, Blink available. To the north he goes. Corrosive Haze still applied, but you can see the reinforcements arriving for PVISION, including the likes of Satanic. With that Aghanim Scepter, Bristleback does have to be a bit careful. Has the SNY, so the status resist now online, and then looks like Nullifier next on the list for him.
Yeah, standard. Against, they need one against Tinker, right?
Yeah,
even if
Defense
Tinker
Matrix,
himself.
very annoying to deal with.
if Satanic finishes his Kaya Sanj, I'm even more on board with giving him the Ags. I think you have to give him that gold influx to not have him be too weak in the coming 5 to 10 minutes. But the question is, when can 9 class even finish this? He's a long way to go. We're 22 minutes in.
He's halfway there.
Yeah.
Not that bad.
It's gonna take a while.
I mean, it's not like, I mean, as a support, the concoction has been quite good. So just being able to funnel gold into your, like, even if it's later, this is still fine, I think. This is a matter of how much can Heroic play the map right now, because I think they're currently, in terms of power levels, they're way ahead. Oh, jeez. That is some damage. Cookie gonna try to help him survive. Yuma gets silenced on the tree line with the coil to follow, and the Mortimer's Kisses as well. Gets the balance strike onto only one, as Yuma burning away slowly. Do they have the catch? Another laser coming in from Satanic, bounces, and Yuma finds the distance. Of course, he has that second life to work with, but I guess only a minute and a half left on the expiration. He's looking to finish that BKB before taking a fight.
Yeah. What you just saw there is probably the type of gameplay we'll see the next 5 minutes, because Heroic recognize that they are stronger in skirmishes of any kind right now, so they will be looking for picks, and PVISION likely also recognize the same fact and will try to split around and get whatever farm they can and push out the waves and try their best to just play. It's a game of cat and mouse essentially right now, where I don't think you're going to see PVISION much in the offense for a little while.
Yeah. Heroic, on the other hand, definitely going to be hunting. They want to get some Deso stacks for their Monkey King.
Yep.
So they head to the bottom lane. Not going to find any connection, though.
This is when gameplay against Tinker is really interesting at the high level, because it really becomes a mind game where you are trying to anticipate where Tinker will teleport to next to farm and spring the trap by being there in advance. And at the same time, Tinker is aware that you're trying to do that, so he's also weighing his options. So every single teleport, you're looking at the map, you're thinking about placements, and so far, they haven't found Satanic a single time this game. He's died once, but it was his own initiative. So he's done a very good job at making the right reads, but even the greatest will eventually have a slip-up. Heroic needs to be ready to find that moment of opportunity.
And Whisper is going to get gone on to start from the PVISION side. They expend the coil. He's just going to stand there and try to wait this out as the grab ally placed. So KJ keeping his bristle safe. He'll be able to walk away now.
Tombstone saves very good against Roar and Concoction. Some very telegraphed long
for the
duration
lasso.
stuns.
9 class is the recipient. Yuma deletes him. Nice boundless strike. Nice pickoff for Heroic. A hit and run. Gonna delay this Aghanim Scepter even more. Now that the lasso is down, PVISION not too scared to show up and potentially take a fight of their own.
This is just a further delayed Axe. Like, when are we talking now for 9 class? When's this 4 Alk gonna mean anything?
Dead. Mega dead.
So far, when was it they picked Alk? It was second pick, right? I think they picked it second overall for themselves in the draft. So far, I have yet to see the reward. Hasn't really been all that impactful, but in 9 class classic fashion, might just find that magic moment.
I mean, he's been involved in 6 kills.
Yeah,
it's not like that bad. I mean, I think
a
the
lot
one thing,
of fours that could have done that, right?
Well, yeah. I think usually used to seeing, like, it fits 9 class's playstyle and the fact that he's picking a weird hero.
Yeah.
But it's not fitting his playstyle because he's not getting farm himself. He's giving that farm to other people, right? So it is a little weird, I suppose. Analog, that shield rune. No one could get boundless struck.
Oh!
Lasso on top is back up and running. But the defense matrix placed by Satanic should be enough for no one to get away. Getting a little bit low, lose your orbs away. They have the nullifier onto the Tinker. Gets to crush as well, but the DM with the roar to try to save him. Big boundless strike onto 2 heroes, but Tinker is dead. It's gonna be the trade for Analog. As Yuma turning into a statue temporarily. Using that Wukong's command to break up the fight and in the end, it's a 1-for-1.
That was some really nice utility usage from both teams. They get the shield off initially on Puck, which even ends up keeping no one alive. Then the Nullifier reveal gets onto the Tinker. They get a good cookie to create the distance. He gets, I believe he got crested as well as crimsoned after Nullifier expired. So they almost saved the Tinker, but not quite. And when all is said and done, that's pretty much an even trade across the board, but some pretty strong individual plays. Clutchness factor is definitely up there. And now the item that I'm looking at right now is when does Tinker get BKB? Because I think that fight was a really good indication that Heroic still have what it takes to kill him, but once the BKB comes out, this is going to be trouble, right?
Yeah.
It's not too much the damage mitigation part of it because they have so much physical component, but being able to avoid certain slows and stuns here is going to go a long way for Satanic to just get off one more shield. And of course, protecting his defense matrix is the big thing against Nullifier. So really, really wants to get there. If they were to give him the Ags, 700 gold away now for 9 class, he would just have it. And just buy BKB plus another item almost. We'll see.
Another Lotus, but Analog is going Lotus as well. So 2 Lotuses on 2 cores for Heroic.
Yeah, it's very good against Laser and Roar.
Do you think it's overkill, or do you think this is just necessary?
I don't mind it. I think they have enough damage as long as they can stay in the fight, and I think that is what Lotus allows them to do. Deal with Laser, deal with Roar, threat, remove Puck silences so you can cast your Crush. I think it's solid. The armor part of it is honestly rather insignificant, which is the funny part. Like, how much physical damage is the Dire even doing? It's like pure and magical, right? Well, against Tinker and Puck cores, usually what you would be angling for is BKB almost like first item, which 2 of them did. Bristle will, of course, get it now as well after all the other big buildups he's had. Making quick work of this top tier 2. I don't know if PVISION are interested in holding it. They'll Glyph for now. Thinking about it. All right, here it is. Who do you think he gives it to? Have we seen it yet?
You've convinced me on Tinker, but I mean, the thing is, like with Beastmaster, when you go this build, you don't want to go Ags anyway, generally. I mean, if it's free, sure, but it's
really good
the
at
same play style. Really.
It would have been really good on Puck too, right?
Puck was the other choice.
But yeah, he gives it to Tinker. Full refund. That is BKB, and now almost E-Blade completed now for Satanic. So gets a massive injection of
Whisper. Concoction hits. Shivas does not. Meanwhile, Yuma just takes out 9 class easily. That's what happens when you give up your whole net worth. Is you're just food for the enemy carry. TP attempt from Satanic is successful. As Whisper continuing the chase, they're going to be able to find the Beastmaster in the tree line, but they cannot cancel the TP.
Close call.
So 2 supports dead for PVISION, and that is the end of this fight.
Okay. I think, Shannon, I think it's about time. I think now Satanic, it's time to justify your Tinker pick. You've just sacrificed your position 4's bank to get 6 slots. Well, Bottle is not a slot, but
the other slot's empty right now.
Yeah, where? Oh yeah, of course he couldn't. He combined his lens and his Ghost Hunter. So now you're 4 slotted. Plus a free Ag,
That
so
sounds
5.
scary. Oh, no one tries to go for the Age. It's a good attempt. That was extremely close. Gonna get lassoed though onto Satanic, but the defense matrix was there. No one getting extremely low. Gets the phase shift off at the last moment. Looks like the Illusion Orb will be able to get him out of dodge. Analog in the meantime retreating with that BKB. And Schofield in the tree line gets to the high ground. It looks like everybody's gonna get out for Heroic. So they get the Aegis, they get the Roche banner, and they keep all their lives.
Clean hit and run. Very nice.
Yeah, PVISION definitely on the back foot right now. And you're right, we're going to have to start seeing some results from Mr. Satanic.
All right, you know what? I'll give him 2 more minutes. He needs Dagon as well. Just
all right,
hang
so
on.
5 slots.
Hang on.
Good.
Yeah. Technically, Dagon would be 6 slotted, right? Because the Ags is just not taking a slot because he got it for free. So right now, his hero is worth 5 slots.
Fine.
Got a bit of a pause here from Ducalis.
Are people not going sheep anymore on this hero? I feel like I haven't seen it in quite a while.
Not as much. I think when you're not able to just chain rearm, it's not the same. I think just having this more burst approach is.
If you guys
really
are wondering what peak gameplay of Tinker has been in history of the entire game of Dota, not just Dota 2, it's Manta-style Tinker. You remember that? My God, that was so dumb.
The original, I think.
And it wouldn't even refresh. Like, you couldn't even get infinite illusions. It didn't even work that way. It was just good stats. That's it.
What was he called? I think it was Virot 2 in Dota 1. This was back around the time that Merlini started playing pro, I think. So we're talking.
So most people watching were in diapers.
We're talking like 2004, maybe 2003, 2004. I think Virot. He was called Virot, I think. Recognize.
Oh my goodness.
Because at the time, everyone was playing Tinker with Arcane Ring or Arcane Boots, whatever. And then Virot realized, what if you go travels? They could just travel around the map and split push waves. And then he bought Manta.
Yeah.
To just keep non-commit pushing waves all game.
Really strong. The tier 2 tower will be claimed for Heroic. 9K lead coming in as the underdog for sure. PVISION has had their way with so many teams this year, but coming in with a very unorthodox strategy even for them in the position 1 Tinker.
It's fair to say, and it begs the question, was this ALK pivot to 4, was that the original plan, or was it out of necessity that they were like, we can't play it carry here?
Right.
Like the matchups are just too bad, so we have to downgrade it? Or was it always meant to be this?
Even if that was the case, Tinker wasn't necessary.
Of course,
but
absolutely other
we'll see if it works out. He's not 6 slotted yet, as you said. Critical mass still yet to be hit for Mr. Satanic. The self-proclaimed best carry in the world.
As much as Heroic are in control of this game, it's definitely, again, I think this is the type of game that, oh, hang on.
That is a
Catch
coil.
on Slardar.
In a bit of trouble. Laser's going to connect onto 2. 9 class with a concoction. The BKB actually gets reflected. The concoction back onto poor 9 class. Wukong's command reserved just for him, it seems. Gets harpooned into the arms of Yuma. That is the death of the support, but it's going to be the claim of the Aegis as 9 class buys back instantly. So no more Wukong's command. Now in a little bit of precarious spot, pops the BKB, attempted TP. The Nightfall maneuver is successful. Meanwhile, Schofield stuck in a pretty tough spot. They're trying to split their efforts to get a little bit greedy. They will be able to claim the Bat Rider. And that's going to drop a gem, so that's a lot of net worth now in favor of PVISION. They have 2 gems, in fact.
Oh, the chase is on.
Yeah, concoction again reflected, but I thought they might have the resources, but Analog gets the blink off in time.
Yeah, so how much int does Tinker have right now? What's his CDR? Can you see that when you mouse? 43%. So obviously quite a way to grow in terms of item cooldown here. Once Satanic starts leveling up the Dagon, getting more hero levels, he will get lower and lower cooldown on Blink, E-Blade, and BKB, which especially the Blink cooldown feels really valuable here in terms of the chasing potential. Obviously it's going to help him a ton to get the upgraded Blink as well, the Arcane Blink later.
Tried to go on top of 9 class, but
nice
Whisper
BKB.
now, he's outnumbered. Pops the BKB, took a roar, will take a coil as well. So 2 ultimates in his face, laser to follow, and eventually the Bristleback does drop. 80 seconds. That's a long time to be dead. We'll see what PVISION can get out of this.
Yeah, this is a pretty big deal. This should be bought tier 2 at the very least. You have a Beastmaster with Overlord. Like this is not going to stay up. But probably not high ground on the cards. That's another thing that we haven't really talked about. The Dire lineup sucks at taking the base. That's kind of take. I guess Beastmaster is okay since he has AC and Overlord, so it's the better pushing build for Beast. But usually when you're looking at going high ground, you're also getting some sort of right-click carry that's going to deal tower damage. Tinker is not it. He's never going to hit buildings. So even if PVISION take a good fight, they might not be able to really
in the tree line. Get the lasso with Wukong's command to follow. DM still pretty healthy overall. They have a lot of backline on the side of PVISION. Reflects the roar as Yuma in a bit of trouble. Grab ally is going to keep him alive for the time being. Turns into a statue. Now the Wukong's command is gone, and he's left to his own devices. BKB pop from Satanic. They will be able to finish off the Monkey King. And this is all in the midst of the death of the Bristleback from earlier. Still 20 seconds to come back.
Yeah, surprised this even turns into a fight. Heroic were looking for trouble.
They did not spot KJ here, did they?
I personally feel like this is just a give-up tower. Like, choosing this fight, this is a pretty good result to get a 1-for-1. When all said and done, trading the Beastmaster for the Monkey King is honestly not that bad. You took a 4v5, right? So
KJ survives, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Yep, exactly. Did make his way out.
Siege Wagons here too. I guess without the Beastmaster not feeling too comfortable, but PVISION will get the next Tormentor.
Yeah, get used to
the shard.
Get used to the laser sound. You're going to be hearing it a lot more now.
9 class
Shard for Elk. All right, Berserk Potion.
Yeah.
So
they don't really have a real carry to put that on.
now, who's the basic Dispel good against? It's nice to remove Goose Decks and Batrider Resin.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, Napalm. Corrosive Haze until 25 on Slardar will also be removable. It's not bad.
Yeah,
I
as
think
a Dispel, but for the other aspects, it's... I mean, it's not like it's bad, but you're not really taking full advantage without a true carry in the
you
lineup.
are either getting that one or the Beastmaster one, which is the upgraded Hawk. I think you'd rather have this one. I think it has more utility. Snap already has her, so she was not a candidate. So... yeah, speaking of the shards, eventually, obviously, Satanic will also be getting the Warp Flare.
Everyone's
Still room to
favorite,
grow.
yeah.
Extremely obnoxious to play against this in
It
melee
really
core,
is.
and there's 3 of them.
True.
Once those BKBs are down, Satanic can just control the fights. I actually think, in hindsight, now that we've seen the game play out, maybe that was worth buying earlier.
I was going to say, why did he not do that?
I do think Warp Flare could have been a purchase 15 minutes ago. Yeah.
Well, he wants to get 7 slotted first, then he'll have room.
He has it in quick buy. He does recognize that it exists. So
well, that's good.
That's something. But yeah, let me just get my Dagon 5 first, guys.
Yeah. Every gold counts here towards the most expensive item in the game, the Dagon 5. As Yuma has 14 stacks on that Deso. Of course, Heroic had like an 9K net worth lead. Now it's just dead even.
Yeah.
9 class about to finish his 2nd Ags of the game.
It's a pretty interesting looking graph, actually.
I think this one should go to Puck, I would think.
Heroic with that big hill, and then boom, all of it vanishing over 3 minutes. Yeah, the 2nd Axe, Puck, absolutely. Yeah, and he has it. So, all right. No one is also starting to reach critical mass here. He will have the Dream Coil attacks and almost has Parasma. So this was talked about on the panel as well. Rhea was bringing up the Parasma plus Tinker, just overall magic damage burst with Dagon E-Blade. It's becoming reality. Probably not exactly the way PVISION were imagining to get to this stage, but they got there.
Oh, do they have the catch for this? They're going to attempt it. Monkey King already have HP, but the grab ally keeping him alive for the time being. The roar to counteract this, though. They find the connection, and no one is dead inside the Wukongs. TP attempt, but the Boundless Strike cancels it, so another core likely to fall as PVISION have to reset because of the Mortimer's Kisses. Lasers continuing to come from Satanic, just decimating Whisper. Goki can keep DM alive, who has somehow stayed alive during this entire engagement. Schofield stuck in a horrible spot. Another laser finds him and puts him into the grave.
I think Satanic might have done more damage to heroes on his team there than Heroic did almost with those reflected lasers.
I don't think that's going to show up.
But, okay, so hang on.
Another laser. This is not done yet. 9 class kind of up front and personal as the congregations of the deep going to connect to Satanic. He's going to warp flare to the right side, going to stay alive as a result, and now going to continue with the laser barrage onto Satanic. And
so many.
Truly, that will end the fight now.
So many thousand viewers in the audience right now, just redeemed. They feel vindicated with how much they hate playing against Tinker in their pub games. They're like, this is exactly how the Tinkers I play against play. And that is untrue. They are a bit worse than Satanic, most likely, who obviously has had pretty much stellar positioning for the majority of the game and had really good map plays. But in terms of the spell casting, you know, it's quite a few people that can do these spell volleys. It's the macro stuff that really makes the player. And well,
oh dear,
he has found himself another macro play.
Yeah,
oh,
turns into the statue. That's going to help.
Oh, he's
jumps
in there.
to the trees.
Okay.
And it looks like he'll be okay unless he's spotted.
The classic Tinker blinks into the middle of Wukong's command play that we have gotten used to seeing.
Well, the fact that he had the Wukongs as a getaway, you don't see that very often either with that change. This will set up another Roche, this time for PVISION. No one with the Aegis. Also
Definitely
has
some
a
quick
damage
thinking
ring.
there on the side of Yuma for sure. I guess Boundless might have been on cooldown because he does have the shard, so maybe he could have made
Oh,
some
yeah,
distance,
that's
but
I
maybe
mean,
he
that's
already used it on the
45
way.
seconds. They could just force the issue knowing that Wukong's is down. It's a tight window, I suppose, but...
Yeah, Puck actually hits hard now. He has amp damage rune for a bit, so could maybe think about doing some building damage, but it's established. You absolutely need Beastmaster there to really pose a threat to structures.
9 class has nothing queued up. His job is done for the game.
Yep.
He's given up 8K worth of items.
Notice, by the way, we didn't really talk about this, did we? He started with...
Oh, okay, Jay.
Oh.
Goodbye. Oh, my God.
Well, that's without Parasma.
Well, he's back. It's okay.
Yep, true.
Who's laughing now, huh?
Nobody died. We didn't talk about this. Alk went for seed money, in spite of going the sharing Ags build.
We have the roar onto the bristleback. There's the grab ally. He was BKB'd. He's going to be able to get away, though. So it's a trade of a few spells as the tombstone eventually goes down, as well as the tier 2.
It seems really difficult for Heroic to enter fights now. They just can't really breach. They can't break through the Puck with Aegis. That's already a tough kill the first time. Give him 2 lives. There's the defense matrix problem. There's all the defensive items that they have through the Crimson Guard, through Force Staff, Solar Crest, Cookie Save. There's many, many different little things that you need to navigate your way around. With triple melee core, it's a tall order. The one item here that really enables them to do stuff is the Nullifier that they have 2 of on Bristle and Slardar. But the execution has to be really pristine to really pull this off at this point. It's very, very hard to see the angle. But again, the saving grace is that, well, PVISION probably not too eager to siege necessarily. But is there a light at the end of the tunnel here is the question. Like, do things get better at some point? Like, does it turn? Does Tinker... When the other heroes on the Radiant get 6 slots too, can they solve this
So
guy?
in 20 minutes?
Yeah, something like that.
Just got to hope for those tier 5s.
Tinker now going for Refresher.
DM's going to run into the entirety of Heroic as we see the big Wukong's command.
That will kill him.
Indeed, 80 seconds. Long time, PVISION. They still want to fight, potentially? 4 versus 5. They have the Aegis, of course, as Schofield taking the barrage. Mortimer's Kisses. There's the grab ally. And, well, they have the silence on top of the Puck as well, but they'll be able to walk away. There's no one. He uses Quill. He still wants to fight here?
Not enough.
And the Aghanim Scepter doing a decent amount, but the Glimmer Cape keeping him alive.
And no one itemizing into Lincoln's next rather than some damage for his Axe Coil. Could have maybe seen something like a Daedalus or a Revenant's Brooch, or sometimes we've seen Mjolnir in the past. I don't think that's particularly good here, but well, maybe it feels like damage is not really the issue. We just need the fights to go long enough, and then we'll manage, which is probably a fair choice. You get your answer for 9 class. He's going BKB. The classic Blink BKB Alk. Not really...
Very fearsome.
Well, it's usually good on carry with Radiance in between, but...
But he doesn't play carry. So
nope. That's
the issue. Boundless Strike opening. No one. Gonna brush it off. Yuma, ooh, he actually gets clipped by the Scatter Blast. Jumps all over the place. Oh, they spot him at the last moment. The cookie hits. They have the lasso. Try to counteract this completely. Snapfire is going to stay alive, getting healed to a high degree, but the Wukong's command is going to seal his fate. Yuma, though, extremely low. The dodge on the Boundless Strike, so can't heal up. The phase shift keeping no one alive. Trying to take out the Monkey King. Turns into statue again. The last moment trying to dodge with the mischief again. The laser and the grab ally keeping the Monkey King alive inside this Wukong's command. Finally drops to the deck. And now the barrage continuing onto the bristleback, making him less and less tanky with each instance of damage. Attempted Nightfall, successful. The PVISION.
Oh yeah, the root
winning
doesn't stop the gate. He went down, and Tinker got the Warp Flare on Slardar as he's going through the gate. That's not stopping it, but, well, he can still TP up the other way.
Yeah. Feels like an endless chase, but the Slardar will survive.
Look at that damage on Yuma, though. That's crazy. He did 13k there.
When that many heroes are inside your Wukong's command for that long.
Still not you
It's
weren't
pretty
expecting.
cool though. Like you have the boundless strike to get to the other side if you want. You have the soldier thingy, the facet. You have tombstone, grab ally.
Yep, they did.
Delay,
they used
delay,
their
delay.
utility really well. He did a ton of damage. He doubled Tinker, and they still lost.
Yes, that is the issue. Fortification popped as PVISION. They're only missing one member, and that is the support Alk that has given up his whole net worth. And this is likely to be a lane as they have the dragon at their disposal. Question is, will they go for 2? 30 seconds for the Monkey King. That looks like a full reset from PVISION.
I think something to keep in mind about this game, in like the grander scheme of the tournament, is that if you're PVISION and you're a confident team, some might even say sometimes you might be like a little cocky on that side of like we know we're better.
Yeah.
If that's your mindset going in, this could be a statement game to like plant a seed for later in the tournament to make it harder for enemy teams to draft against you.
Yeah. Oh, we might pick Tinker
Where
at position 1.
You're just showing carry Tinker in the very first game of your very first game of the tournament against a team that you feel like you're better than, so you should win. And then this is like, it's an interesting strategy because we've seen it used before as well. In matches where you're more favored, you will bring out more experimental stuff that you can then use as leverage later in the tournament in drafting. So you could argue, why did you show your carry Tinker in game 1 against a team that you're favored against? But the value of just having you be a harder team to draft against goes a long way when you get to the tougher matchups.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, I feel like there's this whole discussion about teams kind of sitting on strats, and with this Swiss format, you're not really, it's not catered towards that anyway, right?
No, you want to
need to be
take
able to
every
do well.
Yeah, you have to take it seriously. Getting off to a good
I
start.
mean, we've seen a lot of teams. There's no one going for the haste rune, able to blink out, but the lasso actually reflected. Nullifier applied to him as well. No one's going to get stunned by several members of PVISION. Actually dies and buys back instantly. Wukong's command continuing. The rest of the heroes on the outskirts, lasers continue on to Schofield. He looks to be dead with one more. Down he goes. No buyback for him. As Undying dying solo to no one. As a concoction will not claim another member. So 2 dead for Heroic at the cost of a buyback.
In a vacuum, it's not that bad of a trade for Heroic, but you don't have buybacks. So if the pressure is coming the other way, if PVISION recognize what's going on, the game is actually probably just over here. A full minute. Okay, Undying got his back. That helps. Bad Rider is far away. That's not happening, even with Bountier and pickups. So this is a guaranteed 5v4 at best for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the Agnum Scepter for the Bat Rider. Usually that is a luxury pickup for this hero.
Yeah, I can't say I love it here. It doesn't feel like it's a likely game to get 2 lassoed targets together, right?
But if you did.
That's right, if you do.
On to the high ground, Roche Banner doing work. Fortification only going to delay the inevitable. 30 seconds on the Bat Rider to come back. PVISION talked about their high ground not being the craziest in terms of push. This will take a bit. But nobody can really get close to Roche's banner. That is the main issue right now with triple melee core. That is an inherent issue with your lineup. As there's a coil, another grab ally onto 1. 9 class concoction on self into Yuma's arms, and Yuma will clean him up easily. No one has to pop the BKB in retreat. No Wukong's command to work with. Maybe PVISION just reset. Schofield looking for an opening with that lasso with the Agnum Scepter. Could find 2 targets. Blink down for 8 seconds though. And PVISION just standing their ground. As I say that, they blink away.
Yeah, they should really try to go on the hunt here. I think a smoke up and then using this. If you can somehow find the jump with Bristle and Slaughter together, you might just be able to instantly burst a core. Bristle with the Orchid, Abyssal, and Nullifier. Gotta make sure he presses his buttons cleverly here, because you are playing against some nice defensive utility, but make sure you just get in there, get the damage out, and burst immediately. Once the fight stabilizes, it seems very difficult for them to get through PVISION, but like theoretically speaking, there's so insanely overwhelming amounts of physical damage that you should be able to burst even Tinker. I actually think Tinker is the easiest core to kill here, right? Beastmaster is sitting on almost 60 armor. Puck has almost 40, but Tinker only 18.
Oh,
so
they spot him.
This will be
Lasso. Good. And with all that armor, is it going to be enough? No,
yes.
He is dead. There's no one. Boundless strike, not going to connect for Yuma.
But that was also without Monkey, right? That was the other heroes. So They only had 2 of their hard-hitting boys there. And that's a big kill. If this buyback doesn't come out, you get the Roche. And even if it does come out, this is, look how stupidly fast this was.
That's like killing a creep.
That was a 5-second Roche.
Oh, Mortimer's, okay. There's no one going in. It's a shield rune. Shiva's activated. Yuma pops the BKB and brings the Alchemist back into his arms again. Chomps him.
Okay.
So 2 still dead here for PVISION now. Both retain buybacks and Heroic.
It's a pretty good sequence for Heroic.
Absolutely.
Nullifier now also going to be bought by Yuma. When's the last time you've seen the same team have 3 Nullifiers? I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Some massive hate for that Tinker.
At least not the current version of Nullifier. Maybe the old one.
The one that muted?
Yeah, that one was pretty sick.
Yeah, the old classic
This is
Orchid
definitely
Nullifier.
very rare. 9 class, stat farming.
Nice little gem just chilling there. Is it bait? No, it is not. It is for the courier to pick up, it seems. As we are 52 minutes in. How much can Heroic get out of this Aegis?
I actually think there's some really important items coming up now for Heroic. They have a lot of gold in the bank. So Bad Rider's close to BKB, which I think could be huge. We've seen Schofield being targeted and isolated quite a lot by the side of PVISION with 7 out of the 20 deaths. You got Bristleback almost with Lincolns if he wants to, or he could upgrade his dagger. Also 6.5k on the Slardar. And Monkey King is opting for Satanic rather than the Nullifier, so wanted to go that route instead for more ability to stick around in fights. This is definitely... I found this game very difficult to predict. Like, it's so uncharacteristic the way PVISION have drafted here that it's hard to really say with much confidence how the game state really feels. And I wonder if it's the same for the teams as well, right? You're kind of playing off of feeling here rather than a lot of experience against this exact archetype lineup. Because when's the last time you played against Carry Tinker, right? Like, you kind of just have to...
Yeah.
Have a read. He is maxed out now, by the way, I do believe, on Satanic.
Oh, is he now?
So he could buy a Moon Shard for the puck.
Oh, yeah.
Is there anything else he could really do here with his inventory? I think he needs everything he has. Like, what would you even replace? You could get a Rapier, I suppose, but I don't know what you would slot out for that.
Well, yeah, that's true, because you can't backpack a Rapier.
No.
Because I was
like, I don't think
a BKB with a Rapier on your courier.
Yeah.
It delivers, and then you put the BKB in your backpack.
I guess. I mean, that's what we're getting to, I think. I don't think any of your items are replaceable. So probably just going to be the inventory here. I'm very curious how he spends his gold now.
Well, it could be a refresher backpack for something else.
Yeah, he can backpack the refresher after using it, but he has to have it available.
Yeah.
It needs to be in the inventory.
Yeah, of course.
So you're right. He could put something in the backpack to swap in on refresher use, but what would that be then? Hex?
Yeah, Hex is
I mean,
good.
What else is there, really?
You'd be missing out on double Hex in that case, but yeah. Wasn't prioritizing it anyway. Balance Strike not going to hit. Coil onto 2. Mortimer's Kisses to follow. DM coming in. The grab ally saving 1. As Whisper going to town onto 9 class gets double hit and killed off. Crimson Guard with the BKBs. 1 dead for PVISION. Heroic, remember, they still have this Aegis, minute and a half. They have the cheese. They have double Roshan banner, apparently.
It genuinely feels like half the fights this game are, is it 9 class or is it Schofield dying? That's kind of been the constant in every engagement. Either Bat or Alk will go down. Now that's the 11th death for 9 class. A thankless job to give away all your hard-earned money and then feeding after. Unfair.
Very sad.
And he even bought the BKB to try to protect himself. Isn't really offering much protection, but now it obviously, together with the Ghost Scepter, can keep you alive because you block the nullifiers.
I mean, the good news is, because of his Aghanim Scepter giving, he has 50 attack damage, Cinderin.
Yep.
That is really strong.
True that. If this game does go to 120 minutes, he could become a carry.
Yeah, he can gain 100 damage.
Yep.
Wait, if you give yourself Ags, it's 125 then, right?
Yep. And then...
Really strong.
And then you... Well, can you still give yourself, or did they remove that? I actually don't remember.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Either way.
Okay, the Roar will connect. Satanic with the lasers from afar, but Yuma going to be A-okay. They placed Roshan's banner pretty far back, actually. This is kind of interesting. Trying to bait them into killing it off.
Stacking waves.
Yeah, maybe. There's a crush from Analog. And Roshan's banner is taken out. There's the lasso. It's reflected, though. Wukong's command comes out, connecting on the 3 heroes. Grab ally, saving one again, but DM will not be the recipient. He will drop. 97 seconds. Does have the buyback at the ready, though. There's no one in company waiting out both the Tombstone and the Wukongs, and now we'll back away.
Tanky, too. They don't have the best heroes for destroying this. They have Snapfire, which is good, but you give it one Soul Rip, so many instances of damage to get through, and they will just let the creeps take care of it, which will take forever, so they won't, and they will be too late.
Well, that was the beta test Roche banner. Now they have... Well, maybe it was the alpha, actually. This is the beta.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, Amp Damage Rune. This is a potentially... a lot of the time, Amp Damage Runes this late in the game can be game enders. They did see it, right? They didn't Analog see it? Oh, they're pinging it now with Schofield. They didn't
Their base
notice.
is in shambles, though. These siege creeps killed off a tier 4. Yeah, they're going to have to push out this lane.
Bit of buffer for now. They have a good push bot now. Okay, Amp Damage Rune for Yuma.
They're definitely not panicking. They're still showing themselves in the area.
I feel like it's been a very long time since I've seen a game where Lotus Orb had this much impact for both teams, right? It's just so much. Reflected roars, reflected lasso, reflected lasers. Lotus Orbs in total have played more than the role of a hero, I think, in this game.
It's been pretty annoying to deal with, no doubt.
60 minutes, Shannon.
Oh, yeah.
We're only 2 minutes away.
I didn't want to say
These are the
anything.
games that every pub player loves. The late game Tinker 60-minute slugfest. This is why people queue up. This is why Turbo was invented, actually.
Yeah,
Some people don't like this.
Schofield looking for an opening.
Early
Gets
BKB.
coiled, though, for his troubles. Illusory Orb with the Mortimers to follow. There's the grab ally again. Puck inside this Wukong's command. It's a massive one. Has the phase shift, pops the BKB, but they get lassoed after the fact. Gonna stay alive thanks to the E-Blade being used defensively this time. And just like that, the Wukong's command has ended. Can they fight now? Crush. Nullifier applied to the Beastmaster as well. Cookie to save him. 9 class. We get hexed. Lasers from afar. This is such a hard fight for Heroic to take. Maybe it is the tier 5s that are needed.
Wait, so how many heroes on Heroic have Ags? Slardar? Is he the only one? Slardar and Bat. It matters because when those heroes are Lotus, they reflect an Ags laser, right?
Ah.
So whenever you're lasering Bat or Slardar, you're also probably blinding a teammate.
So basically, you don't want to go Ags now for Heroic, right? To counteract that.
Well,
very important.
No, you want to have Ags so that when Tinker lasers you, he lasers more of his teammates, right? They're doing so much damage reflection with this.
They're gonna find the connection. There's the BKB pop from the Slardar, though. Coil onto 2. Mortimer's again from afar. Grab ally. Try to take down this Tombstone. It's gonna be close. The Analog comes out at the last moment. Pops the cheese as well to stay alive. Back to half HP again. The Cookie to get no one into the front of this fight. Pops the BKB with the Crimson Guard. Laser again into the Dagon. Satanic doing so much from so far away, they just cannot deal with it. And it looks like the Bristleback is completely isolated from his team and eventually brought down. Wukong's command, it's been so long, it's back up again. DM gets dropped as a result. A 1-for-1, big laser onto 2, but a huge heal from the Jingu as another beautiful boundless strike, double kill for Yuma, another Wukong's command. Attempted, okay, they're gonna be able to take out 9 class again, a triple kill for Yuma, and finally the damage is starting to stack up in favor of Heroic with a buyback now to the Beastmaster. Laser far, Satanic still staying alive, gets to the low ground, another laser coming up, Analog super low, looks to be the death of him, triple kill for no one. Buybacks galore come out from PVISION, make it 3, and now the brunt of the damage being placed onto this Monkey King. They finally take out Yuma. Double buyback available from Heroic's side. As KJ going to be spotted. There's many gems to pick up to be able to reveal him. And he's going to grab ally himself. I've been there before. Eventually will be brought down, though. Double kill for Satanic. And that is 4 dead for Heroic with 3 out of the 4 with buybacks available, but many buybacks expended from PVISION.
What a sick fight.
And now the tier 5 items are up, by the way.
Yuma is popping off this game. If he wasn't having this good of a game on the Monkey King, I don't think we would still be here. 17, 3, and 10. Another clutch fight from him. Great Wukong's usage. Great Satanic Boundless usage. Just did everything he could. And if it weren't for all the buybacks on PVISION, this would have been an outstanding fight for Heroic. But just the numbers game. They have the buyback and they have the outpost, so they connect faster. Now they will get the Aegis, a Refresher, and Cheese. I don't even know where these go anymore. Is there a tier 5 yet? Nobody has one, right?
No one trying to take out this second lane. He will eventually get it. Forcing out a BKB as well from Whisper, trying to retain all these buybacks on the Heroic side.
Yeah, so Aegis on Satanic instead of Refresher makes a ton of sense.
Satanic is so annoying. Look, it actually gets brought back in. Thanks to the Lotus. Nullifier applied to him. He's going to be able to find the distance. Whisper with the BKB trying to tail at the Satanic. Tinker trying to get out. The Aegis is expended. So he did take the Aegis in turn. Wukong's command now from Yuma. No one stuck inside. They're going to be able to kill Tinker again. That's 2 minutes dead for Satanic. No buyback. And now the rest of PVISION on the retreat. Not able to find any more from the Heroic side.
Okay, they're gonna commit hard here. It's so unlikely you get an opportunity like this again for the next long while. 2 minutes. You have a lot to get through, but you also hit really hard on the buildings. If you were to find an opening, this lineup can end the game fast. Monkey King as well as Bristle hit stupidly hard at this stage of the game. Level 30 talent's about to come up for both of them as well to help out that little bit extra. And an amp damage rune. Okay, a little bit of an extra.
We're 63 minutes in and nobody has a tier 5 yet, I don't think. Yeah, nobody's picked one up.
Okay, Yuma's queuing up Rapier.
Smoke, PVISION.
Swift.
They want to fight outside the base, knowing that this buyback is down. Buybacks are down for most of their team, in fact. No one. Trying to stay in front, gets the phase shift off, but he gets crushed, he gets stunned again, and he's dead! Buys back instantly. That is very costly for PVISION. There's 9 class with the concoction, not gonna do too much as Yuma comes in with that Deso. They're gonna be able to decimate these buildings quite fast. Wukong's command is placed. No one has to pop the Refresher. There's a nice grab ally to save the primal target. Yuma pops out with the BKB, Boundless Strike again. Still leashed up as the Mortimer's kisses are so much damage. He goes back inside the tombstone again. Schofield getting extremely low. Analog is first to fall. 9 class dies to Whisper's right click. DM in the meantime gets the roar off. Schofield's going to be fine though as Yuma has another Wukong command to work with. Brings it back in with the harpoon as DM gets to the outskirts. Turns into a soldier. And no one. Back to the high ground he goes. So 2 dead for the Heroic side. Their tier 4 is dead and their Ancient is exposed. So they're going to have to back away.
Okay,
so in the end, they don't get any barracks. That's crazy hold.
Look at Ducalis. I was going to say, without looking at the numbers, I was like, he did a lot of damage that fight.
Dude, that Mortimer.
He had 2 full level 25 Mortimers going off. This is the extra kisses launched as well. So he's firing how many? 16 globs twice. There's 32 kisses in that fight.
We have...
Eventually, heroes will die.
Rapier on Yuma. So this Boundless Strike is going to be disgusting. Stygian for Whisper. That is the first tier 5 we've seen, despite it being 65 minutes in the game now.
And they haven't had time.
Oh, for sure. They're going to go for the Megas as the Ancient, like I said, is exposed. KJ is going to have to defend this. There's Whisper and Yuma coming in from the sideline. They're going to have to try to backstab. Now we have a Wind Waker for the Tinker as the item number 20, feels like.
Yep.
Yuma.
Classic backpack Wind Waker.
For the opening. Whisper's gonna show himself first, I believe. They chop the tree, though, into the coil, into the lasers. Down goes Monkey King along with the Divine Rapier. Oh, man, that is a sad way to go out in this game number 1. As they will eventually get the Mega Creeps. One more grab ally for the road, but this is the end of game 1, surely. GG's called. Very entertaining affair. But PVISION prevail in game 1.
And almost in poetic fashion, Yuma has a crazy performance this game, playing an absolutely stellar Monkey King, gets the Rapier, it's super hype, and he hits 0 heroes with it, and the game just instantly ends. Wow, that was crazy, though. They made them work for it. This was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that was definitely the most entertaining game of TI so far. It is only day number 1, though, Nat.
I don't know if you've been watching all the other streams over there, Sunsmack, because there's been a lot of games going on. There's been a lot of entertainment, but this one definitely is up there. It's our third 60+ minute game already in not even half a day right now, but this one was amazing. Everything from what felt like a fantastic early game for Heroic into this PVISION lineup finally coming online. We're seeing a little bit more of what that Tinker can do, and then just beautiful team fight execution all around their fly, I would say, towards that later half. An unfortunate end to it. Maybe we just overlook it a little bit, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is a bit of a disappointing ending, but everything leading up to that was epic.
Yeah.
There were a lot of awesome Tinker fights, all the nullifiers flying everywhere from
Three of
Heroic's
them,
side.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good choice, you know, so many E-Blades and Ghost Scepters. It was a fantastic game. I think Heroic showed a lot of strength. You know, they had a pretty good early game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out, but this was a very close game. I felt like both teams had their moments to win, and I don't know who was going to win until the very end.
Yeah, amazing to watch there. We just have to say it, right? Yuma had a fantastic performance here. Like, there was just something else about how he was playing this Monkey King, and we weren't even sure if we were comfortable with it when it came out in that draft as their third pick.
Yeah, they even did a lane swap too. Like, this Monkey King was played in the off lane against the Tinker, which isn't really an advantageous matchup at all. But I think Yuma just did a really good job for the most part, being in the right place at the right time, especially in the team fights. You have to do a little bit of credit to Schofield as well. He was always dragging some hero into the Wukong's command and making it look a lot better as well. But yeah, everyone had like a pretty good game from both sides, at least among the cores, because like Whisper also was playing amazing on this Bristleback. You had a really well played by Yuma too. And on the other side, like Satanic played really well. No one played really well scoreline wise. Just a lot of like great individual play. Probably why the game went so long as well.
Yeah, Whisper is the one I really wanted to hype up if they won, because everyone was like, oh yeah, Yuma MVP. But like, look at Yuma's items. He has a Harpoon, a Deso, BKB, Daedalus, Satanic, Rapier there before he lost it. Like, it's all damage. Right? How is he able to do this damage? Well, let me tell you, Whisper, right from the beginning of the game, was itemizing non-stop to enable his Monkey King to do what he needed to do. He went a Lotus Orb, first item. He goes for this Abyssal Blade to keep locking down people. He goes for the Nullifier, like, after his Lotus, because it's like, well, we gotta kill the Tinker somehow, guys. He's just constantly itemizing to enable his cores to actually do stuff. He goes for a Hex. He goes for a Refresher. This guy is just like, I feel like he just tanked it all. Like, he was like, yeah, I won't be the guy that kills everyone. I mean, he killed a lot of people, damn. But like, he was like, I'm just gonna give you the game. I'm gonna let you play the game by the way that he itemized. And I thought that was very respectable and very cool. And they did that nice lane swap. It's like, yeah, Yuma played maybe into this Tinker, but also Whisper was like there, like playing against the Beastmaster for Yuma so that he could have a nice lane. I just thought it was nice how they picked this hero, used it for their good laning, and then used it for the itemization. And because he was just always tanky no matter what, and he was able to get in there onto Satanic a lot.
Yeah, a great foundation then for what we saw to be just such a fantastic game between Heroic and PVISION. Like we said, unfortunately, just pretty upsetting ending for Heroic. Of course, they would have loved to win that. It felt like it was going to be going in their way, but PVISION do get that win overall for us. That Alchemist 9 class, am I right, Theo?
That's right. I mean, yeah. Bought a lot of Aghanim Scepters. Gave it to Tinker first item. Stunned himself a few times. But I think it was very interesting to see. Sometimes 9 class brings something out and it looks really good. And I think in a different game, this would have looked better. Unfortunately, in this game, it looked pretty mid, and he was not able to do what he wanted to do. But at the end of the day, it was enough. But the real MVP here is Ducalis, the other support. We saw in that last final fight there, where you have a dead Tinker, Satanic. He overplayed his hand there. You're going for the throne. He had Refresher level 25, shot out like 25 Mortimer kisses there, ends up single-handedly keeping him in the game. So really well played, and we're starting to see why this Snapfire hero is getting more and more play.
Also, his positioning every fight in order to deal with the tombstone was like fantastic. He had one thing in mind.
Yeah, I feel like when you look towards the earlier part, their fly, it's a little bit like, okay, the Snapfire was either getting picked off early, so they didn't have that little bit of extra damage, or therefore you can't deal with the tomb. But as the game progressed, that Snap was just in better positions. You're able to get 2 complete ults out. You're able to take down the tombstone.
Yeah, I think the Snapfire, first of all, it's looking like a great hero in this meta. And then the way Ducalis played this game, he was able to bail out the Tinker a couple of times with the cookies. He was able to deal with Tombstone, and he had follow-up damage on Coil and Roar with Mortimer kisses. So I think he played really well on Ducalis. Perfect, positioning later, especially. So yeah, good job to him.
Clutch that MVP, that standout player for him, especially with that high ground defense there. But we can run it back a little bit towards that earlier part of the game, right, Fia? Because there were a lot of things that you wanted to point out that gave leverage to Heroic to have this outstanding performance too.
I think most everything that happened this game was on the back of being able to find this Tinker and get kills on him. So yeah, a couple of moments here that ended up like changing the tides of the game. And to be fair though, Satanic is the one who put himself in a lot of these situations, even towards the end there. But you got to be aggressive with a Tinker, but they take advantage of it either way. Satanic does go in really early, and yet again, we'll see another great Wukong's command come out there on top of like 2 heroes there and the Tinker. And this is a part of the game where I'm just like, okay, Heroic, they have a chance to win this, and then we'll see it again. Like, just another great boundless strike. Lasso, we see this over and over again. An Analog playing more of a supportive role here. And then we'll just see yet again where this Tinker feels like he's invincible, but then the nullifiers come out, the BKBs come out, and Satanic is in yet another situation where he's one of the top net worth heroes, ends up going down. So yeah, overall, Heroic, they had a couple good fights here, and they weren't able to continue to do this the entirety of the game. If they were able to keep finding this Tinker, this probably would have been a 1 game for them.
Yeah, this, slow, gradual push. It was really undone by one unfortunate fight. I believe it was down in that bottom part on Heroic side of the map. And that was when we thought, okay, PVISION are actually having some legs now. Their lineup is doing what they need to do, Fly.
Yeah, there was a moment around 35 minutes into the game that we're going to see in a moment where Bristleback kind of gets picked off, unfortunately. And then Heroic kind of makes a pretty big mistake here where they try to defend 4v5. And at this moment of the game, I would say the advantage was on Heroic side. But these are the kind of mistakes that separate, the best teams for the teams that are a little bit weaker. Where this kind of decision making, where hey, let's defend this tower 4v5, and then they end up just losing the tower. They end up dying on Monkey. The momentum kind of shifts towards PVISION. I think these are the mistakes that make the greatest teams, or the ones that don't quite make it. So.
Yeah. That difference maker. Do you, obviously when we're in the game we don't have that pressure, right? But getting to look at it from an outside point of view, are you saying just give that tower, just go for a high ground defense? Like, where do you play that then with only 4 heroes?
Yeah, I think somebody has to make the call, because what happens in the game, there's going to be a lot of chaos, there's a lot of things happening, and somebody is saying, are we going to defend this tower? And then someone has to say no. It doesn't matter who. Somebody has to make that call. But if everybody's just trying to be positive, like, hey, let's defend the tower, guys. It's
we're
fine.
really strong. We don't want to give it to them.
Don't worry about it. Like, you have to know when to give up something. Okay. And that really is something you see in the best teams. They know when to give up, and they know when they should fight for something.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, look, that was it. Okay, it's a game 1, though. It's a best of 3 for our Swiss stage here, and we got 4 streams of Dota. We finished our first series quite quickly. It was a 2-0 for us, but over on the other streams, it went a lot later. We had our first 60-minute game over on the B stream. We also had Liquid up against Boom Esports. Their first game went to 63 minutes, so they had a long one over there as well. And on the C stream, they have only just recently concluded their first series. That was Falcons up against Nemesis, went all 3 games, and that third game was 70 minutes, just ticked over 70 minutes. So it was massive. They're actually only really just getting into their second series, but with that first line done, we can see what our third rounds of games are going to be. You can see the teams that are the 0-1 record matching up against each other, but also as well our 1-0 teams that we'll be seeing here on our A stream. Falcons up against Tundra. That's going to be the series after this one, which is not yet finished. PVISION and Heroic still underway. It was only 1 game, and it really delivered. At any moment, could have been either team. It feels like if Heroic come in, play just even 5% cleaner than what they did in that game 1, this could easily go to a game 3. This could easily be a series that goes towards the Maria.
Yeah, and it's really exciting as well because, again, it's a region that's not Europe. Like, genuinely, it's been awesome seeing, like, Xtreme doing really well, this coming out, like, for a brief moment, Wildcard were doing okay against Spirit, ignoring the second game, ignoring that, didn't happen. Yeah, no, I think the gameplay styles are really fun. Also, even in that Falcons vs. Nemesis series, right? Holy moly, that going the whole way. Yeah. Like, Akashi was playing insane. Like, in the game 3, his Razor was just, like, looked unstoppable for a really hot minute.
Even in the game number 2, when he was playing Luna, like that's the one that they won, right? And he was unstoppable. Akashi looks amazing over in Nemesis. So
Yeah.
the scoreline, people might be like, yeah, I predicted them to not win that series. But I'm telling you, the way in which it unfolded was something to really go back and watch when the day is over, because we still got a lot more Dota.
We got
We'll
a
get to
real international on our hands.
yeah, we're gonna get to see them play again and things like that. And this series, we're talking about it. You know, you don't want to see it just another domination of Europe, but this feels like a South American battle. You know, deep down there with the coaches, Estini up against Cavs. We've talked about these mental games and just how that's going to be playing now into a game number 2, right? For a best of 3, it's very easy for either of these two teams to readjust. Fly.
Yeah, I think I did like PVISION's draft a little bit more, but I could see what, Heroic was doing as well with this triple melee core, buying nullifiers, easy ways to initiate into the game. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt, how they're going to rate the heroes a little bit differently. Is Beastmaster still going to be as prioritized by PVISION? Were they happy with the Bristol back? I feel like we're going to see a completely different game when these two coaches are involved, because like we said, it is sort of this mental battle between the coaches, and looks like there's some speech going on. So I hope they bring something new and interesting from both sides, because these are the coaches to do it.
There's definitely an energy around Heroic. They love to have their team huddles, conversations in between games before series. What were you going to say, Fia?
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, I definitely think that's very interesting, these two teams, and how much of this game was PVISION trying this like Alchemist Tinker carry versus, just Heroic playing incredibly well. I don't want this next game to end up in a situation where PVISION's like, well, that was our experimental strat. We barely won. Go full try hard and end up stomping this next game, right?
Yeah.
That would be a little bit unfortunate. I really do want to believe that Heroic, they have enough in the tank to make this happen again, clean up a little bit here and there, and just be able to take this and make it go to 3 games. But there's a part of me where I think PVISION's a team that can kind of realize that there are some key issues with their draft that made it much harder than it should have been, and this next game won't be as easy for Heroic.
Do you want to point any out for?
I already did. The Alchemist did not work very well. I
Okay,
think,
so
in
new
this game.
position 4.
Position 4, and the Tinker carry, it looked good at some points, but it had a lot of overlap, I feel, with their entire draft. It was just like the puck in the mid lane, Snapfire, a bunch of like backline type of damage.
I do think they had a lot of misplays in terms of like, they went on Whisper so much. I feel like the Bristle is not, especially the Bristle with the lowest orb, is not who you're meant to be like running down. That's how we saw stuff like them overcommitting and like blinking in and then getting wiped by like 3 heroes because they're just chasing a Bristle for no reason. They do that a lot. And 9 class on his Alk was also just like blinking in to melee range of heroes when, you've been buying Ags to be a little Ags factory. You don't have any items. You're not able to defend yourself. You have a blink. And then you went into an Ags. So he was... I don't know how much I hate the hero or the idea behind it. He just didn't seem to respect his own strength, which was very little.
I'm just saying, we've seen more impactful heroes 9 classes, brought to the table.
Damn, Tinkerbell.
That's pretty much what we're getting at right now.
Yeah.
Maybe in a different world it'll look better, but that game didn't look great.
Well, the Ags look great. The
He gave
heroes
Ags
around him
He literally
that
just
had Ags
gave
were fantastic.
Tinker 4,000
yeah, it was
gold.
beautiful.
That was his purpose.
Yeah, and then he got to have an E-Blade Dagon refresher, which was
That's true.
terrifying.
Well, not this game. Tinker
Yeah,
is
it's gone.
removed.
Goodbye.
Tinker's gone. The Beast is gone as well. So the 2 heroes that we saw in the previous game, not going to be let through at all for this one. But it opens up the Nature's Prophet. And Heroic feeling comfortable enough to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, I think Prophet is an incredible hero. A lot of heroes that are good against Prophet are banned, with Dawnbreaker being banned, Beastmaster being banned. I do think PVISION, they probably suspect that Heroic is not as comfortable on this Nature's Prophet. At least from my understanding, it's not Yuma's best hero. Like Monkey King is a very good Yuma hero. It's very aggressive, goes in, stuns. Nature's Prophet might be more of an analog hero. I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll see how this draft develops. But we get the Lycan, which is... I think this hero is kind of busted because he usually gets off to an okay laning phase now because he can just drag waves with wolves, and then you buy Dominator, the broken item in this meta, and at some point it's pretty easy to buy a Nullifier these days because everybody's going to buy Ghost Scepter. So I'm a big fan of a Lycan as a hero right now, and I think it is a pretty good response against Nature's Prophet because he doesn't pressure you that much, and so you're not afraid of him as a carry at least. So we'll see how it goes from here, but this is completely different, I'm not sure why there was a clockwork ban this game. No idea. That's another question mark for me. But I feel like, again, these two coaches, you know, it's some kind of battle between them.
I think it's 9 Class, one of his favorite heroes. Maybe that's just why the ban came out.
Schofield's favorite hero too, though. Why not just take it?
Because they won Nature's.
Because the Nature's probably was more important.
I did see another game that's happening so far at Road to TI. There was a Nature's, and the enemy picked Lycan, Tusk type heroes, and they just kind of ran them over. I think the Nature's lost that game. Cool. So I do like this approach a lot. You kind of covered like every reason why Lycan's broken.
So here's my counterpoint.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Is Helm of the Dominator actually good on heroes that buy Helm of the Dominator naturally? It's the real question.
What does he mean by this?
I think he's meaning Helm of the Dominator is so good and bought so often right now because it's helping other carries that aren't normally good. Does that mean it hinders cores that normally do buy?
We lost her.
I feel like we were really clear there, Fia. I think we're on the same way. It made perfect sense to me.
All right, let me dumb it down. Is Helm of
you.
Dominator good on Lycan, Beastmaster, or better on Invoker, Faceless Void?
Me for bad.
I'm done.
Oh, okay. We lost that.
Aww.
We're going to redirect the question. So, Fly, what would you say the Helm of the Dominator is like?
I think Lycan is one of the best Dominator heroes in the game, no matter what.
No matter
It
what.
just synergizes too well with this hero. Beastmaster can go different routes. So for that one. So anyways, Snapfire comes out,
Yeah,
which is a great
MVP.
hero. Yeah. I'm sure 9 Class can play this too. I think they can mix it up. I think I would like to see Heroic putting this Nature's Prophet on a different role than carry. One, because I don't think it's Yuma's biggest strength, and 2, because I think Lycan will get too good of a lane. And you want to kind of shut this hero down in lane so he doesn't get off to too fast of a Dominator. So I would like to see kind of response to Lycan right now with these 2 picks.
When I'm looking at, the history of what the Heroic players have been playing recently, or semi-recently, it does feel like
It's a pudge.
I'm going to stop saying anything because there's a Pudge and Enchantress, which does mean that Nature's Prophet is more likely to be going into a core role.
Enchantress with is it the Ags? The little friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it like roots you and makes all the things attack.
Yeah.
That would be so sick this game.
It's very annoying. Have you guys played against it recently?
I played
No,
with
but I do know what it does. I think it's...
Oh no, not the Alchemist. He's dancing on our screen too. Just to taunt us. He's like, haha, I'm
See,
back.
they understand something we don't.
Round
I mean,
2.
I think it's nice to see because now we're going to have a bigger sample size.
Sure.
Was that
Yeah.
last game an anomaly, or is this how the hero's supposed to function? I think in a way it's supposed to function that way, but I'm just not sold that completely sacrificing one hero is good this patch, because I feel like you get so much value by having like items on your supports, and you just don't get that if you do this Alchemist. And very rarely does one hero just take over a game and just use that network so efficiently that it justifies making your position 4 a position 7.
Yeah, you know how you go into a pub and somebody flames you and like, you have 0 impact this game, what are you doing? That's basically how it feels like when you're watching Alchemist, that you would just get flamed, like, what are you doing? Until they give you an axe and you're like, yo, you're cool with me.
And then they
So-
flame you for not carrying the game.
Exactly.
I mean, if they put this Lycan on offlane and then they pick a nice carry, right?
That's
You're able
Tonka
to.
carry right there.
Huh?
She's talking about PVISION.
Oh wait, I'm talking about PVISION. If you're able to give a nice axe to your Lycan, I mean, you and you have a physical carry. You're playing off this acid, right? Negative armor, Snapfire, negative armor. You go all in. That is a lot of synergy with their spells to do a lot of physical damage. And it looks like they're trying to keep the edge off on some of that with this nice conker pick. Gonna have that ROM so you don't just get busted and died in your fights.
Yeah, they banned the Ursa, which is the best pairing. If you want to do that.
Yeah.
I personally don't think that strategy is worth the Alchemist Ags to the Lycan.
Okay, who would you give it to?
Yeah, what's the order then?
I don't know yet. I'd rather give it to Quap, I think. I feel like Lycan Ags is like... It's okay some games. If you have the right hero with it, there's a lot of like...
This is a professional
conditions.
game where they're drafting. They get to pick the right hero with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
just like
this is also a
contrary.
professional game where you get 2 bans to
so
prevent
true.
them from getting the best hero with it.
There's a lot of heroes in this game too.
Yeah, I mean the only issue I have with like the Lycan Ags is
Yeah.
it kind of limits your attack range
Oh, that's
more than
true.
it should. Like even if like you're a Monkey King or a Tiny, it just gives you 150 flat.
Yeah.
So that part is a little bit annoying. And obviously, if it's a good range carry game, forget about it. You can't even pick it.
I mean, yeah, but then you don't have to give the axe to him, so that's okay.
Got to give the axe to someone though.
Or, hear me out, carry Alchemist. Bam.
Playable.
Yeah.
I do think it's playable, but I don't see this game necessarily.
It was the only words he had on carry out. Playable.
That's how it is right here. That's just how the hero is right now. It's playable.
Yeah.
It's not good nor bad, especially if you pick it this early, right? There's going to be some answers that might make it more difficult.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be just 9 class again, and then the queen can still go 2 different lanes. Same for Heroic. I think they have a lot of flex again. It just seems like how they like to draft. They can put the Kunkka as a carry against Lycan. They can put the Pudge there, probably, because Enchantress kind of covers you anyways. Nature's Prophet, I'm not sure where he's going. I can see him going mid, for example, against Queen of Pain, which I think is an okay matchup for you. And then just have Kunkka and Pudge on the side lanes. So there are a lot of different things they can do. I don't think Nature's Prophet is much of a Schofield hero, but we could be mistaken. Or I could be mistaken, rather.
I mean, he can be what's needed to be sometimes. And by that, I mean, like, he didn't play Queen of Pain at all. And then at EWC, he played Quap 4 just because they needed him to. So he can play different stuff. It's possible, and he's done it in the past. But only if they have a gotcha pick.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they round it up. I would like to see another sort of answer to Queen of Pain, because I do think it's too good of a Queen game right now where she can just take over the game. They don't have too much to deal with her, just a Kunkka X and some follow-up. So maybe some sort of disable that could be good. Not from a support role, more I'm thinking some kind of core.
Oh.
Or what were you thinking about?
I was thinking how cool it'd be to have an Ench core in this game. No,
You think an Ench core is more likely?
that'd be awesome. Yeah.
I think
Then
you
a-
said cool, not good.
No, I said core.
Seconds remaining.
Cool, but not good.
No,
Or do
I
you think
said
it's
cool.
good? Inch core good?
That's true.
Yes
There's a
or
difference
no?
between you thinking it would be cool and it being good.
I think it's both.
Okay.
This is actually a hard prediction, I think. Yeah, did not predict that one.
A Nyx.
I would never have called that.
How regular are you seeing a Nyx assassin in your pubs fly?
Like never.
Okay. We're playing very different games here.
That's another support, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
Schofield played this last
So,
Tony.
so this is kind of an
play next
old
week.
answer to Snapfire, right? When
Yeah.
you carapace the Mortimer kisses. So when Nyx was meta like eons ago, it was okay. And it is also another answer to Queen in a way where you can catch her and kind of kill her with Vendetta and follow-up stun. So I can see it. It's a bit off script, but they also have a Pudge. So their draft is kind of crazy, which is fun to see. And Monkey King is sort of in line with Ursa and Nyx. It's sort of this anti-melee hero where no matter where this monkey goes, this game is going to have a good lane. So it just makes sense. And then it's going to be Yuma on Nature's Prophet. Okay.
That's a Pudge Nyx lane versus Monkey King Snapfire.
Yeah, this seems horrible. Like, picking Nyx ever into any kind of zoo is already, like, insane. GM's kind of gonna eat.
But is it
zero.
crazy enough to work?
Is it probably not, if I had to guess.
I
They also playing with so much vision on PVISION. You have these wolves that are gonna be able to scout out people. You have Monkey King, Tridons. Like, you can find so much. It's gonna be so hard.
Do you ever, because we just saw them lane swap in game 1, right? Is there a chance that you do this again so that you're having the Ench against the Lycan?
Oh, for sure the Ench is going to try to find Lycan. That is
Yeah,
like her
but when
purpose
it-
in the draft.
Comes to laning though, right? Because, you know, this is their 5. So is it always like, you know, swapping to try and make it a little bit better, or?
I think so. If I'm Ench this game, I would call that I should go wherever the Lycan
Wherever
goes,
Ench
so I
goes.
can kind of destroy his game. We'll see if they do that. Maybe the Lycan is just fine to still pull waves top with the help from his alchemist. Like, you know, they can just send 2 wolves and Alchemy. They should be able to drag the waves. So anyways, I still would rate PVISION, even though there's an alchemist, which we weren't too happy with. Last game, I would like to see if it goes a little bit better. Maybe it'll have a bigger impact. I think the Axe is going to go to Queen this game, which is a great choice. So yeah, I'm still gonna go with PVISION.
Okay. Last game you said the Al could buy anything. Item progression, whatever he wants. Does it still stand true for this one?
You were predicting what I thought he would buy. I had no idea.
Okay, do you have more of an idea this way, just how it's going to be playing out for you? Do you feel like the lanes, more control is going to be PVISION's early on?
I think the laning stage is going to be very annoying to play, I think, because this Nyx is not a good laner. I don't know what Whisper knows that I don't know about Pudge right now as an off-lane early pick. That looks like a hard lane. Sure, Lycan and Alchemist is not great either, but we'll see how they do.
Well, look, an Alk again in our draft for game number 2. And what a wise man once said is when there's an Alk in a game, it's an Alchemist game.
Sounds like a
That
smart
guy's
guy.
a moron. Oh,
Smart.
sorry.
Smart.
Sorry. I should have let you talk first.
Smart.
You know, we just have bad synergy.
Not smart.
I can't read the room. I do
You can't read in
apologize.
general.
That's an American thing, so we won't get into that syndrome. Anywho, welcome. Game number 2 is upon us. Heroic versus PVISION. We got a Pudge. Hell yeah. Everybody loves Pudge.
This is a bit of a wild one for me from Heroic, the way they opened this. So it's, I mean, first picking Prophet comes as no real big surprise, but following it up with Ench Pudge, I think is very much of a curveball. And I can't say I hate throwing curveballs against PVISION when you are the underdog, but I think if anything, game number 1 showed that you might just, you know, be able to bring a close game in the second one if you keep things standard.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit unsure how to feel about this, because if this was game 1, I would have liked it more than I do in game 2 now that we see how much closer the teams were than I personally anticipated they would be. This is pretty high risk. I think I share the same perspective here with the panel that it's possible that the lanes for Heroic just fall apart too early and the game gets really difficult to play. I think the Pudge Nyx lane in particular should really struggle.
Yeah, talk about 2 dead heroes in a lane.
Yeah, it's Pudge is a better laner than you might think, but
Nyx has always been garbage.
Nyx just really does not bring out the best in you. Like if you're playing Pudge offlane, there's like, let's say you had the Snapfire. Then all of a sudden, this lane could be a lot more interesting, obviously, than the other team doesn't have the Snap, but give them a good 5 and you have Snap Pudge, you actually have a fighting chance against Monkey +1, but the Monkey versus Pudge matchup is, in isolation, is very Monkey favored, and it's the supports that make the difference. This time around just seems hard to imagine. Okay, nice little self-stun here from 9 class being juked out by Schofield, who's really trying to pull the wave, but PVISION are aware that this is a necessity for Pudge, so they are effectively adding that extra hero to the mix to prevent that first pull from going through, and this has massive ramifications on the lane now, because now Monkey King is ahead by a full wave when Whisper can start, I was gonna say contesting, I think that's the wrong word here, start looking at the creeps.
Very good, Cinderin. It's funny, when I look at this PVISION draft, even though, you know, the Alchemist remains and whatnot, the strategy feels actually similar to Heroic's game 1. It's just crazy amount of minus armor. 4 out of the 5 heroes have just ridiculous. Well, I guess the Monkey King doesn't, but if he goes for Deso this time around, there's still a lot of physical damage on the side of PVISION. But this time the Quap is kind of the separator. Instead of the Slardar from game 1 on Heroic, you do have mixed damage now with the Magic and Pure coming out from her.
And I think the good news here for...
Oh boy. Impale will follow a beautiful hook from Whisper, and that's going to be first blood for the Pudge.
Yes.
Try to turn this around onto Satanic as the Rot will continue, just giving more damage to Whisper.
The kill we all expected. Of course, Pudge Nyx getting first blood on Snap.
Yeah, after we just shat all over the lane. Another hook, Satanic, not able to dodge the Impale, and down goes another member of PVISION.
God,
Whisper, Pudge, God.
I can't believe PVISION picked Monkey King into Pudge. This is such an easy lane for Pudge.
God, I love watching Pudge.
Yeah. That's good, though. You really needed that for Pudge, too. The thing here is, if you don't find these kills, you have 3 CS, you know? Like, the lane was already starting to look really grim, but this is what makes Pudge more interesting now than it used to be, is when you do run this Rotten Core, you do quite a lot of damage when Rot starts stacking up.
Yeah.
Starting to see some trouble now for Schofield. Will be a trade-off, but he'll be able to return with full resources.
Yes, indeed. Satanic is very upset about Ducalis taking that.
And while we focused a lot on bottom, the other lanes for Heroic looking quite good. So Kunkka against Quap is seemingly a wash right now. I think that's kind of expected in the early levels. And then in the top lane, Nature's Prophet, very happy.
I have a real question for you. I want you to not... I want you to take it seriously.
Okay.
Why have we never seen Spirit Wolves in a pro game? At least to my knowledge.
What does it do?
The wolves are not controllable. They give you crazy amount of stats.
Oh, I have seen
You're a
that in a
stat
game.
bot. You've seen it in a pro game or a pub game?
I have seen that in a pro game.
Oh, really?
I think it was shortly. It's so like I had to ask because I didn't even remember that this still existed because I haven't seen it for a long time now. But just when it came out, I think I did see some carry Lycans try this. It was okay. I think that was the thing. It didn't really make a splash.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It might be a numbers thing where you make it a bit better and all of a sudden it...
In my pub turbo games, it's really strong.
You couldn't even say that without laughing. You got halfway through the sentence.
Yeah, I'm just so funny.
You knew,
I can't help myself.
You knew that wasn't worth being said out loud and you still did it.
No one going to continue with the Shadow Strikes. And they have a TP. No, going to be canceled. His Analog kind of stuck in a weird spot. But Schofield comes to play as well. Of course, no one out. Does not expend a spell, though. So, in terms of the Helm of the Dom type heroes, is...
Oh, another hook?
Yeah, another hook into the tower, but Ducalis will live. Are we just going to be seeing heroes... I mean, we're seeing heroes that don't typically buy Helm, so I assume the heroes that normally like Helm are going to be higher priority in this patch.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Oh, close call there. Thinking about the teleportation. By the way, Analog has gone 2-2-0 here, so no point in X mark against Quap. Interesting with a double point in Torrent. Obviously great when you do connect it, but some situations...
No one's going to be missing some good XP here. Has to walk all the way back to base as 9 class drops to Yuma, who's playing the position 1 Nature's Prophet this time around. One of his favorite heroes. He cast quite a few of his games in the past.
Yep. Not surprising at all to see Heroic opt for that as the very first pick. Also, is a patch that Prophet is very popular in general.
DM getting chased by the Tomato and a couple of range heroes to boot and a lot of trouble. 9 class a little bit too late with Concoction, so KJ nets himself a very nice kill onto the Lycan. So Heroic off to an early 4-1 start as Schofield snipes a Courier, which had treads, a fully completed treads for Satanic.
That's a big one. I say that at the same time, though, Monkey King is still crushing bottom, right? But with treads, maybe he poses more of a threat to Whisper. Now, Whisper with boots advantage can just run away from trouble, or they could try to make their own move.
They want to get in deep. Yuma's there, though. Gets off the Sprout, forces Satanic onto the other side, and an easy kill for Yuma and company. Really high octane offense from Heroic in this game, too.
God, I love Pudge.
Indeed. Oh yeah, look at that heal. Sprout heals now.
Yeah. Not even position 1 Prophet will go for the money bags.
Yeah, imagine how much gold they would have had.
Go for the heal that has been nerfed to about 50% on level 4 of what it used to be, and it's still better than money bags.
I mean, I'm not complaining. We don't have the 25 talent with the creep anymore.
That's true. You know, by comparison, you can make anything sound fun.
I feel like Nature's Prophet's not really a boring hero, though, in general. So
no,
I don't really mind. I mean, Terrorblade, on the other hand, don't get me started. 9 class on the run, gets enchanted. The Impetus doing a decent amount of damage. No one comes in, wants the trade, gets it with the Sonic Wave. So 1 for 1. Yuma will be able to dodge all of that, though.
I don't think you feel all that good about that as no one. That was your entire mana pool depleted for this kill on the 5-inch. And your TP. It's something, but not all that great. And oh, this could have been a really big prize for Heroic. If he gambled it, their Yuma might have actually been able to get the Wisdom in time before 9 class came over. But assumed that PVISION would be on top of it. We'll trade evenly. Schofield getting the level 4 onto Nyx. Of course, there's a hero we don't see very often, primarily because of its struggles in the laning phase. But now that you've got over that hurdle, Nyx can get quite interesting. So this was a lane that we were absolutely not expecting Heroic to win, and in all fairness, they didn't, but they did much better than we expected. So relative to expectations, absolutely a win. Monkey King is obviously still doing quite well in spite of losing his towers with Prophet rotation, but
Oh, they want to go for Whisper. The Pudge requires everyone's attention. Wrath of Nature comes out. The Pudge falls first. Satanic inside the Sprout gets out just fine. Has the full Jingu as well.
I think Whisper might have misplayed that a little bit. I think maybe he could have got Dismember off on the Monkey King. After all the stuns were expended, that could have gone kind of interesting, but I think he had cooldown on Meat Shield, unfortunately for him, so might not have worked. But, all right, back the other way we go. Heroic, whenever they have Ench on King jungles, he loves to get involved in these early tower pushes, as you should when you're playing Ench 5. So, putting that, twisting the screw in mid, and they might just get the tower.
Yeah, looks to be the case.
Amp damage on Kunkka.
Pretty early.
Yeah, this is really good. Mid and enemy safe lane tower taken minute 8.
As Whisper, oh boy, dies again. So after such a good start, now this is looking more like a pub version of Pudge. What?
So, no, it's just that the default pub Pudge is just bad. That is your definition of a pub Pudge is
yeah, of course.
bad.
Yeah, if it's on my team.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the enemy team, they're just destroying.
Yeah, really good, yeah.
Confirmation bias.
So now this is looking more like a pub Pudge on my team.
Boat is coming for DM. Gets off the shapeshift.
He's fine.
And he's going to be A-okay.
Might be a
Gets
turnaround
off
even.
the house. The minus armor is going to be used by Satanic. Get the Boundless Strike off as well. This turns into a very valuable kill for the PVISION side. And now Analog onto the high ground. DM is still here. TP canceled thanks to the cookie. This is going to be the death of the Kunkka. Not to the Centaur, though, to no one instead. It was looking pretty good for Heroic, but PVISION come back into this early stages of the game with a couple of nice fights.
Yeah, this one was on... The thing that stings about this for Heroic is that it was on their initiative. They were the ones going on Lycan, and they just didn't have the damage. They landed all of their spells, but it's not enough. So, ultimately, just a mistake trying this to begin with. No, everything, as mentioned, just landing here, not enough damage. Shapeshift giving the 250 health definitely helped there as well for DM.
Yep, true.
They might not have accounted for that. It's almost it is impossible to hit Torrent ship without Shapeshift going off in between. So, yeah, just not enough in the tank.
All right, we'll see if 9 class wants to go for the same build. Ooh, this is the true Slack special. Arcane into Ags first.
Yeah.
So not going to be stopping off with the Blink Dagger, it seems. Actually, this is not the Slack special. Slack's is Brown Boots Ags, my bad.
I'm surprised he gets boots.
Yeah.
Or actually, I'm not surprised he gets boots. I'm surprised he stays with one pair.
Yeah,
because when I play with Slacks, he buys one of each.
True.
Very
toxic.
Very much to my dismay.
9 class, Concoction. Gonna come for Schofield. Gets off the Spike Carapace. And no one is here, but Schofield does get off the Vendetta.
Scuttle.
Sentry was close. Oh, that's theirs, actually.
Little mistimed there. I think with perfect execution, that could have been a kill. The stun going into the Carapace might have... I don't know. Might still have been fine, actually.
Really backseating today, it seems.
Oh, okay.
Really strong backseating from Cinder and Azuma. Mortimer's kisses are going to destroy him. 9 class steals it, though, with the Concoction.
This took Kali's Snapfire, both this game and the last one, has seemed really valuable.
Yeah, it's looked really
for
good.
PVISION, so perhaps this could be something to look out for future teams. We also seen it in a decent amount of other series today, of course, so the hero in general is just pretty popular, and I can't say I hate it. I think Snap is a very entertaining hero to watch and play, so I'm on board with it. Long-range heavy artillery is fun. That's why you love Tinker.
No one. Inside the Sprout, gets off the Sonic Wave, actually kills off Schofield. Boat is coming for no one, though, at half HP, but not enough to withstand that barrage of damage. So he at least claims 1, but Heroic going to be happy with this exchange.
They brought 5 euros for that.
That's true. Maybe not as happy.
Can't say that was necessary.
All right, so first Ags for 9 class.
Yeah, it's...
Quap?
Probably.
Quaps is really good,
right?
but...
Monkey King is also not bad.
If you give it to Lycan, Cinder, they can just bite Monkey King.
So considering that you're playing against a lineup with 2 melee cores and Nyx also coming up close, I think the AoE Shadow Strike's just too good.
Yeah, it's a crazy axe.
I don't think you can pass up on getting that for free.
And that's, yeah, I would agree. It's a top 10 ags, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
It's extremely good.
It's one of those ags that has games where it's not that good, but in all of the games where it's even if it's decent, it's one of the best. So you just want to avoid the games. Like, let's say the enemy team has like 3 or 4 very mobile heroes that play from range. Oftentimes, you're not going to find those AoE Shadow Strikes, but in this game, you definitely will.
Schofield using Vendetta, it seems.
13-minute Treads Battle Fury on Satanic after 2 deaths and losing his tower minute 7 is quite impressive. Now, they did allocate some extra resources to bring him back, but in spite of that, I still have to say this is a very solid time. Well, he's keeping up with the Nature's Prophet, mind you.
Yeah, goes for the Battle Fury, so a way to get out of Sprout throughout the game.
True. I think he's in part also buying it to farm. What do you think?
I think that's a secondary feature of the Battle Fury.
Just for the Sprout.
Yeah, the Quelling Blade's really important. So
yeah, just for the Sprout, okay. Interesting as well to see...
Wait, did he change his mind? How dare you, Night?
Is he going Blink?
Why would you tease us with such a juicy item?
No.
So it will be exactly the same as last time around.
Well, he's probably going to get the Ags again shortly, so...
Yeah, I would assume so.
It'll be exciting later.
DM getting closer to the helm of the Overlord. Actually, I didn't even check which facet took. It's the pack leader.
Pack leader, yeah.
So, Shapeshift being a little bit stronger. Do you like this one or the other one, which gives you 6 levels of the Wolves?
I think Alpha Wolves are more game-specific. I think they can be really good if there's enemy supports that truly struggle with the Wolves. I don't think that's the case here. Ench is actually quite good against them, as we've already established with both Enchant and Untouchable, so the Alpha Wolves can't really mess with her all that much. And Nyx is just off-map. So if these supports, let's say you're playing against Bane. Bane hates Alpha Wolves, Shadow Shaman. These kind of heroes that are very positioning dependent and can't fight back against the Wolves. Just not the case here. I think it's more of an anti-support facet than anything. So this one is just the staple choice, and then you pick the other one when you have a good reason to. And then you pick the third one if you're...
Spirit Wolves.
Yeah, if you're playing Turbo. I don't know.
I like how you refrain from saying being bad at the game. Appreciate that. It's DM with the Satyr. Ready to push as, ooh, no one. Blinking in, but Analog out of reach. 9 class with another self-concoction. Does have the blink as Whisper is getting close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter. This is a nice classic. Back in the day, young children, you could deny yourself with Pudge.
Yeah.
It was good times for all. You could do the same with Double Edge on Centaur. It used to mini-stun as well. Really cool information for all of you out there.
Now that you can't die from rots, you can actually farm infinite amounts of stacks as long as you're smoked.
That's right. Schofield spotted. Scatterblast hits. Concoction hits as well. Does not use... Okay, doesn't have time apparently. Schofield does get off the Impale now. Uses his ult to try to skitter away. Will be able to dodge most of these globs, and he wastes quite a bit of time and resources from PVISION, so not too bad.
These are the worst moments when you have like a quote-unquote free kill, and then you're just trying to save one spell, and then you're like, oh, we actually need it, and then you throw it, and then it misses.
Yeah.
If they use Kisses instantly, he's just dead on the spot, but they didn't think they would need them.
They're also trying to wait out the Spike Carapace, which he didn't pop for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. They have to wait for Carapace before they can throw out the Kisses, but...
Panic. Oh, man, that was a nice Force Staff into the Centaur Stomp. Uses the Shard with the Boundless Strike to get away, though.
I love that he bought it this early. I think it's really good this game. It gives him a way of getting away from Pudge if he gets hooked. He can maybe get away from Nyx openings, and this one as well. Get out of Sprout easily. So... clever purchase here from Satanic. Yeah, and that previous kill, I don't know. Like, if you stun the Nyx and you throw out... You could probably throw out 3 globs before he gets Carapace off, right? In a max concoction, I would think. He would have had it. Anyway, backseating a little much there, Shannon.
Yep, as usual. Thanks, Cinder.
DM,
the hook actually misses. DM, because his ult was being popped, dodges that. Boat, looks like he's going to get the cookie. Runs away. Satanic inside the Wukong's command, turns into the statue. Gets to the other side. is going to be fine. Yuma kind of isolated from his team now as the balance strike will take him down. Double kill for DM as Satanic trying to dodge a little bit, but the hook finally brings him back into the fray, but it's going to be at the cost of many heroes on the heroic side as 9 Class and Company looking to clean up his analog super low. Will be the 4th death for heroic, and it's a full team wipe. And all PVISION lost was the one Monkey King. Pretty crazy fight for PVISION.
Man, there were a couple of whiffed spells in the start, and ultimately that really helps PVISION get the win there. They don't get the X-Torrent boat combination onto Lycan. He just runs away from it all. The hook misses because he by chance casts Shapeshift at the exact same time.
Yeah, that was
You can't, I mean, that's just lucky. There's no, I don't think DM had vision of the Pudge. He doesn't know the hook is coming. It's just coincidence that it overlaps fully. You're going to see the replay of it here. So look here.
This is a top play nominee right here. Oh,
So
yeah.
That hook's going to miss.
That's gorgeous.
Now, this is the one that can't miss. You can't miss this X-Torrent chip, right?
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That whiffs entirely. DM runs out. You have a Wukong's command that is effectively hitting nothing as well from the side of PVISION, but Yuma gets isolated in a really precarious spot because the X-Torrent combo misses. If that lands, they kill Lycan and probably stay in formation. Instead, they get separated. And if not for that nice hook from Whisper, this would have been a clean wipe. At the very least, he got 1 kill. But not the greatest result there for Heroic. Gotta be tighter on those executions if you want to beat a team like PVISION, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. As a result, PVISION now with a 3K lead. Nothing too crazy. I mean, the problem really, I mean, this, how often can you say this? Yuma on the Nature's Prophet. Well, speaking of which, he's
so dead.
Scouted a bit by no one. Concoction comes from 9 Class into the Sonic Wave. He goes to the grave. I was going to say, in terms of net worth, top of his team, but 4th overall in the game as a Nature's Prophet. That is kind of unheard of, feels like.
And it's only going to get worse when Alk gets Axe, because then somebody's going to skyrocket even further.
Yeah.
And catching up will be all that harder. Speak of the Alk, see you later. Not going to miss this one.
Cannot buy any components, so we'll lose 100 precious gold
Radiant's top tower is
towards whatever Aghanim Scepter he chooses.
Dire's bottom tower is
I've been wondering with these voice lines,
Dire are scanning.
I feel like a lot of them have translations and some don't. So Satanic just dropped this voice line and I have no idea what it's saying, but other voice lines there's an English subtitle. Are Valve hiding something from us? Is there subliminal messaging?
Is this you submitting a bug report on a cast at TI?
This is a bug.
Okay, just checking. Valve loves hearing about bug reports. There's one.
I don't know if it's a bug. Like
I mean, Nyx is a bug, literally.
Okay, great segue.
And Tormentor. KJ takes it.
Okay, so it gets Sprunk. That's a really nice one for sure. The panel was talking about Ags as a potential solution for Lycan, but doesn't seem interested in it. It's going to go drums into Solar. And the problem with Ags as well is it's very...
DM, very slow boy. Pops his ult, but they have the connection. Dismember to follow. And Sprout coming if needed, not. Enough damage for days. He was pretty close to finishing the AC. Still not too far away from the recipe now.
Sprung is actually really good for them to get for free here for the side of Heroic. The pure damage, Ench can become the X factor in this game. We've seen that a lot of times throughout Dota's history, that as far as fives go, Ench sometimes becomes a 4th core. And the core matchups that you have here, in particular Monkey King and Lycan, having Sprung to get out of the ring and then do damage as well.
Oh,
nice,
that's a really fast BKB. Oh, he actually gets hooked in, though, into the Dismember. Teammates are on the way, turns into a little soldier, and now runs away in shame. Satanic, 1 BKB charge down.
Changing up the guard is such a strong facet.
It is crazy good. And cool conceptually. When those two things align, beautiful stuff happens.
It's pretty amazing against Kunkka in particular, right? Because when you are changing in the guard, you can't be pulled out by X, I think? Or?
I highly doubt you can, yeah.
So then, it's just when the X is about to reach its point where you're like, he's going to pull back into Torrent ship, you can just jump into your ult if you have it running. Kind of hard to keep you in place.
I feel like if you can guess which soldier it is, you should be able to click the soldier and then click a sub-ability of the soldier and it insta-kills the hero. What do you think?
Oh, so like you win a prize.
Yeah, that's right. And then confetti falls.
I think Wukong's command should be a game of whack-a-mole, and you run around and you hit each monkey.
Yeah, that's good.
And when you hit the right one, he gets stunned.
Okay. So just like the tree.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Ship it. Next update. Alk Ags halfway there.
Yep. Taking his time again. These haven't been the most convincing cases for this Alk. I think this game has gone better, though, overall for 9 class than the last one.
Speaking of Aghanim Scepter, talk to me about this one. This one, to me, has always felt underwhelming in general. It's the cannons on the boat.
Yeah, it gives you more team fight damage, and obviously stats are good. You get tankier. But in comparison to other items, this is one of the eggs of the game that I'm not personally that sold on buying.
No one actually blinks into everybody. Pops the BKB. There's the boat with the apples falling out of it. Very delicious indeed. As 9 class going to pop the Essence Ring to stay alive. Impetus doing quite a bit of damage. The Impale is enough as Schofield gets the kill, but 2 dead for PVISION. Satanic coming in to try to counteract this, though. They get the Kunkka, so 2 supports for the 1 core so far. No one with the blink should be able to survive now. Does he actually want to continue to fight, though? Shadow Strike applied to Schofield. As Whisper apparently dies to DM on the other side.
Oh, they found him together
so
with...
2 supports for 2 cores. PVISION gonna be pretty happy.
Satanic's thinking about this.
He is.
It's too far, surely, right?
How old is he? Isn't he like
too.
17? You have all the confidence in the world.
Yeah?
It's not until your mid-20s you start feeling this impending doom, you know, as a human being.
This is why everybody loves your casting sometimes. They come here for the positivity and the good vibes.
Yeah, when you're 17, nothing can happen to you.
It's been a while since I had a reality check. I'm going to tune into Suns fan casting right now so I can feel better about my life.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all good.
It only gets worse with age. I can attest to you.
The secret, though, is to stay mentally young.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I have a 4th grade education syndrome. As young as possible.
That's well, sure.
All right, 600 away. 9 class Ags. We've been hyping it all game. I mean, the difference here is last game he bought it for a Tinker who already had Ags.
Yeah, there's no refund here, right?
Yeah, no need for it.
Yeah.
I mean, typically Quaps will not be buying. I mean, in a normal game when it's good, how fast would they normally buy it, would you say? Like 2nd, 3rd?
Yeah, probably 3rd, right? You often see either Blade Mail or Kaya Sanj and then BKB, and then probably that's the time you would buy it. But here you can go both Blade Mail and Kaya Sanj because you know you're getting the extra. I mean, I'm assuming he's getting the extra free based on his item build-up. Because otherwise, I think right now, with no one's exact inventory, I would suggest buying Ags now instead of finishing Kaya Sanj. I think just keep the casual Kaya and get an earlier Ags. So just assuming that he'll get it here just makes the most sense. Let's see, your bite suggestion is not out of the question.
I think you do that 2nd, most
or,
likely.
Hear me out, you give Ags to Snap, and then she throws in Monkey King and he drops the ring.
See, I wanted that last game. I didn't say it because I knew it was a stupid suggestion, so I'm just going to say that that's a stupid suggestion. I would love to see it, though.
It is a stupid suggestion. Yeah. That's why we hope to see it.
I mean, the fact that he went for, I think, 2 Ags, and then he just didn't buy another one just shows that they don't really value the Snap Ags. Sadly.
Gobble Up has its games. The last one...
It's a cool Ags. It's a very cool Ags.
Okay. 9 class, the time has come. It is on its way. One thing we haven't discussed is he could misclick it and use it on himself.
Yep, that's true. That's a potential.
Okay, who do you give it to? Queen of Pain. Shocking.
All right, so Shadow Strike. Very strong. Into the pit, PVISION goes.
He still chose 30 damage instead of -1 second Shadow Strike damage interval on level 15 as his talent.
Yeah.
I thought...
Schofield getting in really deep, pops the Vendetta, try to get away, has the ability to traverse terrain. Balance Strike misses. Looked like it went right through him. Scatterblast will not miss. Schofield gets off the Spike Carapace. They really want to kill this cockroach. And Schofield pops the Essence Ring, no longer invisible as a result. He's wasting a lot of time. Gets an Impale onto 2, and there is the death of the Nyx Assassin.
Pretty sure this is like the encyclopedia clip for Schofield. Look it up.
Okay.
He just kites the entire enemy team for 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd.
Such a Schofield moment.
9 class, so it's a full concoction onto Analog's face. And now his face is gone. And this is a free Roche if they can't get more kills, which isn't out of the question. Hook gonna miss. And into the pit they go for a second time, this time backed up by the Prowler. The fearsome neutral creep. First Aegis to Satanic. Has the Crystallis, not too far off from getting the Demon Edge into an eventual Daedalus.
He's gonna hit really hard. This is a pretty early Daedalus build from the Monkey King. Not necessarily what we see every time. What was it Yuma did last game? Did he do the same build order?
No,
he went Echo.
Deso.
He went Echo, Deso, and then Daedalus, right? And BKB in between?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm trying to think of other recent Battle Fury Monkey King builds if the default is to go Daedalus third. I think it varies a bit. Like sometimes you see Monkey Kings go Manta, sometimes you see Sanjin Yasha as well. Sometimes you see Bloodthorn. So I think there's quite a few build paths after the BKB.
Whisper. It's off the blink, 9 class, self-concocts. Looks like that's the case. Satanic. He finds Schofield, or is it the other way around? The Impale into the blink now is no one. Nice little haste rune for his troubles. Yeah, the Stolen Wolves can be pretty annoying. I feel like it hasn't had a huge impact on this game, though.
No, if a really big part of the edge this game, if that was to counter Lycan, I feel like mission failed, right? I don't think DM's laning was bad enough that it justified it. And the panel was talking about buying Ags for little friends, but he's not even buying that, which I can understand, because I think it's just too reliant on the enemy players making mistakes, right? When that Ags comes into play, you just don't stack your Wolves and your Dom with anything, and then it's fine.
Analog goes through the gate. Now he'll be greeted by 9 class with another Concoct. Torn actually hits no one, but now they're going to completely surround him, but the TP is successful. Kind of a weird engagement overall. Whisper going to blink in with the Dismember. Mortimer's kisses from afar, though, as no one getting extremely low gets the blink off of the BKB as well. And now Whisper and Schofield on the potential run. KJ nearby. 9 class kind of out of gas, though. 9 class and company. Oh, going to be accompanied now by Satanic with the Boundless Strike. Into a retreat, so everyone is just going to go their merry way.
Close calls all around, but no casualties. Satanic looking at Scotty next. A little bit of anti-healing against Ench and, of course, the...
You use mana the instant you touch that, right?
Yeah. Anti-healing against, I guess, Pudge to an extent. I feel like he's not really buying it for that at all.
Man, has to use but the Sonic Wave completely whiffs. But they have enough damage for days. Analog taken out again. 60 seconds on the deck. It feels like PVISION in pretty decent control of the game, despite only being up 5K. It's nothing crazy, but it feels like they are dictating everything. Like, when's the last time Heroic has really gone for a fight? I mean, are they waiting for some sort of specific item to come online? Or some other timing?
Yeah, they definitely need to wait for the BKB plus Shivas to complete, right? You're pretty close, and that's a nice level up for Kunkka and Pudge together, and you would probably get the Daedalus of Nature's Prophet at the same time. So those 3, and then you go for it. But yeah, the reason this feels so relatively one-sided with only a 5K lead is just the nature of the lineups. Pudge, where he's sitting on net worth right now, and the matchups that he has in this game are pretty tough to play.
Ooh,
oh,
Satanic
boy.
cleans up both. Oh, man. All over the map. Meanwhile, the rest of his team pushing down mid. Gonna knock on the door. So 70 seconds of no position 1 Nature's Prophet.
This could actually be 2 lanes out of nowhere.
Well, they're going to get the tower for free, and with that Pine Cone, yeah, this is going to be 1 set at the very least. This
Lycan
is super
a monster
early.
in these situations. This is, I mean, this is just 2 lanes. Well, what are you going to do? If you hook someone, you're just going to lose the fight. You have to let both sets go.
Man.
They have Glyph, but there's so many units, so they're not even killing the siege creep.
Still 40 seconds. Yeah, I think you're right, and they still have to go against the second life of the Monkey King for another 30.
I wonder if they try to force Megas.
The
30 seconds on Prophet. I genuinely think there was a possibility to go for it, but this is completely fine. Play it safe. Meanwhile, 9 classes nowhere to be seen except by the 2 enemy heroes who were also nowhere to be seen, and therefore they met.
He's buying another Ags, it seems, huh? All right, now this is the true debate. Is it the Monkey King or the Lycan? Because both help Monkey King, right?
Give in to your temptation. Give it to Snap.
Okay, that's the other option.
Give in.
And of course, the option we already discussed is the misclick on self.
Yeah, I think it's better to give it to Lycan.
Lycan?
Yeah, I think so. Just make a monster Monkey
It
King.
feels like the Monkey King, like he is using those soldiers a lot. He's using his balanced strike to get away. He doesn't really need the mobility. I know it gives you other aspects.
Yeah.
I actually think the Ags on Monkey King is better as a result.
I guess if you're looking to high ground as well, the Monkey King one also has value there, just for the zone control. So, yeah, I'm fine with either. I don't think it's...
No, you made your choice
not that
already.
important. Okay. All right, I choose Monkey
Schofield.
King.
The Vendetta. Satanic will take.
Oh,
tries to go for
got
the
it
balance strike.
mid-stun.
Oh, nice Force Staff, though. Disrupts the hook combo. Well, it's not really a it's just hook. It's not a combo. Schofield. He's a little bit too aggressive, my friend. Will be a kill one way or the other. DM claims him.
9 class. Going for another self-concoct for the tally.
Who are we casting a few years ago that did it 15+ times? Do you remember?
I remember.
Vaguely?
I remember a no-tail game.
Nah, I remember it was no tail. There was somebody else.
I don't think I was casting it. I just remember watching it. I think he self-stunned so many times in a row. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, we cast a game where this happened.
It was before he won TI, so I was probably not thinking, oh, I could win TI from watching that. But yeah, that was something else. I don't remember who it was, but I do recall that we had a game together as well where somebody was just self-stunning nonstop. But, oh boy, Yuma. Oh, he overjumped
Sonic
his ring.
Wave. Yuma, half HP, attempted Nightfall, unsuccessful.
Satanic almost messed that up by jumping out of his ring with the Boundless. That was very
So
close.
the Ags, oh, it did go to Lycan. Good call, Cinderin. You said Monkey, though.
Yeah, as expected, Lycan.
DM with a BKB, gonna get the bite off. 9 class is gonna be the first to fall, but it's gonna be the trade for Pudge in all likelihood. Force Staff, though, keeping him safe. Boat with the apples.
The Wolf Brothers
Is it
are
gonna do
coming.
anything?
Here comes
They're
the pack.
chasing. Boundless Strike finishes the job, and Satanic now as a wolf running around with his animations broken, it looks like. Nullify the poor Enchantress. 1-shot, 2-shot kill. Satanic with the BKB can run to his heart's content, can leave the Lycan, but doesn't want to leave his friend to die to the rest of Heroic, but they bot back onto the Pudge, and this is going to be a dieback now for Whisper. And this looks to be a 2-0 for PVISION. Really, really impressive play off the back of 2 support ALK games. It was all ALK, of course.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this begs the question, how good was the ALK? Like,
It was good.
I'm still unsure.
It was good.
Still unsure how much the ALK really... Okay, I'm not going to say that it wasn't good, because it was. It was good, and it worked, and it did its job. But it's always going to be by comparison, right? Versus having some other... I was going to say classic 9-class hero. What's that at this point? Let's say more traditional support, if you will. But, I mean, regardless, the result speaks for itself. They just,
God. You caught... I'm too fat to put... All right, you know what? We're just going to deal with this.
Okay.
Oh, I love it. What a dynamic duo they are when it comes to casting and helping each other get dressed, apparently, as well, when on the jackets there. Look, you know, we give them a little bit of excuse because that game 1 between PVISION and Heroic going over 60 minutes. This one, not making it the same amount of distance, but Heroic still off to a really good start there. Fly. It felt like there were still legs to it. Draft was great. Lane's still looking pretty good. It just didn't have the same oomph.
Yeah.
Previous.
A little distracted, but anyways, as you were saying,
A little saying about the game, yes?
yeah, I would say I was expecting complete disaster from Nyx Pudge, but they managed to clutch up some kills. They were able to take the tier 1 with Nature's Prophet TPing in, and this was completely unexpected. I thought it was going to be like a 90-10 on that lane, like a complete disaster. The CS was still not good, but yeah, Heroic managed to get some decent early advantage, but then they kind of died on 2 cores in the top lane around 9 minutes, and the game slowly started to fall apart. Nature's Prophet was getting picked up everywhere. It felt like a uphill battle for the most part of it.
Definitely, and now on this stream, at least, we've seen two Nature's Prophet. Both of them not really having that result that I think a lot of people are expecting, right? You're coming in, Nature's Prophet, it's still in that first phase ban, potentially. Okay, some teams are willing to let it through. Now it's not really having that success. Is it just something that we're seeing teams are already knowing how to play around it when it comes to execution, or are we finding the solutions earlier on?
This reminds me of last TI. No one knows how to play Nature's carry except for Team Liquid.
That's the one team you gotta be watching.
That's the only one. No one else is allowed to draft in that role. No, I do think you're right. Like people having this response ready. Nature's Lycan, like no hesitation. A Lycan meta. I think we're seeing it on a bunch of the other streams as well, and a lot of these other games. This hero seems to be really powerful. Talked about the Helm of the Dominator and how good that is. It just seems like a natural patch right now for him, and he seems to be a really nice response. Even after having like quite a bad lane, you know, he's right down there on the net worth. Seeing somehow how these team fights developed, where at a certain point it is just difficult to deal with the fact that you have the Helm of the Overlord and you have this big ancient creep and you have these wolves, and it hurts, it hurts, and it hurts. And they really didn't draft heroes that are good against that either. Yeah.
Sure. One hero that was drafted though, Fear, and I have to ask you more about it because you wanted a bigger sample size, was this Alc position 4. It didn't look crazy impactful in that game number 1. Do you feel like you understand a little bit more why PVISION went back for it? Why this could be a hero they still want to keep continually picking in their drafts?
Yeah, I mean, it looked a lot better this game, that's for sure. I think, though, I was really confused about the Pudge in this game, because, like, what inspired them to pick Pudge here?
I don't know, it's so bad against
Lycan. Yeah, because, like, you see a Lycan, and your response is Pudge? Since I'm really just dumbfounded by that.
Yeah. Well, we've got another highlight here, and this one was kind of down to that heroic execution, right? We saw them there. It felt like a very even game. The Monkey King escapes, and heroic just continued going for Fear. It feels like they're overextending. They're still trying a little too much instead of just backing off and letting it happen.
Yeah, I mean, they tried here, but unfortunately, like the Monkey King, the new facet that he has is really cool in these situations. They have to really overextend, find him in the fight, but what did it cost, right? Like, you ended up getting him, but you had to lose your whole team for it. And if you just kind of look at the lineup as a whole, you have like a Nature's Prophet, you have a Pudge, you have an Enchantress, you have a Nyx. Like, these heroes don't really play very well from behind. And once you do lose that one big team fight, and you are playing against heroes like the Monkey King, the Queen of Pain at some point, even Ducalis and the Snapfire, how do you take fights at some point in this game? And the answer is pretty clear, you just don't. And that's why when I looked at this draft, I see Pudge, Ench, Nyx, I'm like, what's the vision here? Because I don't really see it.
That's something that we've definitely struggled with a couple of drafts. So heroic, unfortunately, just not really hitting it there for us. But PVISION having a great game. Satanic on this Monkey King. Yeah, 7-3. We talked about how slippery he was. Fly, just how much he was able to bait in, have his team rotate, and really like take advantage of what heroic were doing.
Yeah, I think he played a pretty good game. I think bottom lane was a little bit of a mishap in the beginning, but he was able to pick up by rotating top, getting some kills, going for a pretty standard item build, like more carry heavy, I would say, going Battle Fury as opposed to Echo Saber. Satanic putting on great performances in this series in general. It was nice to watch him play pretty much the whole game. I think he played well.
We're going to get the absolute pleasure of diving a little bit deeper into this game. Someone we haven't heard from for a little bit is Pudge. So please, let us know what you're talking about, Pudge. Break it down a little bit more for us for this series.
I took a look at that off lane that should have been a stomp and why it was not a stomp. So let's take a look at this beautiful clip here. All right, Pudge against Monkey King. It's not going to be a good time. You're a melee hero. You're playing against a Monkey King. First curry got sniped there at about 3 minutes and 44 seconds. And as a result, the lane got a little bit better because then Pudge, who rushed chainmail into boots, eventually had a movement speed advantage. Here he is getting zoned. He's blocking some of the damage, but his boots did end up getting delivered. So even though they can do some damage to him, ultimately he doesn't have to worry as much about movement speed after this moment. And then when his boots respawns and is coming later, Ducalis moves over to put a sentry down. He doesn't end up catching the observer ward here, and Schofield basically makes a vision line across the bottom of the map. He's just waiting for the courier to come back. He spots it with the watcher here, and he snipes an entire power treads at 5 minutes. And if we take a look at the net worth up here, it's basically like 2,400 net worth for Monkey King. 1,400 of that just got sniped. So he's basically playing Dota with 1,000 gold in his lane. He's only got a Blightstone, a Wand, and a Quelling Blade. That's his net worth. He gets dove and killed here at level 4. Whisper picks up 5 shortly after 6. And what happens afterwards is Monkey King has to use his transform just to simply walk to the jungle at 324 movement speed. And here he is jungling small camps. It's very pathetic. Look at this. He's spending all this effort. He lost half of his HP just to kill the small ones. And he's like, guys, that's too hard. Got to go back to lane. So he was off to a really, really bad start this game because of those 2 great courier snipes from Schofield. And that was really what gave Heroic a chance with this kind of wacky draft.
So when your opponent picks up Monkey King, and they're able to, you can't pick it up to Courier Snipe with Monkey King, Nyx Assassin. That's the perfect replacement there. You're able to shut down a lane, and you can start Courier Sniping with Nyx. Can't wait to see that in my pubs.
Thanks,
I mean,
bud.
that's like
Thanks,
the game
Pudge.
plan for most melee position 4s, right? You could do it with the Alchemist too. Like, you just have to find a purpose for these melee plus 4s that aren't very strong in the laning stage, and that's ideal situation right there.
Look, it was great. I really was impressed with Heroic in that game number 1. Unfortunate end to that. Still a really good start in game number 2. It wasn't able to be transformed into a win for them. PVISION taking the series 2-0. There are 3 other streams if you guys want to head over, have a little bit of a look there, but we got to move this along. We want to be looking at our next series. But before we get into it, let's see what 33 and Pyrian had to talk about before they came here to the road to the international playoffs.
I'm here with 33. Captain of Tundra. 33, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're doing good. Okay. You guys were obviously direct invites this year, but how would you describe your season overall as a team and as a player?
I guess as a team, we started off very, very strong, I think, and then we were not really able to keep up the same level, which is, I think, reasonable. You can't like with the start of the season that we had, I think it's unrealistic to keep this level like forever, pretty much. But yeah, I think now things are kind of looking up for us. I feel like we made a lot of progress in the Chinese tournament we played, and also, I mean, in the bootcamp. Even though we were missing one player, we still, I think, made some good progress. And as a player, I feel like I had pretty good form at some point in the year, and then dipped a little bit, and now I think I'm doing a bit better. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to keep it up.
I mean, so talking to the standing, you've got Toby, who's obviously, he's had a great year himself, so it must be good, even though you've lost Whitemon. Is Toby like the replacement? You're like, at least we got Toby, that's good.
No, it was really nice that we had him kind of show up out of nowhere. Like, you know, we pretty much figured out the visa stuff is not happening, and I sent him a message on Steam like, hey, you want to play TI? He's like, sure. I'm like, hey, can you scrim in 50 minutes and fly to bootcamp tonight? He's like, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then, you know.
So he was just ready to go.
Yeah, really, really happy we were able to get him on such short notice.
And how much, in terms of preparation, how much time have you guys had to boot camp and prepare with Toby?
I think we've had maybe like 5 days.
Wow.
Pretty short, but I would say it was pretty productive. So it's fine. Sometimes you have really long boot camps, and, you know, because it's long, people maybe don't give the role, maybe you don't like are fully focused. But yeah, coming into it knowing we only have like a few days, I think everyone took the games very seriously, and we made a lot of good conclusions.
Let's talk about your expectations. First of all, what goal have you set yourself as a team, but also what are you hoping for at this TI?
For me, it's always the same. Like, obviously you're hoping to win, but winning is like a byproduct of like playing the best that you can and just being the best team that you can. So that's what we are aiming for. You know, if it's meant to happen, you know, it will happen.
So talk to me about the current meta of Dota. What do you think it is? Does it suit you? How do you think it's going to play out?
Not really sure. Honestly, the game has been pretty much the same for the last few years. You can do like, I guess, a lot of different things. You don't have to play in a certain way. There's some teams that really try to play for like tempo and 5-manning, and they can find a lot of success. And then there's teams that play a bit slower, a little bit more like Team Spirit or like we used to play. And I think it's nice that there's a balance, and you can kind of do it both ways. I don't know, in the last few weeks, everyone is like spamming Helm of Dominator all the time. Ever since Yakutou started buying it on Void, I think people have been experimenting with it on a lot of different heroes, which is pretty nice. We'll see if it's gonna stick, or if it's, you know, maybe the first few days of TI, everyone is buying it, and then they realize it's kind of overrated, it's kind of bad. So we'll see. There's definitely something to this item, and I always enjoy buying this item. So if it is very good, then good. good for me. I'm
So
happy.
if suddenly, just before TI, it's a Helm of the Dom patch, you're like, fantastic, that's great.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I was going to say as well, your team has had a lot of changes this year with all the players and stuff like that. But you've won 3 tournaments, you've come second and third a bunch of times. How are you able to just keep having these great results, even though you were like, oh, you know, it's been a bit up and down and blah, blah, blah. How are you still able to win all these tournaments?
Yeah, I guess that's the question, and that's why it's hard to keep up your like a really good form, because a lot of times when you win, you don't exactly know why. So it's a bit hard to tell sometimes. But I think overall we had a very good structure in our games. So yeah, I guess that's that.
Brilliant. All right. Thank you, Netta. That's great.
There's a lot to break down with what 33 just said to Pyrion, and we're going to do that as the road to TI continues. We are going to see Tundra go up against Falcons, and we have switched the entire panel up. It's the second half of the day. I'll be your host, Cheever, and I'm joined by 3 panelists. And when we made it even, we made sure that we had representation for any player, because you know normally there's a lot of support players on the panel, and I'm guilty of that too, and I recognize that, but we changed it up. We got a mid lane specialist, Stormer. How you doing?
Hi, guys. Yeah, doing fine. Thanks for having me.
Good, great representation. And I know Misery mostly support during your career, but at the moment, it's everything.
Sure. I mean, I just kind of take the last role.
Yes.
Let people choose what they want to play, and then I just take it. You know,
good, the filler role.
Yeah,
very good. And Lizard, you play a little bit of everything as well, but maybe a little bit more of a core nowadays?
Yeah, a bit of everything. Whatever is broken at the moment.
Ooh.
I feel like that's the attitude.
That's the vibe. Well, that's exactly what we're going to talk about as well, because we heard it from 33 in his interview as well. I want to dive straight into this matchup, because we are going to head into that very soon. Both of these teams are coming off a win, which is great for them, but we should be focusing our attention a little bit on the one on the left side, a little bit more, or right side, sorry, that's right. Yes, Tundra, that is a little bit more, because we heard 33 say Helm of the Dominator in the interview, and I think some people might have watched their series earlier today, Lizard.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some conclusions to be drawn, but then if you look at that, we first have to talk maybe a little bit further back.
Yeah, we probably should go a bit further back, because it's not the first time that an item is completely changing the meta or just highlighting itself through the international. And we can see some items that were popular before. This one in 2021, of course, shards just because of the Magnus, nothing more, right? Like it was
the horn toss.
All the rage. Raid Pact afterwards, of course, 33, the one that was talking about it, was abusing it in 2022, won the TI. 2023, I feel like nothing truly stood out, so I just put Team Spirit there because they played insanely. 2024, however, the last game of the series in the grand finals had 18 bracers in people's inventory at the end of the game. 2025, I don't know, we probably will not be seeing 18 Dominators in a single game, but we might see quite a few.
It does seem like it's at least the unique item of this patch right now. I don't think anybody really knows how strong it is and how much you can buy this item. We've definitely seen it on certain heroes being really overpowered, like for example on Marcy, right?
Yeah.
But is it an item you can buy on almost any core, or that's kind of for the pros to figure out right now?
Yeah.
Like how often can you actually buy this item?
Stormer, I know you always have your eye on mid lane, and then maybe in particular on some invokers, and we did see BZM pop out as invoker twice. And the only time that he didn't is because it was banned. Helm of the Dom first item on Invoker.
Yeah, it's looking crazy. I was honestly theory crafting this, but I was like thinking, this is probably not really working. But he proved me wrong already. I mean, they freaking first picked this hero in the last series and banned it first also against Emo just now. So yeah, BZM is definitely showing that even like mid laners can buy this Dominator item. So I agree with Lizard. It seems like this is the item of the year.
Yeah, it's just so good, right? Like there's so many nice things about the Dominator. It's not only that it's on low cooldown and you get the creep for free. The stats are nice. The build-up is really good. Like you get the Iron Crown for most universal heroes, really good. And then on top of that, you get the Helm, which is a pretty good sustain item if you get it quickly.
Yeah,
all for free, no mana cost.
Yeah.
No mana cost. The biggest offender, though, of the Helm of the Dominator is Tundra. So we'll see what they're going to do in this upcoming series. They're going up against Falcons, and these two teams are very familiar with each other. They obviously have played each other a bunch this year. But we wanted to highlight just a couple of series that they played in particular because they are pretty special. Stormer, we got these two teams playing up against each other 3 times in grand finals this season.
Yeah, I think it's just really hyped to see this match already happening. Honestly, I'm personally really looking forward to it because I don't think there's any other pairing of 2 teams that met more in grand finals this year. It reminds a little bit of Liquid Gaming Gladiators 2023, right? And also there's like players amongst the teams who know each other really well, right? You have Saxon 33 on Tundra, while you have Snaking and Skeeter on Falcons. And these 4 players together with 9 back then, 1 TI together, right? So they know each other really, really well. So I think there's always an exciting matchup to watch.
It is an exciting matchup to watch, and we did mention that both of these teams are coming off a win, so you know they're on a starting hot streak. Misery, do we have a favorite coming into this? Because I feel like we have to mention that Tundra is playing with a stand-in, but we've already seen them today. They did not look any different. They looked very strong. So did Falcons.
There's the stand-in factor for Tundra, but I also think the last series was very long for Falcons.
Yes, it was.
So that might be a factor as well. A little bit of fatigue maybe on day one. That was a very long 3rd game they had there, whereas Tundra had very short games. So I think it's a tough one to call. I think both teams are also still figuring out the TI meta. I think that's a tough order on day one. Like a lot of new heroes being picked, a lot of ideas are getting thrown out into the mix. So yeah, it's a hard one to call. Maybe slight edge to Falcons. They seem to be, they're hard to beat, I think, in a best of 3.
They're hard to beat, but like, imagine having to play 70, 60-minute games where Smack is just constantly pressing that button, just constantly flaming them with voice chat. I mean, not really flaming them, just abusing the voice chat for real. Banter. It's a good one, though.
I'm sure he was muted.
Probably.
At some point.
At some point, probably, yeah. But no one expected Nemesis to do that well, and kudos to them for actually taking a game off of Falcons and almost a series, I have to say.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to unpack for that series as well, and I hope that Falcons has had some time to look at that series because that's what you hope that they have done in the break between now. I do want to also make sure that everybody knows what type of Dota they're playing. So I was hoping we could go over both of the teams, one after the other, Stormer. Like, what style of Dota does Falcons play, for especially for people, because there's 4 streams going on at the same time. We don't expect you to watch every single second.
I think both these teams are honestly very similar. You asked me about Falcons just now, even though I think both these teams have such a similar identity. To me, as a player, because I also got the chance to meet them a lot of times in tournaments, I always feel like they are really focused also on their own scaling and excel at map play. I think this is what these teams are really, really good at. And if you look at Falcons, usually the way this team functions is that they have 3 scaling cores. Other teams can be more sacrificial. I name Spirit, for instance. They have a Yakutou, will carry the team on the back. But Falcons themselves, if you look at them, it can be Skeeter carrying the game, it can be Malrine carrying the game, and Amar carrying the game. And they all like really care about that happening. I think Tundra is really, really similar to that, by the way. And ironically enough, on Falcons, if there would be one player who would maybe sacrifice himself a little bit more, it would be the carry Skeeter, where you can occasionally see on this Dragon Knight going Blink Dagger, Mace Slayer, and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, if I would have to put into words, I think it's the individual scaling and the map play.
Okay, and that is something that then Tundra does as well, Misery, but what are the main differences?
So I think the main difference is that Falcons rely a lot on tri-core lineups, right? With melee strength carries on all 3 lanes, you know, with backline supports, whereas Tundra a bit more, I would say 33, the offlane, plays a very big role in that team's success, more so than Falcons that has like a very balanced, you know, effort from the cores. I think 33 is
he takes
very
a bit
crucial,
more, right?
Very crucial for that team's success. And I think they also talked about them having a little bit of an identity crisis going into TI, Tundra that is. And,
really?
Yeah, a little bit compared to when they first formed. So I think it's a bit more unsure, like what kind of lineups you're going to be seeing out of Tundra as a whole. But you are going to be seeing their signature heroes on 33, on Crystallis, and on BCM. We see them prioritizing their Invoker, right? First pick. It's clearly a BCM.
I feel like when a team does have an identity crisis, they go back to what's most comfortable, to the comfort zone. They pick their Invokers, they pick their classic heroes like Remco with, I don't know, some Monkey King or Razor. Meanwhile, on Falcons, I feel like if they have identity crisis or if they don't, they play the same stuff. Like you see this team and you kind of know what you're going to be getting. Some Bristleback, Sand King now that's back in the meta, Timber, all these heroes that are just signature for all 3 of their cores, and that's their biggest strength, right? Like they have 3 cores that play that have very similar hero puddles,
Yeah.
but very interchangeable at the same time.
Well, we are diving right into game number 1 of this best of 3. And we already see at least one of those signatures banned out with the Lycan removed by Falcons. The Invoker also, Tundra has only played 1 series so far, and Falcons is like, you know what, let's not have you play the exact same style again, because 3 Helm of the Dominators, or rather 3 cores that could build that item first, not something you want to go up against.
Absolutely.
Even if you can counter it. I mean, as Misery said, people are still talking about how to counter it, and you also mentioned in the green room that there are a lot of lineups that can just kill the creeps.
I mean, I think there are certain heroes where it looks really strong, like on Faceless Void, we've seen on Marcy, things like that, but there's also a tendency that players just buy it on autopilot on every hero. Like we saw a Luna Dominator, not sure about that one. Maybe you just go to normal item, right? Some people were like, oh, maybe Juggernaut is also going to buy it. And I'm like, that doesn't sound like the best option.
At least that time he did not. So.
He didn't do it,
Yes.
but just in general, like it can be overvalued at some point by some players. But I mean, Falcons bans it. Do respect the classic Tundra heroes here, and Marcy banned out last.
So they go back to the Chen, right? Like this is from Falcons. We have seen it today already in every game. No, two out of 3 games.
Yeah. They won.
Two games they played Chen. It looked all right. It looked pretty damn good. Another hero that for me is kind of marking the meta right now is the Dawnbreaker, but it did go through and perhaps isn't the most Falcons or Tundra hero right now.
Yeah, that's true. I would like to take a second to highlight the bans that Tundra's doing as well. I think they're really nailing the Falcons' comfort. Naga, Toby obviously plays it. He has played it in prior tournaments as well, also when he stood in for Liquid and WC, and the hero's just really, really strong overall. And I think all the other 3 heroes are really strong flex heroes for the Team Falcons lineup, like Prophet. Both Malrine and Skeeter play it, occasionally maybe even a support. Beastmaster, we have seen that Malrine still really loves it on mid. And Thanking also, I mean, Malrine has been popping off on this. So I think these bans are really nailing it. And I'm personally a bit surprised that Falcons here took the Chen over the Marcy. I think Marcy has been a hero that also popped off, as we said, with the Helm of the Dominator, with the flexibility between cores and support. So I personally did not see this Chen pick coming at all, and I think it's really, really interesting.
I mean, isn't that also a little bit telling for the future of Falcons if they decide not to play the Marcy at all this tournament? Like maybe it's not their comfort, right?
Maybe
it's not something that Skeeter or Amar feel like playing right now, which I mean, it is mostly played in the carry and in the offlane, right? And if you're not really feeling the hero that much,
that's true.
It might be a weakness going into later stages where you have to just ban it every time, right?
Yeah, there's been 14 bans already out of the 17 games on Marcy, so a lot of teams banning it out, but I would imagine that is indeed mostly on the second pick team.
I feel like the hero is the most highly contested hero right now in the tournament.
Other than Naga.
Shortly followed by Naga and
Naga has been banned every single game.
She wasn't played once, right?
Not once, banned every single game.
So Naga, Beast, and I believe Marcy are like top 3 in any case, but I completely agree with the two of you. I feel that banning Marcy, even though you have first pick, is telling for the future teams as well. Some teams have utilized their first series to perhaps throw a wrench in everyone's plans, like picking up Tinkers, picking up Pudges. And I'm not sure for Team Falcons if, banning out Marcy is...
So what kind of core heroes do we have left for Falcons that are like kind of flexible for them? There's still the Earthshaker, potentially. There's still something like, if you could look like Monkey King, we saw Amar play that earlier.
Oh yeah, right.
But it plays into the Falcon needs some of those melee frontline heroes. Bristleback is still in the pool as well.
Yeah.
So they are looking at something like that, I think, going into the second phase picks here, Falcons.
Do you think that maybe that's one of the reasons why Axe is such a solid first phase for Tundra? Like, it works decently to turn the Bristle at least and keep him in one place. And also works decently into the Weaver, I would say, right? That they have played as well.
He's also very happy against Chen. I think he gets a more or less free lane there.
I think so too. I think one of the biggest reasons why they picked the Axe is just the Chen matchup, right? You can't pre-skip most of the time. He knows what he's up against. I mean, this Chen will not go to any other position, right? So they're thinking, okay, let's use this 9 pick to pick the Axe, and now high chance just follow up with like a good support. I, for example, what I still see as a sub here being in the pool is Pugna. It has been ignored so far. There's other fantastic heroes too as well, but I think we've seen Pugna really pop off because like one of the strongest like lane securing supports that is like left, and some teams also flex it between position 4 and 5. I think Sax is always ready to play it. So I would personally be surprised if they don't take the Pugna here.
How do you guys feel about Ursa into Axe?
There's also stuff like Tiny that they've been playing a lot on Saxa.
Let's move.
But they go for the Monkey King for Crystalis. most likely, right?
Well, also the Nye pick. So Falcons.
Yeah, a little bit of the Nye as well, because they don't want to play against Axe with Axe into Monkey King, right? So
I have to ask every time Falcons is up against the Monkey King, is there a chance Timbersaw comes out? Because that is the hero that both Malrine and Amar are very well versed on.
I think it's not the most popular hero right now in general in this patch, but I do think that it's always possible for Falcons that they start busting this hero out at some point. I also think Razor could be a hero we might see for them. Magnus is a little bit surprising here.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
Snapfire.
These are definitely picks that are really, really special. I like the Timbersaw suggestion that you made, Cheever, because, like, as you mentioned, they flex it, and flex scores usually in this phase are really good. This Magnus honestly surprises me. I'm not sure who even plays on a Falcon so much. I know that Malrine plays it, and I guess Amar.
I would think that this is just their offlane duo right now, and they just keep it simple for themselves going into the 18 pick, right? So you have just Max Snap going offlane. I think it's strong.
But this also throws the ball to Tundra, right? They're just saying, hey guys, this is our offlane, you cannot beat it. We high chance don't play mag mid, but you don't have any sort of lane combo that you can pick, because they theoretically, on Tundra, they can take a completely new safe lane and a new +5, right, to crush this. So they definitely feel comfortable in this. And yeah, there's a Pugna, fully ignored up to this point. Probably followed by a second support.
Snapfire used to be pretty good against Pugna back at the Stockholm Major. That was like a really good matchup. The Snapfire killing the ward, little shredder. Also, just that back then, Pugna ward also had magic reduction on the ward, so you could Snapfire ult into the team fight outside the range of that. So that was a little bit of.
So it will be a 5 Pugna, right? Most likely here. Doesn't matter who plays it on the safe lane, but when it comes to this hero, what it also brings to them is tower push, right? Like, recently, I think all of us have experienced this hero in pubs. It just shows up to one of your towers, constantly uses the blast on it until it's dead. So definitely helps out against a lot of physical damage as well.
I mean, in general, you have a lot of tempo on Tundra right now, right? You have the potential for all of these heroes running at you early mid-game together with the Pugna, taking your towers, and once the towers are down, well, the map is open for the Monkey King and Tusk to start playing really aggressively. That being said, though, when the game prolongs, I do think Mag is one of the better heroes against Pugna. Like, it's very hard to approach the tier 2s if the Mag is in the game, right? And then potentially the Pugna won't be too happy playing on the side lanes.
Yeah, it's probably
close, you just die.
It can probably be like a little bit two-sided, because what I also think behind this, what an idea behind the Pugna Tusk support do, is that they both counter the RP in some way. You have the Decryptify on the one hand, which doesn't really work against Snapfire ulti, but against right clicks, and the Tusker Snowball, I think, is a big mechanical raid that one of use here against RP.
It's also really annoying versus a lot of heroes that are decent into Axe, right? Like, just having that decrep into a lot of them that can do decently well, at least in the lane. Pugna comes in handy, and same for Tusk. I feel like you cannot go for something like a Skitter Ursa that easily, but they do get an Abaddon anyway, right?
By the way, this Abaddon pick I think is really strong here. It's very good against the Axe, just because the Battle Hunger now becomes a non-factor. So now you had the Axe, who was going into the Chen, having a really good lane, bullying Chen, but that Abaddon pick kind of offsets this matchup now, where I think the Axe is not necessarily going to have that easy of a time. The Tusk tag team, you know, that you might see a brawl up there where they start trading kills and stuff like that, but if it's not going to be like that, and Chen and Abaddon gets a couple of levels, I could see Axe actually suffering here.
I think we've been talking under the assumption that Monkey King will be played by Crystallis, but correct me if I'm wrong, there's still a very high chance it's going to be BZM on that, right? There's a lot of flex potential there?
I would say so. I think they're both completely fine playing it. And also the subs on Tundra, I think so far can still be flexed. So if you want to take a new Crystallis here, you could take a melee and lane the Pugna with it, or you could take a range here and lane the Tusk with it. I think that's still completely open, because if I don't misunderstand, the Tusk can also just lane top against the Chen and just like pull the waves and should be fine in the match. And maybe I'm wrong.
No, you can play Axe Tusk for sure. Yeah. Like, you even have some aggressive potential as well with that duo.
So yeah, these bans are also pretty interesting. I mean, the Puck ban from Falcons makes complete sense in my eyes. I mean, it's just a meta that they don't really want against the Pugna ward potentially, and would have been really, really good against, like, honestly, all of Falcons heroes that don't have the best lockdown.
What's with the sniper ban, you think? Because that hero is not popular right now. Is it a Monkey King mid tell a little bit, or is it more of a...
I would say it's really good against Monkey mid, first of all, but also it's one of the stronger blind picks, because Falcons has to pick here first, right?
Yeah.
They have to open with a pick that cannot get countered on mid, and Sniper has always been a solid mid laner. There's like nothing you can pick that really stomps him. He will get his farm.
Does Falcon need one more hero to sort of make plays in this game?
I would say they need damage, if I could ask for one thing. Like, the Chen gives you like the sustain, the Mac like gives you the lockdown, the Abaddon, so damage is okay with Radiance, but I'm not really sure. I guess it could be nice to have a hero that can set up for the Snapfire ulti, because so far it's only the RP. So I guess that's what like Crit is thinking about here. Hey, can you set up an ulti for me? But also you want some sort of damage to follow up is what I would be thinking.
Having any sort of a playmaker from the mid lane would be good, I feel like. But the problem is a lot of them are negated by the Monkey King. They go with the Primal.
That's cool pick, actually. So
there you go,
actually
much lower
damage and
cooldown.
playmaker, right?
Wow.
And another melee strength brawler for the Falcons team.
You cannot snowball the target, correct?
No, I don't think you can.
That is getting ultied.
I think you cannot. What's really exciting for me, though, is that he's comfortable playing this into Monkey. Monkey is one of the best melee versus melee matchup for Smith. Everybody knows that. But Malron is saying, I don't care about this matchup, man. Just pick me this hero.
I think Malrine is also one of the players, I think, that has shown these matchups and done really well in them, doing like random stuff, ganking level 3, dragging creep waves, you know, not really actually laning, you know, just doing other things on the map from mid, which is really cool.
There were a couple patches when he would play into Huskar as Earth Spirit and just rotate level 3, just stay on the off lane for like 3 minutes, go back into the lane when the lane is already over.
Also, in terms of the Magnus, right? There's two ways to play this hero, right? You can play it on the Shockwave Skewer, which I think is most likely the case, right? You play on pretty much magic damage burst early on. It is a Mar, so you could argue that he would like to hit creeps with Empower, right? So, but these are the two ways you actually play this hero. If you play it on Shockwave Skewer, you do have a lot more damage early on, which will help Team Falcon's draft come more together into mid game, I would say, rather than just having Magnus farm nonstop with Empower. But yeah, Tundra last pick here.
Yeah, they're taking their time. We are going to see a Doom come out, so that will then be our carry on the lane. And then most likely we'll see Toby on that Pugna with the Crystallis Doom. And that means I have the question, we got to update the viewers on the matchup on that safe lane, because we saw Crit and Amar picking their heroes, already having that off lane set with the Snapfire and the Magnus. How does that fare against the Pugna Doom? Were they right? Is indeed nothing going to beat the Magnus Snap lane?
I think it's more about, I think the lanes are pretty even. Max Snap's strong, but so is Pugna Doom. I don't think it's necessarily going to be that one-sided. I think the Doom pick is a lot to counter the Abaddon, just because you need something in the game that destroys this hero later on. You cannot just allow this guy to be free. And I think Doom, we saw it earlier, I think it was Liquid playing this 70-minute game into 6-slot Abaddon with the Doom. And it turns out that you just Doom this Abaddon late game and he dies. So you need a way to kill this hero, and this is what Doom does here.
No, I absolutely agree. I feel like Tundra have drafted themselves into full comfort zone. What I truly like the most out of this draft is the BZM switch up on the Monkey King, which was kind of expected, right? But from the mid lane, I don't think that this hero has been necessarily answered. And what I do like from Tundra is they kind of like to play on your side of the map. Falcons, they're more reserved. They will be farming their stacks, and BZM can be the one that leads the charge together with Saxa on Tusk.
Yeah.
I think that they can break the map fairly early for 33 to get his farm.
Okay, Stormstormer, it sounds like both of them are like, okay, Tundra has got comfort zone, comfort picks. They feel comfortable in their draft, whereas Falcons, they have, I would say, confidence picks, because they did pick that Primal Beast into the Monkey King.
Exactly. I mean, they both times picked matchups, just like, even though, like, how to put it into words, I think Falcons is really confident in the laning stage, as she's mentioned, so it really depends on if they can actually be this confident, if it's going to work out. I also have to say that I really love the Doom last pick. I think this hero actually slipped through against the Chen Abaddon lineup, negates all the healing. It's also good to Doom the Primal Beast, so I'm also a little bit on the Tundra side here.
Okay, I mean, that's a full sweep. That normally means the opposite, I will say that. So potentially we have a full jinx on our hands. Let's not go that far, though. We're just going to see how game number 1 of this best of 3 plays itself out with our commentary duo of OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, very much looking forward to this series. Another exciting matchup here on the road to the International. Falcons versus Tundra. We've seen them so far today, and we hope for the panel, Tundra, they're liking what they've been seeing, and they're liking what they got drafted here. But that's the question, really, Fog. Can Tundra, with a stand-in, with Toby here, take down Falcons? Because Falcons, they look pretty hot in the wins that they did get. And Tundra, they needed those Helmet the Dons to get the 2 wins. In this game, I don't know if they're going to be going any this time.
Do they even have a hero that can... I don't think there's a single
maybe
one.
33's like, can I do it on Axe? Can we get one on it? We'll see. We'll see if we get any more coming in. position. But so far, that has been a crucial component of the victories that Tundra has had in that first series of the day.
And do we see any out of the ordinary facets? No, looks mostly standard, I would say. I would say the Magnus one, they were talking about the difference where is Amar going to want to hit some more creeps or he's going to go for the Shockwave build?
Yeah.
He's looking like he's changing it up a bit, hitting those creeps.
I like it. It's always tempting to just stick with the Eternal Empowerment.
Sure.
It's like a quality of life facet,
Also,
right? You never have to empower yourself. You're always going to get to do some right-clicking. You can just focus on making sure your allies have always got that punch.
Also, what's our average game time right now at this tournament?
Yeah, it's got to be close.
It's for like 50 minutes, right?
It's got to be up there. We've had a couple of, more than a couple go past the 60, I want to say, so far today on these streams.
And let's see what this, okay, so really interesting. I wanted to point this out because we've seen a lot of times when Malrine in the past gets picked a Primal Beast and then he gets counter-picked pretty hard, right? And they usually do some type of weird pivot adaptation where he goes and cuts the off-lane wave or drags the wave to himself in the mid lane. So let's see what that adaptation is going to be from Falcons if they do want to try to get that laning advantage and not just have the Primal get shut down. He's got boots, so, you know, that's something you want to have versus the Monkey King, but let's see if he does any weird...
I mean, that's very true. You're absolutely right. He's not going to want to play that. He is going to do the pulling the creeps.
Yeah, so let's see where he pulls them.
And does Tundra do anything about that? Or can you not really that early on when the Primal Beast starts going behind your tower grabbing creep waves?
Well, if you have this type of setup, right, you don't really want to chase him because now you have lane versus the Snapfire. So, as we said, this is what they've done. We've seen them do this in the past when he has this, either it's Earth Spirit, that here is kind of dead, but Earth Spirit and Primal Beast are the two that we've seen Malrine do this the most.
Yeah, I think we did have some Earth Spirit today.
We did.
It was maybe just the one game.
Yeah.
But indeed, definitely a hero. There's still some question marks around on how valid it is right now in this patch.
Either way, BZM is set up to have a absolutely dream
he's going to get to farm, right?
Yeah.
Sure, he's not going to necessarily like dumpster this sort of melee here in the mid lane because Malrine's got answers on how to play this matchup. But yeah, he's going to get all that early game timing he needs, the item timings, to be able to make moves around the map and get pretty active. I mean, and that's something, right? Both of these lineups, I feel like we're going to see a lot of brawling in the mid game.
I would hope so, yeah. It's so many good, like, just team fight ultimates that are coming out from Falcons early if they get the good levels, and then overall from Tundra, it's a lot of damage. And Monkey King, if he's able to rotate early, which with a good start, he absolutely will, it's going to be really cool to witness. And as they mentioned on the panel, it's very likely that they're going to do this. They're going to do some type of creep pulling mechanics. But also interesting to point out, too, is it's not the Chen bottom. It's the Snapfire bottom. The Chen has actually decided to go top.
And what was the switch up for when it comes to looking at these side lanes from Falcons? What are they trying to dodge or what are they trying to go for? I mean bottom...
Saxa might just... I think this is the reason, is that the Snap can actually stop creep pulls. Chen just cannot.
Let's see if Crit can get the final touch here onto Saxa. Blast in a couple of seconds. If he hits it, he'll have it. But no, the creeps kind of block him off as well. Wouldn't have been quite able to get into range, so holds back. 33 is also relatively low, though. So Crit definitely being annoying here on this bottom lane, despite Saxa's best attempts to drag the creeps back round to a safe part for the two of them to farm.
So I think Tundra, they approached standard, right? Very standard. Lanes just are what they are. While Falcons, the Chen goes top. I think he went for the Satyr creep as well, too. So I think what he's trying to do is cull that mana, take as much away from Tundra's safe lane as possible, and then the Snapfire can actually contest the pulls. So the lanes make sense to me. Looks pretty cool for Falcons to adapt with what they were against here.
Marine able to grab the wave again. Didn't quite get the range creep, so BZM still able to get more out of this. Back down on the bottom.
Lane.
We saw sort of finishing up there what was going on earlier. Crit keeping them low, sets them up to find the chance for Skeeter to step up and get that first blood here as the carry about him.
It's going to be a much slower start for 33. Look at these waves meeting each other. Malrine's playing in the area too. So yeah, I would say that this was the approach that they wanted to do. Stop that Axe from having a lane with the Abad in there too. And yeah, Skater set up for success. And the top lane, it's hard for them to really pressure the Magnus and the Chen if it's just going to be snaking, just burning all the mana of Toby. You're never going to have Blast to really pressure as much as you'd like to as a Pugna.
Yeah, now we're seeing that free farm at the moment for Amar, 12 and 6 in that top lane.
That being said, though, Crystallis is also going to get free farm. So on this Doom,
and look at this. So 33, like, okay, well, he did want to try and mess with Maori grabbing the creeps, and we'll dodge the cookie, so should be fine. Gets the backup of BZM swinging over now. Battle Hunger down onto Maureen.
He's in a dangerous spot.
And they're going to be able to build up the Jingu Mastery, and they'll take him down. So a bit of a surprise there. You know, 33 says, you need help in the mid, bro. I'll come and help you. It's 3 minutes in. I'm ready to come and play in that mid lane and ensure that Maureen stops getting away with grabbing the creep waves.
This looks like the most weird game ever. The off lanes are mid.
Yeah, he's got to be careful that he does too. I feel like he took a couple of creeps away. Hey, you don't want to do that against your mid. Don't do that in your pubs, kids. They won't be happy if you roam over there as the offlaner. These guys are trained professionals.
So where's Malrine gonna go, Owen? So we were talking about how the adaptation from Falcons for the side lane, but the mid lane.
You want to come to my lane? I'm gonna come to your lane.
All right.
So now he's down here looking at 33. He wants revenge. Let's see what they can get. Trying to get the angle onto Saxa, but I mean, Marine's having to hold back a little bit. Skeeter trying to set him on a 33. Now Marine's ready to go. Closes in upon him. 33. There we go. Marine gets his revenge.
Is he giving it? Are they giving him the wave as well? It looks like Skeeter is sacrificing his wave potentially for Malrine too.
Okay. Yeah,
Or they're just going for a kill.
Sharon is carrying this game. You know, we saw BZM let 33 have a couple of creeps from mid. Now Skeeter, he's maybe letting Marine out. Marine's deciding. He's like, can I take these, bro, or do I have to let them go to you? We'll see.
They're his. He's got Tramp up in a second.
I don't know. He might be saving them for his carry.
Maybe. No.
Teasing around there with 33.
He doesn't have mana now. Okay, he's got Bottle, he's got the shield.
Saxa's coming back in with the backup now, TPing over.
The creeps, a lot are going to get denied.
Of course, well, whilst this is going down, BZM is having a pretty great time still in the mid, completely uninterrupted. 31, 32, and 13. Close to perfect CS here on the Monkey King.
Oh, Snake trying to catch the creep wave for his mid laner, but BZM will address that as well.
Easy plus 20.
Yep. Money, money.
Marine's going to make his way back over the mid, but it's getting scary now because you've got this Primal Beast that's 2 levels behind the Monkey King. It's not an easy place for Marine to be. I mean, Marine, where is he going to sort of find his place to try and get back in the game?
I think he's just going to keep roaming. And we have the power runes up in 30 seconds, right? So I think that's the next one he goes for.
we got to see some action continue to kick off around that. I think both teams are going to try and want to do something about that 6-minute rune.
This is a very good game for the Monkey King, though. The fact that he's getting this type of start is going to be very problematic.
Yeah, he's gonna be a massive problem.
He's playing versus triple melee cores. Yes, there's mobility in these cores, but either way, the Wukong's is going to have... It's got to have its effect if he gets this type of start.
I mean, when you look at Falcons' lineup, you know, in the early to mid game, which of these heroes can kind of mess with what the Monkey King wants to do the most?
I mean, it's the Magnus and the Snap. They have these little, movements that they can do around him, but it's going to be curious because BZM is massive. He's level 6, so top net worth, top levels. Let's see if they want to play around him since that power rune was claimed by them. They denied that one away from Malrine as well. He's got the level 5. So other things now that we can, we've seen how these lanes played out. Other things I was looking about with this Primal Beast pick too, I think they wanted something that was going to be able to prevent saves as well later on, because I was looking at this Pugna is a very annoying hero. Primal's one of the best for Pugna. You try to life drain an ally, the Pulverize just slams and cancels you over and over. So,
and as you were saying to me earlier, that the Pulverize, you also can't be snowballed out of it, right?
Cannot be.
So no save potential from Saxa, which obviously before, potential with the Blink, the save against the RP.
Here comes the move.
But against the Pulverize, not so much. Bottom. Trying for Skeeter here. He's got the ult ready to skill, still has Lotus available and a pretty decently charged wand, and they know it, they won't chase on.
Nice cookie there from Crit, bails him out. So first move from BZM does not connect, and Malrine will get a tiny bit of space from that. Do they have stacks going for him? I guess they do, but it looks like Snaking's actually doing something I haven't seen.
Okay.
He's farming an Ancient stack as a Chen with a Wildling.
I like it.
So maybe getting it low, and then Malrine can come and finish it off or something along those lines. Kind of cool.
We'll see. Maybe he accidentally gets it too low and he gets some golden XP itself. It happens.
I don't think Malrine would be too happy about that.
That's true. There we go.
Yeah,
It looks like it was Snaking kind of buttering them up here for Malrine.
All right, that'd be pretty cool. I mean, just trying to get him back online.
Yeah. They know how important it is to try and get him back in this game after having to deal with the earlier situations.
Yeah, he's essentially like this sacked offlaner in a way, but then you look at 33, he's also this sacked offlaner.
I was going to say, this sort of money, these kills going to Skeeter. 3-0-1.
He's having a great start.
Indeed, well on the way towards that Radiance rush that he's going to be looking for this game as the carrier Baden.
And definitely wanting to have a good start, because as they mentioned, there is going to be the Doom in the game at all times. So it's going to be very likely that he's doomed in most scenarios to be able to prevent any of that healing. So wants to be off to that hot start.
Obviously, Chrysalis make the move down towards the bottom. Doesn't quite have the level 6 online for himself. BZM was trying to see if they could get the wraparound, but as we saw moments before, Falcons almost perfectly aware of that sort of player movement. They were straight out with the TPs. Does mean Tundra's going to get the space, though, to get a good amount of damage done onto the tier 1 bottom.
These lanes actually worked, honestly. It ended up working out for Falcons. Even though Malrine was a bit sacked, you see now he's actually in a perfectly fine position. His levels are good, too.
He's going to find the ground here.
This is looking very good for them.
On a 33, Amar's around as well with the damage. The cool ball come out onto Amar, but Malrine goes forward. The snowball save buys a bit of time for 33. It's enough to get him out of harm's way. 33 lives there, thanks to Saxa.
Another TP forced, and they can't get a trade kill.
Bottom.
Skitter.
Skitter and Crit, they're looking for more action, trying to chase down Toby. He's got the Decrepify to protect him for now. Now they'll turn their attention over towards Crystallis.
He's still only level 5.
And they're going to continue to chase him down here. Skitter red with a shield. 33 TPs comes through the gate. BZM as well turns up. They're going to try and threaten Skitter, but the Pyrothine's back up. Diving the tower, BZM, he moves in, looks for Crit. Aphotic shield comes in, won't save Crit. Crit still falls. And now Tundra outnumbering Skitter. They've got the control here with the call. The dunk comes a little bit early, but the job's still a good one as Tundra get the 2 kills and take the tower.
BZM, quick movement. Even though he TP top, he can go through the gate. They didn't expect that one, perhaps, so gets that good swing around there.
Yeah, both teams on really on it here in this early game with how they're adapting to the presence on these side lanes, the movements from one another.
So we will have one Dominator, an old school throwback one that we haven't seen for a long. I think Ice was the one that used to do this the most to me. The Magnus with the Dom. So Amar will be going for that. That's kind of cool. He's got a lot of things he can do with it besides just how good Dominator is. He can stack for himself, and he's got the internal empowerment. So potential things that he can do there as well.
Yeah, that is nice. That really could get him quite a bit of fun. I mean, already, as you can see, he's top net worth right now, level with that of BZM on the Monkey King. So a lot of places that Mark can just race towards when it comes to like item timings. Helm into Blink at this pace, it's going to be good time.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of, honestly, I'm looking around and just thinking about the creeps. Even the small creeps that he can get. Purge creep is nasty this game versus Pugna versus Monkey King. He's got some potential that
Look at this as well. Look at these stacks so far. Only one being done in the early game by Tundra, but amidst all the chaos, Snake King has found the chance to get 8 stacks already, done 10 minutes in, much to the delight of Maureen, because without this sort of preparation on their side of the map from Snake King, Maureen would still be in a bad place. But as it is, he's getting back up there on the Primal.
They've done some, like we said, really cool moves to be able to get him back into this position. 4-3, not the most kills, but still very active. We see BZM making the move bottom.
They're looking for 33. Scatter blast off the mark from Crit.
BZM wants to protect 33.
Yeah, see if BZM can help out and to maybe turn this one around. Cookie set up here on towards 33. Straight away with the boundless strike. They stop the kisses, but will not be able to stop BZM. Sorry, 33 from going down. BZM.
33 is very deep forward there. Perhaps waiting for more stacks to be made for himself, but being in that position, puts himself in a very dangerous one to get ganked, and that gank does come out.
Both supports now back towards the mid. They've hit the 6s here on Snake King and Toby. Trying to keep the pressure off the towers.
Yeah, both literally matching each other pretty much. Both kind of trying to pressure and take that lane that nobody wants to go to at the moment.
And you like this one from Maori, going straight for the Blink Rush himself. I guess what with the build-up from Amar going for the helmet to Blink, they want to have something maybe a bit sooner, and Maori's going to maybe be that answer. 1,300 gold in towards the Blink Rush.
Sure, it gives him an initiation since he doesn't have it on that Magnus. Can be interesting. Just be able to stop any of those initiations. But we'll see if he even goes for that, because he might still switch things up depending on the next fight goes. And speaking of Maureen, they are stalking him.
33.
It's a bit deep though here.
BZM's thinking about setting things up with the Boundless. Got Toby as well. 33 trying to bait things. And look to move in here with the call. Jump forward with the cookie, 33, and he's going to get charged across here. Beautiful angle from Maureen over the 3 of them. Snake King's turn up as well with the heal. They'll look to try and finish 33 off here with the little shredder. It's not enough. 33 lives. Toby able to heal him up. Snake King trapped in the shards. He'll fall to the right clicks of BZM, but 33 is actually so low. The call will come out from 33, but he has to run. Maureen tries to catch him down. 33 dodging, standing at the side of the fight. Skitter and Maureen, they'll slowly run him down, surely. I mean, he's pretty speedy here with his phase boost, 33. Meanwhile, on the back of the fight, BZM does manage to finish a crit. Amar, he gets the kill against Crystallis. A massive kill here for the Magnus, and with that, you see the gold on Amar. He is zooming ahead. Of course, the chase down here, all the way across the mid, does continue. They will manage to finish off 33. But this Magnus, as I said, this helm into Blink Dagger timing, it's going to be insanely fast. They got to do something about him. The TPs are coming in.
He's got skewer.
He's out of the Wukong's command. Have they got anything else to control him? They don't. Amar gets away.
That was absolutely massive for Falcons. Maureen, that charge did, I don't even know how much, like
straight over them.
Something damage over 3 heroes. And they're going again. They have their ultis at the ready. That's the big thing too. For that last fight bottom, the Pulverize was instantly canceled. There were no kisses, and Falcons was able to chase through and get these kills, and then get the kill on the opposite side of the map too. And instantly going again. Tundra, they don't have Wukongs.
Are they going to be ready for this? Maureen, setups there, kisses to follow, the burst easily enough. BZM's gone.
They are really picking up the pace this time.
Absolutely. If you consider sort of the difference as well in how much the 2 mids had in that kind of early laning stage, now we're at a point where Maureen, he's ahead of that at BZM, despite the fact that BZM got all the space in the world to get that insane early gold lead in that mid lane. And as it is, Maureen ahead, and that tier 1 tower in the middle, it's been taken by Falcons.
And just, I mean, looking at Amara's farm, he's essentially a carry now at this point. He's level 11. 33 is level 8. So he's almost got a 3-level, he's got a 3-level advantage pretty much here coming out. So he's going to continue to be massive. He can keep farming with his creep as well, because he's going to be empowering that too. So for Tundra,
what's the plan?
Probably slow the pace. They now have the blink on the axe. Okay. So if there is an overextension, they can go for things, but definitely concerns for Tundra with this early game from Falcons. With this much sustain on the draft and these tanky heroes, definitely concerns to see what Tundra's going to look to do. I'm seeing 33 queue up Midas.
Oh, here we go. I mean, that's kind of like the universal symbol from 33, right? The game is hard.
Yeah.
We always see this from him when it's at sort of tough times in the early game. The Midas will be queued up. I'd be interested to know how many times when 33 does queue up the Midas, they do actually end up turning the game. It's probably quite low, right?
I would say it's... I don't think he's going to buy
when he does this, he very much has a read on the game that the game... It's going to be tough to turn.
I mean, now that things have started to break out how they have, looking when an Axe is behind, who's his duo, who's his partners that he wants to go with? You don't have an Axe call into some type of...
Yeah, I guess Wukong's right. That's
It's Wukong's, right? So if they do want to go for a fight, it's going to be a full-out commitment every single time rather than a... Let's get in, get a pick off, and get out.
Sure, and if you're jumping in and calling, you're not getting out alive at this stage as the Axe. You're going to die.
And they have, look at the sustain they're going to have pretty soon, right? They already have Hand of God, they have the Abaddon, they have a lot of counter initiation. So, yeah, let's see what Tundra wants to do here in these next few moments, because it's going to have to be pretty precise.
Nice and effective farming, of course. Amar empowering the Helm of the Dome creep to help clean these camps up nice and quickly.
He's farming at beyond a Doom with Midas pace, so says a lot here.
I mean, I think maybe the panel's mentioned this, but I'm still waiting to see the first game where we get a hero that goes Helm and Midas.
Helm and, oh no, please.
It's going to happen this TI. Someone's going to do it.
And then they'll get Refresher, and then they'll...
Who's most likely to try that build? What about Arme? I can see Arme cooking up a Midas Midas Helm Juggernaut. That's what we're going to do. He's going to do it one game. I believe in him. Amar, he might be tempted. After this game, he's like, hey, Helm into Blink, that was easy. I want to have more farm next time. Slot on Midas in there. He might be tempted.
Tundra now, I know Radiant's still finished up. They've got the Blink, but yeah, fighting into the double Blink daggers of Falcons with the sustain, yeah, very difficult. I think Skitter, is that Radiance also finished up for him? It is, so all the timings are being hit here for Falcons. And Tundra...
They got the smoke up.
He's going to sell the Midas, so he's going to be having his Radiance finished up on the Doom as well. So perhaps looking to play around this timing here.
Yeah, they need to try and find a good sort of punch back against Falcons.
It's got to be a very clean go. Got to pretty much instantly get one of those targets out, or get the Doom on the Abaddon in order to blow him up. But Falcons...
yeah, they're looking to Roshan, and this is going to be a pretty safe Roshan. Not the quickest, but
they've got the rally creeps. It's going to go fast.
Actually, that's true. I guess with the whole army of summons here, it's definitely going to help. But it's definitely one of those Roshan attempts that if you're Tundra, even if you know about this, you don't want to walk into this. You got to just try and find what you can elsewhere on the map. As this Roshan, it's all Falcons. You don't want to walk into them right now.
They've got the scan. Toby's just blasting the bottom tower, so he's getting a significant amount of damage at least here. Down to 1,400. They're tipping in. 33.
They get the grab on him straight away. Maureen opens up on towards him. The best thing Tundra could do is try and bail the rest of them out of there, and they'll be able to do so. 33. Or full. Oh, Toby might have stuck around a little too long. He's going to try for the TP out. They've got a way to stop it here with the onslaught.
I guess he went for another blast or two, or maybe he went up trying to help and save 33, but either way, it ends up save your buddy syndrome, gives another kill. Maureen, 3-1-5, super active, 6K lead now. And they've got their ultis ready. That's the thing too, is like, they're not really committing any big spells, it's just a pulverize.
Yeah, they're always ready to
they're
fight,
ready.
Yeah,
they're
this
ready
lineup,
for this
Falcons.
Fight. 7K lead. Amar just continues to be, absolutely massive. Still at the top of that net worth by a significant margin.
Saxa stepping out here, has BZM behind him. Maybe seeing if they can get the grab on a Snake King, but Snake King's pretty beefy. They'll drop the Wukongs. Boundless will come in and put a stop to the pulverize. Snake King falling low, will get the ult off, but they'll still finish him off with the Jingu damage from BZM. Maureen goes over with the onslaught. 33 has the call for the controllers. They'll be able to lock down Maureen for now, and should be able to bring in the damage to take him out. They do. The dunk comes in from 33. They'll get the kill, and BZM, he's able to step away. Blasting onto Saxa. Mar trying to push forward. The snowball's going to be heading his way.
Uh-oh.
So if there's going to be any way out of this for Saxa, unlikely. Straight into the Radiance burn of Skeeter. Saxa try and holds him back with a punch. The Decrepify comes in, but Amar jumps forward. Shockwave Skewer catches onto the two, and then BZM surrounded. He's trying to get the Jingle into the boundless, but he can't build up the stacks in time. BZM's dead, and now Toby and 33, they've got to run. Skeeter's in with the chase down. Toby buys a bit of safety, a bit of time with the Glimmer Cape, but Skeeter stays in on top of him. Decrepify as well, giving him a bit more of a charge, but Amar puts a stop to the suck as he's in with the Skewer. And Falcons, again, take another team fight.
Just too strong as a unit. You could see they caught Crystallis on the side before the fight even begins. He's just dead before anything really ensues. And yeah, just the overall army from snaking also. These troll creeps, how many skeletons were there?
It's a lot to deal with.
It's a lot of extra damage. It's a lot of just extra nuisance on the floor as well that they couldn't deal with. And that extra heal, the sustain definitely coming in. And speaking of sustain, Crit actually rushed the shard. So even more sustain that he's looking for to build into the lineup with the Snapfire.
Tundra, they still want to try and hold this tier 2.
But these skeletons, the rally continues to build up. 33. A build that you really almost never see on an Axe, but a Blink and a Glimmer Cape so that he can get out after he goes in.
Okay, and he's opting away from that Midas that he had queued up.
I was wondering who had the Glimmer, because I was like, Toby doesn't have the money for this, so he did end up saving BZM momentarily earlier with it, but nonetheless, Falcons just continue the pressure, the onslaught. They feel their strength at the moment.
Their tower's gone. Tundra not able to find a way to set up for the defense.
And so far, a very, very slow game for Crystallis. After he gets solo kill top, he's got his Radiance, but he hasn't been able to get too involved. He just got caught on the side before the fight begins.
Overall on the gold in terms of the individuals on the course, you know, not too far behind, but definitely not in this place that you'd imagine that Tundra would have wanted to have their course, right? Considering some of the start of this game. Again, you know, for BZM, he had this lane in the mid, but wasn't really able to do too much with it because of how kind of rough the side lanes ended up going. They'll get the call in, but there's the RP. Amar locks down the two of them. Toby will fall, and now 33 is going to get chased down. He's going to go for the TP out. They got anything to stop it? They don't, so 33 will live this time.
But making moves while also claiming Tormentors, just continuing to be a very difficult game as we see here for the side of Tundra.
Yeah, just getting so many objectives around the sort of Snake King's potential to take these.
I mean, look at the farm levels now too. Because of that shard, Snake King is now ahead of 33. He's going to be able to claim Ancients as well too. Yeah, 33's game is, I don't see how it gets recovered. It's going to have to come completely out of the supports plus the other two, but his game, he's just going to have to play kind of like a supporty kind of Axe, it feels like, where he dunks for movement speed for his allies and then just glimmers and saves.
Because if he's going in with the call, as I said, unfortunately, is the Axe when you're not in the lead or not at least level, you just die so easily.
You really do.
You jump in, you call, next thing you know, you're dead.
And there's no damage, really, at this point, too. Versus the sustain that they have, but also just the lack of fights that Tundra's been able to find any success in. This 11K lead is...
That's tough.
It's really big. It really is.
Well, let's see. They've got 1 more minute to wait out of Skeeter's Aegis. Maybe, once that's expired, Tundra can find an opening.
Can they find... The thing is that can they find Falcons when they're split up and get these type of kills? So far, Falcons isn't really giving them these opportunities, too. I see bottom, they were setting up. They saw Malrine alone for a second, but then Crit's now there. He has Force and he has Force and Cookie to save.
They're looking to make the jump. Comms commands out, looking for Malrine, but the Hand of God comes in and he's out of the ult.
They're prepared
More
for
than
these
fine
moves.
here.
Very prepared. I like the attempt, though. That's the thing, is this is what Tundra actually just has to do. They have to try for these type of side lane ganks and just try to burst a target with either a Tusk Punch or a Tusk or an Axe Call. But this is the problem.
Yeah, ready to make plays against 33. He's got the Glimmer, but the Sentry's already down in this area, so Amar able to stay on top of him. Shockwave's going to be there in a second, but not before the Blink's back up. So 33.
They're chasing.
Yes, and he's going to still get it run down here by Skeeter. Blink's back up in turn for Amar. He'll get the job done. Meanwhile, over in the mid, find a chance to make the jump in onto Crit. Forced to the side, though. Crit finally falls, but it's meant that BZM's had to go a bit deep, so the grab's there from Malrine. Has the control as well with the onslaught. BZM cannot get out as Amar joins the fight mid, finishes off the job, and continues to chase back the rest of Tundra.
Blinking 2. Toby's found.
It's going to be another one here. Amar, he wants the final touch here.
It just took them a little bit.
And he's going to get it. Triple for Amar.
Took them a little too long to kill crit. They get the TP rotations. Yeah, Falcons is honestly very on point. This early game has been crazy from them. I know they played a very long game earlier. They looked very stressed after that game had finished, but this one, 20 kills, 22 minutes. The lane switch-ups that they did, it's all perfect.
A lot of little things that were done in sort of preparation of what they felt that they were going to be playing against when it came to Tundra's play style.
I think
such as that they were, snaking, making sure that Maureen gets back in the game after not being able to get too much at all from that mid lane. It's been pretty hard for Tundra to deal with.
Yeah, honestly, this double switch-up was really clever. Just having the Chen burn the mana of the top lane so that the Magnus can have a super good lane. And then bottom, they have the snap set up so there's no creep cutting, and then they have the Abaddon versus the Battle Hunger. We're seeing what happened because of all that as this 12K lead continues to grow. And Tundra, I'm trying to think of next item timings in particular, but this isn't a game where it's like, oh, BKB is going to be their next big one. There's just so many different things that can go through it in this game. And they don't have, they don't have that Magnus. If they were the ones with the mag, it'd be like, nice, they have some way to pull back into the base. They have to wait for a long time for like a Tusk Ags way later down the line if they want something like that.
On to another tier 2 here, Falcons.
Continues. Look at all those buffs. Abaddon is a raid boss.
They were seeing if they could maybe find BZM out on the map. It's not to be, as BZM does manage to dodge the smoke movement.
Let's see what they want to do here. I'm seeing Manta queued up for Crystal, so it's just a farming route. I see for Soxy, he's queuing up Shard, so it's farming, trying to extend the game. But they're getting caught.
I'm going to buy time here onto Saxa. Amar and Snaking making their way over, but indeed the blink out into the TPs there. Saxa will survive.
And he's got a Shard finish, so he'll be able to do what we've seen a lot of these Tusks do. And I think that's probably going to be the game plan that we see from Tundra, as they've done a lot this year. When things go sour, start cutting waves, start to play toward that comeback potential when you can't actually fight in that 5v5. So they force rotations again. 33 gets the TP out, sneaking away with that Glimmer. Starting to itemize, we see the Lincolns. Are they just going to do triple Lincoln's cores? It's definitely a possibility that Falcons could do something like that. And
it's a good game for it.
How many? I mean, there's some abilities that are going through, but there's actually not that many Lincoln's breakers this game.
Yeah, not much small, right?
No, it's like a life drain decap, but if Pugna's running in to do that, he's dead. Tusk has to, yeah, this is actually a very good Lincoln's game if they do go down that route. As Toby.
Get themselves another Falcons.
Amar will take the kill. Thank you very much.
Having a very clean game so far, 7-0-3. He'll definitely be doing this Magnus again here, in particular with this helmet to blink start.
Yeah, looks very strong. As the supports continue to scale, and for Tundra, as you said, they're going for the farming items. I see BCM bottom.
So, Marin and Amar, they've found 33 again. Ski doesn't have to kill off BZM. It's a painful one right now for Tundra.
But they are trying to do it, they are trying to cut these waves, but Falcons
keep the game going, open up maybe some opportunities to catch Falcons in some sort of a mistake, but so far it's not quite happening. They're looking at Ski at the bottom.
He's got the Manta.
They'll get the punch up. They'll get the Doom down onto him.
Oh, he actually gets the Manta through the Shard.
Should still be able to take him down. Well, at least buy extra time to try and finish the job, but because this is buying time for backup to come in, Borrowed Time will finish. The heal not going to save him. They get the kill done.
So close.
It's a big kill for Tundra. See if they can cut their losses and only lose the Pugna here on this one. TP out from Crystalis. Saxa, he is going to be found. He's going to have a chance for the blink out. After this, he's not. Skewer comes in. But they did manage to accomplish something. They killed the carry. Well, one of the carries.
One of the carries.
Godlike, of course, on his Magnus. That's one of the problems.
How close was that, too? It was almost, the Doom was about to end,
It looked like he was maybe going to be saved.
Maybe one more tick, if that.
It took a lot.
Because it looked like that one or last two ticks of the Doom, if they get that hand that got off, it might get turned, so. A lot committed. Now they have no Doom. Falcons, they've got RP. They've got kisses. World is their oyster. Snaking level 13 as well. The levels is also, we talked about the gold a lot, but we can bring up the levels as you see on the side there too. 19, 17. The supports as well are catching up to these, if not being ahead of these cores. Actually, yeah, wow, crit level 16, look at that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower.
Another tier 2 gone here. 27 minutes in, Falcons having pretty much complete control of the map.
Yeah, and the question now comes too is, for Tundra, is even now, if let's say they can ever delay, is the delay even going to be beneficial for them with this type of scaling that we're seeing for Falcons? It's tough. It is really, really tough. Chrysalis able to get himself away.
Is under attack.
Well, let's see. I mean, breaking high ground is always one of the harder things here.
Yeah, they could hang back, maybe look to finish off the Lincolns on Malrine, set up for the next Roche.
They're starting to get all these auras too. We saw Snay, he went for 4-step plus drum first, but now he's got the mech, he's going for the pipe. So honestly, they maybe just wait for the second Roche, wait for that pipe, and then there's probably no damage from Tundra anymore at that point when there's a pipe, a mech, and they have all these extra things. So double disconnects coming in.
We'll see what happens here, because last time they didn't choose to contest the Roshan. Is that still going to be the world that Tundra's in right now, or
yeah, they can.
You don't try and go for some YOLO smoke?
No, I think that's just better to just get your extra farm and potentially actually get a good fight rather than one that you're completely handing to them, because they're going to have vision around there. You're going to walk into them, and you don't even have Doom yet, right? Actually, it's up in 8 seconds, so. But yeah, I don't see the damage at the moment for Tundra to go through what Falcons has. Killing 1 target, killing the Doom target maybe, but killing 5, even 2, very unlikely. Oh wow, and of course a shield rune spawns top, so gonna be even tankier if they do want to take that one and go for the push with it.
Quick moves as well. Even before they finish the Roshan, we're already getting a Mar. And Crit looking to see if they can catch BZM, knowing he's going to try for this sort of play here, and there's the timing perfectly. Read him like a book. Catching BZM by surprise, of course, just assuming that they would all be in the pit still.
Oh, Crystallis.
But Amar a step ahead there with the help of Crit.
He might get caught here. Toby actually stops Malrine.
Or does Malrine stop them? He's got the BKB ready. Backup moves in from Falcons. Tundra, they've got to run. Shards come down, but Malrine's able to jump over them. Looks like Crystallis will manage to get away there thanks to Saxa blocking off the majority of Falcons, but it will cost Saxa his own life.
Somehow they they disengage with the Pugna as well too, but Tundra.
I mean, they still know the Crystallis out on the map.
Oh, well, that's okay.
And they're still going to get him. Onslaught across, Crystallis to fall. Another one for Amar, beyond godlike on the Magnus. Toby.
They're truly on fire, Owen. There's no space for Tundra to get anything. Somebody shows for a fraction of a second, 2 or 3 people TP. Yeah, Falcons just really on top of it in this series so far. 11-0-4 on the Magnus. Pretty much picture-perfect scores that you couldn't really ask for too much better. And here comes that pipe. Snaking also queuing up a Lincolns. Why not? So yeah, looks like they are preparing for this potential push. 30 minutes is coming too soon, so catapults are going to come in. It looks like they're pushing without it.
Tundra's best bet is definitely going to be if they can try and entice Malrine or Amar to do a little bit of fountain diving. Because these heroes can be tempted to get in there, especially the Magnus, if you are having a game where you haven't died yet. Now Amar, he's going to be ready to try and skewer some people out of that fountain. Maybe Tundra can look to play that towards their own advantage.
And just look when they're near the Chen. This is my favorite thing about Chen usually is you just see the raid boss buffs. The line, the
gets a grab, steer back onto Toby. Malrine, they'll get a grab as well, moves it on to Saxa. Saxa, Glimmer. Malrine now trapped in the shards, but not a lot they can do about that. He's out with the cookie. They don't have the damage to threaten him. And now Malrine, he's in again. Goes straight away over towards Saxa. Saxa will be able to get back to the fountain in time. Toby comes in with a buyback. 33 will get the call on towards the turn. But the RP's there in response from Amar on towards Crystallis. He gets the BKB off. The Glimmer as well, buying him some level of protection. The Decrepify comes in. He'll be able to turn, get the 2 up, but Amar jumps in. Stewart across, gets the 3 of them. That's Crystallis out of the game without buyback. Pulverized from Malrine on towards BZM. Oh, this game surely over. 33 comes in with a buyback, but it's 4 dead, no buybacks available on any of those 4. And there's the Fountain of Dive Attack. They want to try and get the team wipe. GG has been called, though, already. As this game 1.
Holy shit.
Tundra, they barely stood a chance on this one, folks.
Honestly, I guess Falcons, after that 60-minute game, we saw them sweating a bit. I think they're like, we don't want no more 60 minutes. This was explosive. They were everywhere. And yeah, just the pivots, the little adaptations they did with this laning phase, little Dominator build on the Magnus, solo kill while other plays are happening. Yeah, that was very clean from Falcons. One of the cleanest 30 minutes I've seen in a bit of time from them.
It really did look like they were just ready for anything that Tundra was going to throw at them in that game 1. So we'll see what Tundra come back with in game 2. But as for the start of this series, game 1 goes to Team Falcons.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel. Fog, I want to say this game was a little bit of madness happening. I know Fog said little adaptations, but in my head, having the mid laner be everywhere apart from mid, from the looks of it, or having 2v2 in the mid lane, that's a massive adaptation there, Lizard.
It is, but for Falcons, honestly, it's like an adaptation that they are very used to. They've done this so many times. They don't shy away from these crazy matchups on mid lane that are hard for Malrine. Sometimes he creep skips mid, sometimes he goes to a completely different lane and also creep skips.
And sometimes, yeah, he does everything.
He had, at minute 6, he had like 10-20% of the last hits of the Monkey King, but it still didn't matter because he was applying pressure everywhere.
It's also that the entire team is on the same page when it comes to this, right? It's not just him doing it. It's also Crit taking the mid lane, adjusting to that level 1 shenanigans happening top, right? And then the Axe can't lane bottom, so he's running mid. Like, there's just so many shenanigans happening in this game, and it feels like Falcon are better prepared to play this type of style early on because they've done it so many times before.
Yeah, I mean, they just look insanely comfortable with what they're doing. And I do feel a bit bad for Tundra because they're here with the stand-in. And I don't want to take anything away from Toby, but I think it takes a lot of cohesion, a lot of practice to adapt your map with it accordingly, right? Like, it's really hard. So all of a sudden, like, hey, where do you go? Is Axe going mid? Hey, you have to make quick decisions in these situations. And yeah, Falcons was just in this game definitely outclassing Tundra.
I feel like he's the one that's pressured the most, right? Like when you're 5 trying to respond to all of this, you really need to be on your A game. As a stand-in, of course, pressure is a little bit high, probably, so definitely a bit harder to do exactly that.
Yeah, we did see them adjust, though. We had 33 on his Axe coming to the mid lane, trying to help out, and they did manage to kill Marine at that point as well. Would you have liked to see more adaptations, Mystery? Is that just like, or were they already lost before that point?
I think the problem was not Axe trying to rotate. It was more like he couldn't lane bottom against Abaddon. He couldn't get much out of the lane, so he started creep skipping. He was chased, and he ended up mid, and they kind of ended up playing into Falcon's hand in a little bit with the Marine running around the map. I want to highlight the more or less MVP this game, in my opinion, is the Chen, because he was actually stacking the triangle constantly throughout the first 10 minutes. And, you know, the Primal was level 9 at 11 minutes, I think, even after all this happened, because of the Chen stacking so much. And he also ended up, you can see it here on the net worth in this replay even, that he has so high net worth on Chen. So they first picked this hero, and we saw it this game why, perhaps, that this fits so well into Falcon's
higher net worth than most of them on the other side. It's only the Doom that is actually higher than the Chen in the end.
Yeah, if I can add something to the early game about this game, what's the biggest impact of Malrine leaving is that BZM was a free lane right on mid. Like, he can snowball with what he got. But what also Skeeter and Amar did really, really well in this game is that actually, if you paid attention, the 2 first BZM rotations did not work out. Like, when BZM went bottom and tried to use advantage, that's when Skeeter just survived and got already level 6 before that. And the second time on top, Amar just like barely skewers out. So I think everybody in the team honestly played a top-notch game. Like, they took all the opportunities they got, and they also like basically dodged the punches that Tundra was trying to deliver.
Yeah, and a well-deserved standout player for Snaking with his Chen. I mean, this is going to be a hero that we have seen them pick early before, so surely this is going to be... If this was a key hero to this particular strategy as well, this is going to be a hero that might be on the ban side of things.
Yeah,
is that worth it?
I think it will be eventually when you look at Falcons games. They have 3 wins with Chen now, pretty much in a row in this tournament. You know, we did call the MVP on Snaking, but I mean, Amar 12-0 on Mag, right? Dominator. We should mention him as well, right? Empowering his creep, just being everywhere, being top net with on Mag. It's not something you see every day, and especially not from Amar, not a hero that he's traditionally known for too much. Right. So I think this was also an impressive performance from him.
Yeah, we're gonna relive a moment here in the game. I mean, it was a bit of a crazy game. We could have picked a lot of different moments, but Misery, there was one in particular that you wanted to see again and highlight.
So I think this moment here we're about to show, this was the moment where I think it kind of crumbled for Tundra completely, right? There we see this go onto the Primal Beast, and he gets like a four-man, bulldoze through here, and they end up killing multiple heroes of Tundra here. So they can't even bring down the Chen here. And I think this also shows that all these stacks, that Primal is ready to fight at this point. He's very strong. Fighting into the Abaddon shield so early on in the game is also very problematic. We're going to end up seeing the Axe getting chased down here as well. And then, meanwhile, top lane, Amar solo kills the Doom with the Dominator creep as well. So I think this was the moment where it really snowballed for Falcons. And shortly after this, we also have a quick smoke. Yeah, right here, we end up killing the Monkey King as well. So
basically all 5 dead, right?
Yeah, so suddenly it's a 5-man wipe across the map, right? You had such a messy early game, shenanigans everywhere, and suddenly Falcons are just ready with everything and make the most out of it, just out of nowhere.
Yeah, maybe at that point already Tundra is scrambling and they don't really have the best lineup to try and get a way out.
That's right.
Right?
I think once that stage was reached, that the Primal Beast was activated, the stacks were farmed, and those small skirmishes happened, I think that's when we actually saw the crumbling happening in the Tundra lineup, right? Because Axe needs a couple of minutes to get his timings of Blade Mail, Blink Dagger. Doom is, generally speaking, a slow hero and also didn't really do well in the lane against Magnus. So I think the draft, honestly, they couldn't have done much more on Tundra with what happened in the early game. They might have looked weak in this game, but I think they didn't have a lot of opportunities after minute 10 or something.
Yeah, you mentioned the Axe timings that are needed, and it might be seeming slightly mean, but Lizard, there's one thing more you would like to highlight in regards to the Axe and the Chen.
I feel like we are going to compare Chen Axe or Magnus Axe. It doesn't matter. Magnus Axe at minute 20, just look at the difference, the disparity in the two networks and the item builds. Like when you look at the Axe, you have a feeling that this man is more of a support, maybe play the position 4. He has Blink Dagger and Glimmer Cape. On the other side, your Magnus was truly the biggest difference maker in the game. Like he's the one that, okay, they were brawling on one side. Meanwhile, Magnus, I feel like he just solo killed the Doom a couple of times. Like he killed him in the lane completely alone, and that also prevented Doom from perhaps utilizing that first Doom to go through the Twin Gate, to apply pressure on Skitter. I feel like that was extremely impactful early on.
I also think that this also shows the 33 Axe in this game. He is one of the players that still can make Axe work, but in this game it's very tough into Abaddon. I feel like this is one of the worst matchups Axe has. We saw him rush Blink this game, and when the fight goes wrong, he plays against Chen, Abaddon. There's just nothing you can do on his Axe. It's so hard to come back.
Yeah, because we saw them pick up this Axe as an answer to the Chen in the very early stages of the draft. On hindsight, I mean, we have the luxurious power of hindsight, and that's wonderful, but that's not going to happen again. Like, if there is for Chen first pick, would you go Axe again?
I feel like they still can, but they need to adjust the draft in different means, different ways. They need some extra burst, perhaps, to follow up, and they need the Axe to have a bit of a better lane. Like, you could see minute 10, minute 11, he was already queuing up Midas, and Fogg said it beautifully.
On Axe?
Yeah, on Axe. Like, he switched it up, he went for Glimmer after, but if 33 is playing offlane, and he's queuing up Midas on most heroes that are in Doom, something is going wrong.
To also be a bit fair, he had also Prowl Beast in his lane diving him in his or something. So I think he picked this Axe into Chen, having played hundreds of games in that match and feeling really comfortable. Then this Prowl Beast from mid comes like, bro, okay, what am I supposed to do? You know? So there will definitely be some adjustments in some way that they get a different game rolling, I think.
I think the initial Axe pick into Chen is fine. I think we might see that again, but I think the Abaddon is the oversight. I really think that matchup is terrible for Abaddon. I mean, for Axe. And then, like you said, like if there's a Primal Beast in my lane, what's happening?
I think Tundra is experienced enough that they can write off a game like this and think, well, you know what, this is not going to happen again, and they should be coming back fresh in game number 2. But before we get there, we are first going to listen to what Saxa had to say to Pyrion earlier.
I'm here with Saxa. We're having a chat. How would you describe your guys' season so far, leading up from last TI to this TI? How's it gone?
Turbulent, I guess. We've had a lot of roster changes. Even the first tournament we played with stand-ins, we've had to change many people. We had to have stand-ins many times. Also this TI.
Also this TI, unfortunately.
But we've kind of had a successful season, I guess. We've won 3 tournaments. We've got the top placed, second place a bunch, third place 2. So I would say overall it was a successful season, but a bit messy.
I mean, definitely looking at the results, you guys, like you said, you've had tons of good results, but do you think that losing Whitemon this close to the start of the tournament is going to be a problem, or is it like, we've had a whole year practicing with stand-ins, no problem?
I mean, it's definitely going to be a problem. Whitemon is a big part of the team, and it was also kind of last second that we realized we weren't going to play with them, so for sure. But we will try to make the best of it. We've kind of, I guess, like you said, we have experience here, so we will do our best.
So what are your expectations at this TI as a team? What goal have you set yourself? And how do you think you're going to do in general at this TI?
I think for now, no expectations, but our goal is to get at least top 6. We want to make it to the playoffs, play on the main stage, get the top 6, and then after that, I don't know, just try to win as many games as possible. You never know, it's TI, anything can happen, and yeah, we'll just make the best of it.
And what about the format this year is using Swiss? Like, is that something the players enjoy, or does it feel like it's more tension for the team?
Swiss, it's kind of like a nice breath of fresh air. I think we've had the same format for like years. So having Swiss, I mean, this time the Swiss is even different. There's like 2 groups, not 1. So, I mean, we will see. I like change. I like some new stuff. I like some excitement. So I think it's going to be good.
Cool. There was a Tundra vlog before TI that I saw, and it said that you guys play a lot of overthrow. And I want to know, first of all, do you think that's good preparation? Because I know quite a few teams do it. And second of all, what is the most busted overthrow strat that you've seen so far?
I think playing something together is good. Playing overthrow, I think probably not good practice. But yeah, we like to play some games, I guess, sometimes before tournaments. Nowadays, the meta is Atomic War, which the others play mostly. The most broken, I guess, any of the Zoo heroes like Meepo, Visage, Enigma, Brewmaster with the Ags, yeah, any of those.
So any Zoo heroes in overthrow, you're saying busted?
Pretty much. Either Zoo or heroes that kind of kill steal, like Rubik or something with Fate Bolt.
Right, right.
That's the best way to win.
What about Lion?
He's average, okay.
He's average,
Yeah.
okay, all right, I'll bear that in mind. You guys came 3rd last year, you lost to Gaming. Gaming didn't make it at all, so does that mean you guys automatically make it to the grand final?
Sure. No, but I mean, we will see. I think the competition this year is a bit different. It's a lot tougher. It's not like one team. It's like 6 at least good teams that can kind of, I guess, even win TI. So the competition is in that sense a lot tougher. So we will need to perform.
And which 6 would you say that is?
Spirit, Liquid, PVISION, Falcons, Bed Boom, Aurora, and I'm forgetting one, maybe Tidebound. That's like
Tundra.
8.
You meant to say Tundra.
Yeah.
And Tundra.
Tundra, yeah.
Saxa, thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have a very competitive stack of teams right here. And I mean, Saxa mentioned 8 teams rather than even the initially mentioned 6. So who knows who's coming out on top, as I'm sure at the end of the day, we're going to also see some upsets. I don't know if you can call either result of the series we have here right now with Tundra and Falcons an upset, because both of these teams have taken games off each other. Game 1 that we just witnessed, Falcons, was very strong. We're going to see how Tundra is going to adapt. But adapt they can, because these two teams are very familiar with each other, as Stormstorm has already mentioned earlier today. These two teams, 4 of these 10 players, Stormstormer, are exceptionally familiar with each other even.
Yeah, like the 4 players on both these teams that actually won a TI together at 9 back then, which is also funny because they also meet each other on the land. Okay, there's Aoi here on the graphic too. He actually was part of it too. I forgot about him. Even shout out to Aoi, my bad. But yeah, we have the 2 duos of Skeeter and Snaking against Saxa and 33. I just love them competing against each other because they obviously have the experience of playing together and against each other, and the coincidence of being on the same lane. So I think this dynamic is just really, really interesting, and you have honestly so far seen almost every single different outcome of like 33 getting owned, of Skeeter getting owned, and so on and so on. So I think it's really it's like on the margin of differences in draft and gameplay, etc.
Where do we think that we're going to see Tundra go? Is it going to be that the chance going to get addressed, or are they going to be like, no, this strategy we have got an answer against it? Because I know, Misery, sometimes teams can be pretty stubborn. This is only day 1 of the international, so of the road to TI. So you are going to be sticking to your strats that you've surely practiced for weeks. or not?
I mean, it's hard to predict if they're gonna ban Chen or not. I think probably I think it's a good idea right now because like they have been playing it the 3 games they've won so far, right?
Yeah.
And it was a big problem last game too. So I think it's pretty likely we're gonna see it banned out, but you might also try to counter it somehow. I just don't know exactly how much experience you have playing as Chen right now. It's not a hero that anyone really plays, except for Falcons.
Yeah.
You don't see it in pubs. Like, yeah, I think it's not easy. And the way Snaking plays it, he just chills in lane, and then he stacks like a crazy person in the jungle. He literally sends his creeps to stack all the time.
He didn't only stack, by the way, last game. While stacking, he was using the small Wildkin. So he was using Tornado on the creeps. He brought them really low so that when Malrine shows up, he slaps them once or twice and that's it. He doesn't have to waste time farming. Chen is definitely a big issue for me as well. How stubborn will Tundra be depends on if they pick Axe again or not. This is their second loss in the tournament with the Axe. Overall, when they play Axe, they don't really have a great win rate. It's sub 50%, so maybe another thing that they can adjust.
Yeah, so I'm sure someone's really happy with their fantasy setup right now with all the stacking that Snaking does. But if it's so obvious that we mentioned it a couple times already that this Chen is mad stacking, you want to invest their jungle. You know, you want to take these stacks away from Falcons. Is that something that you want Tundra to draft for? Because not every hero is comfortable stealing the stacks.
I would love to see that because when they played Falcons in the past, I believe one of the Dream League finals as well, they did exactly that. They go in, albeit of course they did have something like a Tiny on mid lane, something that can go in, cleave up, snatch them off really quickly. This time around with a Monkey, probably a bit harder.
Yeah, Monkey's not the best at clearing stacks. He needs like some help. He can like half clear them or something, but definitely the draft was not lined up for it. I would say this combination of like, you can go both ways, right? You can draft for heroes that can clear the stacks, or you just have a more solid early game in general, right? Like draft different heroes, maybe take a different drafting route as well. Because what they also did, if you remember, is they opened up with 2 cores in the beginning. They picked the Doom right into the Monkey King, locking already 2 of like the 3 cores down. And they could have simply changed it up. They picked the Pugna anyway, which they could have just taken right after Doom and maybe delay the Monkey pick and so on. I think there's so many different routes. Of what they could do.
You mean Axe, right? Because Doom was picked last.
Right, my bad. I mean, not Axe to Monkey, but Axe.
They're both red.
Yeah, they're both red, right? And it could also be a different drafting order at all. I'm not sure who has priority or who picked what, but it could just be at this time Tundra has first pick.
Yeah, so, it is a different priority.
Okay, then we already have a different drafting order and everything's going to be changed in general.
Yeah, with the main hero that I think a lot of people are having their eyes on is the Marcy. Falcons just now was first pick and they ban out the Marcy themselves. I think Tundra, if they are indeed first pick, they will be comfortable picking up that Marcy for themselves. Unless Falcons bans it, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I would be very surprised if Falcons let it through. I'm pretty sure that Chris Ellis is very comfortable playing it, and probably somebody else too. Maybe not 33. He has like his niche hero pool, but I imagine like some Sox is always ready to play it. I would be very surprised if Falcons would just not ban it out.
Well, we are about to find out as we are getting closer to getting this game number 2 draft on your screens. Here it is. We have Tundra on that Radiant side with first pick, Falcons and Dire, and the Invoker and the Lycan are already taken out by Falcons themselves.
Yeah, the same thing once again, right? Like from Falcons. Okay, we do see the Chen. Now the question is, will Beastmaster be banned out as well by Falcons? Or will they let it go? Do they think that Marcy is not as big of an issue? No. Naga and Marcy. Okay, so Marcy the Beast is actually true then.
And both teams are looking at this hero. Like Tundra will either pick or ban it, is my read on this at least, because last game, yeah, they also respect it in the same stage basically.
How strong is that first pick Beast nowadays? Because it's been a little bit up and down, right? It obviously was borderline broken for a long time, and then he kind of got nerfed multiple times in a row. His Aghanims got changed. Now there's Dominator, but I feel like he's not necessarily the best Dominator hero, actually, even though he's traditionally the main Dominator guy, right?
If you go for the attack speed facet, right, and you go for that Dominator into Overlord, and if you have 33 on your side, you just go with the Beast, right? Like even if the hero isn't the best.
Also to answer your question about the changes, actually the early game of this hero did not get changed at all, right? They nerfed how much damage Aurora deals later with the Aghanims drums buff. But for the early game, like at least on the mid lane, the laning stage honestly is still the same. Like he's looking really strong with the boars. And I think just by the fact that you can play it on both mid lane and off lane mainly, sometimes safe lane, but I don't think Chrysalis plays that. I think it just gives you a strong drafting edge.
It is. Okay.
Oh,
They
and
just
an
go-
Ench.
I mean, if you can't get Chen, the next best thing, discount Chen.
Yeah, I mean, this basically means that, okay, we kind of want you to put the Beastmaster in mid because you put it off lane, you can only play the Axe variation, which honestly 33 might still be fine with. Like, I think he's one of the best offlane Beastmasters who can make it work even against this matchup. But I think, me personally, I would already read into this that the Beastmaster is now a tendency to go towards the mid lane.
This is kind of what Falcon wants too, right? They want to make it uncomfortable for 33, or at least force Tundra into a position where now it's not 33 playing it anymore, right? And then it's not as scary in their eyes, perhaps.
There's a huge difference, by the way. She kinda is a discount Chen. At the same time, the way you want to play around the Enchantress is very different from the way that you want to play against the Chen. And I feel like when you're playing into the Beastmaster, who's either mid or on the offlane, you have to press the tempo. Like, you have to actually be the one invading a little bit more. You have to be the one playing the enemy side of the map and preventing those items from coming. It's not like a Chen that just sends a creep into the triangle, stacks up forever. Yeah. You have to be a bit more active.
Oh, it's a very different hero for sure. It's not going to be as stack heavy. Also, there's multiple ways to play the Zench, right? You can play on Impetus, you can play on the more frontline tanky guy with max heal. So that's also a bit uncertain with this hero right now. Also not that popular. I think we saw it in on another stream today, but it's not a hero that's particularly popular right now in general.
She got nerfed a couple of times in a row, like the overhealing wisps or whatever the facet is called. It got nerfed, but she's still the same annoying Ench. If you get a couple of items like a Solar Crest, you can run in first, create all the space, give all the info for your team to work with.
And you still can use creeps on yourself, obviously, to stack. I don't think that's necessarily Chen specific.
You can, but you tend to use those creeps to make moves with, as they don't last as long. That is, they're on a timer, and you tend to make plays with them instead.
Do you think we could just see them pick up Magnus again here on Falcons?
Yeah, I was considering it because right now, highest chance they're gonna pick a core, because if they would pick the second sub, they just lock both their subs in, and it's like getting a little bit easier for the enemies to draft lanes.
Yeah.
So in this coming pick, it's the most like the highest chance that they're gonna pick a core, even better, maybe a flex core. It could be the Mac, but Tundra is halfway addressing the banning the Snapfire. That was pairing that last time with it. And maybe they're saying, okay, this Mag actually got really enabled by this hero. If you take the Snap out, it will not be as strong.
But man, he did so much alone. He was getting all the solo kills across the map. Like, first in the laning stage, and then later on, whenever I see a fight happening somewhere in that last game, I see on the bottom left, Mag just killed someone. You know, Amar killed Crystallis, and it's like he did so much work.
I mean, what else would there be to open up? The Monkey King is not as attractive because it's a losing matchup mid against the Beastmaster. At the same time, they're probably thinking about it because Tundra is still looking at it. It's still a flex pick for both BZM and Crystallis.
There's Bristleback. There's
Pangolier.
Pangolier. That's also a Falcons classic. Falling out of favor a little bit recently, but definitely a hero that they've had a lot of success with, you know, in multiple tournaments.
Yes, and one of the reasons also why this hero is being picked is the mid matchup. The Pangolier against Beastmaster is pretty comfortable, and the mid lane hero pool, honestly, you can pick against Beast is getting quite limited because the boars are so dominant. But Pangolier can easily just use this swashbuckle and shield crash to like jump on top of the boars, get even bonus XP, bonus gold. So now they're basically saying if you put the Beastmaster on the off lane, it's going to lane against Enchantress. If you put it mid, Pangolier is also fine there. So they address the Beastmaster quite well.
I do love the Pagna decrep into Pango, by the way.
Oh yeah,
it's
really good.
So damn good. Like, if you guys remember when Pango was picked all the time, Ghost Scepter was the main item, and then again, of course, Pagna with the decrep just negates all of his damage. And on top of that, you have Life Drain into Enchantress, one of those spells that actually doesn't care about Untouchable.
It's super good.
Also keep in mind that the Pangolier can still be played in the offlane as well. So that gives the Falcons that flexibility that you kind of want on the 9 pick already. Like, you don't want to be locked too hard on that pick, right? So I think the Pangolier is still open for them.
Yeah, we mentioned the Tiny previously.
Yeah.
They do get it. So far, from what I've caught, I did see Liquid play Tiny. I don't know if a lot of other teams have played it. And that was a position 1 Tiny.
I wonder also, how does the Tiny +4 do against Ench +5? Is that like a good matchup for the support Tiny, or is it like, do you get bullied as the Ench, as the Tiny? How does it feel?
I mean, later on in the game, you can blow her up, right? But
just laning wise,
I think it's a okay matchup for Tiny. I think you don't really care much. You have so high HP. You have the Cracky. You just kind of pull waves and chill. I don't think Ench necessarily enjoys those melee matchups as much as some of the like her dream matchup is something like a Rubik, I think, where she can just keep hitting him and Rubik can trade back.
Rubik, yep.
Yeah, something like that.
So they get themselves the Weaver. They've played this 2 times, I believe, today already. Skitter on position 1.
Yeah, today already. Yep. Against, who was it? Nemesis? Yeah.
Yep.
And so this is basically a lock +1 Weaver, and also good synergy with the Pangolier. They both have the minus armor aspect with the Swarm and also the lucky shot from the Pango.
Yeah, I gotta check, but I think he went Lincolns as well, and it again looks like a pretty decent game for that item into the Beast.
I mean, if you're going to put Beastmaster offlane here with a Tiny, it's a completely free lane for the Weaver, right? And it's not going to be that fun to play Beastmaster, I think, in that lane.
Yeah, we definitely want Tundra to be a little bit stronger in the laning stage, right? We don't want it to snowball out of control like last time. So
I do think their heroes have better synergy this time around than last game. Bloodseeker, okay.
Well, that's some fast picks coming up.
And that is a Crystallis Classic.
Crystallis Classic.
It's a Crystallis Classic. It's a Bloodseeker into Pango. It's a Bloodseeker into Weaver.
Yeah, actually, very juicy Bloodseeker pick. But
you have some toss combos as well.
What is this hero? Is he a Radiance? Is he a
That is the question I was about to ask. Like, I think the item build of this hero has not been figured out. There has always been the classic of just Mjolnir into BKB, which I would assume he's gonna go for. There's also the Radiance variation.
Listen. Helm of the Dominator.
Blood Rage Decree.
I wouldn't
Blood Rage Decree, let's go.
Maybe Helm of the Dominator into Radiance wouldn't be so bad, because then you actually don't have this huge gap where you have to rush this expensive item and do nothing. You know what I mean?
You just rupture the Weaver and you send your creep at him, you know? You don't have to actually go in.
Quick question. Enchantress and Ringmaster as a support duo for Falcons. Who goes 4? Who goes 5?
I think they'll play Crit Ring and play the 5-inch.
Does Crit even play Enchantress? It strikes me very much like a snaking hero.
They played Ring and Chant today, and it was Chant snaking and Crit on Ring, so... he wasn't as greedy on the Ring, I have to say. So when he plays with these Chants and Enchantresses as his support duo, he's a bit more sacrificial.
Fair enough.
What do you think Falcons needs to do to kind of offset? Because the Bloodseeker, if he gets online this game, he looks very strong here, right? I think you kind of need to address this guy in lane a little bit, I think.
Yeah, it can be lane. It can also in the game what always used to be good against Bloodseekers like BKB control, so he doesn't have the normal team fight aspect. I think first of all they're gonna look at what Tundra's gonna last pick here and then just respond, I guess, because Pangolier in the laning stage against Bloodseeker is not that bad. It's quite decent, and as you mentioned, if Bloodseeker has to gets crushed in the lane, he's really bad at coming back. This hero cannot jungle. So probably Falcons is thinking about hey, can we craft some lane that can own this Park and Bloodseeker lane?
No, I feel like if you go Ench Pango, that would be already a...
Might be fine, yeah.
Yeah, if you put the Ench there, Snaking can still play it, but...
Could we see another Primal game mid? Something like that can... I mean, that's another Rupture target, I guess, but you only have one, right? But it's like you have another hero that can run at this Bloodseeker, you could potentially control him, break him later on, I guess.
The only
something tempo out of mid.
I like it. The only problem I'm seeing is there's a roar and an avalanche. Post BKB roar before that avalanche is kind of messes you up. But
no, you see everything. You see the beast mid. You see Daxia offlane.
Wow. Okay, so this pick obviously very good with the tiny. I'm not sure what the lane interaction is against Enchantress. If the purge on the creep can be annoying for that.
It definitely can, yeah.
I love the teamfight aspect of this, because the teamfight honestly from Tundra was very single targeted with the roar, with the rupture. This gives them a little bit more AoE, search on 3 melee cores. Honestly, I love this Darkseer pick looking at it, if the lane stage goes well.
Are you guys not worried about Yench if she goes into the Darkseer lane usually?
That's what I wonder about, yeah.
Because you can dispel one of the Iron Shells, you can take the creep as well.
I mean, it's definitely not the easiest lane, but that lane can always snowball the tiny Daxia, right? If you get level 3 somehow and you start getting a couple of kills, you can easily snowball. You can also easily go back to the jungle and finish up an item, and then the tiny roams around, right? Follows the inch. I like this more from Tundra this game. I think that draft is more balanced. I also like the Daxia auras fit really well with the lineup of Tundra in general, which means their 5-man's going to be strong. The Bloodseeker is going to be more tanky and harder to bring down. If he goes for this Radiance Agonist build, they have insane mid-game timings here, Tundra. It's not an easy pick for Falcons here, I think.
I agree totally. I think the whole team from the Falcons is really reliant on the Pangolier role. Now they got Doom as well, so Wait, what does that mean?
Eat one of the creeps,
Amar Doom.
dispel the other.
Put the Doom against Darkseer, you mean? Yeah.
So this is a way to respond to the Bloodseeker, I guess, right? You Doom this guy, and then he can't heal with Aghanims. He can't get saved.
Also
you can you can at least kill this hero in the game, because I think they had no way of really killing Bloodseeker before the Doom pick came out.
And Amar playing against the Doom, Chrysalis, and now taking the Doom against him. Like, let me show you how it's done now. And Amar, of course, very comfortable on the hero, has played it since he came into the scene, right? Like, this was one of his signatures, has many different builds that he goes for. I want to see what he's going to go for this time around. But overall, what I like from Tundra is ease of execution. Like, this time around, I see the paths.
Yeah,
it's very clear. You go on a target, you roar them up, you have Saksa for the burst damage as well. The team fight is exceptionally strong. I went Tundra last game. I'm going to go Tundra again.
Will Tundra get to play a proper game of Dota 2? Because previous game, I don't know if we can even say that because the laning stage already ruined that for them.
What laning stage? Probably
Exactly.
wasn't in the lane.
Is it more even?
I would say so. To me, I'm really curious about the lane we touched on with Darkseer Tiny against Ench and Weaver. I think a lot comes down, honestly, the first like 4 or 5 minutes if the lane can go well, and if the draft can come online, like Lizard said, because the teamfight will look strong if, the early game basically allows it to become strong.
Draft-wise, I like Tundra a lot more, but based on play last game, I think Falcons are a little better. But it's always hard to say when you have a tough game in draft. Suddenly the play looks really bad too, because you can't do much, honestly.
That's true.
So I like Tundra a lot more this game. I think it might be a 1-1.
It could be a 1-1. This Bloodseeker is definitely going to be a little bit of the wild card, I feel like, in this draft, because we already mentioned we do not know how this hero will be built in terms of items. I mean, will he go Helm of the Dominator? Who knows? At this point, we can ask that for every hero that is getting picked at this roasted TI. At least that's what today has proven so far. We're going to find out, though, if we are going to get a third game to this best-of-3 series, or potentially Falcons will take this one 2-0. Let's find the answer together with the commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, looking forward to see some Bloodseeker in action. You know, I feel like we've had a lot of patches recently where Pango's been kind of hot. We've seen some Weaver. Teams just haven't really been picking Bloodseeker against it. But on paper, it feels pretty good, right? Rupture's pretty annoying. Is it going to work? Is it going to be good? Or are we just going to see this hero get completely dumpstered?
The one thing I do like about what they have with it is the Darkseer, where they're going to be able to group up and look for these early fight timings. And the hero's gotten buffs, right? So if we want to quickly look at some of them, Bloodright got more damage. It's a pure damage spell, so when it gets more damage, it's pretty relevant. And I think you got a couple other ones. I can't exactly remember every single one of them, but yeah, curious to see. I think how the lanes are going to go is going to be a big indicator for me. And yeah, let's see how they do end up going, because that last game, it just accelerated so quickly. Falcons
really did.
Just kind of, sure, they avoided the mid lane, but the little, I say little pivot, big pivot that they did with those support heroes, I feel like they could do something similar this game.
Oh, look at this.
Because Darkseer, he's playing versus the Enchantress.
Yeah.
He's playing versus Weaver. These heroes are traditionally pretty good versus him.
It's true, not the easiest to catch, and heroes indeed that have answers to your own abilities.
Catch could be something a little interesting in this game when we're looking at stuff, right? Yeah, there's a Rupture, there's a Roar, but there's a lot of elusive things that could potentially come into play here on both sides. Tundra if they don't get the catch, but also on Falcons if they don't get the catch on a speedy Bloodseeker. So let's see what we get.
Around this bouncy rune. They're going to be able to grab it. Skeeter gets it. So there's going to be 3 bouncies here to start things off for Falcons.
Sneaky, sneaky. And Snag, he is just going to be in that lane versus 33. 33, of course, is going to queue up that Dominator, as we've seen popularized more even for something like this.
Are we going to see anything crazy in the lanes in terms of movements like we had in Game 1, or do you think it's going to be a bit more standard?
I think
this
I would say more standard. I'm wondering how this top lane does. I'm wondering how Tiny Darkseer is going to be able to handle them just kind of hitting them, right? They're going to take over the creep from time to time, get the dispels. So yeah, let's see how it ends up going for Tundra on this lane.
Skeeter, of course, ready and warmed up with those earlier games on the Weaver. We'll get caught in the avalanche, but out of the Sentry Vision, and now Falcons will know what's up in this lane.
Yep. And Snay is just going to poke. This is his job here. He's going to hit them as much as possible to get them into an uncomfortable spot. And Saksa maybe will try to go for some type of creep pulling, but definitely could hurt 33 if he's left alone versus these two.
Definitely on the early levels, has to be careful. Of course, in the other matchups, I mean, anybody under pressure on this bottom lane? You know, is Crystallis happy as the Bloodseeker to lane against this Doom, or is Amar going to have his number?
It's a strong lane, a very strong lane for Tundra. Pugna tends to be very good to be able to protect most of these lanes, so I would say he should have a pretty good time. Mid is the one that I want to see how it goes down, because if Malreen's able to get these extra snipes on the boars, it really, really adds up. You get a ton of extra XP. And it looks like so far he has gotten a couple, at least one or two, because of the XP that he's got right now. And his hero synergizes very well this game with the Weaver in particular, this Pango. And it also can draw, you know, they're mentioning when you see a lot of these, like this Pango and the Weaver, Roar is excellent, Rupture is excellent, but you got to pick and choose your targets.
That's true, right? You can only Rupture one of them.
You can only Roar one of them, you can only Rupture one of them. So if they do double down in a situation, that could be devastating, right? If they roar and Rupture on a Rolling Thunder, that could be brutal, but we'll have to see how it goes down.
And do you have any idea which sort of item route Crystallis is likely to go down on the Bloodseeker? Like, what have you seen any recently? Anything that has been working out? Maybe some pubs or other sort of play? Because we just don't see this hero.
That's a good question. There was a time where I saw some of these like SNY Maelstroms, I believe, but I think I've seen more of the Radiances. I'm not sure. And Crystallis, it's his hero, it's his specialty, so we'll see what he thinks is the best build for this game in particular.
So far in the lane, relatively even between the two of them.
Yeah.
Amar just with a few more denies in hand against Crystallis.
It's just really hard to pressure. If Toby makes a big mistake, then they can potentially maybe get him, but very hard for them to ever go for this Bloodseeker unless there's a third hero that comes. Yeah, so far, I think this is to be kind of anticipated, though. 33 having the slowest time out of the chorus for now, since he is put up in this pretty difficult matchup.
Now mid lane continues to be very, very close here between Malreen and BZM.
BZM's doing a very good job with his boars, keeping them very far back to make sure it doesn't get hit by any of these shield crashes.
Yeah, very important, because it's very much going to be that race towards getting the ult online for both of the mids, because both will present opportunities to kill the other with the setup of either the Rolling Thunder or the Roar.
Actually, I didn't even point that out at the start, though, but you saw the facet that he went for on the Pango. He's actually going for the speedy one, which a lot of times we did see people go away from that one when they're playing versus Rupture in particular, right? We saw people going for the shield
you got to be careful with that speed.
But usually, I mean, we saw the mid laners like this one too. But yeah, okay, just interesting to point out. Could see hit, maybe hurt him. Or help him. Does he get the boars? He gets one there, but the other one does get denied. But getting one even does matter as you see that XP.
Oh, damn! There we go.
He's gotten a
called out.
He's gotten what, I think 2 or 3. So he does. Look at that XP advantage. He's got, I mean, pretty significant one coming into play. So we'll see if the rotation does come around when that 6 comes out for Malreen. I thought BZM was. I was looking. He was putting his boars back. That one, yeah, I made a slight mistake. But you know.
I wonder how many Malreen has got. Okay, maybe what would warrant that sort of bit of banter? Probably getting about 3 of them or something. Down on the bottom lane.
They do get Toby. He steps
will
up
find
a
that
little
first
too
blood.
far.
As you said, it's sort of in terms of the lane setup, he's kind of on the hero that was likely to be the most vulnerable.
Yeah, I think he's. Him at 33 is likely the only.
Try and get in on this.
Early, but now with the third hero snaking.
Good connection with the dagger as well from Crypt.
They've got an enchant.
They're going to be able to maybe get the courier as well. Yeah, Crypt takes out the courier. The rest of them take down Crystallis. Big kills from Amar to start things off, and at the same time, top Skeeter able to chase down Saxa. 2K lead already here, 5 minutes in, Folk.
Snaking recognizes, I don't need to be top. My Weaver can be left alone versus Darkseer Tiny because there's just no pressure. So now he can look to invade. Toby steps up a bit far, and it actually, sequences into a second kill because of that with the rotation.
Look at this move towards the mid. Malreen's got the Rolling Thunder ready, but BZM's actually able to get the kill, and that's a surefire tip if I ever did see one, of course. After that bit of all-chat banter earlier, he got to drop that tip.
That's massive. As we were saying, you know, the level advantage was there for Malreen, but now BZM getting that quick little axe kill. Fixes the early game because things were, I mean, even though it's super early times, losing their top laner, losing their safe laner, it hurts quite a lot.
Getting that final bit of nuke in before he was able to roll up.
It was close.
He's going to be very happy with himself for that one there, BZM. And now with 6, he's ready to reset the base, get back out on the map, and had that threat of the Roar next time. So things get a little more complicated for Malreen if he wants to try and make these early plays with the Rolling Thunder.
Do they get the rune as well? Saksa will be able to take that one away, at least from Malrine. And 33 looks like he's
got the surge. He's going to try and get over to the creep camp, but Crit in with the whip.
33's having a tough time. Both times sacked, it seems like. In the first one, he got sacked to the lane situation that happened. This one, kind of similar. The movements are coming out. Saksa can't really contribute too much to help him.
Skeeter getting some pretty lovely starts in both of these games in the safe lane.
Full free XP, full free farm for him. While for Crystallis, it's not the case. He is getting pressured.
Still yet to see the plan here from Crystallis on the items. Just wants to get that null after the phase boots, and then we'll see what big item he has queued up and ready to go for.
They touched on it on the panel quite a bit here, but this is, Bloodseeker's a hero that does not really want to be pressured too much early. Catching up in the jungle, this is not something that he just loves to do that much. You want to get off to a little bit of a hot start so you can get that momentum building early, because you are a tempo-based hero overall.
Radiant are scanning.
Amar also did want to point out these small things, but Amar, he's been holding on to the envenomed weapon in this lane, so see some of these Dooms kind of, abuse these powerful neutrals that you can get, and he's playing versus a hero that sustains, right? So every time he hits him, 75% heal reduction.
They're going to try and make the goal onto him. He's going to go straight for the attempt to TP, but Crit's ready with a whip to put a stop to that escape. Rolling Thunder comes in. Crystallis going to get chased down by Amar, dragged back here with the Wild Wing Ripper. They kill off the Bloodseeker, turn their attention over towards Toby. This bottom lane, not a place for Tundra to be. A couple of times now, Falcons bullying them out of it and ready to pressure this tower 7.5 minutes in.
Now he queues up the item, by the way. I don't think you can go for something like Radiance. You've been killed twice. If you do that, you're never going to be able to join. He's queuing up the Mjolnir, but 2 deaths super early. He's bottom of the cores by a good margin here. And BZM didn't feel like he could join. He's gone for the Dominator build. He's looking to pressure around the mid lane.
Got some decent damage done here to the mid tower. Now it's the back of Toby as well. But Skeeter's turned up. Falcons, they've got the numbers.
They've lost their entire bottom tower, though, Owen. On top of losing their core twice. Can they get Skeeter? Most likely not. Falcons just a step ahead of things so far here again. Amar looking to pressure. He's got Doom at the ready. As Crystallis was like, he was happy for a second there. He's like, oh, some creeps. Looks like they might actually find him back here. If he does farm lower, but he does not. A lot of weight on BZM's shoulders in this mid game.
How easy is it going to be for BZM to sort of go from lane to lane, apply pressure onto these towers against sort of the heroes and items that Falcons have already managed to get online here early game?
Not the easiest, I would say. They have great ways to fight early. And we see these neutrals fighting back pretty hard. I always like to point this one out because we don't see too much of the Enchantress anymore, but it does matter. This Rabble Rouser, you saw how low BZM was getting just doing Ancients. These things do start to stack up. I forgot that it was called that, to be honest with you. But that's a really funny name.
What does it even mean? What is a Rabble Rouser? I don't even know. Are these words?
I got you. A person who speaks with intention of inflaming the emotions of a crowd of people, typical for political reasons. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, then.
All right, Enchantress getting political on him, apparently. Rousing up the neutrals.
Control still continues to be here for Falcons. They try to make a move top onto Saksa. He's able to get away. Roll, Toby.
He's in trouble here. Unless he can get bounced up to the high ground. Does manage to get the position, so he's not in trouble at all.
Nicely done.
Knows how to get out of that one. Nothing to be found there with the Rolling Thunder this time, but still doing their best here, Falcons, to just try and slow down the pressure on the mid tower. The BZM's attempting to continue to apply. Very close to taking the tier 1 here, BZM and Toby.
They should have it here. The blast actually puts it in deny, but the creeps will finish it off. Putting emphasis on the mid lane. Playing around their strongest hero makes a lot of sense.
It really is sort of all eyes on BZM.
It really is right now.
He's got to do a lot. Putting a lot of pressure onto Malrine. Won't be able to continue to chase. And I am for Malrine very close, round the corner. A few hundred gold, and he'll have the Blink Dagger on the Pango. It'll be much easier for him to find those opportunities to set up onto heroes like BZM on his Beastmaster.
And that'll be 2 games in a row now that if he does go for the Blink, that he rushes it, right? Which is pretty interesting. We have seen some people stray away from that as 33. No way out of this.
Another kill for Skeeter. Having a lovely time on the Weaver. Should lose the tower, though, with this continued pressure that was being applied. And he's going to try and look to find the Helm of the Dawn Creep. They'll find it. Plus 100.
He's got, what, 2,000 gold ahead. 1,800 gold ahead of the Bloodseeker at the moment, so yeah, significant advantage coming out. And Crystallis, he kind of just has to jungle for the time being.
It does.
As we said, these creeps, they're not that weak. You know, they do hit back.
Yeah, and they're only going to get harder and harder, right, of each level. Was it 4% each level?
Yep, and snaking tends to be a pretty high level 5 position in most situations, too.
Yep.
So just things to point out when you are behind, when you're playing versus an Ench, it does hurt more.
Yeah, the recovery's not going to be easy for Tundra.
No. Let's see what Amar looks to go down. He's got a bit of a different build. He's not doing the Midases super early. And Owen looks like he's queued up already. Drums into a Blink, into a Dominator, if he would like to on the Doom.
That timing's going to be strong.
I think he's not doing that. Yeah,
Do you think he won't? Oh, okay.
No.
It's like, well, if you're buying Helm, would you say you're sort of in this patch buying it first? You're not really buying it like third item.
I think for Doom, why would you do that? Just get the Midas, you can sell it, and you can just do the better kind of things. But who knows, we might see something. But
maybe this is the game where we see both the Midas and the Helm of the Dog.
I guess that this could be it, Owen. You might be onto something.
Let's have a look, see what he wants to do.
He's got the TP.
He's in trouble. I mean, Crit's ready at the side, just sort of seeing what the throw down onto Skeeter. Malreen's ready to come in with the Rolling Thunder. They get in with the jump. The Blink Dagger. Sax is gone. 33's going to try and get out of this one. Good jukes at the moment. We'll save him. Backup TP's coming in. So
Very
Falcons, they'll only find the support kill.
Very nice sidestep from 33.
Now they drop the wall. Want to see if they can try and get a support kill in return. Crit, has he got ways out of this? Let's have a look. Slowly being burnt down by the Iron Shells. And either way, he's definitely going to make them work for it. Quick juke around the tree line, but they should find him. Have some safety in the box. It's making them spend as much time possible chasing him down, but they will finally get the kill done.
Took them some time, but either way, 33, a much needed kill.
Amar, he's going to just run in and doom him. Crystallis, he'll get the Rupture off. Amar, has he gone a bit too deep for this? The doom damage is going to be bringing Crystallis down pretty low, as they'll get the kill, and he's actually going to be able to walk away. Saxa just didn't have enough damage at all to threaten Amar, so he gets away with that sort of crazy play 12 minutes in, just walking around the back of the tier 2, coming in with a Doom. They couldn't do anything to punish it, Fog. That's not a great sign.
And it's because of this item build that he's gone for too, right? He goes for phase double bracer drums rather than going for Midas cell kind of thing, and he can go for this type of super aggressive play. He has Crystallis' number this series. You know, these two, they know each other very well, have played together a lot. Amar taking advantage.
Another setup for Skeeter to pick up another kill. Maybe even get the Helm creep as well.
Should be able to. They will.
More money for the Weaver.
More money, more problems.
All 3 cores of Falcons in the top 4 net worth right now. Again, it's BZM. Got to do something crazy here. Still making fantastic timing, of course, on towards that Aghanims after the Helm. We'll see how much you can get done once that's online.
And how much
1,300 gold off.
How much they can help and enable him as well too, because as we're saying, it's going to be a lot about him, and I'm starting to get more and more concerned because of how poor the other 2 cores are. Yes, Darkseer is going to be strong with the Beastmaster, but how much is the Bloodseeker going to do?
And look at this here, this sort of invasion of Falcons coming over towards Tundra's side of the map, looking towards the Wisdom. They're going to be able to take it for themselves. Toby will live, and backup comes in. So Tundra, they've got to try and find someone. They've got the Rupture on a Skeeter. Crit will be caught in the trees. So Crit will fall, but this is sort of giving time for Skeeter to maneuver his way out of this one. He will survive. So Crit, he'll absolutely take that. May have died there, but forced a mass TPs coming in from Tundra, and he did manage to take away their Wisdom.
Yeah, and they still have theirs available, so they're going to be able to go over and get that one. It looks like this tower should likely, the pressure is going to still continue here from Tundra. They have Roar available, but do they want to pressure toward a tier 2? I don't think so.
That could be risky. Maybe if they had sort of the Ags online for BZM, but yeah, still not quite there.
Nope. And yeah, talking about Amar, since we did, meme a little bit about the build that he was going to go for. Now he's got the Midas, Lotus Orb. This is a really nice Lotus game. Playing versus both of those cores in particular we're mentioning, the Roar, the Rupture. Definitely can do some nice reflects.
Yeah, he's ready to continue to be inside the head of Crystallis, as you say. He likes to bully his old teammate.
He's still
and getting a Lotus on as quick as he is going to means that sort of opportunity that Bloodseeker might have usually to get in, poke in with a cheeky Rupture. He's got to be so careful when he's doing that.
These are 2 of the spells that I would say are a lot easier to just Lotus reflect than some of the others, because they have wind-ups. The Roar has a wind-up, the Rupture has a wind-up.
Oh, they know someone's down here. Him with the scan.
Saxa does not have Blink. He's still quite poor. Can he still get a catch, though?
I mean, Crystallis.
Whoa.
Avalanche there for the setup. It's going to give them the chance to get the Rupture off.
Saving the toss.
Toss back as well. It's good damage. They'll get the kill, but can they get out? Because Maureen is in with the Rolling Thunder. Good heals coming in from Toby over towards Crystalis. Tundra looks like they may just get away with this. They find the opportunity to punish Amar and make sure that they lose no one themselves. They're even going to continue to try and chase on. See if Saxa can close it onto Maureen, but the blink's there on the Pango. Maureen's away.
This time they're ready.
It's something here from Tundra. They'll absolutely take that one.
They brought the numbers. They brought pretty much everybody down there, but they're also still gaining something.
And look at this though, Skeeter. He's trying to see if they can clean up something in return. Falcons are off the back of that play from Tundra. 33 should be fine though. Again, Toby ready to provide the life drains.
During all this too, 33 was farming top with his creep, you know. So he's getting stuff out of this as well. While being in the fight, he's getting a good amount because of this Dominator up top as well. I think BZM maybe was also doing similar, but you see that gold exchange. They rotate, what, 4 or 5 heroes to kill this Doom? They chunk it down by a couple thousand.
For the TP out for the gate. He's away.
Level 11 now, so 33, yeah. Big improvement now for him. And he is the important one, I would say, to have this type of recovery to be able to play around BZM so they can get Crystals back in the game.
I mean, BZM was trying for a bit of a risky move here, seeing if he can go for the Roshan. Has been spotted out now, so Falcons, they know what's up. Unlikely that Tundra's going to be able to finish this, but Tundra can look for the team fight. They've got the Darkseer vacuum into this tiny combo. They have the setup. BZM back in, looking to finish off the Roche. Falcons, they're definitely going to want to give this a fight. They have the Rolling Thunder at the ready, and Maureen, he's straight in. Roche is low. The bug's flying across. A lot of damage here to being taken by Maureen because of this Rupture. Maureen, he's dead. The Rupture does it. They get the chance to finish the Roche and get the Aegis on BZM, and now they're ready to look for more. 33 moves in with the Centaur, gets the stun setup onto Crypt, follow-up Avalanche. Tundra, they hold their own around the Roshan, and the power of the Rupture being shown.
And the power of, I mean, BZM just call, right? I'm going for this rush. We have to commit for this rush, and it comes out beautifully. Maureen rolling in, and that speed, that Thunderbolt turning against him, he died super fast to the Rupture. Fully back in it here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Crystalis is still struggling, but that's going to give him opportunity at least. I think he does have the farming item finished up now at least. He's got his Maelstrom, so. Yeah, 1,300 damage coming in.
Yeah, Tundra, with that, definitely ready to give us the game here in game 2 after having a rough game 1. It's best of 3. They're online and ready to play here, keeping the net worth even after that Roche secure.
And now we're in for a very exciting mid-game. So we do have that evened up in BZM. Haste in the bottle. He's going the bots. He can look to get a bit more active too, since he does have this Aegis to cover himself if he does want to go for more aggressive plays. How's Saxa doing too? He almost has the blink now too. Just after those 2 moves, he had, after that play bottom, when he initially started, he literally just had Boot Soul Ring. So after that sequence, he's got pretty much a full blink dagger, which will give them ways to start fights easier.
I mean, that's just the thing, right? When it comes to team fight, just sort of the nature of having like this Darkseer set up for the Tiny, for the Bloodbright, the Bloodseeker, Pugna lane down. Well, the team fight is very strong from Tundra. Falcons, it's kind of the Pango role, right? That is the team fight. If that doesn't go off, or as we saw in the last situation, if it does go off and he gets caught by the Rupture, the team fight can fall apart pretty quickly for Falcons in a 5v5.
No, absolutely. I mean, Crit also still does have the potential, right? The box is really strong this game, and even a wheel, but it's just hard to land, realistically. In a big team fight scenario, you're not going to get a multi-hero one. He does have Yules now, though, so he's got his setup at least for his own, too, so let's see if they want to try to fight Tundra, but doesn't look like it with this Aegis right now.
Yeah, BZM continuing to lead the way, as they need him to do so here on Tundra. Up to top, takes out the tier 2.
Falcons looking to set up now. Do they catch on the side here, though? There's a ward, so Toby did scout them. They did see Amar.
They're going to go for the jump on the BZM. But BZM's speedy. Maureen will be able to chase him down. The BZM's got that Aegis as well. He's considering the Raw. The Xtreme pop. They're trying to get a vacuum wall here onto the 3 of them. Falcons, they've got to pull back a little bit.
Yeah, this is awkward for Falcons.
It's not an easy team fight to take, as I say, that 5v5. Tundra right now, they feel strong in it. And Falcons, they realize themselves not so much.
Great ward from Toby, perfect positioning, and yeah, the Haste Rune coming into play. They've got Greaves now too, so the sustain is in there for the fight too. If Falcons doesn't catch the initial targets, will they have the damage? It might take them some time for these next fights, since the sustain is there from Tundra and they have this Aegis.
And good, calm, reserve plays from BZM there. We saw absolutely no panic at all. Holds back on the Raw, knows that it's not necessary to survive. And Tundra, they don't have to take these team fights. They'd much rather sort of Falcons play into their hands, have to sort of play around Tundra's map presence. Because Tundra, they're starting to take over quite a bit. They get the Torment to top.
And the ward.
And they're online now. 3k advantage here for Tundra after that turnaround. And now
Skitter.
Saxa Look at the opening. Toss back as well into the Roar. Is there any save for Skeeter? The box comes into play, but it won't get him out. BZM getting the kill there off the back of Sax's setup. Seeing them go for the TB out, but the vacuum is there onto the two of them. 33 in perfect position. The block right to follow up. Falcons, they're in big trouble now, folks.
That was massive. A ward coming into play beautifully there both times. I guess it was Toby who placed those earlier. Sees Skater come in, they get the angle, they get the connection, up to a 5K lead just off of these moves.
And a lot of it on BZM that he's taken over. 2-0 for 13K lead here.
Wow.
Clear 2 and a bit thousand ahead of anyone else on the map right now.
Very well done. And Christos now, he's back completely, right? He's been quiet, but he got the effective ruptures that he needed to. The bottom one and that Roche one, he's got Mjolnir done. So it is going to be Mjolnir, BKB route. And he's queuing his Dagon. This is his build. He loves this build that he does, so.
I mean, it's going to be so hard to play into. Once he has BKB Mjolnir online alone, like, how do you kill the Bloodseeker? It's not going to be easy, right? You have to find that initial Rolling Thunder connection or Doom onto him. Otherwise, he's just going to be able to go rampant across the team fight.
It's definitely starting to look difficult for who wants to go in first for Falcons, right? It's if Malorine goes in, he gets ruptured. If Skeeter goes in, he's going to get ruptured either. So, even though they do only have that one, it is definitely being effective in these last 5-6 minutes or so.
Yeah, Malorine at the moment, bottom of the cores. I mean, I do feel there's something about it. I feel like so many games, if you come out with a little bit of cheeky all chat, you can kind of end up with egg on your face, folks.
Yep, definitely true.
BZM biting back this game after that initial jab from Malorine.
Right, so Falcons, it looks like they have a Lincoln's done for Mars Saksa in a perfect position to break that smoke. That's what, I think like 5 moves or 6 moves that Tundra has just been a step ahead of Falcons now after that early game. The Obs Ward will be taken out, but it's done its damage. Scouted multiple different moves. Right.
He's going to try for the setup on a Saxa. Taking quite a bit here to go for this support.
He is tanky.
And he's going to live. They couldn't finish him off. Saxa's away.
That is problematic. 2,000 HP Tiny. He's grieved up. He's ready to go back in.
Oh, he absolutely is. Blinks up. Falcons know it. They've got to back away. Again, Chrysalis is just getting that space to get this BKB online on top of the Mjolnir. BKB already done for BZM. Tundra, they're ready to keep the action going. Smoke up from Saxa and 33.
At 33, it feels like if 33 is ever in the team fight, it's good luck to Falcons. You have to, you probably just have to run away. Darkseer, the king of team fight, is completely online with his team.
Absolutely, the vacuums have been on point so far. Toby will find the chance to catch Crip. Let's get the setup onto Amar. Amar will turn, drop the Doom down. TP backup coming in. They'll be able to get Chrysalis away out of the fight for now. Marion's going to try and chase them down. See who's able to get the angle on. He's going to look over towards Saxa. Saxa's able to jump over him. The blink, Saxa's fine. And now maybe Falcons have to be scared again. They didn't get the chance to punish anyone there, even with the use of Doom.
He's fine.
Chrysalis lives.
Great disengaged Darkseer wall vacuum pulls them away so they can't stay on top of him. And now Tundra, they're ready to go again.
They really are.
They're going to heal up.
And you, as I say, you just feel it from Falcons, right? As soon as one of their ults is kind of used, or in this case a couple of them, right, the Rolling Thunder and the Doom, they don't get something immediately, they know that they've got no place in that team fight. They have to run.
Yeah, we're seeing definitely some awkwardness now for Falcons. Tundra just knowing exactly how to play versus them, and BZM just absolutely massive at this point. BKB's finished, level 18. And Falcons, they just expended their 2 big ults. They can't really defend this tower by any means here.
Saxa, he's actually going to be able to find the grab there. Knew that they were going to be trying to retreat here up towards the base. They'll still get away, Amar.
Nice try. He tried to vacuum on the low ground, it looked like there. 33. Decent attempt, but they got what they came for. The tower is taken out, and an immediate TP, so Saxa looking for a play.
Now Saxa, he doesn't slow down this game.
Another toss.
He's everywhere. Looking to set up all the players. Crit will be able to jump away for now, back to the safety of Skeeter and Snaking, but again, it's just Falcons having to consistently run away from Tundra. And BZM, he's ready to just walk in and try and start things. They're going to look to go for him in return. They get the Rolling Thunder set off. BZM will get the BKB off. He's going to try and run this one off, but the bugs are upon him. We get Glimmer. Toby's in with a heal. It looks like he's going to be fine for now. BZM gets away with the range of the BKB, and it's ball time for Chrysalis to get round to the back of the fight and finish off Skeeter. The vacuums in onto Crit, and Amar, Crit to fall. Snaking, he's in trouble as Saxa tosses Chrysalis forward, able to finish off a third kill. Avalanche there from Saxa, in with the blink. They'll take down the 4 of them. Falcons, they just can't fight them, Fogged. They're getting destroyed.
When was the last time they got a kill, Owen? I don't even remember the last one. I think it's been, what, I don't know, 10 minutes? It feels like it. I think all the plays that Tundra had happen after that whole bottom sequence has just been absolutely beautiful for them. Every single play has hit. And Falcons, I mean, this was them forcing it because they thought they had an opportunity there, but they didn't get the full chain stun with the wheel because he got bonked out of it. So he actually was able to get BKB run, get toward Toby, and ends up surviving because of it as they lose 4 heroes again on Falcons. Great execution from Tundra. After losing quite a significant bit in the early laning phase, things just blew up. Right after that 15-minute mark, pretty much. Now Roshan
Another rush.
back up.
I mean, it's been hit by a scam, but Falcons, they have the Doom, they have Rolling Thunder now back online. Do you try?
I think they might feel like they have to. I think if they give this one away, they might feel like it's going to be too difficult to come back.
Let's have a look.
Let's see if they get the angle.
Pipe is online.
It's done.
An extra bit of protection against the team fight of Tundra, but still, even with that taken into account, Tundra have a pretty overwhelming bit of damage. They're going to try with the setup. Rolling Thunder coming in from Maori, but it's not in time. BZM's able to finish the Roche, get the Aegis. Falcons, they couldn't make the steal happen. The Roar's in onto Maureen. We'll continue with the remainder of the Rolling Thunder over towards Toby and Christus, but the Avalanche from Saxon comes out. The heals as well onto Toby. Toby survives. Maureen now trying to back away the life drain, getting Toby finished back at a full HP. Amar's in with the Doom. It's on to Crystalis, so they should be able to finish up the Bloodseeker, but can Falcons get anything else? Maureen jumps forward. Decrep fires to Toby. He's going to go for the Decrep TP. Anything to stop it? No. Toby gets out as well with the Glimmer play. He's gone pretty deep though, Maureen, over towards the Tier 2 tower, and Saxa and BZM, they turn and punish him. Maureen falls. They get Crystalis. It's still not nearly as much as Falcons need to slow Tundra down though this game. The rest of Tundra getting out alive. They got the Roche. They've got the Aegis to play for the next 4 minutes here on BZM. Tundra, they don't mind losing the carry there.
No, not by any means. Maureen tried to push forward. He actually got a 4-man shield crash, so you saw he was mitigating a decent amount of damage, but they just don't have enough to kill the rest of these heroes. The Doom can take out 1 target, but there's just too tanky on the rest. Sustained from the Pugna, the Darkseer. Falcons with this deficit can't go through it right now.
And BZM ready to continue to capitalize on how fast as a team that they're playing. He's got the upgraded bots,
cool.
Which you can totally understand, right, when you see how much Saxa is sort of setting up, right? He wants to be there any time that Saxa gets an opening, because so far, Saxa's been finding a lot of them.
This is really cool. He is so rich at this point in the game that I don't see why not. Like, he doesn't have the slots to be able to go for something else just yet. He wants to be able to join every single fight, so why not go for this? He's level 20 as well, too, so super strong when he shows up. Yeah, this is cool. Mark.
And there it is. Saxa gets the setup. BZM in with the follow-up, thanks to the bots, too.
You never expect that either. That's something that just, it hits you and you're like, oh my goodness, he actually went for bots too. And now you have to watch out for that the entire game. You have to have someone sitting behind Skeeter, probably.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to get the Lincolns online, but it's still quite a bit of gold away for Skeeter.
Love the way that we're seeing Tundra move around the map. Just pretty relentless too. Like, look at this. Immediately they force a reaction top and looking for that next play. Saxa looking for an invasion. All 3 lanes being pushed in as well with that Dominator.
Amar. They did see him under this ward. Saxa's going to get the chance to get the jump on him. And provides a bit of safety for Amar. BZM easily TPing in and ready to chase him down. Amar, nowhere to run. Another one here for BZM.
They've lost fully control of the map. They can't really step outside now at this point because of this bots too. I think this is actually such a cool approach here from BZM to just pretty much make it that they can't walk outside now. And these 2 Dominators just, really taking control of everything, keeping lanes in great positions always for Tundra.
Skeeter's got to be a bit careful. Saxa, he's going to get the setup. They have the Roar. Is there any further save for him? They're coming in with Rolling Thunder, but they cannot get them off Skeeter. Skeeter's out for a minute. No buyback.
I think that's one of the first times I've seen that. He tossed him while he got boxed, and it broke him out of the box midair, and then he got roared. So Tundra, they get the dream catch, and perhaps just a Rax here off of this.
And they're definitely going to feel like they can stick around. They're so strong right now, Tundra. Especially with no Weaver alive on Falcons. Falcons, they don't even have the chance of dreaming of enough damage to kill any of these cores right now. Maybe even the supports. We saw in that last fight, they couldn't even kill Toby on the Pugna.
No. And in the last 16 minutes, they've gotten 1 kill. And it was just the Bloodseeker once in that fight. Everything else has just been Tundra. It's towers falling, Roshan falling, every single one of the fight wins. As a Rax falling this early on, Snaking also getting caught while doing that split push.
Yeah, and the big brain builds continuing from BZM. He's got a full Orchid online now after the bots too, so a way to deal, pop through that Lincolns and ensure that he can still find the Roar.
Hey, also, he can just, now he doesn't even have to use the Roar perhaps on Maureen in some situations too. He just silences the Pango. Yeah, this is a really good game that we've seen here from Tundra. And very appropriate. We get to see this very likely game 3 now after the way that Tundra's been able to completely control things.
After sort of what 2 teams have come in with pretty effective stomps. This one took a little bit more time to get going at the beginning, but once it started going for Tundra after that Roshan push and just overall game control, perfect from BZM. It seemed like Falcons are completely helpless.
Absolutely. And look at 33. This is a cool pivot of a build.
Yep.
AC. Look at their armor. He has 44 armor on this Dark Side.
How do you fight into this?
They're very magic resistant because they've got this Pugna glimmering them and protecting them. They're tanky because of their high armor now too. Falcons, will they get another kill before this game ends?
Now BZM will respect the respawns and the fact that his Aegis will now expire. Tundra, maybe looking for a bit of a fake back, sticking around with the smoke.
Falcons has to, I mean, they have to blow up one target immediately with that Doom and just also have to control the Pugna during it. Because you can stop a lot of things here. Sure, you can't heal, but you can prevent a lot of the
poor
damage.
Old Snaking. Oh, don't get the initial toss back, but it doesn't matter. They'll still get it. And even better after the Rupture comes in, so. Didn't stand a chance there on the Ench.
It looked nice. Splattered.
Amar. I mean, they're thinking about fighting this. They do have the buyback on Snaking. It comes in. They get it with the opening Rolling Thunder over towards Saxa, but the Decrepify's there from Toby. They've got the lockdown on towards 33. He'll get caught to the side. He'll get the vacuum wall off, but does still end up dying. Falcons, they get one. They need more. Roar comes out from BZM over towards Crypt. That's going to be the Ringmaster down. Further buyback comes out from him, so Falcons using both support buybacks to try and turn this fight. Saxa will be able to toss back Maureen.
That's a
Falcons,
heavy commitment.
they've got to keep chasing. Amar, and with the Infernal Blade onto Saxa. Glimmers out and have a Decrepify from Toby, giving a chance here for Saxa to maybe play his way out of this one. Gets the Avalanche up, but the Yule setup will be there. Saxa gets left behind. Still going to take a bit of focus for them to finally finish him. They do get him. Falcons, they've got to continue to try and snowball this for more. Amar chasing up over towards the tier 2. Got eyes over towards Toby and Crystalis.
It's a very expensive one, and it's 2 buybacks for Falcons.
Can they get anything else done with this? They've killed off 33 and Saxa.
Unlikely. 33's respawning pretty soon too, so they can look to rejoin the fight. Roar's back up in 10 seconds. The line is drawn. Looking to maybe try to catch BZM when he split, but he seems aware.
And BZM would be a massive kill.
And it was a good chase out, but it's a very heavy committal of using both of these buybacks on the supports to not get one of these other big kills. BZM.
I mean, he's feeling strong. He's got the BKB ready to press. Skeeter.
Oh, he blinked into the bug.
He's going to have eyes on him. So if they can punish him. BZM keeping damage on towards Amar, so Amar unable to get any sort of blink Doom off there. Nice little micro there from BZM, keeping the creep on the Doom.
Maureen, they see Toby.
The Decrepify off. Maureen's having to get over towards Crystalis, but Crystalis is having to get the BKB off. He has been doomed, but the Rupture was down onto Maureen. Maureen, he's gone. Roar from BZM over towards Amar. Amar, he falls as BZM takes down another, now ready to maybe even turn towards Skidder. Skidder's trying to chase to finish off the Bloodseeker, but he cannot do so. Avalanches into the toss. More than enough burst to deal with the Carry Weaver, and now ready to go for more again, Tundra. Attempted TP, put to a stop there by the Bird, comes crashing down onto Snaking. There's 4 of them dead. Crit's going to try for a TP, but he can't get out. Avalanche in play from Saxa. Tundra, they get the team wipe.
Well, they got themselves a couple of these support kills. They did get Toby, but that's only because Toby was so far out of position there. They lose everything. And BZM, he's in the base. He's looking to end it.
They couldn't kill him. Not once this game. 8-0-13 BZM. Pretty much, I mean, it is straight up a flawless game from him on the Beastmaster.
After he got all chatted.
Yeah.
in the beginning.
As I said, sometimes it can be a curse. It can come back to bite you when you look for a bit of all-chat banter. Obviously, it was a bit of fun, but it was in good taste, but sure, maybe doesn't taste too great right now for Maureen. I don't think he'll be doing that again next game.
No.
As everything did kind of go downhill pretty quickly after that one.
Pretty quickly.
Tundra, ready to pad out the stats here with a few more extra kills, and there it is. GG is called. Tundra hit back very, very hard here in this game, so we're going to a game 3, folks.
Honestly, BZM show, but some of these little things, the recognition of them like ganking bottom when they saw that Amar was doing these type of cheeky plays going for Chrysalis, things snowballed very quickly once Tundra started getting back into this game.
Yeah, that's good news for all the general Dota joys out there, and us included. We're getting a game 3. Can't wait to see what we get coming out from these two teams. Both teams showing us their strength so far. Tundra able to push to this game 3 with this game 2 victory. 1-1 right now between Tundra and Falcons.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fogged. And I know it's nothing but love between all the Creep Wave guys, where we have Malrine, BZM, and of course Chrysalis in this particular series, but it does make me feel a little good that BZM was able to win against Malrine after being called out for microing his boards. I think that will be remembered for a little while to come. But it is Tundra that fairly easily take this game, Misery. We talked about that the draft looked good for them, but we didn't really know what their playstyle would be considering that game number 1, but they delivered.
Yeah, I would say early game looked like Falcons were the better team. They had really good rotations. They had just good moves overall. They got off to a good start on pretty much every hero they had. But once Tundra started going together, going as 5, it kind of turned into an impossible game for Falcons, right? We saw once you start growing up, there's just not much you can do. You have to keep running away from them, and at that point, it's very hard to play the game. And I also think that BCM really kept them in this game by being top net worth, by making sure that at least he had a good game, because the side lanes were really struggling.
I feel like he had he was #1 net worth for the majority of the game, if not the full game, even after some old chat from Malrine. The side lanes were just making mistakes, I feel like. That's what happened in the early game. Of course, it's not easy to play versus Falcons when they're playing an Ench. It's a very lane-dominant hero. But then again, Amar got a couple of easy kills, again, almost on his own by doing the Bloodseeker. Then the tossbacks weren't really there. But the moment they were there, the moment you got the Aghanims on the Beastmaster and all those stacks got consumed, the game completely flipped.
Yeah, I feel like also drafting-wise, it's just really cool to see this hero work out, the Bloodseeker. I think we both times have now seen that the 18 pick from both teams have been really strong. Last game was Abaddon against Axe. Now it's the Bloodseeker against both Weaver and Pangolier. And it's just nice to see that these teams are really not scared of picking, or in this case, especially Chrysalis is not afraid of playing like unconventional hero. But I think this is probably in his top 3 heroes. He always used to be really known for his Bloodseeker and his Razor. And I'm really happy for him, my ex-Entity teammate, my boy, manning up. But also, I think that the Darkseer pick, like both these drafts for me, the 18 into 23 pick, here was Bloodseeker Darkseer, always looked really, really solid. And I think this series is really boiling down to these little margins that they can get in the draft.
Yeah, it seems like first pick is the the better choice right now between these two teams. At least it seems like the draft order matters more than what we've seen from other series, perhaps. But yeah, I completely agree. I don't think other teams would have even thought of Bloodseeker there, even though, because it's such an uncommon hero, right? And it's an amazing Bloodseeker game, actually, right? Now that we saw it play out, how good Rupture is in this game. But the fact that you have Chrysalis on your team makes you able to think about this hero in the first place.
Yeah, you gotta have those pocket picks ready, and I would imagine a guy like Chrysalis, he will be always on the lookout for a game like, when can I play Bloodseeker? This is the game when I can play Bloodseeker. He'll call for it, and he'll get it, and he'll crush with it. I will say, though, the one that crushed maybe a little bit more was BZM on his Beastmaster. He did not die a single time in this game. Might have fed a couple of boars. But that was just luring Malrine into a false sense of security.
He fed them a little bit. He made them fat enough so that later on, once he's getting those kills, he's getting the comeback gold as well. 8-0-14. The itemization as well was pretty damn good. We were kind of questioning the Helm of Dominator from the mid lane, but it definitely did work out for them. Like, they had 2 Helm of Doms. They had one on mid lane and one on the off lane, and they applied sufficient pressure, I have to say, from the Beastmaster and from the Darkseer.
I think he also just showed how strong Beastmaster still is, even though he keeps getting nerfed, that this hero, you just find ways to make this hero, equally strong. And yeah, it's a problem for sure. I think this is also a hero that, you might see banned out in the third game here.
Absolutely. I think this hero is just going to stay up in the rankings. Like last time we saw it banned already in the first game. I think in the third game, it's like no matter what team has first pick, it's going to get banned out, is my read on this. And I think both teams are basically praying right now with the coin toss that they can just pick the third game, to be honest. Yeah, I also want to commend PVISION on the Beastmaster, because honestly, both the side lanes were struggling in the early game due to what Falcons did, and he kept his composure. Some mid laners tried to overcompensate, go to side lanes, try to fix it. He just kept his cool, farmed his ancient stacks, played his game, and in the end, that's why he has the perfect score, right? So, yeah, definitely deserved MVP.
Yeah, it also means that all games that Tundra has won today, total now 3, it was BZM in the mid lane building Helm of the Dominator on whichever hero he got, which only were 2 different heroes, but still, it's a interesting stat to keep our eyes on. Something we should also keep our eyes on is fights that can potentially turn games, and oftentimes, Misery, it is Roshan fights.
Okay, yeah, let's have a look at the fight again that kind of made this game into a Tundra situation where you have the timing of Tundra now. They're putting the ward down. They have complete good position here, and Falcons did some jumping this Roche fight, but there's just no damage. They just cannot break the formation of Tundra here, and they have to take this fight. Giving away Roshan this early is really bad into Beastmaster. So this kind of showed how the rest of the game was going to play out, and it felt like the game after this moment, I don't know, from my point of view, it looked like it was over, because if you cannot take that fight at all, if you have no way of taking that fight, it's very difficult to come back.
This Pangolier really tried his harder, right? Like, he is playing against Pugna and Bloodseeker, and honestly, I'm asking myself, what would I do in that situation? If you roll on somebody, he gets decrepified, and if you roll close to Bloodseeker, you get ruptured. It's really a mess for him.
Yeah.
He even took the Thunderbolts fast, which might be questionable, because you die faster in Rupture. But on the other hand, many mid laners tend to take that fasted, because otherwise you don't have enough impact or enough speed to even connect your Rolling Thunder. So yeah, I think just simply that Tundra had too many drafting edges when it comes to team fighting at the later point, because the early game looked good. They had everything set for them to snowball the game, but the team fighting in the end and like the way the heroes interact with each other just strictly favored Tundra.
Yeah, it just was really ease of execution as well, right? Like on one side, we were talking about Pangolier, but also when you look at the other heroes, no one likes playing into the Bloodseeker. That's why this pocket pick was so good. Like even your carry, like you goes in on a Weaver, like you don't like being raptured. Like it's one of the worst heroes on position 1 to suffer that ult.
So if we look back on this game too in a vacuum, can we just say outdrafted, or is it not that simple?
I think Falcons could have prevented maybe the group up of Tundra a bit if they had played a bit cleaner after the laning phase. Maybe they made some mistakes. I don't really recall, but it felt like they were in a good position at one point. Perhaps they overextended somewhere, which led to Tundra being able to walk into Roshan with this amazing timing, right? But I do think that eventually the game will drag on, and there will be items on Darkseer, there will be items on Beast, and then you are going to be able to have the team fight.
Yeah.
And if you can't team fight against the opponent, it's very hard to win Dota nowadays.
Yeah, so eventually Tundra would have outscaled Falcons in this particular game.
I think this is safe to say. I think either in this current patch, you have to dominate through the laning stage. I call it gaming gladiator style, how they always own 3 lanes and snowballed so fast it didn't matter what heroes you had. You couldn't play the hard carries. You can still go with that style. Or on the other hand, you need to have some way of team fighting. You need to have a good fight condition, need to be able to counteract the enemy heroes. And I think this was just not given. So in my opinion, it is like at least a 70-30 outdraft or something, because once again, they had the ball rolling. All 3 cores were enabled, but they were not able to keep the advantage, like to keep progressing the advantage, right? Darkseer got his net worth rolling, Bloodseeker recovered under his tier 2 bottom, Beastmaster was just chilling. So if those conditions are met and you don't really have an answer, something must be addressed in the drafting.
I'm thinking if you open the replay as Tundra, as Falcons right now, is there ever a world where you say, okay, we should have put more resources early on into shutting down Beastmaster, taking that mid tower with the Ench creep early on, playing on the Pangolier mid lane instead of focusing so much on the bot lane perhaps? Kill the Bloodseeker once, but then rotate mid after you take tier 1, right? So then you can speed up the game, shut down Beastmaster's game a bit, because he was the one that kept them in this game, right?
Yeah.
If you shut him down as well just a little bit more, maybe you have a chance of snowballing the game entirely.
How much impact? Because Melreen, obviously, this is going to be, his teammates are going to see this. It's like, okay, so Melreen has killed a couple boars. This was clear. So then maybe people just think, oh, Melreen's got that mid lane unlocked. You know, he's owning BZM on the mid lane. So is it a little bit of Malreen's call to like, hey guys, I need maybe a little bit more help to shut down the Beastmaster?
I'm doing too well, guys. You don't need to come over. Like we're owning.
You know, giving the wrong idea so that the read of the game was slightly off. I don't know how much that would matter.
There's also the fact that Bloodseeker is just so good into Weaver and Pango that maybe they thought that was the focal point to focus on, to just eliminate him from the game, which they actually did. Like he had as much farm as the Pugna for the majority of the first 10-15 minutes, but in the end, like Misery said, it was the Beastmaster that brought them through the mid game, not the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, he was just a rupture, and that rupture was significant enough, even with the low net worth.
Well, we already knew before this series started that this series was going to be a very close one with a lot of faces that are familiar towards each other. And we talked about Tundra, the Greek Wave boys, also with 4 strong. We can also take a look at their results so far, because this going to a Game 3 kind of fits in line with the path these two teams have taken today. Both of their series went the distance. We're going to take a look at Stream B first, see how this is going over there, as we do have a little bit extra time to reflect on what has happened so far in the road to TI. We had Team Spear 2-0 in Wildcard. Don't think there's anything surprising about that. But I do want to just highlight the fact that Boom Esports versus Liquid, this, Lizard, was a close one.
It was a really close one. I feel like Liquid and Boom, for most of us, when it comes to predictions, this was a quick 2-0. It certainly wasn't, and it reminds me very much of the game of the series of Falcons versus Nemesis, where like you have these absolute favorites really struggling hard to close out the games, and Liquid that series could have just as went easily Boom's way.
Yeah, I think also Liquid, to be fair for them, always the group stage has been a little bit of their weak point, I feel like, of the story of Liquid all the time. I don't know why, but they always shine when it comes to the players, when the stakes are really, really high. I think that's when their 5 individual players, maybe their coaches really thrive as well. But also, yeah, don't count out the other weaker, let's call them weaker teams. I'm saying that, but like the underdogs, right? Like, honestly, I think every single player that made it here is individually really, really, really skilled, and they have what it takes to beat, on theory, individually all the other teams, right? So I think everybody just has to always focus on giving their A game, and I think also that teams like Boom Esports and Nemesis are super thrilled to be here, super thrilled to show what they can bring to the game. So yeah, I think there's no room for the top teams to let their guard down, is what I would like to put it like.
I think we already saw that, because on the same stream, the series is still ongoing, so who knows what's going to happen in game number 2, which is live on Stream B. But Misery, that was Team Spirit losing to Xtreme in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, Xtreme Gaming also looked really strong in their first series.
They did.
So maybe this is the TI where China comes back and dominates.
It's about time, though.
Yeah, it is kind of about time.
I miss TI.
But let's see. You know, Team Spirit have lost first game in series before and just, you know, turned it around and won in the end.
That is true. I do think that if they lose the series, a lot of people's predictions are going to be off already.
Imagine the predictions in shambles if Xtreme Gaming wins and then Team Nemesis continues playing like this and takes a series or 2. Filipino Dota and China Dota coming back.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened on the C stream. As we are saying, there's 4 streams going on at the same time, and I don't expect you guys to be glued to the screen on all fronts. This is the stream where every series is long. As you can see, they're basically almost a full series behind, as they are not even done with their second line of games. And this is all due to the first one, Falcons versus Nemesis. Fatigue, maybe. Is that a thing? I mean, it's 2 best-of-3s in a day, and they are going the distance to game number 6 for Falcons. But they did have that almost 70-minute game earlier. Misery, is there going to be fatigue playing a part? I don't know if it does. It's also day 1, so maybe you're not that tired yet.
I mean, it might be a factor a little bit, but at the same time, these guys play Dota 10 plus hours a day.
Yeah, exactly.
They're used to it, right? It's also TI. I think you can manage, right? I will say though, if you haven't watched that first game of Nigma from today, Bad Boom Nigma, that was an insane game to watch. The Lone Druid from Ghost. Beating, I didn't see in detail because we're watching other games as well, but beating this Magnus with a refresher, Void with a refresher, I don't know how that's possible. It seems impossible to beat late game, but they managed to win that series. That's that first game.
I would not wish that Lone Druid in anyone's draft because that felt like I could feel the frustration from BB team. They just have to, every time the bear is hitting racks, the whole team would TP back to try and kill it. And it took a while. They killed it, obviously, but Stormstormer, that just does not seem like a very fun way of playing Dota 2.
I mean, it's pretty clever because honestly, the third hero was a Sand King, so there are 3 big ultis on them that you want to blow on a guy, and it's actually pretty clever to pick like this hero that has 2 lives essentially. The other one is Wraith King, but that hero is pretty much out of the game right now. It's too hard to pick. So I think once again, I really respect that these players are ready to like man up and pick these heroes on the first day that are really unconventional. We also saw today from Malrine the Earthbird in the very first game that he played. What, the second one? Maybe I'm wrong. And that hero is also, like, I didn't play this hero since, like, I don't know, 6 months or something. So it's really cool to see people play this off-meta stuff.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, go for it.
No, it's also what makes Dota such a cool game in a way, right? You have these items and hero combos like Faceless Void Refresher that seems impossible to beat late game. But there are heroes that are uniquely good against type cyber thing, like Lone Druid. He's not even near that. His bear is somewhere there. If you're fighting this bear, are you gonna chrono the bear? Okay, well I'll just summon another one, right? Same for, it could be Naga as well. Naga can beat this type of stuff too, right? Just send illusions. You don't play this game.
Play the dirty game.
Yeah, play the dirty game.
Yeah, it's just a different. They just are indeed just playing a different game to everybody else at that point. We can take a look at what has happened on the final stream, and that is happening. That's live right now. We did have quite a few 3 gamers there, including Tundra. They had their series against Yakutou Brothers, and that was also a close one. I do also want to actually focus a little bit on Tidebound versus Na'Vi, because I thought that series was going to be maybe a little bit more in favor of Tidebound. I know they still won, but it did go to distance.
I feel like most players, analysts that I talk to, when it comes to the dark horse, Na'Vi was their pick. This is a team that you don't truly know what their strength is, because they've had some really good showing in previous tournaments. Sure, in EWC they bomb out, but they play versus, I believe, Falcons and Spirit back-to-back, so really not ashamed. And you guys talked about all the different heroes like Lone Druid that is being picked. These guys are also constantly innovating. They're the youngest team on average at TI, and also the heroes that they're picking mid lane. I think it was Snap and Undying that at some point, like, what the hell, who does that? I feel like we're aiming at a TI with the most diverse hero pool at this point. Like everything is being picked. I'm just waiting for Meepo.
I'm waiting for Awkward.
And R. Yeah.
And we saw
what kind of panelists do I have, guys? Waiting for Meepo and Awkward. Mystery, help me out here.
I mean, I do think that there's arguments being made. Let's see how Na'Vi does in the next series, but you can also end up overcooking. Right?
Yes,
where you give Niku the 16-year-old star player, or 17, or how old he is 16, now, Undying mid. Give him something more flashy, right? Like pick something more solid so that you're not on a timer.
Decay, you show up, you decay, it's flashy.
And Snap
skill-based.
Who plays Snap mid? I feel like Na'Vi maybe overcooked a little bit in that series.
I do also think a day one of the road to the international, a lot of teams are going to look back to all the games played today, see what worked. And I'm curious to hear how much will a team adapt their strategy, because you're going to see a whole list of heroes with their win rate next to it. And maybe, let's say maybe Snapfire has a very high win rate. Are you going to look at it? Are you going to wait an extra day because it's not a hero you practice?
I think the minimum you should do is just be ready for it, for them picking when you meet them. I think that's like the bare minimum you could do. If your player has already played the hero in the past that he feels comfortable in, you can maybe even adapt and go that far. Hey, let's play this hero too. It looks strong again, right? I just think it's really important that you don't get caught off guard twice by the same thing. Get caught off guard one series, of course, that happens. You know, that's why people prepare for tournaments. You know, but I think everybody should just do their research, and because all the teams have like really hardworking coaches right now and hardworking staff behind the scenes, I think there's no doubt that this is happening.
Yeah.
It has to happen as well, because when you think about it, pubs have become a little bit of a mystery when it comes to the heroes that people are playing. You can't copy and paste as easily as you could before, right? The data trackers are usually off, so you have to look at what everyone is doing at the tournament and adapt quickly.
Yeah, and maybe you let the Chen through one game. and then you lose against it, and you ban it out in game number 2. Will they ban it out again in game number 3? That's the answer we're going to have. We're still, of course, in Falcons versus Tundra, and game 3 on your screen right here. We do have the usual suspects being banned out. Naga Siren still 100% ban rate, I believe. The Invoker and the Lycan banned out against Tundra every single time, and I'm sure that, I would imagine that Chen is going to be part of that as well. Who's got first pick? We got Falcons on first pick, and you guys were saying that that was going to be very important.
Yeah, I wonder if Tundra even bans out Marcy here, or if they'll just
no,
let
they
it.
won't, right? Because the first game
Falcons didn't pick it.
Falcons didn't even pick it, yeah.
But what did they ban the first game? They didn't ban Chen.
I think it was Sand King, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Sand King was really high up on the radar as well. So I guess these are the two heroes are debating between.
Yeah.
Sand King or Chen.
I would imagine that that is a debate going on right now. This is a debate that I would imagine is going to be mostly in the hands of the
Chen.
coaches, and it's going to be the Chen.
The panel has one, guys.
Yes.
Chen is out.
So
That's how it works.
Does that mean you first pick Sand King on Falcons? Is that because I mean it's gonna get banned, right? I assume.
Yeah.
If you don't pick it.
But do you want to lock yourself? I mean, I know a lot of heroes can play. Yeah, okay, you want to lock yourself into Sand King.
It doesn't really have the biggest win rate so far, and it has been picked a couple of times, like 5 times already in the tournament. 40% win rate. Stats at least not amazing, but it looks like Tundra, they have an idea of how exactly they need to deal with the Sand King. And
What is so good about Sand King? Why is he first pick for his ban material? And even though the stats don't show
It's team dependent. I just think Falcons make it work because Malrine plays it out of mid, and they had a lot of success in the last tournament they played. I think other teams played a little bit off lane, like you saw Saberlight played earlier today, to less success than Malrine. So I just think it's a team specific thing. It just offers a lot of team fight, offers stun, you know, a lot of damage, a lot of scaling as well.
Is it a bit harder to counter him now with the mischance and stuff?
It is as well.
I wanted to mention that like one of the most conventional counters is Monkey King, which is still left in the pool as well.
Yeah.
But Sand King got new fastest. One of them is to blind on the auto attacks, which is actually already useful in the laning stage. Because when Monkey tries to commit, you get Jingu stacks. He just attacks you back and blinds you. And as you can see, that's the reason Monkey's not banned. And honestly, Tundra's response is really interesting in Starks here. To me, the main reason why this is happening is that he's a pipe buyer, and pipe has always been the counter to Sand King. But also, on the other hand, this hero is not even on the lane of Sand King, so Falcons can now craft any lane they want against the Starks here and try to punish it.
I think it also is I like it from Tundra because it matches the team fight. It ensures that they have this team fight like we saw in game 2, that they were lagging game 1, right? So they're making that adjustment and picking up the Darkseer here. I think it's a good pick, but I do agree that the laning phase can be an issue for Darkseer, but he was struggling last game. And the thing is, this hero doesn't need that much farm early on because he farms so fast, comes back into the game very easily later on.
One hero that we didn't really talk about that much, one player, was Saxa on Tiny in that last game.
True.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why never mind, banned out. I feel like that combination was deadly, especially because Darkseer also activated him. He didn't even need a Blink Dagger at some point on Tiny. He just gets surged in with the Iron Shell. Like the combo of these two heroes, like historically, has been strong and a good ban from
Very
Falcons.
good ban, yeah.
For sure. And now it's left to think. Most of the time you pick a range, a melee supported Darkseer, right, to abuse the Iron Shell. Most of the pool could be something like a Tusk, but then again, you probably don't want to pick it here because you lock it too early. You don't want to reveal your full offlane here. So Tundra's probably debating what they pick here.
Toby played a lot of Silencer before. Okay, the
Snapfire. Okay, they took that last time, right? No, actually, no, it was Falcons who played the first game with the Magnus. So
Actually,
this is the first time we've seen
one of the highest win rate hero with the amount of games that she's got. Like 8 games, 62% win rate on the snap so far.
Like across all games.
Across all games, yes.
Wow.
Unexpected.
High.
I mean, we have 83% on Shaker, but lower amount of games.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is quite high.
I think also one reason why they pick it here is the deny pick once again, because Falcons would have taken it if they wouldn't like take the Snapfire themselves. They might have run into something like Snap Mac again or something like that.
Earlier, you guys were talking about how nice Enchantress was against a Darkseer, and we are talking about Falcons. Will they go for Enchantress again, or
I don't
like
think
it
so.
this game?
I think snaking. If I had to make a guess of one hero, I would think of Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
It could be interesting here for snaking. They need some kind of follow-up onto the Sand King, and they need something that's good against Darkseer and lane. I think CM could be one that could punish it pretty hard. There's other heroes like Oracles and stuff like this, but it's not something that I see snaking play too often.
Yeah, if it's Insania, you might see
They
that.
could go
but
for the engine
go
again.
back. Yeah.
Okay.
Pulling it back, yeah, together with the Hoodwink. So it's pretty much set. Hoodwink obviously position 4. The only thing that's not revealed yet is where the cores go. Sanking can be flexed between position 2 and 3, so the draft is kind of safe, I would like to call it. They can't like just hard counter one of the lanes.
I feel like it's also such a crit special, right, on the Hoodwink. And
Yeah.
They've made an adaptation from game number 2 into game number 3, and that's like when I see this duo, I already see a lot of kill potential no matter what's being played on the other side. You've got the Hoodwink plus Sand King, you have easy setup. The same way the Tundra had Beastmaster and Tiny in that game number 2, I feel like that's kind of going Team Falcons' way. You have the break as well, if necessary, from the Hoodwink, and this hero has been played a lot recently, by the way, as a core as well. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen it in pubs, but a lot of players are practicing it, playing it. We probably won't see it, like 99%, but Topson as well is playing a lot of core Hoodwink. Caught it a couple of times.
It also has great synergy Sanking because of the start. The Boomerang is just absurd on the hero right now. It gives 25% spell amp. So Sanking's Epicenter is gonna shred with it.
That's always good though. Into the hood, into the edge. Like this hero that just doesn't care about their maneuverability and escape mechanisms.
I mean, I like this pick because normally I would think Abaddon could be good for them again here on Falcons, but against Darkseer, it's not the most appealing pick, right?
I wonder what they pick with the Bad Rider, because I'm wondering, can this Bad Rider also go mid? It can work against Sanking mid. It's a really tricky matchup, honestly, because like it comes down to little numbers, like how much damage do you deal before the Sandstorm damage is deal too much, and so on and so on. I guess it's just going to be support role because they have to show it now.
Yeah, then you would have to pick some other somewhat flexible hero, right?
Yeah.
For that to be able to...
Exactly. Or just a carry that they're confident in, but that's kind of unlikely, I suppose. Oh, it is core Bad Rider, right? Yeah, it must.
Or core
Snapfire.
Taking a page out of Navi's book. Putting it mid. Who knows?
But there's no way you can just lock the Bad Rider to mid because there's a Queen of Pain in the pool or other heroes like that. Is BZM really crazy that he just plays the Bad against
But can you
everything?
just like snap mid with Dom? Is that just the play now?
Maybe
that's
that's
meta or what?
I mean, I guess they're considering that because if they would just lock the Bad Rider to mid, I think that's crazy, honestly.
I think BCM's just going through his heroes like, which hero can I buy a Helmet Dom on?
Kind of.
What do you pick here as mid? What do you think is good here? Like Puck, Quap?
I like the Quap a lot. I like both of them, honestly. The Quap is a bit more punishing if the Bad Rider were to go mid, because the matchup is really just, especially if you go Bondage and Blade Mail, I don't think the Bad Rider has much gameplay against you.
But also, I think it's also Marine playing the Sanking is, for me, the strength of the Sanking, right?
I was about to mention there's also a chance to just pick carry here because they still see Darkseer. If you pick carry here, you can still potentially pick offlane and mid on the last pick, so you have more options in comparison to when you pick carry here.
So do you think that Tundra, with the way they drafted it, is just because they're almost certain that Sand King is mid?
I guess maybe that's the idea that like, hey, you're not gonna pick Queen of Pain here because if we know you want to put the Sand King mid, it actually happens. So now what is pretty cool for Tundra is that if they want to put the Bad Rider mid, they can now ban to, like for example, Quap and Puck that you mentioned, and put just the Bad Rider mid against the Sand King.
This is a good Weaver game though, on paper, right?
Yeah.
There's literally no disable. It's very hard for the Weaver to die here. You get one Lincoln Sphere and then you're never dying in this game.
Feels like this is the 4th game he's playing this game, this hero today.
You don't need to worry about some carry heroes like Faceless Void, perhaps, that really can lock you down. I don't know if they're gonna look at a ban like that. It's not necessary. Yeah, Crystal has actually played it today. today.
And we've had quite a few bans on the Void as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised.
Very good at the Snapfire as well, right? And the Ion Shot.
They almost lost against the Luna as well.
Or another one, Bloodseeker again. The Rupture on the Sand King.
I think you just banned Bloodseeker as well.
The Rupture on the Weaver. I mean, they have their eyes on it probably if they don't pre-counter it right here. But yeah, these Tundra bans I'm really curious about. I think Queen and Puck are exceptional bans.
What if we look at a Mars Heroes pool, for example?
That's the other question, right? What offlaners could there be?
And you're blind picking a Mars Hero as well. With a Hoodwink.
Magnus again. Just get more team fight. But there's a snowball safe against the RP.
What does he play? Like Magnus, Mars that they just banned out?
I do think Falcon needs some more team fight. Because they can end up being in the same situation as last game, where they have this Ench Weaver Hoodwink, and you're facing a pipe Darkseer pretty early on, and now suddenly you have no damage, you can't teamfight, you have to give away Roshan and the whole map.
Totally agree.
Yeah, so I think Falcons is a little bit in trouble here unless they find a really strong last pick here. Or snowball the lanes like we talked about before as well.
Yeah, but what's the hero then for Amar? Because I'm seeing a lot of them banned out now.
Hackers out as
3
well.
for 3. There's a Doom left in the pool, I guess, but that doesn't really answer what you guys wanted.
Yeah.
The teamfight.
Tidehunter? It's a pretty good tide game.
Okay.
But then you can
if the bans are enough, I mean, what's there? There's Ursa. Ursa's very scary with the Surge also.
Beats Inch as well, but Weaver is good against Ursa. That's a very free Weaver game. I think Tide looks okay to me. It's good against Bat. Pretty good against Darkseer as well, right? If you vacuum, you can just...
I mean, I love it for the game. The Anchor is also great. It stops the snowball, stops the bats. The Anchor also works super good against the Surge.
Yeah.
I actually love that suggestion. The other ones are still the mid still, because there's still this Bat Rider who has to go mid, right? Some mid laner instinct wants you to punish it with like some Puck or Queen and make his game a little bit harder, because you know this guy is high chance gonna go mid if it's not the Helm of the Dominator Snapfire.
I think it's more likely Snap mid.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah, I have a feeling the Snapfire mid, just because the Dominator is such a meta thing right now that's what people are thinking about.
Oh, Bloodseeker's out.
Because then we can get the Pango.
So that gives them some team fight.
This is also such a Falcons classic. They just pick both and they're like flexing it till the end.
Yeah.
Right. So, like now the Pango and Sanky can just be switched.
They also played Bat today as a support, so you know, like working
Tundra?
with so working with what they have seen already. Yeah. They expected Bat perhaps to be the support, like you guys are talking about. Snap mid.
Pango is a good pick, by the way, as well, I think, because like you said, it allows them to flex the last two. There's the Sanking and the Pangolin to mid and off lane. It leaves them less vulnerable to a potential lane counter pick, right? Plus, Pangolin also offers that team fight that we are requesting.
And the Bloodseeker is banned out.
Yes, so
the
it's much better,
major
isn't it?
point, yeah.
So here, I just really love the Monkey King. It's Chrysalis special. You can mischief the Shield Crash if he goes to offlane, and if they get Wukong, it's one more team fight spell. They have the Vacuum to drag them into it, the Lasso to drag them into it. It's one more melee, which really synergizes well with the Iron Shell. It's the first hero that comes to mind for me.
Also decent stun against Weaver. Like, at least you get something.
No, Ursa.
Go with yours.
Oh, wow. Okay. He does not think it's a bad matchup against Weaver then.
Let's see who's actually going to go mid. Toby Snapfire. Okay, so it's a
Bad
bit
Rider
bad.
mid?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so the Bat Rider Sankin matchup is really exciting. To me, I think it's very skillful matchup because you need to know your limits on both edges. The Sandstorm can often kill Bat Rider. On the other hand, if you overextend on Sanking and get too many napalm stacks, you might get forced out of the lane. So it's going to be really exciting to watch. But also this Ursa pick, I did not see this one coming in my book. I think Pangolier is one of the better heroes against Ursa because you can continuously control him even if he's enraged. And the laning stage usually used to be fine for Pangolier.
There's also a lot of spam, right? From Pangolier Hoodwink combination against the Ursa. I don't think he's going to have the best lane. You can also come through the gate with Ench.
Yeah.
And Weaver is good against Ursa in the game overall, I would say. So, not sure. I think the drafts are pretty even here, but maybe leading Falcons a little bit. I think the real X factor is the BCM Bat Rider. Like, how well does he do? Because he's the main catch. He's the guy who's supposed to snowball, get runes, and start making plays on the side lanes, right?
Mm-hmm. And a build that he likes to do that I've seen the pubs is that he goes travels into Dagon. As you can see, he got the Stoked Facet. And it's a build that people have been experimenting with to counteract the self-damage you take from the Stoked Facet. And it's pretty cool, honestly, that you have this lifesteal zap between the team fights. So I'm excited.
It's like one zap and you heal up 50% of your HP immediately. It's really cool, yeah. But overall, for me, Team Falcons have adjusted the way that they were supposed to between game number 2 and game number 3, and that's they pick the Pango, they pick the Weaver, but they ban out the Bloodseeker because in hindsight, their game looked really good, but the Bloodseeker just completely prevented any sort of a team fight. Like you couldn't roll in, Weaver couldn't go in as well. Let's see if they can actually execute much easier this time around without the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and we also said that in this series in particular, it seems that first pick has a little bit of upper hand compared to the team that doesn't have first pick. In this game, around this third game, it is Falcons that had that first pick, so might have slightly got a little bit of an edge in the draft regardless because of that. Now, only one of these two teams will be continuing on the winning side of this Swiss. Is it going to be Falcons? Is it going to be Tundra? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Shiv. Yes, time for the deciding game 3 between these two teams. And Fog, what do you sort of make of it? They go with the Ursa as the last pick here for Chrysalis on Tundra. It's a very different sort of the vibe that we got with the Bloodseeker, right? With the Bloodseeker's like, oh, it's all these counters, whereas with the Ursa, I feel like this hero might get kited a bit in the team fights.
Yeah, I do feel like there could be some problems. I think the lane in particular, they mentioned it on the panel, how there's a lot of spam. Ursa doesn't really like getting poked inside the lane phase too, so we'll have to see. Tundra, you know, after that last game, the lanes didn't go very well at all besides the mid lane, but they were explosive around Darkseer. And this game, they do have Darkseer again too, so even if the lanes do go, you know, not the best for them in particular, they're gonna have that group up mentality that will be able to work well with Darkseer anyway. So let's see how these lanes go. And my eyes are gonna be on mid.
Yeah, see what he can
really
do, right?
curious.
I mean, today, right? He wants to play these snowbally heroes.
Yeah.
Didn't manage to get this kind of the snowball going in game 1. I think he would definitely say, you know, he'd tell you that was just down to the side lanes, right? They were a little too heavy for him in game 1.
Yeah.
But game 2, he absolutely got it going. And yeah, indeed, in game 3, on the Bat Rider, we'll see if he can get the snowball going again.
Yeah, I'm also just curious to see, like, how far are they going to push the limits, Owen? How much is the Sand going to sit and hit back, right? Getting the application of the miss versus the Bat Rider is just going to be too much because BZM went for Stoke build. Because what we've seen from some players who play the Bat mid, they like Arsonist, you go more down like Reckley. As Stormstormer was saying, BZM is different. He goes bots, he goes Dagon, he plays more about just spell damage build rather than right-click build. So we'll see what type of difference that has versus the Sand King, who uses a blind to trade back, but now you're not trading as effectively versus high magic, right? Rather than the right click. So let's see how it works. I'm really curious about this matchup.
Two games that kind of by the mid game have been pretty out of control.
Absolutely. I mean, that last game, 15 minutes to 30 minutes was picture perfect by Tundra, it felt like.
Malrine.
Let's see how this goes.
See if he brings out any ult chat this game. Probably not.
Probably not.
After the game 2 incident.
Next last hit from BZM, 3-0. Toby is getting really pressured up top. The one thing about Snapfire that's a bit weird always with trading is just your buckshot. I don't know, like sometimes, yeah, you do a crazy amount of damage, but you also sometimes just do 0 damage. And then versus Hoodwink, she can actually dodge all of your attacks, or dodge, not all, but a significant amount with that Wayfarer Wanderer or whatever. It cuts the trees, and you're actually very good at trading versus Snapfire. Mistwood's Wayfarer, sorry, I completely off with the name.
Well, all in all, this lane, is this a difficult one for Chrysalis?
I would think so. I think there's definitely chances for kills that Falcons can set up for here, while I don't really see how Tundra gets a kill up here in particular. It'd have to take a pretty big misstep coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got pretty good burst here early on between the Pango and the Hoodwink.
I guess the things that could happen, I guess, is if Crit uses Bushwhack and a cookie comes out and he can break the Bushwhack, then they can make some type of plays, but we'll have to see how the harassment ends up going down, because, yeah, Hoodwink is very strong at this harassment currently. Tundra did hit 2 first.
Trying to push back against them, but now the 2's been hit in return.
Keeping eyes in that mid lane while we're looking up. But top so far, BZM has been able to get a decent amount of an edge of denies, but Malrine with a little edge of CS so far.
And what is the build going to be for the mid? Is it you just going to blink bots or
on who?
On the Bat.
You heard the build. You heard what you're saying. Is bots Dagon is the BZM.
You get the Dagon early. Yeah.
I've only seen. Yep. Like certain players have their own ways of approaching it. So let's see if he does want to do that this game or not. It would be cool. That'll be something interesting to see.
Yeah, it sounds like it's also just going to be very effective right against some of these squishier heroes early on.
Yeah.
So like the Weaver, you find him in a lasso and a Dagon burst, and next thing you know, you got a chance of killing the carry.
And it does give you a fair bit of unexpected sustain, right? You don't really, you just full heal or half heals in particular. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works.
I'm trying to do his best here to meet the creeps, but I'm not going to be able to do so there. BZM Malrine able to pull back the wave.
I really want to see it, because it's like the spell lamp that you get from the Stoke too with the Dagon is just going to be really interesting. Even though you're hurting yourself, you're going to be able to counteract it pretty nicely. So let's see. I really hope he does go for that build, but either way. So far, seeing Falcons have an edge in the lanes. Bottom is the one that I think is obviously the most expected. They have this Enchantress Weaver, which is a very good counter versus that Tusk Darkseer, but tends to be the case for these Darkseers.
33. Playing it safe. Or as low as he is, as safe as he can be. that low on the HP.
Whoa, Princess.
So not wanting to be around that lane. Does mean the Sax is on his own. Be able to take the bugs off and should be able to get away.
The power of being able to remove bugs like that is so strong. That change was absolutely insane. Just that any type of invulnerability removes bugs. Good play there from Soxa to survive. Absolute free farm, though, for this bottom lane. So Snaking might do similar as we saw him do last time. Might take a creep and go through a portal. Definitely a possibility that he does that as the Ench, since Skitter's in a completely free lane. Soxa is cool. He's just sapping experience. Trying to take away a little bit here from Malrine. Even takes away the bounty. It's a nice move.
Now Malrine, of course, getting that little bit of bonus benefit from those jungle creeps, but does mean the BZM's just getting the chance to freely CS here in the mid.
Looks like they're maybe, I mean, Sox is considering to perhaps look for something here if they can get enough sticky stacks, but definitely not under the tower. I'm going to be a little careful. Where's Snaking? I'm taking a look at him now since it is that Weaver in the 1v1. Okay, so he's taking jungle. Maybe just trying to push the Darkseer away from this area to have limited space. Mid lane, they're going at it. 6 stacks, the Blood Grenade is thrown by BZM.
Yeah, both getting pretty low. BZM's going to try and close in onto Malrine. Starting to bottle up. We'll be fine on the Sand King.
He threw a Blood Grenade at him. He was ready to commit, but Malrine did get a nice stun angle to be able to distance himself. A quiet start so far here, 0-0. I think both other games had already had several amount of kills. It's like 4 or 5 at this point. Snay.
Oh, well, looks like you got vacuumed up there.
He's got a TP.
Be fine. Back in the mid, still eyes on towards BZM, but he's prepared for this swing across towards the mid lane that Chris tried to surprise him with.
Are all the supports going to move? That power rune is going to be up shortly. 20 seconds. We do see them setting up for it now. 33. He's cutting. Snaking's going to try to mess with him as much as possible.
That's good damage.
He's got the Pine Cone. He's got Enchant to dispel if the Surge does get casted.
He's just going to go TP. For the TP. Just came up back off cooldown.
Very heads
just
up.
in time as well there from 33.
Very smart play there. Let's see who gets this power rune. Toby messing with the stacks. Actually doesn't block you.
Yeah, they still get both of them.
Yep.
Well, easy for Falcons on that stack.
But BZM gets one of the better runes you can get for a Bat Rod, or the Arcane rune can almost guarantee you a kill if you get even like 2 stacks of the or 2 of the applications of sticky onto somebody. See if he does want to look for an aggressive play with it. Might just settle with killing a support since it's just a first blood if he does see anybody. I mean, Snaking, just a sneaky spot. I think he got spotted for a second, but top.
They're getting onto Crystalis. They're going to be able to find him at his first blood. Coming pretty late into the game here, 6.5 minutes in.
And a move that I feel like I haven't seen in some time, but Skeeter takes the portal, the carry coming in to wrap around behind.
Big time to make that play as well, because of course, if that hadn't happened, BZM would have been able to find the first blood for himself down bottom.
True.
So unfortunate for Tundra as a whole that Crystalis did lose his life there moments before BZM might have been able to get that sort of extra gold bounty.
BZM's trying to be active here with this Arcane rune. He's trying to make another move. TP's top. Amar. He's got backup of Skeeter.
See what they can find. Swashbuckle to the side. Bugs out onto the 2 of them. Crystalis getting pretty low. Look at the lasso to lock down Amar, so they'll finish the kill off. As Skeeter's in, finds the kill return. He's hit the 6, so it's given him the chance to time-lapse out of there. Skeeter will be fine.
Going to be another slow start for Crystalis, though. A lane that we kind of anticipated to be difficult, and then, yeah, just 2 back-to-back dives. As Malrine looking for a play on Toby. He's got him. BZM.
Get either of the 2 of them. It's going to be difficult with both supports holding him back there, Crit and Snaking. Stopping BZM from being able to get to a target.
I feel like similar to a lot of these games, at least in particular the last one, this is another one where BZM, a lot of side lanes are struggling. He's got quite a bit to do. Sure, the Darkseer is always going to be the case, and he's going to join soon with auras. But yeah, BZM might have to look to be kind of active again, like we saw. And then he doesn't have the luxury of having that big gold differential like he did last time as the Beastmaster versus that Pango.
And it feels like what have we got?
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. Soxa took the rune because the creep was there to kill it, so no bottle fill for BZM.
And the thing is with BZM in this game, see top. Malrine ready to dive the tower. Not a safe place for Tundra to really turn up to anymore here. Falcons
pressure.
Getting the pressure onto the tier 1.
Tundra needs some more time.
Because for BZM, He's going to have the bot soon, but it's still going to be very hard for him to ever really get in and lasso someone, right? You look at it, the 3 cores, they've all got ways to keep their distance, right? Swashbuckles, Burrow Strikes, Sakuchis. For you to get the chance to actually get your hands on one of them early on, it's going to have to be Falcons kind of playing into your hand.
No, absolutely. That's why they went for this Weaver again, right? That's why they wanted to go for these plays. They're like, the lack of disables is absolutely going to be a problem for Tundra until they do have Blink, let's say, on Tusk or on Bat, which won't be for a long time, or even ever if the Bat doesn't want to go for it. Definitely could be some difficulty. He's very speedy, though. He got the Kobold Cup.
He is fast.
He got the Kobold Cup with the bots, so I think he goes, I think it's 550 movement speed when you pop him, when you get the buildup of the Stoked. So he will be very fast, and he does have Surge, too, so he does have extra elements to maybe close that gap. Let's see how fast he actually is when he pops it all.
Can they somehow get on top of Skeeter? It's not an easy target at all.
Hey, look at that move speed rack up, though. 480, 490. Yeah, when he pops the Kobold Cup, he'll be hasted, so that's cool.
Looking for Skeeter.
Even without Kobold, he's hasted.
And the best they can kind of force Skeeter off the tower. Find his courier, but yeah, that means Skeeter's got all the info he knows to not get caught here.
But they're not overreacting. Falcons looking for a play of their own, catching Toby, but it's a bit deep.
Yeah, Mario doesn't want to go for that. Knows that there's a high chance of TP backup coming in from Tundra, especially with the bots now online for BZM.
Similar last time, Falcons with a lead. It all started to kick together when Tundra got more items on their darks here.
Trying to get Skeeter. That seems so hard to do. Time lapse is there. So another Sakuchi. I mean, backup indeed is coming in. Saxa might cost him his life here. Burrow strikes in on towards the Tusk to get a kill. I mean,
it's tough to do it.
That looked a bit desperate there, Fog. Yeah. They really were hanging around trying to find this Weaver, but very unlikely to get that kill.
Top, BZM.
CMR. It's going to have Swashbuckle in a second. Not before the lasso's in. So BZM will be able to find something up top. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane, Falcons claim another.
This one is maybe a bit of greed punished there. I know we've seen a lot of these Pangos do this lately, but having no Rolling Thunder, right? He wants to be able to play about the double spam pressure. I've seen more of them do this lately in the off lane, but does get punished for it. Maureen. I'm gonna finish off this tower here.
Really, it's going to be so much that BZM needs to do.
That is insane, honestly. The way that Sanking can just take towers, that's so cool that it applies to towers, this Sandblast. 50% miss rate on the tower is pretty significant.
That's pretty crazy. Now bottom.
Okay.
Skeeter on the chase from Toby. Saxa, can he save him? Shots are there.
Oh!
That sharpshooter missing only by a little tiny bit. Crit might still find the kill here with the bounce. The Acorn shot won't connect, but the Sakuchi, that does. Another kill for Falcons.
50% miss rate on towers. That is pretty good. He tanked it the whole time. He took like 0 damage. Pretty much none of the hits onto him. That is pretty cool. Now they're taking these stacks. Tundra.
Oh, this is painful. Painful here for Tundra. Not able to bring anyone over to really do anything about this. Falcons getting to take it all.
Looks like they're just going to go for a kill onto Amar instead of trying to assist their area, but that is a massive economical loss for Tundra.
See if they can get him.
He's got the roll skilled up this time.
And he's away. BZM.
Still fast. Can he get the gap?
It is close. He can't go for the lasso. So Amar, he's away.
Definitely going to be that lack of catch. And he is committing for the build. So he's committing for the Dagon.
Okay.
Their 5-man group up, as we've seen, the Darkseer power will still kind of be there, but this time I think Falcons is being quite a bit more disciplined than we saw last time.
And I feel like Falcons unlikely to have that lack of damage in these fights.
Yes.
This time around, especially with the lead that they have, 4K at 12 minutes in.
I'm honestly kind of, I'll say it here, but maybe it's a little early to say. I don't know, after watching 2 Doom games, it looked pretty underwhelming. I gotta be real.
So what will they find here? They're in. Easy catch for the two of them. It's not going to be an easy game for Chrysalis to sort of find space to finish his Battle Fury and get his farm online as the Ursa.
And Crit is doing the build that we've seen more and more of these Hoodwinks just do. Just rush the Shard. It's so strong, if not even maybe overpowered. 7 seconds debuff duration for 25% damage amp and move slow. It's very, very strong. Super low cooldown as well. So that's going to be really nice with the Sanking in particular, so Crit can just keep his distance.
Anybody they jump. Well, the Burrow Strike's pretty much dead.
Yeah, it's so much damage, really. And Saksa, maybe trying to bait Skeeter here.
So they've got the burst with the punch up, not enough.
Decent attempt, but Mallory's here.
Backup's coming in, and there's the jump. Burrow Strike in onto the two of them. They'll get the cookie on at 33, but Saksa will fall. Falcons, they're looking to chase them down. Toby will try and blast back here with the scatter blast, but Amar rolls forward in with the shield crash, connects as well on towards Chrysalis, buying time for Skeeter to chase up. They have the Chancellor on towards him. Burrow striking again from Malrine. They kill off the Ursa.
Skeeter.
BZM can't quite get anything in return. Falcons, they get the kills, they get out. A painful few deaths, and in particular that one there for Chrysalis, as Tundra fall further and further behind.
And they lose their wisdom, Owen. Oof. What a play. I mean, this time it looks like Falcons is playing a lot more disciplined, right? Playing around each other, waiting for the 5-man. This moment here is when Tundra came back in the last game, when they were able to bring the numbers and just catch Falcons a bit off guard in that 1-by-1 kind of sequence. This time it wasn't the case. Falcons was there. They get the kill cleanups. And yeah, this one now looking really strong for them with the 6K lead at this 14 on top of all that experience that they just got. Both supports are almost the same level as the cores on the side of Tundra now.
33.
This is Mech finished up.
Crit's got the jump. Here with the bushwhack into the sharpshooter. Malrine's going to have blink soon. There it is. Another one for Malrine.
Yeah, this is feeling way more difficult for the group up 5-man Darkseer now that they've been able to find these extra kills afterwards. He still doesn't have the pipe, isn't going for the mech. It's going to be a lot more delayed. See, I'm looking to strike, but it's not easy.
Closing in on that Dagon, but definitely not quite coming at the time that BZM would hope for.
Yeah.
As still himself, of course, flawless on the KDA. Hasn't died yet this game, but definitely dealing with the struggles that his side lanes had to endure when it comes to try and find opportunities to fix the early game for the rest of his team. It's not easy for him.
Also, Owen, there's a chance that he just gets burst instantly.
They're ready for him.
I was going to say this. He's pretty fragile with this build, and he's running in head first. They have so much burst at this point on the side of Falcons.
This one might be a bit too much for BZM to turn.
Yeah, feeling pretty difficult. The map is shrinking very fast. The deep wards that they've placed as well that we see from Snaking on that far right side too. He's keeping tabs of Chrysalis, who he does have the Battle Fury finished, but he's died 4 times already.
They're still going to need at least one item, maybe the 2 after it, to have a chance of showing up to any sort of fight.
And again, yeah, lack of lockdown and control is definitely going to be something that's apparent versus this Weaver who's having such a good game as Chrysalis. Getting gone on, they'll get him our top.
Chrysalis, he's not going to live through this one. BZM, can he get anything? He'll get the grab in onto Crit, gets him dragged back underneath the tower. So we'll be able to set up for something else in return.
Can they get a second one? Not versus these 2 elusive ones, it looks like. They will get him our top, though. Again, able to punish him from playing too far forward. But Chrysalis, again, just not even... What, that's 5, right? So
it's been a fair few times they've caught him out in the Ursa. Not having an easy time finding the farm.
And yeah, 33 still a bit of a ways away from having that pipe finished up.
Bottom.
Another catch.
Another one for Falcons. Skeeter, he's got the bugs up as well if he wants to go for some sort of dive play. Might just be tempted. Yep, with the backup of Malrine, they'll certainly go for that one as well. Double kill.
And Malrine just looks, when he's playing his hero, sure, Pango he plays a lot, but I swear, when he plays his Sanking, it just looks night and difference compared to so many
We're
others.
starting to see why teams are taking that away pretty much in the first phase of bans. 8-0-5.
He has Aghanims done. He is 2,000 over the next person. That is absurd. And an immediate smoke, he's ready to fight. He has Epicenter ready. And this is before the pipe's even done. I think even if pipe is finished up through this Aghanims, it's just not going to be enough.
So much damage. So much magical burst between him and kind of the Hoodwink alone.
Yeah. And then just a boomerang amping it up. It pretty much completely counteracts the pipe if he hits a multi-hero boomerang too.
Oh, Chrysalis might just get caught again. He's just outside of the edge of them. They're going to have vision upon him now. Amar ready to start things. Chrysalis trying to jump over the cliff. Won't make it. Burrow strikes in upon him. It's going to be Chrysalis in trouble once again.
And they have no way to fight back. I see them, they're queuing up the Blink Daggers that they absolutely need on either the Bat or the Tusk to look to make some moves, but yeah, Falcons hitting every mark. Roshan now the next target. Snaking can tank it so they can do it fully sustained, and no way for Tundra to be able to fight in that area. We're gonna get, I mean, we're gonna get to see the Dag and Bat, but I think we're gonna be a little bit sad, perhaps.
Being careful towards the end here. In fact, they want to make this quick play whilst they're finishing the Roshan, knowing the BZM's farming this bottom lane. Crit looking for the setup. Lasso will get thrown out on towards Crit. Punch up as well. They'll burst through the hoodwink.
Oh, that was a sick flame break. It pushed Malrine on low ground. He couldn't get the stun to protect Crit.
Tries with the blind burrow strike. Doesn't quite get the angle. So they get out there. Tundra, they get the kill, they get away.
There's a big one. A quick, immediate disengage, too, so they don't lose anybody. That's the move that we saw Falcons do first game, where they were killing Roche, and they end up getting, like, multiple catches during it. This time, Tundra is able to play around it. Get some space here for Chrysalis. I mean, I say some space. He's still not able to hit too many creeps, but he's trying. Smoked up. Still no blinks.
Snaking. Puts the heel off. Kisses are coming in, but indeed this Ench a bit too much for them to go for.
He immediately swapped the Lotus in too, just in case. And he doesn't even have to use it. He had a great healing Lotus on top of everything there too.
Just keep seeing if we can chase anyone down.
And that's a significant portion of the damage gone now for Tundra for the next 100 seconds. Kisses are actually quite relevant at this point when they're this behind. 20 minutes hit. Tormentor.
He's thinking about going for BZM mid. There's the setup. Crit ready to come in with that follow-up acorn into the bushwhack. The illusion dodge won't work out there as he attempts to pop that from the room, but maybe just the walk away will it. He gets out.
He healed. I mean, the Dagon. Yep, the Dagon plus I think he had a Lotus. Gives him enough to survive versus that burst. I think he disjointed the boomerang as well too with that illusion room.
Maybe it did dodge that, yeah. Didn't dodge the bushwhack, but might have indeed dodged the boomerang connection.
Because I think he would have, yeah, I think I'm sure he would have died. So. Ends up surviving. And we'll be very close to the Blink Dagger, which will give them much better options to make moves around the map. They're gonna have double Blink Dagger now in a second here. So Chrysalis and BZM could pair up to look for potential kills on the side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And okay, so 33's pivoted. Instead of going for the pipe first, he's gone for the Crimson since it's, I mean, there's a lot of hybrid damage that's coming in from the side of Falcons.
Oh. Bushwhack's in from Crit. BZM's gone.
Yep.
All it takes right now is just for one of these stuns to connect, and they have enough to burst through the bat.
Saksa will be at least able to go in and steal the Shrine of Wisdom, so does get his way over there, and finishing off the Blink Dagger soon, but Amar able to steal it on the other side.
Again, that top lane pushed in now, Falcons.
Tundra have at least kind of slowed the net worth from going too much. It's been at like 9 to 10, all right, now they lose another hero, but getting something out of the map, but Falcons just clearly having complete dominance, really. And Malrine's just everywhere. 16 of the 19 kills are around the Sand King.
Speed up. Now with a poke of the mid tower, still with just under a couple of minutes left on the Aegis.
BZM just looking to farm, but they know exactly where he is. He's got a Blink Dagger. They'll just have to back out.
And if you are BZM in these fights, who are you looking to go for with the lasso?
Oh my goodness, that's a really good question. It doesn't feel very easy because they have two. It has to be either the Sand King or the Pango, probably, I'd imagine, because otherwise, I mean, one of them is going to jump in and get counteract afterwards. So it's tough to say. Just whichever one of those two that's out of position, but. At the moment, just still looking to get a bit more time. 33, as we said. Crimson plus Pipe. It's going to be able to reduce a lot of the damage that they're taking, but then the question is going to be, does Tundra have the damage to actually even hurt Falcons because of how much tankier they are, too? But these are the blinks. So 3 blinks finished up for Tundra. Can they find anything with it? Crit actually seeing BZM bottom. He's putting a ward down.
Marin. He's got eyes on 33.
BZM
strikes at the ready.
He's gone.
Indeed, at the same time, they're finding BZM. He's going to try and go for the TP out. 33 will make it out.
They're just setting, they know how he's going to play. How he's going to play super, very farm heavy. So look at the wards that they even placed. A very defensive placed ward, but watching the Ancients in particular. Even up top, looking at the other one, they're watching pretty much all the Ancient and all the farm points. So they understand Tundra's just trying to get out to farm, and we just need to full constrict. They have no way to fight us at the moment.
Omar. There's the jumping. Chrysalis is going to try and go in and return. Which one won't connect onto it, but the Rolling Thunder's there.
Crystallis.
He's got to start backing off now. Rolling Thunder connects as well as the bugs coming in from Skeeter. Crystallis is not going to get out of this one. Skeeter finishes him off, and at the same time over towards the side. 33 will manage to scramble back to the base just in time.
Bushwhack slightly off the mark there. But pressuring with 4 heroes while Maureen's on the opposite side, and Tundra can't fight back versus it.
And Crystallis continuing to just get slowed down in his progression.
Yeah.
Desperately needing that BKB on top of the Blink and Battle Fury to stand any sort of chance against these plays.
They just have not been able to find much of anything, really, in this game so far. And losing now their tier 2s, 2 to fall, 1 remaining. Maureen in the area. He has BKB finished. Yeah, and I don't know, the damage definitely feels like it's going to be very lacking for the side of Tundra if this next upcoming fight kicks off.
They've got eyes on BZM. Maureen straight in with the setup. Snowball will buy a little bit of safety for BZM. We'll see if it's enough to allow him to get out of this. It is.
Gets the blink out.
Able to get the blink off indeed after Snowball comes to an end. So Saxa able to save the bat. Won't be able to save himself though.
BZM looks like he was thinking about trying to maybe go back in, but cannot. Now Maureen's going to throw the tip. Now he's feeling
that's risky.
Now he's feeling confident
We
enough.
saw what happened when he got a little bit cocky in game 2. We'll see if this comebacks to buy him again.
This one, he
feels that he's like, you know what, we can get back online with the tips and such, but let's see if he gets away with it this time. No all chatting from him this time. He's holding himself back a little bit.
He waited a very long time this time.
He did, just to make really sure that the game was in a pretty safe spot. And we'll see.
Level 18, level 3 Epi's online. They're queuing up the Lincolns. They're playing versus the Batrider Lasso, which is one of the only real disables, so it's going to be very valuable Lincolns again if they are able to get this one. Same thing for Skitter. Maureen. Can we go for an invasion play?
I know Epi. Maybe wondering if he catches BZM again.
Tundra playing together.
Dire's courier has been killed.
A little bit too deep there, Falcons.
Yep.
Oh, chill.
All right, pipe is done, so they're tankier, but again, yeah, the question of damage is really going to be there from Tundra at this deficit.
Don't want to try and punish him off. Saxa coming in with the wraparound. Crystallis in with the jump as well. Have they got enough burst to take him out? They have.
Nice move. First time since these blinks have been picked up that they've been able to find a pick off like
Money
this.
going the way as well towards Crystallis. It's going to help fuel that BKB. Just about half the gold off the recipe now.
And now they've got all 5 heroes together on this side. Perhaps maybe looking for a sequence of kills. They have 35 seconds to maybe try to look for another one. Falcons has vision of them there, though. This ward by Crit is scouting quite a lot.
Maureen wants to go. He's got the Epi up.
He's got the shield rune as well.
Is under attack.
He is unbelievably tanky.
And he goes, gets to jump on a Saxa. Saxa. Also buy some time with the Snowball. The rest of Tundra, considering if they can try and fight this, of course, it's still a very difficult fight for Tundra to take, so they'll opt to back off. They get out of there.
Yeah, I think especially because you see the shield rune, it's even scarier to not want to go for. And Amar, he was pretty much respawning too, so they will smartly back away. Uh-oh, Toby. He used his cookie. Not quite.
Falcons ready again to just shove in this mid wave. Look to enter into this jungle area of Tundra. Try and maintain this cliff control to ensure that Tundra have limited places to get out on the map with their cores.
The ward coverage is starting to get pretty ridiculous. 33, can he hide himself out of this one here? He will get the TP, and he will be able to get out. And Saxa somehow, he is able to sneak out, and he does steal the shrine again, so they will be able to at least get, they actually get both this time around, so some extra levels that is definitely pretty necessary for Tundra.
Radiant's courier has been
So Blinks are done. BKB, as we said, for Crystallis is done. The next one, it's BZM having a BKB, so he can actually pick and choose and target as Saksa almost getting soloed.
Be able to get the blink off, but no, she doesn't manage to this time around with the Sandstorm down.
But he got 2 couriers, so it's something at least. I didn't see what they had on them. I don't know if they had anything.
It's Roshan. Should be an easy one for Falcons again. Tundra, not... I mean, they are starting to head over there with BZM, but it would be a pretty crazy play to try and jump in for this. He's actually going to get jumped first. Maureen finds him in the river.
He's in trouble.
Gets caught by surprise there. Again, some of the Falcons have proven to be very good with making these plays whilst doing the Roshan. You got to be ready for those.
Also, Owen, they're not even having to commit ultimates really versus BZM now. You see how fragile he is, how much magic damage is.
Crystallis having a BKB to TP out there, get away from Amar.
Making 2 separate moves on the map while doing the Roshan. Pressure continues to be on to Tundra. Yeah, the item timings, you know, Tundra, you can see what they're playing for, and it's, yes, they're going to have the survivability with these Blink BKBs, the Pipe, the Crimson, but are they at the same time, too, because of how overwhelming the damage is from Falcons, and then, yeah, are they going to be able to focus any of these core heroes who are now very tanky, but also extremely elusive, just from the nature of the hero?
Killing Skidder twice, yeah, seems pretty impossible.
Absolutely.
BZM trying to get the pressure off the tower.
All tier 2s have fallen. A Basher now picked up for Amar, so they have ways to counteract those BKBs that have, at least one of the BKBs that has been picked up so far. And I like this, was going to point this out from Crit, you know, playing his most comfortable hero, I would say. He went for Shard, 4-staff, and then he bought a gem for the team to control the map, and now he's going for Aeon Disc, so he can pretty much always survive and be there for the team.
This amplified damage in the bottle for Maureen.
It's terrifying.
It's going to be pretty destructive.
And he's got what? He's got the 20 talent, and he's got Whispers of the Dread, too.
That's so much damage. You can't survive for it.
Even through these BKBs.
Amar, it's going to try and start something. He's able to get the opening on towards BZM. It's BZM. Still yet to get that BKB finish, so he has no way of protecting himself.
Even if he has it, the Basher's there too, so Amar, he's got his number. Yeah, they're so far ahead at this point. It just now it really is just starting to grow too much for them to really deal with.
A quick move to the mid. They get the Power Strike opening into the Bushwhack. Do they have enough burst? 33 is pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to survive through the Axe. And the ult there of Maureen. Bottom, Crystallis, Helper Saxa will find himself a kill. Can they get out the 2 of them? Amar, he's got eyes on Saxa. Bash comes into play with the swashbuckle. Saxa's gone. Crystallis has to remain hidden in the trees.
It's just so much overwhelming damage. 33, even though he's so tanky, he even got a level up while they were going on him, and he gained 35% HP. He still just dies. Onto the high ground after 3 heroes have been killed. Skeeter still with the Aegis too.
What do they do about this?
Another pick off on the side.
Bringing in the bottom wave as well here, Falcons.
It just looks like, I mean, Falcons just fixed them. They really truly fixed the mistakes that they had in that last game in particular, and yeah, I mean, Malrine, the Sand King, this is definitely things that, I don't know. I don't think you can give this team Sand King.
I think, apparently not.
It's a first pick, and he is literally yet to die.
Yeah, absolutely destroying with it.
BZM gets solo killed.
Tips continue to fly out. I know he's having a rough one here. Damn! Okay. Also with the banter with his ex-teammate, asking him if he's even a player. After he's had a bit of a rough game here, BZM didn't get anywhere close to getting the snowball going that he would hope for on the mid-bat.
No.
They had the answers, Falcons.
I mean, this game, it felt like nothing really hit, right? Like all three lanes were pretty difficult in particular.
Tundra, we'll see if they can piece together one final effort. It's looking pretty grim. Maureen, he's in with a jump straight away on a Toby, and now looking to move over towards Crystallis. The BKB's up on Maureen, so he can stand his ground here. 33 tries to turn.
He has Refresher.
He's not got a lot of mana to play with Maureen. Not that it matters too much. He's got enough for another Burrow Strike on towards Saxa. The lasso is there.
Oh!
Maybe they can kill him. They can. That's a big kill. Can they get anything more? Probably not. As Falcons push on, take down BZM through the BKB. Chrysalis and 33 are held back in the base.
But you
They're
know
gonna
what?
try their best though, Chrysalis.
You killed him. You got him.
It's
He's not
something.
deathless.
But the base still in shambles here. As Falcons push on, finish off the mid set.
They might just get megaed here. Chrysalis, no BKB. He has Nullifier.
Can 33 and Chrysalis make any sort of jump into the 4 of them?
They almost have Toby up, so they'll have a 3v4.
I have the Kisses ready to play. But they're going to have to wait for the full 5. Toby ready to set up for the tree line.
Skitter 20 seconds on Aegis.
On the verge of getting mega creeped here. Kisses will start things off. They get the jump in over towards the edge, seeing if they can burst through Snaking. Even with the Nullify, they couldn't quite. Snaking able to run. The Bushwhack holds back Chrysalis, and now they can turn over towards the bear. Chrysalis is getting kited and controlled here by Snaking on the Enchantress. Saxa trying to set things up with an angle from the tree line. Got everybody back up now. Tundra, but Amar's in with the jump on to Saxa. Snowball's there, and they will get Chrysalis back in on top of Snaking, so they get the Enchantress killed. The lasso controlling Amar. It's another kill, but of course the Mega Creeps are out against Tundra, so they're going to have to try and hold against those.
At least they get something, but yeah, the Megas, the damage is truly done. Snaking buys back. Why not, I guess. Megas are going to be super difficult at this point. At this early of a game, 34 minutes in, Megas are truly devastating. But at least they got Malrine. You know, as soon as he popped that refresher orb, I actually was surprised that he had it this fast, this early. To at least get a kill. Let's see what BZM has queued up. Ah, yes. Some nice neutrals.
Some mantles and some
mantles and Wise.
Okay.
The game state is, it is what it is. You know, is it even a 1%? I would say maybe a 1 to 3%. It's giving up 6%. Okay.
6%?
That is a bold 6%, but
damn,
like
that's high. 6%?
And Malrine giving him the Wear Dominator now, since they did have those double Dominators earlier. The BZM has been owning with the Dominators from mid. Snake.
So if they can find him. Nullify down, and they got the lasso as well. Dropping the wall. They want to drop everything. They have to get these kills.
It's a dieback, Owen. He's dead for 90.
If they manage to bring back this game, I will never doubt Gaben and his 6% ever again.
Very true.
Tundra down 25k against the Mega Creeps.
Roche, how long? About a minute. It's probably where we'll see Falcons look to... I mean, they're probably going to group up now. They may even just look for these 4v5 fights even without Snake. Because if you pick a fight outside, the Creeps are going to make it to the base and just end the game, so... See what approach they want to do. If they want to be super safe or if they want to take a bit of a fight. Malrine's got Refresher BKB ready. As you said, a bit of limited mana.
All sacks up. He's out for a minute. Hal's got the buyback available. How long are we seeing to Lasso? Lasso's back up in a second, so BZM will have the Lasso for the defense.
Malrine wants to use this amp damage with his Refresher.
And he's ready to go. He's just going to go straight for Toby. In onto the Snapfire. Toby out of the game. That does also have buyback, so both supports with buyback available on Tundra.
Okay.
Chrysalis caught out, sort of held outside of the base, but they don't quite have eyes on him. So might be able to enter from a surprising angle. And now Chrysalis is in. He's going to try and look, see if he can burst through, and they get the vacuum as well. They've got the damage. They've brought Malrine down. Now can Chrysalis survive? He's trying to back off with the BKB. Look to get back over towards the fountain. There's the buyback from Toby. Cookie comes into play. Chrysalis will survive. BZM as well, also holding on inside of the fountain. Chrysalis for another jump. Nullifier comes in. Kisses. Not quite fully connecting at the time that they make the jump with the Ursa, but they do look towards Crit at the side. Eon Disc is popped. Amar backing on towards the bat. They got the Nullifiers want to take off the Ghost Scepter.
BZM.
He's up to the high ground, but he's gone. Skeeter finishes him off.
Bit too aggressive, looking for Crit, but Crit has the Aeon Disc. He's got the disable.
And that's going to be Toby out as well. Both of them down without buyback. Chrysalis trying to go all in, and with Saxa here on towards Amar. 33, it's a good vacuum at the side, but Amar able to get the roll up off to the side. He'll live, jumps back in with a shield crash, swashbuckling onto the two of them. 33, still alive there, but only just, and will get caught once more by the bushwhack of Crit. They've run out of buybacks. This game, it's over. GG is called as Falcons will take game 3, and with that, the series 2-1.
Looked at game 1 again, right? I think all 3 games had a similar feel almost in terms of how the teams ended up snowballing so heavily. After the first 15 minutes, things just, really got out of control here. Falcons, this one was, again, very clean.
It really was. A few kind of deaths at the end there, but you could tell the Falcons, they were ready to mess around a bit. They knew how strong and ahead they were. And yeah, Malrine Sand King, I don't know if we're going to see that one get through the drafts again. Was pretty disgustingly good. 12-2 and 14 to end that one off. He had an absolute whale of a time in this game 3. Falcons, they take the series 2-1.
Yeah, we do know Tundra respects that Sand King. They tried banning it out. They banned it out in game 1. But then game number 3 runs around. And then you got to pick your poison. They banned out the Chen instead of the Sand King, and they thought they could deal with it. And now they know they could not. Let's break this one down here with Stormstormer, Misery, and Lizard. Stormstormer, this game was, once again, I feel like Falcons, all 3 games actually, was doing quite well in the laning stage regardless.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think overall they played a little bit more crisp Dota over the series. I think they really showed up today. You can also see they're really feeling themselves. Whenever I looked at the camera, Malrine was putting his feet up
on the table. Yeah, he's chilling.
You know, he's just smiling. I think they're in really good shape, honestly, and it's admirable because they had the 17-minute game in the first series today.
Yeah.
So I think they're just really like priming up, and also Tundra once again, like they are playing with a stand-in. I think they're doing a good showing, but when it Ross is in this good shape, like it can be scary. There's a reason why they won the last tournament before this one.
Yeah, I wonder just how good of a form Falcons are in, or if maybe Tundra are truly struggling because of the stand-in issue, considering their previous match, which honestly was harder than this. Falcons versus Nemesis, to me at least, it looked way tougher, because the 2 wins that Falcons have gotten here versus Tundra were simple and easy, and Malrine with his feet on the table are probably the best description of those 2 victories, at least for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Falcon looked really strong in this series, much better than the first. Maybe the first was also a warm-up series a little bit, right? Getting into TI and playing, you know, for the big prestige and box as well. Tundra, I feel like they have a little bit of issue with the drafting in 2 other games today. Maybe the first pick was also just stronger in this series overall. At least that's what it felt like from the outside, that the first pick really was a big advantage in this series.
Yeah, I feel like also just the early game connections, like the mid laners were kind of doing mid laner things, but I feel like the side lane connections were just a little bit smoother for Falcons. That's why in all 3 games, it just felt like they had like the control of the early game after like the first 8, 9, 10 minutes. Just second game, it felt like definitely Tundra had an edge on the draft. So yeah, props to them. Also, the Skeeter Weaver is still popping off. There was only one time where he got punished now with the Bloodseeker by Crystallis game 2. But apart from that, like it's looking really dominant, and they have some good ideas heading into this tournament.
It's like a polar opposite Weaver game, though. Like the game number 1 where he played versus Tundra, and this game, it's like first game you can't even go into the fights. You're constantly worried. This time around, there's only bad that worries you. And BZM, honestly, we were putting all our eggs kind of into that basket, that he's going to carry them after game number 2, that something similar might happen, that he's ace up the sleeve, but it truly didn't work out.
We did say that there was going to be a lot of pressure on the BZM Batrider, Misery. What was it that allowed him to not deliver on that?
I just think that's like you go for this bot's Dagon build, right? Then the Blink Dagger comes so late, and even when you get Blink, you're not that strong. You have to get BKB as well. So it's actually a very greedy build.
Yeah.
Like you need to rely on snowballing. Maybe your side laners need to do better so that then you can connect and play with your team. And like your team has to carry the weight until you become broken later on. I think it's a hard game for him to make up for it. Like he's not Beastmaster. Bat is significantly weaker, I would say.
I would also say the Batrider on mid, he really relies on, or he really loves to snowball from the mid lane and come ahead of that, because he's conceptually a strong laner. But also, if you look to the mid lane here again, there was a lot of shenanigans with wave pulling. You could see both mid laners putting the waves behind their towers. Malrine did the classic Malrine show, you could basically say. Never really a kill happened. It was a pretty slow start for Batrider. And then the hero can, like Misery said, definitely feel greedy, because the hero needs, like, what does the hero really bring to you? He has to get on top of enemies. There has to be little lockdown, and there has to be opportunities on the map, and that wasn't really given to him. So I think by what the hero can give to you, and with how well Malrine played the mid lane, there wasn't much more he could do on BZM.
Now, we talk a lot about the cores. You know, we gave Malrine his flowers and all that. But in the entire series, maybe there's something we should be looking a little bit closer on in this game, particular Misery. Closer look at the supports.
Yeah, it ties a little bit into what we just spoke about, I think the support difference in this particular game was very clear. Not necessarily that this Snaking is better than Toby as a player or anything like that, just a hero that they were playing offered more to the team, right? We saw Snaking play Ench against Snapfire this game. He's playing Snapfire, he doesn't have much setup for his ultimate or for his spells in general. He's also losing his lane, right? Whereas Snaking has a lot of opportunity with his Ench, has a strong winning lane. And we can also take a look at, for example, Crit going up against Saxa in this game as well, where Crit was playing the Hoodwink, also having a lot of opportunities throughout. I don't know if we have that, but that was also definitely an important difference in this game. I feel like the supports of Tundra really got nothing going on in this game. Very hard games for them to make anything happen, whereas Falcons supports were doing a lot, buying a lot of useful items and dealing a lot of damage, setting a lot of kills across the map.
And I feel like to add to that point, it's not only like these supports are better, it's like how they synergized with what they had on their sides, right? Like you have this Hoodwink together with the Sand King or the Pangolier, that's always kill threat, right? On the other side, you have Bat, that's kind of catch, and then you have Tusk that kind of does the similar things at the beginning of the game as well. So like they just couldn't find the synergy, that deadly duo that rotates across the map and creates space.
I also think we saw the Tusk for Saxa twice now, and I just don't think that this hero can replace Tiny. In some ways they are similar. They're both melee, they both have some catch, but there's just something about Tiny that maybe it's the fact that he has the stun and the toss back. Like there's just more opportunities for Saxa to be active on the map and to have impact. I feel like this Tusk just runs around, has tranquil boots. There's like nothing he can really do on the map. So I think that's also why the Tiny ban was so clutch by Falcons, right? But maybe if you see the Tiny ban, Tusk is not the answer to replace the Tiny, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, I hope that that's one of the lessons that Tundra definitely has learned from a series like this. We always keep on learning with every single series, and we're going to keep on learning right now with Purge.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, I want to talk about how broken this Sand King facet is when pushing towers, because it was ridiculous in this game, and I'm going to show you some examples why. Malrine here rotated the top lane at about 8 minutes. He's got a meager gold advantage here. He gets a Burrow Strike off on the Snapfire. He saves his Sandstorm because it's not about killing heroes, it's about killing towers, of course. And he manages to get the last hit on Toby here. And now when he's giving the tower 50% mischance, what this effectively means is that anybody that the tower is attacking has twice the HP that they should. So this Enchantress creep basically tanks the entire tower while they're attacking. And to make things worse, any regen that you're getting while you are Sandstormed is basically doubled. So 3 bottle charges effectively become 6. It's like 660 HP that you can get. So watch this one, for example. Malrine tanks almost the entire thing once this Enchantress creep ends up dying. And he's sitting here just tanking a tower. All he has is phase boots. It's ridiculous. He's 11 minutes in. He gets a little heal from the Hoodwink, from the fast item. He ends up getting 600 gold and I think 700 gold from those 2 tower rotations. And that's 11 minutes in, and that buys him a Blink Dagger. And then, of course, what does he do with the Blink Dagger? They've got way better map control. It's way easier for them to go look for the enemy carry who did have a bad lane. And that transitions into now more and more kills and the game changing in such a big way. 13 minutes in, he's now by and far a huge net worth advantage up here compared to every other person in the game. And then because Skitter is having a better lane than he was before, he basically gets to play aggressive. He gets a time lapse off, and because of that, we're going to see a TP rotation from Malrine. He's going to channel his ulti, and he's going to grab a really good double Burrow Strike. All of this just kind of cascading and creating more and more effects. And frankly, a lot of that is the really, really easy tower killing. So I think this is getting nerfed by Ice Frog next patch 100%, but it's going to be really good this tournament, and I would not be surprised to see other teams pick this up.
Thank you very much, Bert. That makes me also wonder. I mean, we saw the Sand King obviously first phase banned a couple times, and it has been high contention. Is this the reason?
It's definitely one of those.
It's a strong point.
I love Purge's point because it creates Sand King into something like a discount Timber that's just sitting there and hitting the tower, and you can't truly be zoned out, at least not by the tower. You actually have to commit multiple heroes there. So just cleaning the wave isn't going to cut it because he just stands there, right? Like he doesn't need anything else to tank the tower hits.
It's that and the combination that like this team keeps first picking it, and you have a strong tendency, a strong feeling this is going to be a Malrine, right? But people just don't manage to figure out a counter against it. Like this game, it was a bad try that didn't really work. He already proved that he can lane against Monkey King. So this is what people are struggling with. Like this is first pick Sand King coming. You know it's going mid, and I'm sure next mid laners or the mid laners of this tournament heading into this, they will be asked by their coach, hey, this guy likes tanking. Do you want to play against him or not? What you got? And most players have to get a little bit creative. So it's either that or it's going to get banned.
But you also don't get a chance to play against it in pubs. Nobody's playing it. It's only Malrine playing this mid-sanking. I mean, I'm sure if it continues, some other people will catch onto it and will start playing it. But it's not that easy to just come up with something when you have no experience playing against this hero mid, right? So yeah, I think it's a really strong ace, you could say, that they have, Falcons.
Very, very true. Another ace. That's the final thing I'll say about this series and about Falcons as a whole. This was their final series they played today. We'll see them tomorrow again. But the series that they played today, they played a lot of Weaver on Skeeter. Obviously, the second game here was successful. We also saw him lose earlier. But it's one of the few teams that keeps picking Weaver. Is Weaver a hero that we should be seeing on other players now as well, on other teams? Because I feel like Stormstormer, we're not seeing that much Weaver.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think they're onto something here again. And I mean, this is not the first time the Falcons is known for being like really confident with their carry picks. I mean, they won tournaments prior by just first picking DK and Alchemist for Skeeter over and over. And this is like kind of the identity of the team, right? It kind of fits them because Skeeter is the more, it's the kind of carry that can play more sacrificial. And Weaver fits like quite well, right? Like he can gate, he's really mobile, all this stuff. So I think other teams are not going to pick it up this quickly, but they're going to have it. I mean, they must have it on the radar against this team because he just picked it blindly. He picked it as a counter pick. So I think this is like kind of what must have gone well for them in their scrims in the preparation to this tournament. And they're probably intending to use it tomorrow as well.
Yeah, unless someone steals it from them and takes it first. But that's all tomorrow. And I'm getting way ahead of myself thinking about that because the day is not yet done. Let's take a look at the schedule for the stream you're watching right now. Now, there's 4 streams going on at the same time. And this Road to TI, we're playing with a Swiss stage. That means we have got basically a new matchup every time. And we now know the matchup for our final round here on the stream, which will be PVISION versus Nigma Galaxy, and that is super exciting. However, I don't know how many people were tuning into the C stream, but they were some long games. There was only 2 series played so far on that stream. We're 3 in here. There were some very long games on that one. And I mean, this is like some of the longest games we've had so far on the Road to TI, with Falcons Nemesis having like some 70-minute game, BB Team Nigma also some almost 70-minute. It was long. And that means game 3 of BB Team Nigma Galaxy basically only just finished. And we are, friendly to the players, so we're gonna let them eat and, get some well-deserved rest. They get a bit of a break. That means we cannot start with PVISION versus Nigma Galaxy just yet, but that's okay because, as I said, there are so many games going on at the same time, so much Dota to watch, and we got another blockbuster for you on the B stream. We're gonna watch instead here for a little while, and I'm sure you already had this open on a secondary stream where you can close that one now and watch this one here because it is the 3rd game of a best-of-3 series between, I'm going to say, tournament favorite Team Spirit going up against Xtreme Gaming, who seems on absolute fire. Game 3 with the B stream. Enjoy that one. Of course, we'll be back for PVISION versus Nigma Galaxy afterwards.
Fashion. Does mean you're probably losing your lane. I mean, we'll see. Snapfire.
I was going to say,
dangerous.
This is likely not a 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
This is a Maposhka hero in how they play it. So you still got that ranged playmaker for Rue. It'll be the Snapfire I was looking for in that game too, but it'll bust it out here. And some more damage to put into the Bane. Not really a fun matchup for Bane. You just get outranged. And a really nice combination with Mars that goes without saying here. So your team fight is looking really good here if you're Spirit.
But you still have another 5 position Xtreme can take, and you can still swap the SF to the safe line. So there are plenty of options that they can respond in the draft. Do you pick up, say, like Undying 5 into that? Bat Rider? Okay.
An interesting pick. You're missing some AoE in this lineup. I mean, you have Requiem to play with, but 2 single target supports that are both setups. Want a little more follow-up here, I think, if you're XG.
10 seconds remaining.
Could still be
I don't know. Nightmare into Requiem and Lasso into Requiem.
It's good enough.
Mid SF is looking a little bit more juicy for me.
It feels tempting to just commit to like an SF strat here with some sort of buffer. Like, I don't want to say Vengeful Spirit, but I kind of want to say Vengeful Spirit.
Don't say it.
It looks pretty good here, honestly. Tiny. Okay. So you still have some lane flexibility between this Tiny and SF on the 1 and 2. You can decide at the last moment here. They're going to pick up some XXS hero as their final touch. Probably that Vengeful Spirit. The
You've
other
got
one,
a lot of repositioning. 3 heroes with some sort of offensive movement ability.
Magnus could also be interesting for XG, but that's a very different type of consideration. Is very spooky with their core heroes, maybe too greedy. You can also just go generic Aura buyer later on, and ultimately Spirit, you got to decide. Well, I mean, what is Yatoro doing here? Because he could be playing against 1-2 Tiny or SF, and both these heroes can be spellcasters. Both of them can be strong right clickers. It's kind of not obvious which of them is going to fall into which, and then that kind of changes your carry matchups. The Ursa is the one hero that stands out, but it's not Ursa.
No
it's Phantom
way.
Lancer.
No way.
Is this the first Phantom Lancer of the tournament?
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I mean,
dear God.
We did talk about it in the green room.
There it is.
Quinn
That
said he
is
was going to be
disgusting.
picked up once this tournament.
That is disgusting. I mean,
And he said it was going to be some super specific last pick where it's a free PL game. I don't think it's a free PL game.
no. You still have an offlaner to pick. That's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Because there's some really good offlaners against this hero. And SF is bad against this hero, but can be okay if you have other heroes with AoE lockdown. And then he can go in and drop a bunch of damage and like find the isolated PL or something. Tiny's kind of similar. Neither of these heroes have a good direct matchup against Phantom Lancer, but they're fine if you have some other hero with some AoE control.
5 seconds.
It is very good against the support duo though. Bane, Bat are doing nothing to Phantom Lancer. Like that is pretty miserable to try and initiate on him or find the lockdown. That's why this pick is really problematic for XG. If you're looking at what control mechanisms do you have for the Phantom Lancer in this game, there are none on the board right now, but you still have that offlaner you can pick up. So there's a Medusa ban? That is a wild ban. When you pick PL. I mean, there is like there is this Ags Maelstrom build, which I get.
Yes.
But
okay. Yeah.
looking at their lineup,
yes.
I'm not
already
looking
have
to add. I'm not looking to add another carry damage dealer and play offlane Tiny here. I don't think you're happy in that situation. Like I'm thinking, I'm being like Axe or Sand King or something in this category. You know,
Sand King sounds pretty sick.
the Shaker, if it was still in the pool, that one got banned earlier. But some AoE control mechanism like this is what I'm thinking about if I'm Spirit. I'm not thinking Dusa. Like, if I pick PL here and they Dusa, even if it's a like I can do this Maelstrom stuff. Remember that got nerfed, the Maelstrom damage to illusion.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it changes it, but I'm still there's just no way you should be afraid of that.
By the way, with the Phantom Lancer pick, are you more leaning towards mid SF and carry Tiny because you want the max damage out of the SF, or you just
No, I'm still like the lanes. Like I'd rather see lanes and how the game's going to develop. I think either can play that.
Because I do think carry SF is much worse against Phantom Lancer if they're
I'm
going
just
that
taking
route.
Axe here, I think, if I'm XG and it gets left in the pool. Man, Alk? No, those are wild bans to me. I'm not going to lie. Like those, those are some wild bans. I'm just thinking on a way different
This is like a 4 Tiny and core Bat Rider? You think it, like if it is actually, it's going to be off-lane Tiny?
I don't think offlane Tiny is good against Phantom Lancer in the realm of all the offlaners you can play.
Yeah.
Extreme gamers.
The Phoenix? Mid?
I mean, they've got Mars.
What is going on? They're all laughing. I don't know what's going on. I'm assuming this is mid Phoenix because that seems the most likely
for
here.
sure,
And that mid Phoenix is no joke. That's really strong. Absolutely butchers this Tiny. So it's kind of like forcing you into the SF mid here, which is maybe not something actually want to do. Could be mid snap. That's the only other option, but that just seems like who cares about mid snap, right?
Yeah, we've seen way more core, especially mid Phoenix, in these high level buffs lately, and it is. They knew it was going to be another carry.
What? Where did this come
They knew it.
What is this draft?
These guys just know each other too damn well, and it's going to be.
This is the stupidest draft I've ever
It is going to be off-lane Bat Rider.
How many carries do you need?
We've seen a lot of core Bat Rider lately in pubs, not so much in pro play. I'll give a shout out to Weehaw, who's just been spamming this hero for the last 2 months playing mid. I keep seeing him in all these high-level pubs. I will say that I do think core Bat Rider looks kind of strong, but is it?
No, I don't believe in it. I know the idea it can own some games, but it's...
And it is mid Snapfire.
It's Okay, I mean, honestly,
that's another hero that I saw way more core Phoenix than I saw.
I don't think they wanted the core snap, but I think they pulled an audible here after.
Okay.
It's like, oh, it's mid-bat. Like, I don't know what the Phoenix bat mid matchup is, so let's go the snap. Maybe they were playing in the snap all along. The snap is definitely a better core matchup against the anti-mage. Core Phoenix not scaling too well.
Yes.
I'm just laughing at the fact that, like, Ame got the royal treatment this draft, man. You know, Xiao, it's like, it's good carry, SF time. We're going to pick SF. He's like, okay, I'm down. It's not looking too hot. I think I need to play that tiny, get some cleave in there. You know, oh, they Phantom Lancer. I don't think I can play that tiny, guys. I got another carry pick. Give me the anti-mage. 10th pick anti-mage.
Good luck, everybody else. I'm going
sure,
anti-mage.
Dude. Like, how many carries are going to flex the rest of your team so you have to play this trash so you can last pick anti-mage? Such a pub play. It's like the guy who's like, yo, last pick me anti-mage, I'll swap you. It's like, I'm insta-reporting that guy. I'm reporting Ame in this match. This is disgusting. He might win it, though.
He died one time, and he just lost his mind.
I mean, if you're not dying, anti-mage is a great hero.
That's true.
But this hero did get changed a lot. His Ags is kind of garbage now.
Except
I guess that never really
Medusa.
mattered. Yeah, well, they banned Medusa.
It's true. They wanted to make sure.
Like, Medusa got banned. I mean, I am assuming AM still dumpsters Phantom Lancer. Like, that is the thing. It's being picked here. You need an answer to Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
Anti-mage gets the job done. It's a solid anti-mage game. I guess. Who knows? Let's
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It better be. It better be a fantastic anti-mage game, because you kind of screwed over your other cores in the process. XXS Bat Rider. We'll see how he fares. Did he take the Stoked Facet, or he took the Stoked Facet? Okay. Anything else different? Mana Thirst for AM. Yep. Ricochet for Laurel. I mean, the support Snapfires were going Ricochet, so core Snapfires, of course, going to go Ricochet as well. Trying to do a little fake shenanigans here. Laurel showing up with an empty inventory slot, so if they did have vision of him, they click on him, they see an empty spot, they think, oh, we placed the ward, then they go for the late smoke to place the ward, but the smoke gets broken, and the ward still lies unplaced.
Who's even favored here after all is said and done? We had all these flexes, we had all these swap rounds.
It's Spirit.
I think it's Spirit, just ease of execution with Mars clock with a bunch of damage follow-up. That seems like the logical choice, but
I mean, they had, if they shut down the SF, I do not see Xtreme having really any chance of winning this. And I think they have heroes to shut down the SF. You've got Clockwork Phoenix, two heroes that support heroes that can get on top of the SF as a combo and kill him rather easily. Somehow they got 3 bounty runes though for Spirit,
nice
so even better
here.
start.
Yeah, I'm going to favor Spirit here. I think the lineup synergy and ease of execution does it for me because it's just kind of wacky core matchups across the board. I will say double displacement for XG can be quite strong, especially if you can displace the Mars at the start of a fight.
Especially into a core, you know, magic damage SF.
Yep. And this anti-mage pick, very tough to catch in this game. He should have 0 deaths. Like, this should be a deathless Ame anti-mage game. He's had a bunch of deathless games so far. He only has 1 death for the tournament. If you have a 0 death AM game, it can put a lot of map pressure onto Team Spirit.
And a fantastic start if you're going to get first blood like that.
Yep, and it can put some pressure on Yatoro here. So I don't think this anti-mage pick was that memey. Like, I think there's a lot of justification for it here, and it can definitely threaten Spirit's game plan, slow this game down. If you look at Spirit's lineup, they don't do objectives well at all. They don't go high ground early. This game is going to go long. You have time if you're XG. You just need to make sure the lanes go okay, and you get this AM out to an okay start, and you can start ratting the map. And this game's going to become really obnoxious for Spirit. And then you're falling back on your like Snapfire scale with the 20 and 25 talents, which take a long time to get to, and your Mars scale, which it's a collapsed Mars, right? He can do some beastly things with this in the late game. So I don't think you're guaranteed outscaled here if you're Spirit, but this game can definitely get really annoying for you really quickly. And sometimes you just get frustrated playing against AM. You're like, I don't want to be here anymore. This game's not fun. It's an anti-fun hero.
Well, I think these heroes are here for a lot more than just fun, to be fair. Have you seen this Phantom Lancer facet in action? Lancelot? I've seen it a couple times, and that spear really does start doing a lot of damage. You get enough illusions out?
It takes time to build up, though.
It does.
Like this year used to have better ags in the sense of there was a couple patches where you can buy ags and just go fight.
Yes, yeah.
Now he needs like 3 items. I think 3 to 4 is the threshold for me where this hero starts actually doing something. It just feels really slow to get there. I know all these PL players, they're all going to talk to you and they're going to convince you that, like, I just need one item. I can go fight. I never see it in these approaches.
Yeah.
In pubs, I think you see it a lot more. Where people are more controlled and way better coordination, better at targeting the Phantom Lancer. You know, some guy who's your only AoE stun doesn't DC in the middle of the team fight. You have to unpause 8 times. You know, it's a very different environment. Spirit, though, leading the CS chart again. These guys are showing up in the laning phase, game 2 and 3, taking a net worth lead. 3 runes will do it. Bunch of early stat items for the Mars and the Phantom Lancer to keep the pressure up. I do expect XM to dominate this lane over the long run.
Yeah, so I was a little surprised to see, especially with the weird variants that Snapfire has with this whole ricochet or whatever, the chance to do like only 60% of the damage.
I think so annoying when you're trying to CS sometimes.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's one of the biggest factors that killed the mid snap. Just can't CS with the hero. And no mid player wants to play a hero they can't CS with.
Well, I mean, it also gets 30% more damage as long as you don't do the cleansing shot, so it should, in theory, give you the, or early on against CSF, you should have a pretty large...
Oh, you win the early waves, but you're not going to win this lane overall.
Yeah.
In a 1v1 that's not being ganked or anything like that. And that should be the case here.
I mean, the biggest thing for core Snapfire is you have supports to play with, right? And that is the case with a Clock.
They guaranteed that with the Clock Snap pickup.
Nice Avalanche on 2. Decent damage for XXS to follow up on. And got the toss back. He knew it was coming. At the same time, XXS maybe didn't know it was coming. He almost dies. He will die as Lance goes out.
Okay.
Yatoro is gifted a kill by Xinqiu.
Yeah, that was not the outcome that he was looking for with that toss.
He said, don't worry, brother. I've got it. He does, in fact. Well, Yatoro, nice little micro there. Moves his illusion and himself away to make sure there's no toss available. Xinqiu would have gotten that kill, or at least canceled the healing cell.
I don't understand how none of these guys ever miss on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I feel like I miss all the time.
Yeah, every time I play against this hero, I have 90% evasion Phoenix in my lane. These guys play, it doesn't even exist. It just lands every hit. Skill div, I guess.
Yeah. Another chase down on XXS. This one will be interrupted by the Avalanche, but that means now Xinqiu is open for the taking, perhaps. Nice body blocking with the illusion. Beautiful stuff from Yatoro. Does not get the last hit. The creep somehow takes.
This guy's a Phantom Lancer player.
Collapse out of mana in top lane. Ame. This guy is an Animage player.
This guy's. This is such a degenerate game. Just PL versus AM last picks. It's some like carry off, you know?
Yeah.
This guy's he's a grandmaster PL too. Versus a master, whatever it is, AM. It's actually just so disgusting.
Yeah, I think Phantom Lancer hasn't really been meta since Team Spirit have been a team.
No, he's just been waiting for one meta where this hero's viable.
He watched OG with the Phantom Lancer. It's like, oh, nice toss back into Requiem.
No, you're
Doesn't get the timing perfect, but it's enough certainly to kill a support.
Pretty even early game. I mean, the Bat Rider suffering the most, some of the early kill action for Spirit on this safe lane, and Laurel gonna make his life even worse. Have some kisses as I contest your Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, an early level 6 from the mid laner, TP to the side lane, take the enemy Wisdom Shrine, and unless Unless the Bane can do something heroic here on the other side, or unless they can contest still with Xingqiu, they are going to be able to contest. Get there in time, Maposhka gets blown up. And Yatoro even coming over to try and help out, but it's too late. The other side of things, Bane did not get to stop Rue from getting the Wisdom Shrine, so it still gets split 1-1.
Had to bring SF for that play. You cannot let Snapfire get everything out of that rotation. Strong start here for the 2 carries. Exactly what you want. And honestly, really good start for Xingqiu. He's level 5.5 on this Tiny. That is super good pacing. No mana for the toss. That's a little awkward. Might be dead for it.
Misread of the situation. I was about to say, that was one of the things that really hurt the support Tiny, right? They used to be 120 mana on the toss. They upped it.
Yeah, you need Soul Ring pronto on this hero.
And considering the toss is what this hero is built around ever since they made Crash Landing a facet.
Hey, look at that.
XM with his first power rune of the series in game 3.
That's what it feels like. He didn't even know runes could spawn. Like, what is this guy?
That's why it took him so long to get there. X-Nova's like, hey, there's a power rune. It's like, what's that?
That's another Kisses kill.
Eventually, he'll get there. But traded out, not really worth it. Xtreme getting the better of that situation.
There's no pressure going into this AM, though. Like, you're not forcing him off the wave. He's getting the farm. He is going.
No pressure on the Phantom lane.
Helm of the Dominator. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, this is where we're at, Valve. Helm of Dom, Anti-Mage. Come on, man. They can't be the hero to go Helm of Dom, right?
I have no words for that. I mean, that's...
The hero naturally has...
Good laning item. That is a great TP.
And what is this quad bounty rune pickup? XXS and Ame both found double bounty runes on the sides of the map.
I'll be honest, this game is beyond my expertise. This is like we're playing TI 18.
If Helm of Dom is such a broken item that it makes Anti-Mage a viable hero,
that's how you know
we are truly in for a bad time.
You've gone too far. Science has gone too far. It's the AM metric, you know. You remember the patch where people were doing the Radiance AM?
Yes.
That's the benchmark. Like, if there's an item and you build it first on AM and you can win, that's not good. That's just not good.
There's like an alarm going off in Valve HQ right now. Well, okay, it hasn't won a game yet. We have to say it has to win a game. Just because he's building it doesn't mean that he's going to be successful.
Is under attack.
I mean, how good even is this for AM? He doesn't care about the armor because he's an Agi hero that eventually gets enough armor.
It gives him HP regen, but so does Battle Fury.
Yeah, you get it a little faster in the lane. Yatoro just gets melted down here.
Not able to finish him off. Laurel, he does manage to outrun XM, and he still has kisses to turn things around. So XM's got to be careful in that one. One of the kisses lands on Xingqiu. Couldn't get the other one. Has to focus on the Shadow Fiend. No, he wants to get both the kills, and he'll have both the kills. Laurel gets greedy with it, and it pays off. A double for him.
Sister Shroud doing some work, and just lay into that SF. This Snapfire ult has been really effective in this early game. If you're not jumping and killing Laurel first, he's going to have a good fight. This hero does a lot of damage. Probably the strongest spellcaster in this game with all those mid lane solo levels. So not enough to save your carry PL, but enough to get you to the early boots of travel.
Oh my god.
That is
Why is that was so loud.
That was incredibly loud for no reason.
Every illusion, it's like the Lancelot facet. Every illusion gets him an extra 10% volume.
That is some cursed stuff. Absolutely cursed game we're in. Hey, but PL at the top of the XP net worth chart, that's something for Spirit to fall back on here. I still think a lot of this game revolves around the Mars Snap. Like, they're your team fight controllers. They're going to be a lot of your early damage. Same is true for XG, I guess, if you look at this SF bat. Like, they're kind of the heroes that have to be involved in the early playmaking. And this Xingqiu Tiny. What can he get done? He's gotten a decent amount done in this early game. If you can keep that up, you'll have a very good timing on this blink.
Still missing level 6 on the Clockwork. Level 6 on the Phoenix, obviously very important.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a haste rune. Not really the best for a Snapfire, but especially a Snapfire that got boots of travels.
I don't want to hear that anymore. Oh my, he's going Helm into Battle Fury.
He's still going back for Battle Fury.
Is that even... That just seems overkill. I don't know.
I mean, what? You were expecting Manta? Like, the Helmet Dom is just a replacement to Battle Fury, and you're still going to go Manta afterwards? There's the Supernova. With the Mars, this is always going to be a deadly combination in the early game. You have the way to be able to lock people inside of the Supernova. You have a stun to stop them from hitting the egg. If you land it, collapse. He didn't need to land that one, so he just threw it away.
I mean, I'd put it this way. Would you go Midas Battle Fury on AM?
Midas doesn't give me early sustain, so that
yes, I
is
understand that,
false equivalent.
You understand my point. Like, it feels very greedy.
It does feel very greedy,
Top
yes.
tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Haste boots travel Laurel. He is available across the map. I think Spirit want to keep making plays in this game. As weird as this game is, just keep setting stuff up with Arena and the Clockwork hold. And then you have the Phoenix and the Snapfire to be your damage follow-up. It's very straightforward. Just use it off cooldown. Threaten heroes around the map, keep them off the waves. If you can get smokes around these tier 1s, that's your way to take objectives, because the weakness of your lineup is still going to be the objective taking, whereas XG have this Shadow Fiend.
Yes, the Shadow Fiend needs kind of like 3 items to be fully online, where Snapfire needs no items, just some levels.
But his scale is a lot weaker until ultra late.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, he hits a way bigger value, whereas this SF is going to power up, and he can also take buildings for XG. We saw him take mid tier 1 with the shield rune earlier. He took the bottom tier 1. A lot more space available for Xtreme Gaming right now. And it's also limiting the effectiveness as boots travel. Laurel got pretty early, but they've been forced off the waves. The tier 1s are dead. Not a lot of action to TP to right now. Still a good item on the hero. It's kind of core. You need it to move around the map and maneuver fights. But he lost a little value with how fast XM took these tier 1s. So Ame farming his Battle Fury. He has 16.5 regen.
Okay.
What a beast.
How much do you think the Ags for Phantom Lancer changes the AM versus
not a lot. Not a lot.
Think so?
No.
I mean, if you have so much chase, you can keep up with the AM as he's blinking around, and AM does not like mana.
No, but most of the AM PL fights, I think, come down to, can the AM jump the PL at some point without doppel up? You'll kill him. But the reverse is true. Like, the AM blinks in and the PL can rush him, lance him, burn out a bunch of his mana. That feels incredibly bad.
Okay. I mean, doesn't that Ags it busts up the Phantom Rush to give you more illusions for it, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I don't think, like, PL doesn't do that much burst damage to AM. AM can also just jump around the fight and kill other people. PL feels pretty bad in that scenario, unless he's doing the same thing to the enemy team.
Well, Poshka on the run, trying to juke through the trees, will not find an exit here. Tidebound cooldown, they really felt like it was necessary to use the Fiend's Grip.
Claims the kill. Anti-mage. Powering up here.
Yeah, this Radiant's going to have an 18-minute Battle Fury.
Honestly,
that is like a very fast timing for a second item Battle Fury on AM. It's just who goes a second item Battle Fury.
He's cruising, dude. He is going to be a menace this game. Again, lack of lockdown for Spirit. They don't have easy ways to deal with this AM around the map or kill him in the fight.
Nice D-ward. Xnova, who's a really interesting bit of analysis there in the interview between the games, talking about the difference between Pelosin and Xnova being a more defensive support. And I feel like that ties up with what you were saying, where you feel like Xnova pairs really well with Ame and what Ame wants out of his supports.
Or just tank the ganks
Dire's top
and win his lane. And then let me do the rest. Which is last pick anti-mage. Oh, look at this illusion clear.
Money in the bank right there. Got him inside the cogs and got him inside the arena. A little bit overkill, but a kill on a Shadow Fiend is worth its weight in gold.
Oh yeah, especially is in a game like this.
766 gold to be specific.
Jinkyu's blink. Very good timing here. You look for some small plays of your own. If you're XG, you don't have to, like, even though this AM is not in fighting shape yet, you don't need him to go find these small plays and take fights and then disengage. And in fact, you're happy to do that and get trades out here, particularly if you can bring the Snapper Mars down, if the AM is split pushing and farming. Then you'll feel really good. And here's that kind of play.
And we're back.
I know everybody was really invested, so were we. We have, of course, Stream B for Team Spirit versus Xtreme, for the Phantom Lancer from Yatoro versus Almaze Anti-Mage. Stream B is where you can continue watching that. We are moving forward with our next series here for the Road to TI. 2 teams. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy and PVISION in a best of 3. And personally, I was not expecting to see these 2 teams go head-to-head here at this point, because if we're talking expected results and potentially underdogs, okay, I would have put Nigma Galaxy as an underdog, but Lizard, they were doing really well in their series earlier today against BB Team.
No, absolutely. Are they truly back? The colors, the thematic, it kinda matches what they got going.
It kind of does.
Maybe it's all in the stars. It all aligned finally for them. I don't know. Like, for me, they have looked good already previously this year. At the beginning of the year, they had a couple of really good series, but then they flop. And then they have another set of really good series, and then they flop. However, I think that they have steadily improved since then, and they're looking better pretty much than ever. Well, it's the first time that they're a TI as a Nigma organization.
That's right. I mean, I think the work is just paying off of this roster. Also, Kuroki as a coach is definitely like looking pretty good, right? If I'm not mistaken, this is his first year as a coach, right?
Yep.
Last year he was still competing as a player. So yeah, I mean, I think it also gels well that they have the veterans on the team with Sumail, Kuroki, GH, and then you also have the young guys with Noob, Omar, and also Ghost now as well. In the beginning it was Miracle for a while, but now it's Ghost. So I think it gels really well together, that you have the experience from the old guys. Sorry guys, you're okay, you're not that old, but you get what I mean. And the young blood coming in, I think.
Yeah, no, that's very true, Mystery.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting team now, I would say. They were the same roster for so many years without much success, and then suddenly they have, I mean, it's only GH and Sumail, right, who are from the original Enigma roster, you could say. And
Kuroki, if you count.
And Kuroki, of course,
and even, I would even say maybe you want to remove Sumail from the equation because he wasn't there at the very start.
Maybe even, yeah. So I think, yeah, it tells you a story at least, that it's not always just how many big names you can fit into one team, but it's actually more about synergy and like motivation perhaps as well, and like other factors too. But they do seem a lot more solid than they've ever looked, in my opinion, as a Nigma.
I feel like realistically as well, this is a team that has had a solid foundation now to grow upon, because if you think about it, in the last couple of years, they would constantly need stand-ins either for tournaments, or they were switching up Miracle and Ghost. Ghost is playing a little bit, then Miracle is, and all that stuff. And now finally, for an extended period of time, they have a stable roster with players that are finally used to playing their roles as well. Because if you think about it, Omar, like when he started playing as well, Noob as well, like they had some issues with hero pools.
They did for sure. I will say, Stormstorm is absolutely right. You have to talk about the grind that they've been on to get to this point, not just last year, but throughout the last years. But when we're talking about grind, and we see Nigma Galaxy up against PVISION, we have to talk about No one, as in the mid laner, no one, because he's also been on an absolute grind over his career, and that leaves us wanting to highlight both of these two mid laners, Stormstormer, absolute prodigies back in the day, I want to say, but they are both still on the grind.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think I looked it up. They've both been competing since, I think, 2014. So you can really call them, like, I don't know, like veterans. Like, if this, I don't know if there's a better word to describe it. And they both had their own successes, right? Like, Sumail, obviously, he won TI 5. I think that was also the first TI he attended. He instantly won in 2015. Now, this year, no one. He won 2 majors. He won both the ESO1 Raleigh, or the season rather. Bangkok was before January, but now he has been really successful. So I think it's a really interesting showdown on mid. They also have like insane hero pools. I looked it up. Like both of them played over 100 different unique heroes on mid lane. I think Sumail had a slight edge over no one right there. And it's cool to see them still like owning right now. Like I think they're both like really priming up. We just saw in the graphic before this as well that Sumail has out of Nigma the highest amount of unique heroes he plays. I think it was 18 or 19 or something. And to me, that's really admirable. Like because some players they can peak over a shorter period of time or something, but it's not easy to keep it like running over like now for them a decade. So incredibly impressive stuff.
Incredibly impressive. I agree with that, and I feel like. We said with Nigma Galaxy that there's a nice combination with the old guard and the new coming in. PVISION has the same misery. We also have 3 first-timers actually on the side of PVISION and 2 veterans.
Really quick to put that the no one Sumail matchup into perspective. I mean, they were playing mid against each other maybe 10 years ago.
Yes, they were.
On Virtus Pro and EG. So that says a lot, right? Like, but yeah, I think the combination of old school veteran players and then these new young kids 16 17 whatever 18-year-old is a trend right now. I think most successful teams has this combination and it seems to be working out really well. Got a little bit of this experience and you have been around the block, and then you have the young blood with a lot of motivation and fire to win. So I think this is a TI winning combination.
Definitely maybe a recipe for success for them.
Keep in mind that Sumail is still young even, right? Like most of them are.
26, 27.
Not in Dota years.
In Dota years he isn't, but he just started playing. Like, what was he, like 15 or something?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Started young, yeah.
So yeah, he started really young. On the other side, of course, we have Satanic as well, who is, I feel, the only one that has recently kind of copied the hype that Sumail had when it comes to the years when he started playing. Like he's very young and of course in a different position, but there was so much hype surrounding Satanic, and so far he has justified some of it. Like there is still not the big TI ring on his finger, right? But he's getting there.
I think he's definitely he has, in my opinion, already proven himself this year. He won 2 majors on his belt. He is now on his first TI. This is actually the first TI for many players on PVISION, right? It should have been the 9 class last year on Tundra, but he couldn't make it. Instead, Sax was standing in for him, so he qualified for 2 TIs. But this is first TI on 9 class, and also the first TI for Satanic and Ducalis. So
and for 9 class, yeah. Oh yeah, you said that. Never mind.
Right?
Yeah,
9 class as well, right?
You're
If I'm not mistaken.
No,
so to me, it really comes down like, does the TI pressure come to them, or can they play their normal chill Dota that they usually do, that they won these big tournaments with in this last season, or does the TI pressure actually make them crumble a little bit? This is what I'm going to be excited about.
Yeah, I think for PVISION in particular, this was the same question that we had every single LAN, right? Because this is a relatively fresh team with a lot of fresh faces. So you're coming to any LAN and you're like, ooh, are they going to deliver on LAN? And then they have, because they did take those titles that we mentioned earlier already. So I kind of feel like they've got the pressure thing unlocked. Or Misery, would you say that TI is a whole different beast? Like, can we even compare a rally versus an international or TI?
I would say that there is more pressure at TI for sure. People want to win this tournament more than any other tournament. There's no doubt about it. When that's being said, I think teams are also in a bit better shape right now than like half a year ago when PVISION won those tournaments. I feel like now you have Team Spirit, you have the Chinese teams who are in good shape, you have Falcons we just saw, right? I think there's a lot more contenders for this TI, so it's not going to be easy for PVISION to make it all the way here. They have to perform like really well throughout the whole event if they have to take it.
That's true.
Speaking of those teams, there's Nigma as well. Like most of us didn't even expect them to get to TI like 6 months ago or something, and they are here and they already have a series under their belt. So it's a hype series coming up.
I was gonna say it was also the series that they have under their belts. I don't know how many people have watched that one. I feel like is definitely worth. Maybe not watching everything back because it was very long, but it's worth to relive some of the moments that we saw in that series. Just in terms of how much of that are we going to see in our upcoming series? And the one thing that we already mentioned here a little bit earlier is the lone druid. I feel like Ghost in the series that Nigma Galaxy just won, he was the standout player.
I feel like there are two things about Ghost. First is the lone druid. He's definitely the standout player for me of the series that they've just won. First is the lone druid because for me this hero is maybe unexplored at the moment. There are a couple of pub stompers with 80-90% win rates at the moment, but the second hero as well is kind of a standard counter to Marcy that he went for. That's the troll.
Yeah.
And they kind of prove that they can deal with the Marcy. And I feel that that's a big plus when it comes to Nigma's drafting options going into this and all the future series.
Definitely. I wonder if, like, now that Nigma has such a long series and PVISION had more time to prepare, it might be a bit more comfortable for PVISION heading into this because they played the series before that, right? They had much more time.
They had a 2-0.
They had a 2-0. It was the same slot, but the other stream took longer and so on. So I think in terms of, like, relaxedness, I don't know if that's a word, of how relaxed they are, PVISION is probably like in the upper seat.
Maybe too relaxed.
Maybe too relaxed, yeah. But on the other hand, Nigma has this underdog buff. And I could say if you head into a tournament, you have this, it's like no expectations. You maybe didn't even think you're going to get here over the course of the year and all this stuff. I think it can be a really comfortable state to be on. And I think most people are heading into the series and expecting that PVISION are the favorites coming into this.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I remember talking to GH a lot, and he always has the same philosophy going into a tournament where he goes in without expectations, and whatever happens, happens. This will be his 4th international. He, of course, won one in 2017. He also came 2nd once, and he came 4th once. So those are all his worst international results. 4th. That's kind of mad.
Which TI was that? The 4th place? Was that before they won? That was TS6 then?
Yes, it was TS6.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he man-made the legend. Like, he's been not only a stellar player, but like you said, whenever you ask him, I feel like just talking to the dude, it's always so
such a nice guy.
Such a nice guy.
Down to earth, like no other, really.
And rank 2 or 3 at the moment. By the way. as a support, like forever, he has been like on the top echelons of Dota 2.
Okay. Well, I do feel like we should get into the nitty-gritty of the matchup that we're about to see because. We can glaze GH and Omar, and that's nice and all. But on the other side, we got 9class and Ducalis, who also have made a lot of waves. Not just this year, but I think especially for 9class, he invents a lot of new heroes. Some people are not happy with him for that. But he invents a lot of new heroes to be played from the support role. And all that past experience that GH has is very valuable in maybe finding answers to the random supports coming out from 9class as well. Like, how do we feel about this support duo versus each other? Because I know, Misery, you earlier wanted to compare the supports after the series. How about we do it before this time around?
Well, I think GH is not necessarily inventing anything new. He's just playing the same heroes he's always been playing. He played Coddle today. Yep. He's going to be playing Phoenix. He's going to be playing Io. Yeah. You know, he's just going to be playing those stable GH heroes that we know him for. Whereas 9class, he played Alchemist twice today, right? He's been playing TA support earlier this year. He plays all types of stuff. He invented the Monkey King. Not invented, but he was one of the Monkey King 4 players. Techies.
TB, Slark as well.
He basically doesn't play any normal heroes, I would almost say.
Okay.
It's
polar opposites.
I think Rubik might be his most normal hero, right? So they're very unique players and very different players as well.
Yeah, GH is very honest. You know what you're getting from this guy. The only question is, can you actually beat it? Like, he shows up on a different level when he plays his Coddle even. I feel like it's just a completely different impact from the normal position 5s or 4s that you are getting. Also,
because we just compared the supports, I think there are also 2 very important people that are behind the scenes. That's the coaches. It's Kuroki and Astini. Because I know for a fact I worked with Astini when I played at Natus Esports for a couple of months, and we have also seen it through documentaries. If you guys watch it from Birmingham, oh, not Birmingham, sorry, but what's it called again?
Was it Bangkok?
Bangkok, exactly. You can see that these coaches play a huge role in how the team functions, and also between the drafts, after draft, gameplay, everything. We don't get to see much of them. There he's already sitting as Tini, the man I'm talking about. I think when it comes to how the series will end, like, we don't see much of their impact while we're watching the games, but I think they really play a much bigger role than most people expect.
Yeah, I can totally agree with that. And I also still wanted to add Omar and Ducalis to the equation as well, because they also bring their own flair, and they are a little bit of the newer players on the block. So I was hoping we could kind of describe their style of support play a little bit, Misery. Is there something about Ducalis that you're saying? Because obviously Nineclass is kind of known already for the silly things he does.
I think, on the contrary, I think Ducalis is very solid +5. I think he'll be playing the most pop meta 5s you'll find, the Undyings, the perhaps Dazzle, Pugna. Like, he'll be playing the quote-unquote best heroes of the meta, and leave Nineclass.
Someone has to, right?
He's also been known for his Chen and Enchantress. Like, we just saw Falcons play a lot of Chen. I wouldn't be surprised to see PVISION pick up on that as well down the line. But yeah, that's Ducalis for me at least.
Would you then also, because we call GH the stable force of support on the side of Nigma Galaxy, would you also give Omar the polar opposite of GH? Is Omar more comparable to Nineclass?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I feel like he does have his niche picks here and there, but overall he's a stable player, stable position 4 that you kind of know what you're getting from most of the time. So I don't think that there are many supports or many teams that can match up the diversity that PVISION are bringing to the table. They're just a completely different beast.
I mean, we even saw them today play Tinker +1 right on Satanic.
So with the support Alchemist.
When the tournament starts like this, you know, okay, these guys have some special strategies that they're not scared of showing in this playoff stage that we're in.
And I feel like why they're able to do that is because they find some niche picks that they believe in. Post minute 30, 40, we are winning this game no matter what. They find these picks, and then they just somehow manage to put them on in like a good draft. And if Tinker with an Aghanims is what they need, that's what they're picking. It doesn't matter what position it's on.
True. There's one more thing. I know a lot of people are seeing PVISION versus Nigma Galaxy, and they maybe get a little bit of a David versus Goliath idea, where PVISION, of course, has done very well this year, whereas Nigma Galaxy struggled to even make it to a lot of lands, a lot of events. But these two teams have played each other. There's a stat of series that they played against each other. They played 5 series against each other, and it's 3-2 in favor of Nigma Galaxy.
Wow.
Really?
That's unexpected, honestly.
Yeah, and I don't know if you were at that Blast Slam.
Yeah, probably.
I think it was Nigma Galaxy in that one that they faced PVISION twice.
Then it must have been the one where Astini was not there and Jareth was standing in coach, something like that.
Oh yeah.
But again, it's a long time ago. Back to what I said, I feel like every team at this event is a different team than they were 6 months ago.
Yeah, even 2 months ago.
Yeah, even 2 months ago, right? I mean, of course, there are some of the teams like Spirit, Falcons. They have an identity that's very strong. But I would say, in general, teams are very different than they were 6 months ago or 3 months ago.
Yeah, we already see the result here with the draft. Very different from the series we watched on this stream earlier. For game 1, we have PVISION on the Radiant side, Nigma Galaxy on the Dire side, and PVISION will get first pick, and they get themselves the DM Enigma.
Yeah. I mean,
Marcy left in the pool, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just grabbed themselves an Enigma. They don't care.
Yeah, obviously you can see that they have like their own kind of meta and priorities already. In the last draft, the Falcons, the last series, we saw the Chen first pick. Here, Enigma first pick. I don't think anybody of us could have like 100% known this is gonna come up when Pugna's in the pool, Marcy's in the pool, other meta heroes. And it's nice. You can see that they are confident in their own ideas and don't really just.
You can see the ban, right, with the gyro ban, kind of.
Oh yeah,
preparing for it.
So that's what the gyro ban is for, right? But I think the Enigma is also maybe. Is it part of the idea that you showed 2 games of Tinker Alchemist, now you're busting out something completely different? I mean, it's not something that's uncommon for PVISION, right? DM has been playing this Enigma throughout the year, but it's not something that you would expect, like you mentioned, right? It's kind of out of nowhere, this Enigma, right? And now you have to deal with this Nigma staring you in the face, not something that you would be ready to prepare for.
Yes, and also I think what there's an idea behind this is that Marcy is left in the pool, but they say Enigma's good against Marcy. I will just black hole you when you try to beacon be unleashed, and it's probably going to be a good laning stage. And as we can see here, Marcy is ignored, even though Ghost is probably one of the best Marcy players. They even play, I mean, Nigma's probably the only team or one of the few teams that even plays IO Marcy and things like these.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure that PVISION has done, or PVISION has done their homework and said like, okay, we will just take this Enigma and just.
Are you that worried about Enigma, by the way? I guess the black hole is a big problem. The lane itself, I feel like, could
you can get
go
on top
wrong.
of him in theory, right?
I mean, I think it's not like it's unplayable. I just think committing to Marcy there on 9 is difficult. Whereas the Phoenix is a lot more open, right? We talked about GH playing the Phoenix. I'm sure Omar can play it too. So it's kind of very flexible. And it's a pseudo counter to Enigma. It's not easy for Enigma to black hole against the egg.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's pretty nice. And it's also decent in lane against Enigma. So I think this keeps the draft more open for Enigma. And instead of, if they were to go Marcy, I think they are a little bit more locked in what they can pick. We can still see Marcy getting picked up later on. For example, the double pick IO Marcy would not be out of the question for Enigma. But again, maybe the Enigma just kind of blocks the whole concept of that.
They have to be careful not to get Marcy as well. Like PVISION can pick it up here because Unleash is one of better things into Phoenix as well. Like just you don't care about the attack speed slow. You can deal with the egg in like 2 hits. So
yeah, I totally agree. I think Marcy has to be on the radar here for PVISION still to pick up. I'm sure they're like really comfortable to flex on multiple roles. We have seen this in the past. To speak about Phoenix a little bit more, I think this hero is really strong right now, and I love it to see it being picked up here. Some teams even like to flex it towards the core roles, and Lizard, I mean, you would probably just play it mid tier. I know you. Like you would just set it against the one mid tier.
I think like the old patch with the bracers, this hero was actually completely unexplored on mid lane. A couple of teams tried playing it and didn't work out, and then people abandoned it. It works really well again in some circumstances, but right now I feel it's not strong enough anymore. The bracers got nerfed, and your innate isn't as good. It went from 6 to 4.5%. But as a support, like Misery was mentioning earlier, it's still amazing. Into Enigma, it's pretty damn good.
Phoenix is also on the rise in general. It's also a hero that Team Spirit has been playing in their games as well. So it's definitely it's a hero that's been a little bit gone from the meta, but at TI, the big ultimates are gonna come, right? Already here, you have the Void, you have the Enigma, you have the Phoenix. Like all these guys are coming back.
I forgot, but there are actually players that are playing with. There we go. We get the Marcy. There are players that are playing on Sunray facet, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
So there's also that. Yeah, the hotspot. So also you can dive. You can jump on the dive while he's going in, which is kind of cool with the Marcy Phoenix combo.
So here we can see the Snapfire banner to Marcy. I think that's they were thinking about these two heroes especially a lot when we talked about the Marcy being good for PVISION and also Snapfire. We've seen it in multiple games today. It has an insanely good win rate and also, of course, has to counter to the egg with the low shredder. So this pick up to ban makes a lot of sense. And there we see the Alchemist, which I suppose we can expect 9 class to play. Maybe it's a flex towards Satanic even. But this could already, what we see right here, the Nigma Alchemist be the offlane that PVISION is presenting.
Yeah, I think that's the most likely scenario. I think I remember, though, 9 class playing that Enigma a couple of times as well on the 4. So I don't think that's going to happen here. I think this is just the offlane duo. But that is an option as well with this PVISION Enigma.
Yeah, since Alchemist's numbers got a little bit nerfed on the acid spray, I don't think we have seen the hero really pop off on carry at all. So I think this hero is probably just a support, as you said, right?
Actually, Ame was playing it today. Yeah,
Ame played it today?
Spirit
Oh, wow.
with it, I believe.
Okay, I mean, then I'm wrong. Then this could actually be a flex towards you, and then it's even stronger.
I just love the patch that we are getting at this TI. Anything is viable.
Yeah,
that's how it
feels really good.
In the group stage especially, that's where everything comes out, right? All the unique ideas.
So diverse.
But are we really going to run Alchemist Clock support? That sounds a little weak. I mean, you can make up for it with the right core picks, but it does limit what works,
well,
I would say.
What's the idea behind the clockwork here? Like, not amazing into Marcy, not amazing into Phoenix. Like, what's he setting up for?
I think they're cooking something here. I don't think it's Alchemist support anymore. I believe it's a carry and it's a support Enigma maybe, and they're setting up for something else.
And for Nigma, I really like this. Now with the Storm, like there is no reliable catch for you. Like these heroes are complete food throughout the game. You have to protect yourself a little bit. Puck is banned already. Is there something else that you have to worry about?
Ember is what I would be looking at into this.
Oh, PVISION.
Yeah, exactly. I guess it's what, like, so far it looks pretty good as an answer to the Storm Spirit because, as you mentioned, the puck is out. Another one that is also interesting is Queen of Pain, but some Storm Spirit players, and probably especially Sumail, it's a signature hero, he'll be fine in that matchup. And
do you care about Coral Storm here? Like, is that maybe an option?
It has become less popular since the recall got nerfed. You can still play it maybe with recall or Solar Bind. You're saying this because they also have GH in the team, right?
Yeah.
And like it's a classic.
And
It
it's
could be
still
really
cool with the Storm. I mean, you don't give the 10 amounts of Chakra Magics, but...
Yeah, I mean, that was a busted patch. But they go for the Bane instead.
Yep.
Which, I mean, how do you guys feel about this? I mean, it's usually a sub that struggles against summons. The Enigma offlane, is that not pretty good against the Bane?
Maybe they're gonna run the Bane in the other lane and just pick it for
put the Phoenix into
controlling
the
the carry slash the canceling the black hole. Like, it's a pseudo counter to the black hole at least. It's also pretty good against a player like Satanic, right? You just make sure you have something to control this guy. They also did play the Bane in their last series where they won.
It also adds one more dimension of the BKB black hole cancel, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
So now the Enigma is like even double countered. And in that regard, with the Phoenix laning against the Enigma, I like it a lot, actually.
I'm curious what PVISION has cooking here, because it doesn't make much sense to me if you're just going to run Enigma offlane from the first pick, and then your 2 melee supports that offer very little damage early on needs kind of a good lane to have impact, right? So, and then you have this pick right here, the 18 pick, needs to be something pretty impressive, I would say.
And they go with the Void Spirit. Okay, I mean, I resonate with what you're saying, what you said here. And to me, with those two melee supports, if this is melee support duo, the Void Spirit is looking a little bit odd because the damage can be a little bit low from their side. They could have taken something like a Queen of Pain instead, for example.
And this is most likely Axe build, right? Like, you're playing into Storm, into all of these heroes. Is it a Void Spirit Axe build?
I would say in this case, because enemy team also has a Phoenix and some healing, and you're already lacking the damage, you have enough lockdown, I would say the Vessel is almost mandatory. That's what many Void Spirit players on mid go for, because the hero is really good at initiating and giving position to your team and like being sustainable, but what the hero really lacks is damage. So usually, if you don't go for this Vessel build, it might feel a little bit too slow. And maybe if this Elk actually goes support, maybe he's buying the Aghanim for the Void.
Yeah, there you go. Because I'm still worried about the Storm Spirit. It's Sumail Storm Spirit on the other side, and right now I truly don't see the biggest answer to him, through the game at least.
Yeah, I can definitely see your point.
Do you think they are gonna put, as Nigma, are they gonna put Marzi offlane on noob, perhaps here, and then they're still lagging their carry?
I mean, that is something that PVISION keeps in mind. They ban out the Lone Druid, so they are on the same train of thought.
That's the luxury of having second pick here, right? The draft for Nigma is keeping it open, and they can pick a lot of things on offlane. If they even consider to flex the Phoenix to a core role, they can pick even more. So it's really nice for Nigma on this last pick. And advanced.
Oh wait, you guys are considering an offlane Phoenix as well then?
I'm not sure if they're ready to play it.
I don't know. Kuro seems to have a lot of fun with this.
He's having a good time.
But I think the last pick for PVISION needs to be something, again, that can benefit from the Aghanims of Alchemist, right? Because now it's not really impressive. You're going to give Axe to Void Spirit, okay, that's nice, but then what? Enigma is not that game-breaking that you want to pick Alchemist for it, right?
Yeah.
Same with Clock. So you need another hero where it benefits and you need a win condition for PVISION.
Or here you decide to put the Alchemist carry, if they rate that. In that case, they would just pick a ranged +5 here, probably, and put the Clockwork on 9 class.
What about Silencer last pick then? That's GigaChat Silencer pick, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, it sounds very good. You have the global against the Bane, against the Egg, against the Storm. If they want to consider this round, the lane is good. No, it's Medusa.
Okay.
It's not the case. Wow.
Never mind.
It gives Axe Medusa. It's pretty good.
It's so damn greedy. Like, looking at this draft, it's insanely greedy.
I mean, if Enigma wins his lane, it doesn't have to be that greedy, because then he will sort of draw a lot of attention to him, right?
I mean, yeah, for sure.
I feel like there's some copium coming.
No, not at all.
I mean, the PVISION we have seen in the prior series that they really feel comfortable with their map play and having a strong win condition. So this is what they're kind of doubling down here with the Medusa pick. But yeah, I agree that in mid game they're fighting and the damage might be a little bit low because of that.
I feel like
Sven as an answer.
Gyro was banned, Sven was still left in the pool. They go with that. It's probably the best remaining hero in the lane and post laning stage for them.
If I was in this game If I was playing some Bane and this is my pub, I'd be very happy. I'll double down, I think.
You double down? Actually.
I have the Marcy in the off lane. He's going to go Dominator. He's going to destroy this game, you know?
Oh, yeah?
I have Maelstrom on mid.
Did we see? Is it going to be... oh, yeah, it must be Marcy off lane, right? Because he locked the Phoenix in safe lane.
Noob is playing the Marcy. And
okay.
We've talked a lot about having the Dominator on especially Marcy today. What was the solution? Is there a solution on the side of PVISION?
Well, let's see if Medusa is the solution. He picked Medusa into it.
He did.
Yeah, right now I'm not seeing the solution. To the Marcy and Dominator, I'm not really seeing it. This is PVISION. They like to cook. Sometimes they put a bit too many spices. Maybe they can execute this. But right now I'm seeing a very standard, very solid draft from Nigma and something that's a little bit too much out there from PVISION.
It's so hard to play Nigma this game. I think you're playing into Bane and Phoenix, right? You can get jumped by Storm. You can die in 1 second from Marcy and Sven. But still, so much weight is on your shoulders on this Enigma this game. You have to land Black Hole on these cores because otherwise they're going to kill everybody. So I think it's such a hard Enigma game, but you just have to hit the holes.
You're going to get the eggs, man.
That's a tough position to be in as Enigma, I think.
It seems like everybody on the side of Nigma Galaxy has a way to interrupt that Black Hole, right? Other than the Phoenix.
You need the BKB, but even then, there's
still grip.
Yep. There's still grip?
There's still grip, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of players that say then you just don't play for the Black Hole. You play for your Eidolons, but then you're up against this
Helm of Dominator.
You might actually play for the Helm of Dominator. Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to see on the Enigma. I'm really excited, especially about the mid, the Storm versus Void Spirit. It's always a really, how to say, explosive matchup to watch, and I think we're going to see a lot of 3 versus 3 skirmishes on mid. They're going to dictate the game.
Okay, that means we got an action-packed game coming, potentially, hopefully. That's what we like to see, and that's what we like to hear, especially with OD Pixel and Fogged on the mic.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, should be a pretty exciting game, pretty exciting series, this one. Nigma Galaxy up against PVISION. Fogged, what do you make of the approach from both of these teams? As we sort of heard from the panel, PVISION seems like they're pretty relaxed. They're like, hey, you know what? We're going to be able to farm up, go the greedier route on this. Whereas Nigma Galaxy, they've got a lot to play with, a lot of action, a lot of ways to sort of jump around the team fights, and they're going to be kind of slippery.
Yeah, absurd burst, crazy kind of like elusive heroes as well with the Marcy jumping in the Storm, having control, like ways to jump in and out, and limited control in a way on the side of PVISION. This is going to be an interesting one. I think I'm with the panel going with them with how I feel like the Enigma has to have a fantastic lane, and the Void Spirit in particular. And even then, I have some concerns. I feel like this is a dream scenario for the side of Nigma Galaxy this time around. But they're playing to PVISION, so let's see what we got going.
That's the thing right now. PVISION definitely coming into this tournament considered to be one of the strongest or stronger of the teams here at on this road to TI. Obviously, Nigma Galaxy, a lot of people having a lot of hope for them, and that hope definitely paid off in the first series we saw from them today. They looked pretty darn good in a lot of those moments.
My worry really is for PVISION is like, if the Void Spirit struggles, where's damage going to come from? Early game. Later game, sure, Deuce is going to be able to have that, but your Alchemist and your Clockwork's damage that they provide is quite limited in comparison to a lot of other these spellcasting 4s, so let's see what we do get.
I'll push back into the concoction, but they won't chase up to the high ground. It's going to be the 2 for 2 on the bounties.
Because I see such explosive damage coming from the side of Nigma Galaxy this time around.
And they still want to try and play around them here, Noob and Omar, but yeah, with Satanic coming across, no chance to find any sort of first blood activity.
And let's see, is DM queuing up the Dominator? I'd imagine like 99% chance.
Yeah, how many Dominators are we seeing this game?
At least 1, 2, probably just 2.
Okay.
And let's see how the lanes do go, right? Let's see how DM is able to handle the lane versus the Sven with the Alchemist behind him. Because sometimes it has been, oh yeah, I got a big spike as well too. Packet loss, I believe. Yeah, let's see if they can sustain. Because sometimes, you know, the Enigma lane, it's because he's very good versus the carry in particular, that they can't actually kill the Eidolons, or he has a really strong 4 position that allows him to protect, like old school Tinies in particular. Not sure how Alchemist is going to be able to contribute as much.
Yeah, how have you been sort of rating the few games that we've seen at the Alchemist support right now in this kind of meta?
It does
look
like
good.
Yeah, it just... how much he's going to be able to actually provide to assist DM up here in particular. I guess they can shove the wave constantly, and they will be able to throw out like a stun or 2 to protect, but how can he save the Eidolons when they make the move onto them?
Well, it's true, between sort of the AoE of GH and the burn, and Ghost obviously with the cleave down the line.
Like, PVISION has been probably the best team with Enigma for some time, right? They're one of the only teams that just will first pick it, right, for DM. He's very confident in it, so I'm yeah, curious to see how that's going to end up going. And then, yep, look at the other lanes, right? We have the Spirits in the mid lane. Sumail definitely feeling super confident into limited disables until Ag's Void Spirit comes on later down the line. But yeah, it does feel like they've got, a nice well-rounded draft on the side of Nigma Galaxy in terms of BKB piercing disables, explosive physical damage.
Well, let's have a look.
Yep.
Like I say, Sumail Storm, one of the classic combos of all time.
So a bit interesting to point this one out too is that Noob is going for the pick-me-up facet rather than the fleeting flurry, even in the, as in the core in particular. So
okay, I mean, what is he looking to sort of make in terms of play? Is this sort of aggressive moves, or do you think we're going to see it more kind of used to save, bail people out?
I usually just see the chorus in particular just go for the fleeting flurry because it's just so much potential damage and the way that it increases when you use your rebound as well. I'm not sure. A bit interesting to see.
Now we'll see what sort of saves or initiations he can make with that. Bringing in.
I mean, at the end of the day,
bringing out a teammate.
Yeah, at the end of the day, right, he can do some pretty ridiculous saves, but it's just curious to see that he wants to go for that one when there's that limited disable we were talking about, right? Like, if I saw a lot of stuns, then I'd be like, okay, sure, he's going to want to bail Sumail out in some situations, but they have a sleep as well, so they have a disengage with that that can potentially save people as well. So, yeah, we'll see what the approach is. Cool to see.
Now looking at the lanes so far, Sumail getting that edge in the mid.
Yep.
13-2 against the 7-0. And is this to sort of be expected to continue? Or do you think that this is a matchup that can actually go both ways?
For me, I tend to prefer the Storm versus this matchup, but I think Void Spirit can hold his own. It's a skill matchup for sure.
Yeah, bottom lane. First blood here for Nigma Galaxy. Ducalis getting caught a little too far up.
Top lane, decent chunk of damage. Ghost does get the point in Warcry at level 2 to stop versus the stun damage, the physical that can come out between the two. Been able to get a couple of these Eidolons.
So far, not proven to be too much pressure for Ghost on the Sven.
No, not yet.
13-3 against the 7-7 that DM's managed to achieve.
It's hard for them to ever go aggressive onto him, right? If Fire Spirit onto the Eidolons, pretty much will just stop any aggressive move in particular.
I sense distortions in the void.
And the bottom lane.
He's already gonna have that helm, or the Helm of Iron Will pretty soon. The power of Marcy as well too. You just special delivery comes to you instantly.
Gonna get the drag back here onto Satanic. Good control as well. Satanic gonna take quite a bit of a beating.
So much damage.
Cogs are down. We'll be able to hold back Noob and Omar, so Satanic will survive, but running very low on the resources now after that. Pretty much completely out of mana. I do still have a Mango ready on Ducalis. A couple of sick charges on Satanic, but not a lot, so has to be careful down here.
They can potentially go again. They have a big wave here. They've got the Healing Lotus as well they can throw onto Noob. Might be thinking about it.
Yeah, Ducalis just in position to try and stop Nigma Galaxy from being able to close that gap.
That is the really nice thing about Clockwork versus Marcy. You've got these cogs to be able to just have that distance body, push him back, or push her back if she does jump in.
Yeah, it can definitely mess with the rebound when you're trying to run in and get that started. See rotation coming in from 9 class. It's the concoction in onto Noob. Cogs are down. They've trapped the Marcy. They'll get the kill.
Very cool rotation. Really like that from 9 class. Totally unexpected. Really, I don't think that anyone saw that coming. Ducalis even be like, oh, yeah, nice. And top, they actually have the lane in a good position too, so DM is not getting punished
he's chilling.
for that movement either.
I'm definitely seeing, she said, the strength of DM on his Enigma. Very, very comfortable and ready to play against whatever lane gets thrown against him.
He's just done a great job of keep the lane in this position, really. I think it's been there, I believe, the last 2.5 minutes that I've seen, so just keeping it denied back so he can get that extra farm and not be at risk of feeding Eidolons or feeding away his life.
Still, the biggest difference right now being that of the mid lane Sumail.
Yeah.
A good amount of CS here ahead of no one.
And a game where we have to just keep talking about it. Some lack of disables, even if there's going to be an Aghanims gifted to a Void Spirit at some point for the silences. Definitely ways that Sumail can play around.
Because who are you sort of looking to try and bring in towards this mid, or to try and threaten the Storm? Or have you just sort of lost that opportunity to do so, considering your supports this game and the fact that Sumail is very close to hitting the 6 already?
We're probably going to see a 3v3 in the mid lane at that 6-minute mark for the rune. They're probably just both going to duke it out because they both have ways to disengage versus the supports. But Sumail is going to have this edge in terms of having that level 6 pretty much done after this wave.
Yeah, he's gonna be slippery.
Yeah, no one is not gonna have it just yet. So he actually might have the advantage here on the side of Sumail with any rotation that comes in. Courier.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Omar will be able to take that one out. Dive top. 9 class is here.
See what they can get done. It's a lot of damage onto Ghost. Body blocks as well there from 9 class. Trying to buy time for DM to get in with the Malefice. The summons are up. The Eidolons finished the job.
Very well played. That top lane, it's going really well. This is the lane that they needed to go well, and it is absolutely doing so right now. Very well played between 9 class and DM, and I think that, yeah, I mean, his Dominators went 600 away, and 9 class looks like he wants to continue just wanting to try to make these moves.
Nice room for Sumail if he wants to make an early move, or just to continue to pump up the farm, gets the Arcane secured.
He's got Soul Ring too, so could look to make for potential move.
That's difficult on mid now. No one's got the 6 as well, so Astral Steps will be at the ready.
Not onto the mid, but could perhaps onto one of these side lanes if he sees an opportunity.
And looks like he just wants to keep the pressure on towards no one in mid. Sumail popping the Arcane and keep the wave shoved in.
They're charging the stuns top constantly. Ghost is no longer really farming that safely anymore. Seeing Sumail look to make that rotation to help him out.
See if you can catch them. It was underneath the ward, so PVISION know what's up. Still though, 9 class caught by the stun into the damage from Sumail and GH. They'll be able to make a quick kill out of the rotation from the Storm.
Holds his TP as well, so he's able to go back if he needs to. It's around the Wisdom Rune, so is Sumail actually considering
He's still got a little bit of mana. It's kind of risky.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit too low on the mana to try and contest that. So DM will get the room to take it. 6 online now for him.
Nice move from Sumail, but a move that it felt like he kind of needed to do to help out Ghost, because Ghost, as we see, he is starting to struggle quite a bit in terms of the CS. Quite a bit behind. Oh, and he just got his big neutral stolen from the Rocket. And he didn't pick up the Mad Stone, so it's on the floor. Now he noticed.
There we go.
There we go. Did lose the big creep, though. And Satanic, at this point, he actually did not really get pressured that hard. After surviving the initial go, he's now back up to full mana. It's hard for them to set up this pressure, move on to him now, and it's actually no one who's looking to make the move.
Let's see what they can get here. Nightmare to hold him back, and it should be enough to stop no one from considering going any further for this. Further back up coming in from Nigma Galaxy.
He's here. He's got the pick-me-up. He's got the Dominator.
It's a difficult kill, though. With the 2 charges of Astral Step at the ready, can they burst through him somehow? They can't. He's able to get the shield off, away with it to simulate in a step. At this point, it's just a difficult kill.
Yep.
Before they have sort of like the 6 on the Bane, no one, he's going to have that luxury of escaping most of the time.
And they show 4 heroes, so a lot of information given to the side of PVISION, how they want to play around it. Quick smoke. Looks like they do want to continue to try to make this move, find plays around this Dominator, I'd imagine.
It's still not super easy to make get the chance to get these kills against the cores. We'll see if they can succeed. Looking for Satanic.
There is Unleash available, so if he does show, he does not have Stone Gaze either. He's going to show in the second split shot.
I'm not going to look for the setup with the sleep. Buys time for Noob to close in. Is there going to be any TP backup coming into play to try and help Satanic out? Doesn't look like it. They're letting the Medusa go down here on the bottom lane, as there'll be no attempt to save the carry. Satanic will fall.
Yeah, no points. I think maybe if he had that point in the Stone Gaze, maybe he calls for some type of assistance, but he did point that secondary point away in, and a nice move. They showed 4 in mid and instantly just smoke and look for a secondary one, so looking to play that tempo on the side of Nigma. PVISION, though, will be able to get their own tempo play. Top tower is claimed very early on from DM.
Yeah, DM's still very much chilling. And with the start that he's had on the Enigma, he's going to begin to take over quite a large amount of this top side of the map.
No, absolutely. Curious to see what route he wants to go down fully, because as they mentioned, it's a tough game in terms of getting Black Hole off, right? He's playing versus the Phoenix, he's playing versus the Bane, he's playing versus the Storm, who can zip in from distance and pull. So, see if he does go down maybe more auras, or what it's going to be for the side of DM in this game.
A close start so far.
Yep. 9 class, he's queuing the Ags, of course. We also are seeing no one is queuing up the Ags himself, too, so he's not going down the Vessel route this time around that we've seen a lot of the Void Spirits do. Maybe just feeling like he wants that silence as fast as possible.
10-minute power in. It's going to be up top somehow. He's going to try for the play onto Ducalis. Ducalis Fallen Samel's got enough mana to keep himself safe. Good jump here onto the river. Noob coming in from the other angle. Catches DM by surprise and caught in the river. DM is going to drop the black hole onto the two of them. They've got enough damage to bring down Omar, but after the black hole comes to an end, DM cannot escape, and Noob's able to get the kill. So not only getting the kill out of this, I mean, no one's going to try and make the jump on a GH, but hasn't got enough burst. Dissimilate does dodge the jump in from Noob. But that's the black hole down, and they only get a support kill from it.
They're getting a lot done with the two supports plus Noob right now. As I would imagine, that's exactly what they wanted to do. They're starting to get space for Ghost to catch back up. The attention's being pulled away from the Sven. And it's a Sven, so he's going to catch up very, very fast if he does get left alone when they make these moves on other sides. So playing to their strengths. Play around that Dominator hero. Play around the Marcy.
We should be able to see both carries farm at quite a comparable rate between the Sven and the Deucer on opposite sides of the map, both getting decent amounts of space now.
Just harder for them to, I would say, make space for Satanic on the side of PVISION in terms of their core heroes. Like they can't really just force the issue, while on the side of Nigma they can actually just force the issue of towers because they just have much stronger team fight.
Nigma trying their best to hold this tower, but PVISION with the push.
Nice snipe.
We'll be able to finish it. No one gets to touch.
Very nice step forward to get that last hit. How are the stacks looking? Doesn't look like too many on... Actually, good on either side. Much less than I would have anticipated from most of these games with the Sven and Adusa, but perhaps that's going to build up very quickly.
Samel, more than happy to continue to look for opportunities to get aggressive. Has the backup of GH with the Supernova ready to pop. Eyes on no one.
Tough go. Do they have Fiend's Grip available?
Not quite.
They don't.
Yeah, Omar's still a little bit short of the 6.
When they've got Fiend's Grip, they can absolutely threaten kills onto no one.
And Noob wants the tower. He's going to come up with the Unleash, see what sort of reaction they get from PVISION. Smoke's coming in. PVISION, do they want to try and fight into this? No one's going to try and slow them down with a Remnant. Noob's got the job done, takes the tower. PVISION not able to fight this.
No, fighting into this 4-man squad right now is quite difficult. Unleash has worn off. Fiend's Grip is available though, and they do have Egg available too, so.
Let's see from the side here.
See what they
Nine Class. Get the concoction off on towards Noob. They'll drop the Malefice as well, but he rebounds away. Nine Class trying to chase him down here. Mr. Carlos, he's ready to block him off. Moves in, Noob, no chance of escape. It's PVISION. We'll be able to push Nigma Galaxy out of the jungle.
Good catch, and they have Satanic in the meantime farming the triangle too, so kind of perfect timing for them to be able to find that catch. Does require all 4 just to push the Marcy out, but either way, it was Nigma who was the ones trying to invade, and they get pushed away. And that is 2 components for no one. He's actually getting pretty close to the Aghanims.
Of course, they'll have to be careful now. Once again, the black hole's going to be back online for DM. Samel looking for a solo play down bottom. He's got enough with the final Remnant to burst through 9 Class.
Sumail is going to be definitely a big issue.
I mean, they're pretty much, he's going to be the #1 black hole target, right?
I would imagine so, yeah. And again, just not the easiest one. If Supernova gets laid down, you usually can't just black hole the Fiend's Grip threat. There's a stun from Sven.
3K lead for Nigma Galaxy, just getting that little bit more out of the map with each moment.
The important thing is, too, is like you're mentioning, you know, Sumail might get the focus of that black hole being thrown at him, and then that's going to be the dream for Ghost. Because Sven's nightmare really is you BKB, run in, and you get black holed. It's going to give Ghost potential, just freedom to run into these fights if Sumail is bringing that much attention. And Ghost is now top net worth since he's been left alone for some time.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful. PVISION between sort of the use of the black hole and the stone gaze. That they have at least one of them as kind of like the anti-team fight or a way to disrupt Nigma Galaxy's attempts to jump them in any sort of team fight situation.
Yeah.
Without those 2, it's a high chance that these cores are going to run rampant.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting, a pretty explosive mid to late game, it feels like, that we're culminating for. As we do have a bit of a slower one than we've seen in a couple of these games, 4 to 6 right now. Satanic does have that timing finished up for the Manta. And I think for PVISION, the big timing really is going to be the Manta plus the Butterfly, since he's playing versus, yes, it's 3 damage-dealing cores, but not really one that's going to build something that's going to pierce through that yet until later on.
Omar, new planet safe there. Did get their hands on Ducalis, but they don't want to try and force anything against the threat of the black hole. Indeed, Samel, he just continues to find these supports solo.
11 galvanized. It is starting to rack up.
See top lane Ghost. Trying to make his attempt onto Satanic, but the Stone Gaze is up. Just enough mana to pop that and run away. Satanic escapes.
The playmaking just, I think until the Void Ags comes out, it's pretty lackluster for the side of Parry, for the side of PVISION. As we're seeing Nigma, they're able to make these moves and threaten a little bit easier at the moment. But I do think, yeah, when that Axe comes out, you're going to see PVISION look to play quite a bit more aggressive. But until then, let's see what they're able to find. They are getting to sit back. You know, the panel had mentioned it. It is a bit of a greedy draft that they have gone for this time around, and they are getting some time to chill back, but Nigma is getting that growth a little bit more during this downtime.
And they're going to get that solid BKB timing coming around the corner here for Noob.
Ags is done, so no one. He does have that finish now, so likely to get involved a bit more and maybe look for a potential snipe on Sumail if he doesn't expect it.
Because, yeah, I guess that's the thing. For Sumail, can he get away with kind of the Kaya Sanj and then going to a greedier item, or do you think he still has to get the BKB on top of the Kaya Sanj?
It's a good question. He might go greedy. There's definitely that.
I think that might
potential.
be the temptation.
Yep.
And so far, Sumail having a very clean game. May feel that he's able to play around the threat of the small silences.
He has 2 saves in a way, right?
He does.
He has the pick-me-up and he has the Bane potential sleep, so there's definitely chances.
Almost going to get found. So Takala's trying to chase on for more. Noob able to hold him back with the micro. Gives the space for the rest of Nigma Galaxy to escape. Ghost has now got that blink online, so we'll certainly also be looking for those opportunities to turn up for the team fight. And they had to call them out like that. They're 0% accuracy on the hook shots.
We didn't say it.
Production there being brutal. I'm sure he's saving the good ones.
Okay, now no one. He's shown himself. I think they'd seen it anyway, but he showed himself there on the Watcher. The Aghanims is completely revealed now, so they should be completely aware of it. And yeah, like you said, Ghost now having the blink can definitely look to join these fights a bit easier than Satanic can.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that number advantage could come into play as well. Nope, Sumail's being sensible actually. He's not going green. He's just gonna go the BKB.
I mean, it's as I said, the temptation can be there, but it just takes one team fight where you get caught by a couple of resonant pulses and then you feel like, my goodness, I needed that BKB. Sumail playing it smart, and just as a trio, the 3 cores, right, of Nigma Galaxy. That's going to be their super strong timing they're looking towards next, having those 3 BKBs on the cores. Ghost, ooh, there's an illusion.
They got baited.
It's all right. He's going to be like, boys, I just wanted to use the God Strength to farm anyway. It's fine.
Well, they're flanking potentially here. Ghost is very limited on mana.
I mean, maybe this is the big brain play. They're like, okay, he missed the initiation. Let's try and catch him. But Ghost is like, that was just the beginning. Here's the real damage. Comes in with the jump on towards DM. DM's gone. TP's coming in now. They've got the grip on a no one.
Ooh.
It was the big brain plan from Ghost all along. He went for the jump on the illusion. Tried to kind of play a little dumb, you know, bait them into, oh, look at this guy. He just jumped to the illusion. Ends up with 3 of them dead.
They kind of ganked themselves.
Yeah, they really did. They got too excited there. Said, Ghost, all going to plan.
That was
the plan all along for him.
A literal dream for the Sven. He's like, okay, the most efficient God Strength ever.
Absolutely.
And even making this quick move again, bottom 9 class. Satanic able to hide himself away. They want the big target.
Should be a chance for them to go on this. The initiation. Going forward as well for Noob there and onto Satanic. And he can't get anything off. No more mana to play with. Can't find the chance to pop the Stone Gauge with the mana gone. Omar will die, but again, Nigma Galaxy, they'll take these trades any day of the week. 6k lead and ensuring that, you know, whilst their carry, Ghost, is getting involved in the action, Satanic, he's getting knocked out of the game.
Yeah, they're playing beautifully on the cores and the supports too. That's the thing we also have to factor in always is these supports, they're some of the scarier scaling supports in the game too, for the side of Nigma Galaxy. GH playing his Phoenix, he has Max Sunray already done. He's got the Facet too. That hotspot, it can make a huge difference. Even if, let's say, a Black Hole comes out and the Phoenix isn't egged, he can actually just Sunray and change the tides of the fights as well too. So there's a lot of things that are gonna have to be that we have to keep tabs of, as 6k lead for Enigma is massive, especially before the BKBs are done. Now they're going to have those, and it's going to make it
How do you fight into the BKBs if you're PVISION? You kind of don't want to, right? You've got to now at this point fully commit to this kind of play style where you're just focused on ensuring that Satanic has space and is ready to kind of get you to those later stages and try and ensure that the greediness of the draft pays off in the long run.
It'll definitely be very, very difficult to play around them. They'd have to literally just chain sequence the stuns almost perfectly if they do want to catch one of these kills before they do get it off. And even then it's a risk because there's saves, there's a Bane. There's always that Marcy pick me up. Sumail. Will he get the Arcane Rune as well?
He's going to get it.
He will.
No one trying with the jump in, but the Ghost is here with the jump himself. Gets him with the stun to Carlos, tries to head over to help out. Will be able to save no one.
Only just, though.
I mean, Sumail's going to still try and chase on potentially. And no one should be fine. Sumail not quite enough mana to continue to go, but they still get a kill, Nigma Galaxy, and PVISION, they're just left with no one having to sort of tuck his tail and run.
It's a bit of the Sumail show, Owen.
It certainly is. He gets his Storm. 406. They don't have enough lockdown for him outside of the big ultimates, and it is showing.
Roche time. They kill it very fast. God Strength still up. They have the Solo Crest plus the sidekick. It's now worn off, but Sumail.
He's got the catch on 9 class.
Jump.
Finds him down bottom, gets that pick off. It's going to continue to slow down this Aghanims that 9 class is desperately trying to farm up for his teammates.
Dude, Sumail definitely gets the TI buff, man. It's real. It truly is. Kill after kill after kill. 16 galvanized stacks, and they're giving him the ages.
There we go.
Big moves. As we see, Satanic is still farming well, but the other two are starting to fall further and further behind.
See if he can do it. You know, Satanic, you got to imagine, he likes a challenge. He's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I like this. We're playing on hard mode today here in this game. Let's see if he can carry this one. As the Medusa, he's carried tougher games in the past, that's for sure.
True.
So absolutely the chance to Satanic could still pull through this game on the Medusa.
Definitely scary versus... If it gets to a point where it's literally a 4 protect 1 and he's playing versus Bane as well too, that's where things, you know, these Medusas can start to not really have that strength because you just get gripped, it burns your mana as well, and they only really will have to go for that target at some points later if they continue to fall behind on the Void Spirit. So these next few moments, I would say, for PVISION is pretty crucial. They have to continue to try to stall.
Oh, they really do. At least until they kind of get their next round of items online right there. So the Aghanim's done from 9 class, so he can get that sent over. DM needs his BKB.
Yeah.
It's coming up to about halfway through it.
But it's not an end-all, be-all BKB,
It's not, right.
This Enigma. There's multiple ways to have it be stopped. If the egg is down, dropping that black hole, or the grip, or just it's immense physical damage that's going to come out from the spending the Marcy early, so. Tormentor claimed. Omar will now be able to farm.
Straight over to the bottom side of the map. Maybe seeing if they can catch 9 class, who's been pushing out these waves.
Oh, they do see him. Does he push up further?
Sumail's
just on him.
And he's got enough mana to close the gap. Concoction coming out. Sumail, easy dodge, stays in on top of the Alchemist. Backup's coming in now for 9 class. Tukalis will be enough to stop them from chasing. So he'll get out this time alive, 9 class.
Nice, Sumail, just fancy footwork.
And just showing how scary multiple areas of the map are right now for PVISION. They've got to be careful.
19 galvanized. He does have an absurd amount of mana regen at this point. What, 24? So can look to continue pressuring no one. Trying to push the limits. Can't find a catch just yet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And I saw Noob was debating between builds. Did he actually end up going for the Basher, or is he going Aghanims?
I think he's coming in for the Aghanims, right?
Oh, that's devastating for Void Spirit in particular. If he does want to go for that. These constant silences that pulse is pretty crazy.
He's going to try and, of course, get the Manta online to have some sort of an answer, but that's only going to allow you the answer for one of those pulses.
Yeah.
Then you've got to really consider if you're going to try and fight into the remaining silences, or if you just have to bail out the team fight whilst that ult's going on.
Oh boy, he's got it done. And they even have what, greater healing lotuses. This is, I mean, Nigma's looking for the fights. Level 18 on the Sven. Blink BKB ready, queuing up the MKBs next as they saw the butterfly done. Sumail starting to poke.
Satanic pretty tanky with the effective evasion of the butterfly, but is he tanky enough to live through this? Ghost is in with the jump. Satanic, he's gone. The butterfly evasion, not enough to save him against these two. Yeah, they only need a few hits to come in from Ghost, and this Medusa's toast.
Nice.
See what they go for next in Nigma Galaxy with the remainder of the smoke.
They're so confident with their plays. You can see how they know their strengths at this timing, especially with these BKBs finished. But Sumail in particular, just every time he sees a target, he's just jumping them. It's catching them off guard because of the distance. And now look at the defensive posture from PVISION with the Dusa dead.
I see a big jump up here now for no one. Does get the Aghanims gifted to him, so gets that 4,200 gold back for himself, allows him to finish the Manta immediately, and puts him well on the way to getting the first component of the Lincoln Sphere.
That will be nice.
So 9 class coming in there, but of course does mean that you know, you're trying your best here to fuel this Void Spirit into success, but it's not going to be easy because you're trying to do it against a Storm. You know, the 4-level difference right now between Sumail and No One.
Also, now at this point, just look at the networks. You essentially now have 2 dead heroes, and the enemy supports are incredibly strong.
And with the BKB, Sumail commits him for the grab onto 9 class.
I don't know, it feels like the 9 class is now a creep, and they have a Clockwork who is almost essentially a creep too. This is, if they can do this, it's going to be very impressive with this kind of almost like 2.5 versus 5-man lineup at this point now.
Definitely feeling like the Greed's been punished this game by Nigma Galaxy.
Some really good moves. I mean, in particular, Sumail just having an absolutely explosive game. But just the persistent moves from them, they're all connecting.
Trying to make the jump onto Omar, but Omar's got backup. Well, looks like the backup's not going to help him, actually. The backup was like, you know what, we're good. Nigma Galaxy, they want to play it sensible. They don't want to try diving the tier 2s. They'll let Omar fall.
All of PVISION shows up to defend that tower. They're going to lose their Bane.
Yeah, they're going to be cautious now as well with the Aegis expiring on Sumail. And obviously his BKB still on cooldown for 40 seconds. So don't wait for that to come back up. Sumail will have a regen rune to fight with.
Do we have a rune counter by any chance? Because I swear I think Sumail's gotten a vast majority of them.
I don't think many have ended in No One's bottle, that's for sure.
This feels like he's been literally just controlling every single one of them, if not maybe missing one of them, maybe 2. Okay.
7k lead here for Nigma Galaxy. And some progression for PVISION. On Medusa, we have Satanic picking up the Diffusal Blades. Going to look to get into the Skadi next himself. And DM very close to having the BKB.
Okay.
So maybe then sort of between kind of the 2 of them in particular, really, the Enigma and the Medusa, they can piece together a fight where they can get the setup for Satanic to do the damage. So it's going to be tough, especially against Ghost. He's incredibly beefy right now on the Sven.
It's going to have to be picture perfect. If they can get the fights before the MKB comes out too, that's where the Dusa can potentially just have that evasion kick in. They also do have good vision down here. This one is not spotted. So it is giving full tabs of where Ghost is. This is a chance of them potentially getting a big kill.
Full Parasma on Sumail.
Throws out a rocket. That'll reveal the positioning. So that Parasma's done, and the MKB is quite close too for Ghost, so they are going to have these extra big damage tools.
If they get the jump, it doesn't matter what the hero is, right? Even onto the Medusa. Between the MKB Sven, the Parasma Storm, Satanic's going to die very quickly.
Yeah, and then throwing the Marcy on top too, that's AoE silencing and also contributing a lot of damage too.
I mean, they have to somehow bait Nigma Galaxy into jumping the Medusa whilst DM is in prime position to come in with the counterplay. The black holes have to be immaculate from DM this game.
Power Rune, they're looking to invade PVISION. It's a very aggressive move.
Look for the jump onto Noob, but BKB's there. He's out of this.
Satanic waiting, not showing himself just yet. Force the BKB. Looks like they'll wait for the 80 seconds likely on the side of Noob to have that one finished up too. And he's also about to have Bastard too, so they are going to hit these timings when that BKB does come back up. PVISION, No One, he is very close to his linkings too, which will be very helpful. There is quite a bit of ways to break it though, we do have to mention. You know, Enfeeble, one of the best tools always. And MKB is done, so they've got that. Yeah, they've got that itemization. Just gonna have to see how these big team fights, how the execution's gonna be there. So many eyes on DM.
Yeah, it really is. It's, as I said, if we get the black holes, there's a chance. If we're not getting the black holes, I don't know how PVISION can turn this. Full disperser on Satanic. So again, if they can get that set up, get that black hole into a stone gaze, there should be time for Satanic to clean up a fair few of the heroes.
He is starting to rack up. He is also, though, the thing I didn't mention this one until now because it's not like he was doing much damage, but something we always have to factor in is Warcry. Level 20, hit on the Sven. It's an absurd amount of defensive. It's 22 armor on the entire team.
Yeah, they're beefy.
So these next few moments are pretty crucial. How long till that rush? Pretty soon. Nigma's starting to get prepared for it. DM doing a nice job with Eidolons here. I see him do this, I think, 3rd or 4th time, just splitting up, trying to get this extra information for the team.
PVISION? I think they'll definitely be tempted to try and contest the Roshan. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
They're not going to just let Nigma Galaxy take that when it's up.
I wouldn't imagine so. I mean, Satanic is strong. Don't get me, like, his farm is very, very, very high. It's just, if it's even able to get this positioning and have the backup, because, as we said, the supports are just, they're literally just going to throw out a buff onto their core, and then that's going to be it, pretty much. A Solar Crest, and then maybe a potential hook shot during a BKB. That could be pretty huge. I mean, if Ducalis is able to get one of those off, but hasn't been able to much.
There we go. Nigma Galaxy.
Every item timing. They even have the harpoon, so an extra one on top too.
Hit the scan as well. Both teams have. So might see PVISION be able to set up in preparation for this smoke move. Got the high ground.
Got pretty decent positioning here.
It's a good wraparound for Nigma Galaxy though. Going pretty deep here to try and strike from an angle that PVISION may not expect. There's the jump. It's going to be on a Ducalis. Now they're looking to move over towards DM, trying to stay on top of the Enigma. DM's going to put the black hole in the BKB. He's got the lockdown. Locking down the Sven. If they got enough damage to kill Ghost, they have. And Ghost survives throughout the black hole. Noob as well starting to heal up the egg. Is it going to succeed? It is. The stun connects into the Fiend's Grip onto Satanic. PVISION, they tried to take a fight. They get the black hole control on the Ghost, but the damage is just not quite there. Nigma Galaxy come out on top of the team fight. No one. He's desperately trying to scramble for some sort of kill at the back of the fight, but they cannot find it. And now 9 class also in trouble. The TP out for no one will get him out of there, but I think with that sort of playing out as it did, it just shows that the lead that Nigma Galaxy have, it's just that little bit too much right now. It doesn't even matter if they get this kind of full duration lockdown onto the Sven. They couldn't quite kill him, Fogged.
No, they honestly, such beautiful positioning from them. The Sven is the only one to be in that spot really to get black hole, but he got his buffs off. He got the war cry off. He got solar crested afterwards, and you could see, yeah, he was getting focus hit from Satanic, but he wasn't dying.
Yeah, they got a lot of damage onto him. It just wasn't enough.
No.
See again, you know, DM keeping his cool even though they were jumping him. Gets the lockdown off and they have Satanic in position, but not quite enough to kill Ghost. And then at this point, the fight, panic sets in, right? The Supernova's there. They've only really got Satanic getting a few hits onto it. The grips at the ready to come in afterwards to ensure that there's no escape for the Deucer. Nigma, just a step ahead in the game and in this fight in particular. Despite, you know, PVISION's best efforts to try and prepare for this. They knew this was coming, but Nigma Galaxy striking from an angle that they weren't completely prepared for, PVISION.
Yep. Just, yeah, great positioning across the board. And Ghost, he clicked his buttons in the right order, right? Sometimes we have seen, even in these type of situations, they may not click that war criers. He literally just, yeah, he had this plus 22 armor on top of everything, plus all the buffs, and not much more you can ask for on the side of Nigma Galaxy. A perfect fight. 14k lead, they've got the Aegis. 9 class.
They might just get themselves a bit of a freebie here.
Yeah, 3-shotted. Another jump too, Noob. We'll just find some Eidolons.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As we see now so far, the record's been pretty good here for 9 class on the Alchemist, but this game proven to be the toughest one so far on this road to TI.
His moves in the early game were pretty decent, like the first 2 that he made, or first 3, but afterwards it did feel like they haven't been able to make any moves at all. It's just been Nigma dictating the pace of the game.
Especially when you take into account, right, the top lane, there was pressure put on very early on. They take the tower early. Ghost did die in that one incident early on in this game, but since then, you know, the recovery from Ghost has been fantastic. And Samael, yeah, just going completely untouched this game. I mean, it very well could be one of those games where we may just not see Samael die at all on this Storm this game.
Very likely, yeah. I mean, those moves that they made, right? It's like Ghost died, and then they're like, okay, we're going to pressure super hard, and this Sven is going to get space, and it's a Sven. He catch up, and he absolutely did. So this has been, I mean, very nice to watch. You know, this is our first one casting Nigma, and we can see why the hype is coming out so much.
Yeah, absolutely. There's that series that I was hearing good things about earlier against BB Team, and here against PVISION, this game 1's looking pretty hot.
Absolutely. With some signature heroes as well too, right? GH Phoenix, the Storm, on Sumail, the Ghost Sven.
Put the jump onto him. Hook shot into the pullback. That's the Aegis gone.
That's one.
Can they set up somehow for a second attempt? Ghost, he's in with the jump. Finds the Sun onto Satanic. The BKB is there from Sumail. He's ready to get him with the grab. On towards Satanic. They won't fully commit, though. They'll back off Nigma Galaxy.
Able to get that Aegis out pretty cleanly. Ghost still has God Strength. He's lingering in the area.
I have to respect the fact that the Black Hole's back up for DM, though.
Yeah.
So Nigma Galaxy, they'll hold back.
That's a big Sven. They were able to find that Aegis here, but we do see Ghost. He picks up the full Satanic now after that fight. Getting close to 25 as well. Just the 3 right clickers that Nigma Galaxy does have in this game. So he's going to give them that potential for that crazy scaling. Oh, Ghost, we see you.
He's chilling.
He's
low.
You know.
There we go.
Paying homage to a certain somebody that's not here.
Able to harpoon his way down.
Sumail, Wisdom, also getting close to 25. And getting close to, I mean, we have to talk about this too. There's an Enigma on one side.
Yep.
But there's kind of an Enigma on the other side too.
Absolutely. You got that pseudo black hole here with the Aghanims coming around the corner. I mean, this is the thing as well, right? Nigma Galaxy, their 3 cores, they're going to pretty much have the nightmare for the Medusa in the sense that they've all got the gap closed, right? You've got this Blink into Abyssal build that Noob's very close to having completely online, and then obviously a Storm, a Sven with the Blink stun. Like, one of these heroes is going to get on top of your Medusa.
Yep. As long as they don't do it all at the same time, though. That's where PVISION wants it.
DM's ready for that one.
All 3 of you, please jump at the same time. But either way, there's potential for that to get stopped too. Until Lincoln's comes out. If DM is actually able to finish this, it can give at least a little bit of a window for you to get that off. Yes, Bane can still enfeeble and then grip to break since it goes through BKB. Anyway
is that little sort of extra moment that in the mid. Another one here for Ghost and Omar. And a big one as well. That's no one gone.
How much cast range does he have? Yeah, he's got Tumblr's toy with the lens, so just was able to get that gap close. At 60 seconds, no Void Spirit.
Ghost. Starting up here with the Satanic. Satanic's trying to close it with the Stone Gaze. DM's it with the BKB Black Hole. The Sunray heal is coming out. Do they have enough damage to kill Ghost? They got the hook shot stuck control, but Ghost surviving with the BKB. He's living. Finally falls. They get the kill, but can they get anything else? Because they've lost 3 themselves. Satanic now left alone. I see Sumail bail out as the buybacks come in from PVISION. So Satanic will live at the end of it, but that's 2 buybacks.
2 big ones.
Having to be used there by PVISION to get something out of the team fight.
I said 2 big ones. I mean 1 big one. The 9 class one, not too much, but how much time did no one have left on his respawn? It was pretty close.
Yeah, you're right, after dying in the mid lane.
It had to have been just... Yeah, he must have bought back like the last couple seconds of it there. They do get the kill, though.
They get 2 big ones, right? You take out 2 of the cores, which, considering everything else that's gone so far, the way it has this game, it's something for PVISION, but definitely an expensive something. And I guess still at about 50. I guess it's probably about 40 seconds or so. So did still have a fair bit of time left on the respawn before he buys back here. But, you know, they're doing what they have to. You know, they have to black hole the Sven just to have a chance to kill Ghost off, not give him a chance to heal up. Which he nearly does. Very close to nearly surviving through this one.
Yeah, honestly, Satanic getting into range with that Stone Gaze onto GH, stopping the initial Sunray, is probably what allows him to get that extra bit. So, okay, he had about 30 seconds left, so apologies. I thought it was less than that. Satanic was really close to almost dying, too.
Yeah, the buyback's absolutely necessary. Gives PVISION a bit of a chance to prolong the end of this game, but will it get them enough to try and turn? They're pushing down the mid.
They've got the data list. It's almost 25 on Satanic also.
Omar looking for the potential wraparound.
That's the biggest hit that they've been able to get this game.
He's going to get the Nightmare onto Satanic, but a little too far out of the base.
That was pretty huge. That's the biggest hit they've been able to have the entire time so far.
He's popped the Unleash, but can he quite get his hands on anyone? He's got the Blink ready to close in. They'll find Tukal as well. Maybe they won't. The Vortex actually off the mark there from Sumail. He's got a little bit of mana left to play on towards him. They'll get the kill, but now Sumail, pretty low on mana, has to back away from Satanic. No one trying with the chase. DM jumps forward, but it means he gets caught with the bash. Ghost is in on top of them. The BKB's there from DM. He'll get away. The Stone Gaze is out. They've managed to freeze Ghost. Ghost, he's out.
Uh-oh.
A massive kill.
Sumail.
For PVISION. Sumail's going to try for the TP out, but the Remnant grabs him at the final moment.
Owen.
Oh.
Right when they needed it all.
They did. Satanic getting the big money as well there, killing off the 2 of them, Ghost and Sumail.
And he's 25, and he's about to have that talent picked up, and I think he's got, what, a full Scott? He just got a ton of gold. Noob?
He's going to be all right. Nine Class not able to close in with the concoction, but the damage to the base, it's coming.
His TP's on cooldown.
Satanic's pushing in.
Noob has 20-second cooldown TP. He has to run.
And there's no buyback available on Sumail. He's 100 gold short, just under 100 gold short on the Storm, so they're probably just going to have to watch at least his mid-racks go down.
Oh, and that was them chasing for a clockwork.
They chased pretty far. They really wanted the Carlis. It came back to bite them pretty hard, as now that gold lead that they had is pretty much gone, Fogged. And now their tier 4s are in trouble. Satanic is pushing on. He's going to have Stone Gaze back up in 30 seconds.
That truly might haunt them.
They've still got the Black Hole. The buyback gold has been secured. Noob picks up a bounty, gives enough money for Sumail to buy back. And he might just need to. The tier 4s are falling.
Oh, and 20 seconds.
They're going to have to buy back. Satanic's going to look to try and force the end. The fortification's coming to an end. The tier 4s have gone. They've got to do something, Nigma Galaxy. They're losing the throne. There's the buyback. In with the jump. DM backs off. He's got the Black Hole at the ready and catches Sumail. Catches Noob. That's a dieback on Sumail. Ghost tries to make the jump forward and find Dakalis. But can they hold here, Nigma Galaxy, without Sumail on the Storm? Satanic pushes forward. GH able to dive away just in time. Has to egg here against the threat of them finishing him off. Satanic trying to poke continuously at the throne. He'll respect them now. Ghost in with the jump. DM will get the BKB off. He backs away. They're kiting the Sven. That's Ghost gone. No buyback on him. Noob tries to throw his body in to take this engine away from the agent, but it is over. Nigma Galaxy, this is going to be a rough loss for them.
Oh my goodness.
As PVISION turned the game around, and definitely Ducalis on his clock there, getting the last laugh, Fogged. They really wanted him dead. And that the game just completely fell apart.
Going for the 5 position with, what, 6K net worth, they overchase and get completely punished for it. They're going to be kicking themselves a bit for that one, but PVISION, they kept their composure.
They did.
That was wild.
Satanic, I can only imagine as well, but this sort of draft, I feel like this is the draft from PVISION that sort of plays for those moments. They're like, guys, it's going to be fine. There's going to be a point where they're going to make a big mistake.
It's a big
and we're going to walk home the win. And they really did their PVISION. Satanic on the do so, ready to just close the game up when it got to that point, when that sort of mistake was made.
You can see it on their faces.
Oh, absolutely.
Because when the buy, I can see too, when the buyback came out from the voice print, you could see they were like, oh, okay, we forced a buy. We reset the fight a bit there. Noob was like, okay, chuckling a little bit to himself. But then that sequence, chasing the clockwork, oof.
Yeah, that was there. Well, they've given it entertainment so far today, Nigma Galaxy.
True.
Exciting series, I've been told, with the BB versus Nigma Galaxy one was earlier. And then this game one, definitely a haunting sort of excitement for Nigma Galaxy. We'll see if they can pick themselves up after that loss here in game one. And PVISION, I mean, they might just do the still lineup again. They're like, hey, you know what? We'll just play for the fact that a mistake is made, and we're able to take this. Because up to this point, we're going to see some of these earlier moments. This game, I mean, like 90% of this, it was all, maybe even more. It was Nigma Galaxy.
Yep. They had a full rune control, full bounty control too, but Satanic was still farming, but that was just crazy. The way that this last whole situation happened is the craziness. That they chase the 5 position and they lose everything out of it.
Well, we'll see if Nigma Galaxy can pick themselves back up after that rough turnaround here in game one, as PVISION will be able to walk away with the game one victory.
So greedy is what we said. It's like never gonna work. Surely it was too difficult for this Enigma to even do anything. And how will PVISION take this game? And then 1 Aghanim Scepter, 2 Aghanim Scepter. How many were needed in the end? Was he at 4? Was he at 3?
I think it was only 2, right?
I think it was only 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Only 2.
Only
there
2,
you
but
go. He could have gone longer.
They can't keep getting away with this. Like, this is insane. I don't know, like this clockwork, what kind of an enchantment did he throw on Nigma to make them go on him, like Sumail losing all of his mana in this crucial fight? I mean, they lost a couple of fights before that. It wasn't the only one, but that was the last nail in the coffin that completely ended Nigma's hopes for this game. But man, like PVISION, they're just making these drafts work because they know, like we talked during the draft, like they have these ideas. Post 40 minutes, if we get our items, we're gonna win the game. It doesn't matter what happens up to that point, and it feels like Medusa is the best hero for that kind of a style of gameplay.
I feel so bad for Nigma. I generally feel like they played really, really good Dota that game. I think that the moves are crisp, the early game was good, the laning stage looked decent, all this stuff. I hope they're not sweating this too much now, because honestly, to me, what it comes down to the end is just really this one wrong engagement that suddenly made PVISION run down mid, right, and run towards the throne. Like, they had the tools to close this game out, even though, once again, this is also PVISION's strength. They make it hard for you. They really remind me of Spirit at this point, where, like, it feels like you can dominate the game, you can get your 10k lead, 11k lead, 12k lead, but this team will make it hard for you to close the game out. They will play solid, they will play strong, they will not give many openings, and it's stressful. It's stressful for Nigma to play a game like this and now also come out on the bad end of it. And I hope they're like really not gonna crumble to this.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so too. They played really well all game. Were very disciplined, very calculated with their moves. I felt like they were playing calm. They weren't stressing about the Medusa or the Enigma or going late game or anything. They were playing really well. And then suddenly they make this one big blunder where it feels like they are maybe a bit cocky, a bit like, we already won, or we're too far ahead. We can do what we want. Guys, I'm 4k HP on Sven. And he gets caught in black hole and ends up dying. I don't know, it's just a shame. Because I don't think that PVISION should win this game. If it's played again and again and again, I don't think they're going to win that many games.
I just really feel like you have to try so hard to keep your composure and keep your cool. Do not go for that despair jump. Yeah, clock is showing there, but maybe there are people who don't take it or played. He didn't get the BKB off. That's why he died in the end. Like, be really close about these moments. I think, honestly, if I was Kuroki in this moment right now, I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm sure he's going to say the right words. But I would just make sure that my people are in a right mental state. They should be proud of what they did in this game. PVISION is an excellent team, and they just have to accept, okay, you also can miss every shot that you don't take. This one just went wrong. It's okay. In the end, it cost them the throne because, okay, unlucky. But just honestly, I would tell them they don't have to change anything heading into the next game. Keep the confidence up, small adjustments, keep it cool. Just go next.
I will say that I think that what we know from Nigma Galaxy, their vibe generally is pretty relaxed and pretty friendly towards each other, so I'm thinking they can recover from this mentally and can keep their composure. I also say that I don't think that PVISION, I mean, they kind of knew that they should have lost that game. Maybe this was the plan all along, and maybe they knew. I mean, I see you shaking your head.
I don't think they feel like that. No, they don't feel like that.
This is planned all along.
They felt pretty calm, I think, throughout the game. But to touch on what Stormer said is like, these teams are really hard to beat. Spirit, PVISION, Falcons, like they're 60-minute plus games, a lot of them this tournament. So I think it's an important lesson for Nigma to learn if they're going to make it far this event, that you cannot slip up in these situations, right? You got to be disciplined all the way through if you're going to want to win TI, especially this TI. People are so disciplined and they are so confident in their own draft and their own strategies. So yeah, there's definitely some important lessons to learn from this game.
For sure, and one of those moments where Nigma Galaxy was still on point and crisp. Lizard, I believe you wanted to show that.
Yeah, this is how it looked like for them at the beginning, at least. They popped some God Strength, I believe, in the clip that's upcoming. They unfortunately initiate on an illusion, but they still go back and use the smoke to initiate once again, the moment they see a next target, which was really cool. Like, they made their own mistake into a winning play, and that's something that maybe Nigma 6 months ago wouldn't do. They would just go back, run back to their own side of the map, wouldn't really pressure the enemy team after wasting like 50% of the God Strength on a couple of illusions. But this was still, while they were playing really well, and then on top of that they get the Medusa instantly after. They were controlling the game absolutely and completely. But I need to say, PVISION, when it comes to this Alchemist strat, the first series today as well, it kind of looked very similarly. Like the beginning was abysmal for them, and then suddenly Tinker got online and everything changed. So Tinker replaced that for Medusa, and it's a similar story here.
If you think about it, right, this Alchemist strat, you're basically adding all your gold onto Medusa, onto Void Spirit. The other games it was Tinker plus some other hero, and then your net worth, your impact is similar to the Bane, realistically. In the big team fights at the end, Bane, you're not going to do anything. Against Black Hole, against the Medusa Ultimate, like, it's very hard to get spells off on Bane. So maybe it's viable just because the 5s on the other team is not providing anything. He has a Glimmer Cape, Tranquil Boots.
Rip our pubs,
right?
All I'm going to say.
Well, let's learn a little bit more about this Alchemist support and maybe about what you should or maybe should not try at home with Purge.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, I've been watching this all day, and I'm a little perplexed still because, like you guys said, it does look kind of rough in the early game. His impact is usually not so good. I have a bunch of examples from games earlier today and from this series as well, so let's take a look really quick here. In his first match that he played it, I believe, he was playing against a bunch of minus armor. That was a bad time. That makes your ulti not very good. He was basically getting killed at the start of the fights consistently. And even in the late game, this is basically your contribution. You blink, you stun, you acid spray, and you get exploded if they do have a lot of physical damage and burst damage. But this game, the rotations were much better. He did this early rotation at 3 minutes. That plus clockwork meant for a pretty good option of getting a kill, which is really nice. Then he did the rotation for the Sven, managed to find him in the trees here with the acid spray that's invisible from this replay. And then as this transitioned into late game, basically what you're aiming to do is dump your net worth onto one guy. That's really what you're aiming to do here. Here's the Tinker all the way at the top. You're basically taking your net worth, you're adding it to theirs, and then you're allowing them to ideally say, I'm the best player in the world, and I'm going to use this extra net worth to do amazing things. And that usually that works quite well. Like in this case, we actually lost the Void Spirit at the start of the fight, and Medusa didn't actually have an Ags, but he did have that very clutch Dispel here. Look at Satanic Elbow in this position here. Ends up getting Nightmared. He gets hit with the Dispel. That wakes him up. He gets bonus attack speed. He gets movement speed. He gets regen, which isn't very useful, but on some other heroes it is. So you're basically leveraging all that you have to throw a stun, maybe 2 stuns, and then make your other allies better. So if you have the best heroes in the world, or the best players in the world on their positions, it kind of works out. I'm not completely sold on it yet, but it's his new fixation, I guess, and they're winning. So what can you say against it?
I mean, at the moment, the 100% win rate, guys. That's what we learned
well, 2
about
games.
it. 3 games, right?
3 games. 3 games. Oh.
Yeah. It's definitely coming to pubs near you. Sorry, I'm behind. I know he's not going to say sorry for that. That's all good. What I do want to repeat is a question, Lizard, you asked. Because elephant in the room, surely they cannot get away with this. Because they played Series 1 against Heroic. They played Series 2 just now, and they're still in the series, of course, Nigma Galaxy, who on paper are not our strongest team here. So surely other teams wouldn't let them get away with this. Like, how much is it good because they make it work, and how much is it good because of the opponents are not...
I don't think it's the opponents, it's just PVISION. Like, they're gonna do this versus any team, and if the stars align, it's gonna work out for them. They just play these gimmicky niche strats so damn well. Like Slark, if you guys remember, at the beginning everyone was like, okay, what is this? Is this really good? And then everyone started copying it because it was actually valuable. I'm not sure if Alchemist fits the same archetype. I feel like it's still a bit more gimmicky. Slark still, of course, gave so much when it comes to team fighting, when it came to objectively taking the map. But yeah, they have these strats. They make them work. Terribly Dagon, after all. Like, they made that work as well.
They did.
I do feel like if they would play against a team that can keep the composure in these games, because that's what I think it requires from you. Like, you have to not feel pressured by the fact that there's like one big core, you're not able to go high ground. You're supposed to like somehow keep your cool, not stress out, and take despair engagements. I think some other teams might have done a little bit better job at that than maybe the teams today on Heroic and Nigma. Like, as we just saw in the last game, they had the 12k lead. They just did a mistake, and they paid for it. So I think it is a combination of both, but I have to agree with Lizard. I think this team excels at basically being confident in the strategy. Other teams might not play as defense, might lose barracks earlier, etc., etc. But yeah, I wonder if it's really going to get to the stage where it's going to get banned. Like, if you really have had Alchemist and PVISION, that would definitely be a statement. I think 9class would be smiling so much if that happens.
I think it might get banned.
It might.
I also don't know if it's, on the other hand, though, if it's not, I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think so, because these games they played, they won, sure, but they were very close.
Yeah.
And if I think if they're going to be favorites, they're going to win this tournament, they need to be a bit more solid, I think. Like, if they want to win it all, like, I don't think this is good enough. You know, the strategy just doesn't cut it for me. It's not a TI winning strategy, in my opinion.
Is it sustainable for 9class, by the way, playing some Alchemist 10 games in a row? All you do is hit creeps and give out Agnum Scepters.
Again, the argument that I made before still stands, though. I feel like if the game goes to 50, 60 minutes, and the enemy has a position 5, like a Bane or a Clock or some hero like that, or Ogre, or who knows what 5 people are playing, it's hard to have so high impact at that point in the game, right? If you don't have a lot of items, it's hard. But the Alchemist already had its impact. It's on Satanic already. It's on no one already.
True.
Right?
I also think that while they're winning, why change it up? You know, in this best of threes, you do have the chance to lose a game and come back, and that is the situation Nigma Galaxy is in right now. They lost game number 1, but there is still a chance for them to come back. It's going to rely a lot on keeping composure, but these are a bunch of chill guys. And speaking of chill guys, we're going to listen to 2 of them, because Period is a chill guy, and so is Sumail.
Hello, I am here with Sumail from Nigma Galaxy. Sumail, how are you doing today?
I'm good. You?
I'm doing good, thank you very much. Let's talk about Nigma Galaxy's season to this point. How do you feel it's gone for you, say, from the start of the year, both as a player and as a team?
In the beginning, it was a bit rough, I think. We missed out on few qualifiers. And then Amir took a break. Then we got Ghost, and it was looking decent at Blast. After that, it was a bit rough journey, to be honest. Ups and downs. We always felt we were good to like at least make top 6. But I don't think we won a single playoff series, you know? I don't think we have to this day. So that happened. But the past few months have been looking really good, at least in scrims and just team mentality wise. I think that's one thing we have worked on the most. And I think it is also the most important for TI. So let's see how it pans out. But feeling better.
Good stuff. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Let's talk about challenges this year. What would you say as a team has been the one biggest obstacle that you've had to overcome? Not some consistent problem, but just one thing you thought, if we can just get rid of that, we're good.
I think our issue has been we crumble too fast. One bad thing goes for us and it's just downhill from there. And I think that would be the biggest.
And you've overcome that. What I know, GH, I was speaking to him, he was talking a lot about sort of a positive mentality in the team. Is that something you've worked together as a group?
Yes. We have been trying to keep our comms really nice and clean, you know. I'm not saying it's working to a great extent, but you know, that's the biggest thing we have been working on it. It's much better than before, for sure. Because that is the one thing we realized, you know, you can't play really good one day and next day you are just not even close to the enemy team. And yeah, that has been the biggest part of the talks for this bootcamp at least. Not biggest, maybe like 40%. Slightly less than biggest.
Yeah. So what are you expecting to see from the meta here in terms of heroes picked and the way that you expect teams to be playing?
I think it's going to be pretty similar. Every team is good enough to play any hero, and there are certain heroes they're too OP. I don't think there's ever been a patch in Dota where every role has at least 5 really strong heroes. But now Dota's leaning that way, so I think it's going to be similar draft. Maybe one team does something extraordinary or different, but for the most part, it's going to be same.
Okay. It's obviously taken a while. This team has been around since 2019. They finally made it back to TI. Why do you think it's taken so long for Nigma Galaxy to sort of recover from some of those sort of years, those fallow years when you guys weren't making it? Why are you now back here? What did it take to get there?
I think it's Kuro's fault.
You just blame Kuro.
Yeah, I think it's his fault.
But now he's the coach.
Yeah. It's still his fault.
It's still his fault. What's it like working with him, though?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
A really enjoyable guy to hang around with.
And what's he doing in terms of coaching the team? And he does the drafting, right? And sort of leads the strategies. So do you guys have meetings with him, or does he just say, like, this is what we're doing?
No, I mean, it's not like dictatorship.
Right.
But if he believes in something, then you have to start trying it, at least, you know, test it to make sure whether he's right or not, you know what I mean? Well, for the most part, he is right, even though it's all his fault. Yeah, but it's not dictatorship.
Okay.
Yeah. No North Korea here.
Good to hear. I feel like the fans always turn out to cheer for you guys. Like, you're always one of the teams that the fans love to watch and love to cheer for. What is it about your team that you think makes people love you guys so much?
I think it's GH.
You think it's GH?
Yeah, I truly believe
you
it's
have nothing to do with it? You just think
nothing,
it's GH?
Nothing.
He's a very likable guy.
Yeah,
right?
GH is
okay.
angel.
Well, Sumail, thank you so much for talking to me, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
I think we could feel a little bit the dynamic of the team as Samil talks about some of his teammates, and of course Kuro, the coach. It seems like very chill, and yes, you can blame the coach if things don't work out. I think actually, Misery, that's what the coach is for. Even if sometimes it's not his fault, it's just nice to have someone to blame so that you can move on.
Yeah, I think that's it's like a meme, but it's kind of nice, like pressure off the players.
Yeah,
why not?
Refresh, reset, go next. I think that's what we're all hoping that Nigma Galaxy can also incorporate in the second game that is coming your way. PVISION was victorious in that first game, and we're going to see if they're going to try the same thing again. 4 games in a row for them. Let's see if the Alchemist comes out. I kind of want to see something different, purely to see something different from PVISION, but at the same time, I wouldn't be too surprised, Lizard, if they run it back.
I wouldn't be as well, but looking at the bans right now, Gyro is still left in the pool, and perhaps because of that, Enigma might not be their insta-pick. You can still go for the Alchemist, though.
Yeah.
They also swapped up the pick order this time around, so Nigma are first pick this time around.
Because
exactly.
Is that a Necrophos first?
That is a Necrophos first phase ban.
I've seen it banned in at least one more game.
They banned it last game too, but that was last phase. That was at the end. Just curious about the first phase, if there's something they're gonna pick, or they're just kind of like throwing some bans out there.
I have a quick question, because PVISION won previous game, but we did establish that they weren't doing too well at the first start of the game, and not all of that came because of the Alchemist, right? Some of the other lanes might have not been feeling as good for them. I mean, we talked about the Enigma maybe not having a great game, so they could just run the Alchemist back and do something different altogether with the rest of their heroes.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you could argue that Marcy and Bane, sure, Noob did die once or twice with the rotations, but they also applied a lot of pressure on the Medusa. They had this pretty cool combo of Sleepwalk into Rebound into throwing her back, the Medusa that is. Like, whenever she was hiding under the tower, they had that combo. So yeah, they had some nice things on Nigma. Meanwhile, PVISION, now that they have banned out the Marcy, perhaps they can run it back, do something similar.
I mean, to bring back the Alchemist again, because you mentioned that it's kind of like it's not a set strategy in itself, right? It works with a lot of heroes. We've seen it with Tinker. We've seen it with, was it Puck they had the other game as well?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of strong Aghanims in Dota nowadays. So Alchemist it's a strategy, but as a hero, it works with a lot of stuff, I feel.
Yeah, you're not locking yourself in for one particular combo.
Sanking.
So these 2 heroes that we see picked here actually were the top contested heroes in the series prior to this, between Falcons and Tundra, with Beastmaster and Sanking. So I think we have basically a super meta opening this time in comparison to last time, where it was Enigma to Phoenix. I think the Beastmaster that Nigma drafted here is mainly being played by Noob. At least this is like the biggest comfort. I think they can flex it to mid, obviously, but I've seen this guy like play this against most matches. And they banned the Bristle for it too, which is usually like a lame match of counter. Gyrocopter is still the pool that you can pick into it. And meanwhile, PVISION, the Sanking, I'm not sure if you have info on who plays it. It's probably just, I know that DM and no one can play it, but it looks like these days that just mid lane Sanking is more prominent.
What's the Brew ban, by the way? That's what I'm really interested in right now. Sure, like PVISION can play it, but they must have something in store for us if they're banning out Brew. Is this like a Terrorblade game or something like that, or? Like,
that's a good question. I mean, Ringmaster is a good save for Aurora, I guess, but it's also a bit random, right? You could argue.
Yeah, I guess the Ringmaster is still being rated by some people, because if I'm not wrong, the Needle still one-shots Boars in the lane, right, for the lane stage, and it's also good follow-up with the Sanking. So this ban I can actually see, because like you already have the setup for your ulti, for your whip, and the laning stage, and also the roar save that you mentioned. But I agree with Lizard, the Brewmaster ban is looking a little bit odd here.
Is it a hero that is very good with an Aghanim Scepter?
I mean,
that is true. I
mean, honestly, his Aghs perhaps isn't as valuable as it is for some other heroes. Of course, there are some things that you can do with it, but...
Speaking of a good hero with an Ag Scepter, Lone Druid gets banned out. We did see Ghost on that earlier today. It was very strong.
There's Chen that they could pick up on PVISION here.
Oh yeah, that would also eliminate the offlane Beastmaster quite a bit. Or just Snapfire.
Yeah.
Another hero that has been banned in the last game and has been really popular today already.
Snap Sanking, just these 2 heroes together, right? Offers a lot of stun and damage throughout the whole game. A lot of team fight as well. Strong in lanes as well. So I think it's a very nice opening.
Oh, yeah. It also prevents the Phoenix, right? Like Phoenix plus Beast is kind of really good, but with the snap, you don't really care about that too much.
I like that aspect, actually. That's really important, I think. I think the Phoenix had a lot of a super high amount of impact last game, and Snap is good as Sanke and blocks it. I love that, actually.
I think the Snapfire Rise in this tournament has a lot of value from its counter to the Phoenix, like you mentioned, but also Pugna, and also the Undying, right? This Snapfire, the little Shredder actually counters these three heroes, which are, I mean, these heroes are played quite a bit right now, so it's a nice block pick.
Yeah, 12 picks already here. And we see Io Gyro from Nigma. Probably the only team at this international, maybe I'm wrong, Road International, I'm sorry, that plays Io Gyro, honestly. And they just throw it out right here. I mean, they don't really see the lane yet, because Senki can obviously just go mid. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense in this stage. It keeps the Beastmaster open between mid and off lane. You basically pick what you feel like, okay, you cannot answer this right here.
It's roar relocate as well, right? Like you can set up on anywhere on the map and you have this Io and Gyro coming in. Like overall, it's good with the Beastmaster. In general, the auras are nice, but yeah, they're the only ones, like you said. I don't see anyone else picking this Io plus something, like your Io Swens, Io Gyros, Io Lunas.
What do you think counters Io Gyro nowadays?
I mean,
is it killing the Io? Is it like countering the Gyro with like a Razor or like a Faceless Void or Enigma? Like what is it that beats this? AA used to be also a way. You can't really pick that here as a beast, but
I think first of all, I mean, AA is a good suggestion, but these days I think it's too hard to pull out.
I mean, to Beast as well.
To Beast already, it's too hard.
It's not a thing here.
I think first of all, if you PVISION here, I think you try to craft a lane against this, like pick whatever you're comfortable with. Okay, we actually talked about Slark before. It's actually happening. I mean, I'm sure this is going to be online class, like because Slark on Satanic against Beastmaster sounds hard to play, right? That lane, I think.
Satanic is 24.
Yeah, Satanic will be 24 almost always. So this is this their off lane?
I think
Slark Underlord?
Yep.
And the Slark will try to pull waves against Io Gyro? Damn.
Yep, I think that's the idea.
Is the Slark Underlord a stronger lane versus the Io Gyro?
I think it's fully focused on just pulling the waves. You don't try to play the lane actually, you don't play a fair game because the Io Gyro would just trade you. I just assume that like Slark will go behind the tower and pull the wave and try to make shenanigans happen.
And Io Gyro in general is just like pushing the lane in and farming the hard camp and the small camp anyway, right? So overall, I don't think they're going to care too much about that, but Underlord will be getting his farm under the tower for sure.
I mean, there's also a world where this Io Gyro don't care about these heroes at all and start tower diving with the rocket barrage, you know, because it's hard for Slark's Underlord to kill Io Gyro.
Did someone put Underlord as a carry at some point? I seem to remember that. Because Sand King can also still be offlane, no?
We had a lot of, not in this tournament, but we, through the year we've had a lot of Underlord carries as well. I think the team that kinda invented it was Tundra, right? Like with Chrysalis playing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was basically like a Sven, right? Like you get cleave and you get some harpoon.
Honestly.
It has been seen before, but again, I don't think it's really a Satanic type of hero too much. I really think they're going to last pick his hero here. He's going to see 5 heroes, and he's going to tell his team, I want to play this hero.
Yeah, I mean, if you go streamer like this is usually what PVISION does, right?
Yeah,
and also, it makes sense. They saw the Io Gyro lane. This will probably just be the response they like to lane into this, if you just think about it this way.
Fair enough.
And now, Nigma, they have to pick what I would assume the mid lane here, if Beast does not go mid.
What if you pick some Ursa and you put this Gyro on a support? Like, play their game against them.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing that too, actually.
That would be kind of hype. But I'm not sure if Gyro 4 is actually a thing right now. Yeah, they just go with... Or, I mean...
This might be a Muerta carry.
Maybe it's Muerta carry. And...
It's an interesting pick.
Gyro plus 4? I mean, they don't know.
They don't know, but they don't have the last pick, so they can't use this for that much, except for maybe PVISION's bans, I guess. But they are eventually going to see 5 heroes, right? Of course, Nigma could pick another hero that's flexible and leaves things somewhat open. Not sure what that is, but at least this Muerta...
I mean, no matter what they pick now, the Gyro and the Muerta will be flexed to each other, right?
Yeah.
If we actually consider Gyro to be a possible plus 4. We don't know if they think that.
Right. True. Yeah.
And now also because they did not pick mid, now PV has to think about, okay, do they want to ban offlaners or do they want to ban mids? Where does Beastmaster go?
They are support Muerta enjoyers. Like, they have played it quite a lot. So I'm kind of leaning that way, but...
Why is Muerta good here?
Probably just, I mean, what other range supports are still in the pool? There could have been something like Hoodwink, there could have just been standard meta. Snapfire is obviously already picked. And maybe they just value the teamfight aspect.
You could have picked Rubik. This is insane Rubik game, right?
Yeah.
Underlord, Sanking and stuff.
But isn't Rubik a hero
Maybe
that like
weaker
many
lane?
people struggle with making work in the laning stage?
Sure.
Maybe because like the lane condition is still like such an important aspect of high level Dota.
Of course,
And I can assume this is just a hero that he likes the most, seeing that he's gonna lane against Snapfire.
That is probably the main reason then. If they're not going to flex things around, then it's probably just Muerta. It's really much stronger in lane, of course.
He's got to
Maybe
build
more-
with
more
Yags
solid,
as well.
more team fights, less reliable on, being greedy, stealing those spells.
Yeah, and PVISION is banning Mars as an offlaner. I like that. I think more team fight on the Nigma draft would look really strong. It would also have been another relocate setup. They actually split the bans. One of them goes into Queen of Pain for the mid lane, and one of them goes into Mars for the off lane.
You can play co-op on offlane as well. Like, people have been doing it for quite some time now as well, right?
Yeah, and it would also have been a great matchup against Sanky mid, actually. You can go for the Blade Mail build with the Bondage Facet, and the laning stage is also very Queen favored. I mean, you just Shadow Strike the Sanking, and Sanky can somehow get away with it, but still Queen is a full free laning stage as well. So I like that ban a lot. And now they have to come up with an idea. My assumption is still going to be that Nigma will just pick a Sumail hero, even though it's not that easy. The Spirits feel a little bit uncomfortable to play against the instants on the root.
Oh,
it's going to be
DP.
DP. Okay. I mean, I can see the reason behind this. He just felt like he wants a little bit more tanky hero. He obviously can sustain with this hero as well, because all the squishy boys would have felt a bit uncomfortable against the Pounce, against the Kisses, against the Bow Strike, against the Root.
You preferred mid.
I think this is mid. I might be wrong. It could be offlane as well.
Yeah, I was also thinking that this is somewhat flexible, right? So
Probably,
that
actually, yeah.
It makes it harder for Satanic, perhaps, to pick his hero. I don't know how much that plays into it, this game. But it's a good hero against Underlord and Sanking in general, I think.
Yeah, I mean, DP loves to play against a lot of melee heroes. Now there's 3 already in the pool. The Silence is also very good against Slark, but it does not necessarily give us another setup for the relocate. So far, they only have one setup, which is going to be the Beastmaster War, and potentially the Muerta Atos. So it is okay, I would say. But I personally think DP is in a pretty good spot and also a bit overlooked, so I actually like this build.
Carry again, huh?
It's happening. Without Alchemist, though. This time it's a Slark.
Yeah, what do they have against it? When it comes to catching him, you have Beastmaster with Roar and perhaps some relocate follow-up.
Yeah, but in the late game, the status resistance you get from the
from the shield.
The shield is super good against the Roar.
I mean, yeah, it's a very good Tinker game, right? If you think of the 4-5-6 slot Tinker, he's a problem this game. It's really hard to kill him, right? With the Underlord Auras as well, the Slark save.
Yeah.
It's kind of disgusting.
It's definitely a disgusting pick. I mean, it's another PVISION game.
They have a ton of frontline between the Sand King and the Underlord that they prepared this lineup very nicely for the position 1 Tinker, and they're just showcasing that it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't some Aghanim's Alchemist plus Tinker in the first series today. They actually believe in the Tinker from the safe lane. On the other side, I feel like forcing Sumail into a hero like that Prophet also opens up the Tinker, right? Because you don't have that flashy mid laner, you don't have your Storm, you don't have your Void or Ember that can actually jump and find the Tinker constantly. You have a DP. She likes to kind of just hover around the fights, go in, but you can't do that versus an Aghanim Tinker.
Yeah, you can try to go for Blink Dagger, and I assume Sumail might even head for that because that's the way to get on top of the Tinker, but I think this is a really solid pick. I think if this goes through the laning stage, it's another PVISION game. It's going to be an annoying Slark at night vision giving information to his team, and yeah, Satanic Tinker, it's good. They're going to feel like on a timer again like last game.
It's definitely another one of those games where PVISION will play that game, will sit on their towers, will wait, will keep farming, and it's going to be very annoying for Nigma to get the right fight. That's going to close out the game. And I think they need Blink Dagger on all their cores this game.
That being said, we do have an IO Gyro. This is a combination that for a very long time has worked for a lot of teams. Maybe not necessarily very recent, but surely there's some strength for Nigma Galaxy in this one as well.
Absolutely. You have IO Gyro, you have Beastmaster, and you have DP. Tempo is absolutely on your side. So if they can play the tempo, if they can come out of the laning stage swinging, maybe the Tinker will never find his spot in the game. By the time he finds his Aghanims, the map will be too small for them to play.
Okay, let's see if Nigma Galaxy can set that tempo, or if PVISION will get another 2-0 on the board today. We're heading over to Fogged and OD Pixel for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, game 2 time here between PVISION and Nigma Galaxy. And the question is, can Nigma Galaxy pick themselves back up after that very rough ending to game 1? It's not going to be easy, folks, because they're going to have to do it against the satanic Tinker that's got through. And I can't imagine this is a fun hero to play against. You have to run this guy over. If you don't, he's going to be quite the nuisance.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see how this game is going to go down, because they're obviously, like the panel said, they're looking to play tempo. But what I do see from PVISION that they've got is global responses. They now have 2 different heroes that can actually move around the map easily with the Tinker and the Underlord, maybe bringing other heroes in also to be able to match the mobility that's going to come from the relocate combos and all that too. So it's kind of cool. It's a very PVISION approach. You know, they go for their Slark, maybe going to look to pick and choose specific battles based off of those vision approaches, but definitely an interesting approach.
Yeah, it's really just going to be a question of whether or not Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to find the chance to take these objectives early, right? Around the Beastmaster, around the Death Prophet. They are going to have that pressure, but it does seem that PVISION just have a lot of ways to set up and keep those objectives protected.
As long as they can delay, right? It's going to be another of these games where if PVISION can delay, it's going to be fantastic. Nigma, they're absolutely going to look to set that tempo, look to pressure these towers early. And interesting to point out too, GH, this is not usually the one that you see, if I'm not mistaken, but I think I've been seeing it get picked up more. It's the Metagun. It's not the one that gives you the amp damages or anything. It's more about just protecting your core. Which in this game, there's quite a fair bit of magic damage. That bonus magic resistance is going to be pretty effective in the later stages, for sure.
Sort of against what these sandstorms and firestorms, you know, that carry having to sort of weather the storm against.
That's cool. I like to see these little small changes from times, even though I have seen 1 or 2 people do the Metagun. I think I 90% of the time see the other one, though.
Let's have a look. By the sounds of it, then, it's very much going to be another one of those games that if Nigma Galaxy, like in game 1, do get that lead, they can't afford to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
This could be a game that, even if they get ahead, could slip away from them pretty abruptly if Satanic's in good position.
Yeah, just, you know, the untapped potential of this Tinker in the later stages. It is pretty crazy, as we've seen him do. Do have to mention it, though. He does not have the Alchemist, right? That last time he did, so they are going to bust it out and show what they can do without it. So I was also trying to think of a couple of things. You know, I heard them discussing, like, why the Muerta and all these things. I think there's a couple different pretty interesting reasons, besides Omar just really enjoying to play it. You have a super far distant dead shot that you can stop kisses from 90% of the time. It's like the easiest thing, actually. You see where it's coming from, line it up, and boom. Especially as the game gets later, when if you ever do get the Aghanim's, it can be very effective, but maybe it's also about area control team fights, which will be strong for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
I guess that's the thing as well. For Nigma Galaxy's lineup, like who's going to be the flashy player this game? You know, obviously because having Sumail on the DP rather than something like the Storm, it's going to be a very different play style from him on this hero in the mid this time round. Like, who is going to be the one making the moves, getting involved? It feels like it is going to have to just sort of be fancy footwork from the Muerta, right? Because who else is doing the big setup and the initiation?
Yeah, I think it's just a different type of draft in particular, right? This is one more where they're just kind of going to clump and go, so maybe it won't be like flashy, but it's going to be some potential unkillable Death Prophet in the front line, because their burst overall on the side of PVISION is going to take some time to have. They have good sustain damage in the team fight with kisses, with the epicenter, but overall bursting targets, that's going to have to come from the Tinker way later on when he's got his levels and his items.
And what do you expect out of this, man? Should we see Sumail get this edge against the Sand King and keep the advantage?
Oh yeah. I'm looking forward to see what no one is going to do, because we get to see the Malrine kind of just go absolutely crazy on it and take early towers because of the Sandblast affecting buildings. But that feels very difficult into the lineup he's against, walking up and trying to go for anything like that there. So I do feel like it's going to be a pretty big edge for the side of Sumail again, in terms of the laning. DM's going to go, is he going to go Dominator? I imagine so, right? I think it's got to be at least like one Dominator a game. I would imagine he might just do that.
So far, on the bottom lane, pretty close to the CS actually.
Yep.
Dead even between the two. The top lane, Satanic. Also doing perfectly fine here. The Courier Snipe there as well, 9 class. Finds Ghost Boots. That's going to be a little bit annoying there for the Gyro.
It's a typical 9 class thing where he's just getting full experience, dragging waves, making sure the DM gets set up for success, and then sniping these couriers can definitely be annoying because you know, if you have boots, you can potentially run down this Underlord with the rocket or whatever, the after barrage, afterburner. But without the boots, definitely difficult for you to go for this punish. And 9 class, this is what he does, is the Slark. And we do have to mention in the later stages, the reason also is why he's going to like this Slark is the Shard versus Beastmaster. It's fantastic. So
that's super nice. Also, just to be able to group up and like potentially avoid a few of the barrages coming in from the flank.
Yeah, definitely.
As a team,
a lot of potential that the Slark can do. We'll be able to take away 1 water rune, so Sumail, even though he does have his gotten, we'll be able to get the secondary one. No one might get pushed back to base. Yeah, it looks like he is.
Sumail's having a great time. Which, you know, again, in last game was pretty much the case for most of it. Stop playing him, Omar.
Ooh. Should be fine. He's got the Lotus. He's got a salve, too. Yeah, Sumail definitely going to be off to a very explosive start. In that tempo, we'll see how they deal with it. Who's going to be the one to look to defend these early exorcisms is going to be a pretty good question. Are they just going to bring numbers to do so? Might just be the case.
They're going to have to, right? I feel like just bringing in 1 to try and push him back when he comes in with that first exorcism mid might not be enough.
And they might have to bring like 3 or 4. Because what is a Slark?
I mean, Slark's up. He's like, hey, I'm going to be a part of this defense.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. Because you have to... You know, if you're on the side of Nigma Galaxy right now, you're like, okay, we're crushing the mid lane. Slark is just missing the whole time, so he's stacking jungle for sinking. So you have to kind of prepare your next few moments. And do you want to take the mid tower or take those stacks? How do you want to make that first move around the ults from the exorcism?
Yeah, 9 class just playing completely sacrificial. Able to snipe another one of Ghost Couriers. But doesn't diminish. He's going to get no XP. You know, level 1 still on the Slark here, 5 minutes in. Just funneling everything he can in towards DM on the Underlord. So purely sacrificial. He was doing it last game on his out. He's doing it this game on the Slark.
What a playstyle. Power rune, 15 seconds or so. Ghost taking a fair bit of damage back versus DM. DM has more than enough sustain to just stay down here with this helm. 800 till his Dominator's done. And no one does have 6.
They can't run down DM.
Nope.
DM survives for any sort of attempt these two make.
9 class.
And will get found. He's got a pounce. Able to break away from the Siphon. Sumail.
No way he gets out.
I mean, he's juking this. He's getting that movement speed buff as well. He's far enough away. He's going to be fine now. They don't want to spend any more time hunting for him. I mean, this is, this 9 class
he's
doing this sort of stuff. Is he actually?
He's going to get it.
He gets another one.
He's so pesky.
I don't think I've seen a level 1 Slark be this pesky at 6 minutes in.
This is like the Baboka Monkey King, right? The snipe or the Jinkyu Monkey King sniping all the couriers, staying level 1 all game. He's gotten a fair bit already, but still seeing the results of the lanes.
I mean, they really want DM dead. They're like, look, this Underlord is alone. We want to get him dead.
He's tanky.
Backup's coming in, though, and they've had to reach around behind the tier 1 and try and get him. No one's in with the epicenter. DM, well, is he actually going to even die?
He's still alive.
They couldn't kill him. It's cost them 2 lives. It's going to cost them a 3rd.
Oh, my God.
They couldn't kill him.
All the little things, all the extra stats.
GH might live, but still, 2 lives lost there to go all in on trying to kill off DM. They couldn't get him.
They're getting in their heads a little bit in that lane for sure. They just really pushed forward for it. But yeah, extra armor you get under the tower, the helm. He's actually going to have the full upgraded helm almost done now after. And a very early 6 on a Underlord who is left pretty much completely alone.
It absolutely is just sort of the fact that he's had the farm that he's had and the levels that he's had because of the way that 9 class has been setting up that bottom lane for him.
That's so ridiculous.
Mid tower is going to go down. Nigma Galaxy able to push on here with the power of Sumail and the Exorcism, so we'll still manage to take this tier 1 at a solid timing.
Instant D-ward from 9 class. Knows exactly where that's going to be. He's going Vessel. It's an amazing Vessel game playing versus the Io and the Death Prophet, so it's going to be super value.
And this is the thing as well, I guess. They want to try and take these towers, but Satanic on the Tinker with the March definitely makes that kind of difficult to do.
And they have Underlord too, so you can now hold. At this point, he can absolutely look to show up to ult. He's holding skill point too, as I see there from DM. He can get involved with the Fiend's Gate to stop these pushes.
9class, again, with the smooth moves to dance away from the two of them there, despite Omar's best efforts to set up that push back into the silence. He still gets away here on the slot.
This is bringing back the nightmares of, what was it, 5-6 months ago when he was just playing it every single game, and people were like, this is super annoying. It started to get banned.
I mean, it's strong, and he's definitely shown what you can do with this, with the little that he needs as well again. You know, he's chilling at level 3, but he's done so much.
All the
stacks, the dewarding, the courier snipes, the wave pulling, and they can't do anything about him. They're still yet to kill this Slark, who's getting to go wherever he wants on the map. Getting stacks going, indeed, he's doing it all.
Top tower will go down. So as we said, Tempo, Nigma, they have great ways to push buildings, great team fight on top of themselves as well, too. But yeah, PVISION, it's surprising that they're the ones out of this laning phase. 2-0 with even a slight gold lead.
Another ward here.
Another ward.
9class will claim.
I mean, that's the gold lead. It's the wards and the bound and the couriers and all these little things. Scouting out, giving information. As we said, the global potential for PVISION can come in. Yeah, and Satanic's getting completely away with being able to do this. Level 8, he's been untouched. Kai is done, Blink on the horizon.
And how good are Nigma Galaxy's means of killing a farm Tinker? Like, how difficult will it be for them?
It definitely can get quite difficult. They don't have these traditional gap closing heroes, right? Like these Blink stunners, a Spirit in particular, something that just gets on top of the Tinker. They have to just charge on top of him. So I think there's definitely a chance that we could see like Sumail and Death Prod with the Blink at some points in this if they do feel like that pressure starts to be too much.
Another tower hit. You know, Nigma Galaxy, they're definitely getting the tier 1s at good timings, but I'd say, if anything, there's probably like an eerie undertone to this. The fact that PVISION are like, yeah, you can take these towers. We're not going to even try and turn up. We're fine with what we're getting. You can have this.
Yeah, they're just maximizing, right? They're just trying to get as much farm as possible onto the Tinker and the Underlord and not put them in a dangerous position at those towers.
So Nigma Galaxy, they may have got the tier 1s, but they're definitely going to need to try and push on for more here in the early game. Got eyes on Satanic, but the cookie's there from Ducalis. They've not got the gap close.
Yeah, it's just hard because they don't really have traditional initiators, as we say, also on the side of Enigma. They have a great way to just approach towers as a 5-man or 3-man squad with the reload, but until they have, these blinks, who's going to really want to be the one to go for it first, if they even want to?
Because I guess that's the thing now for Nigma Galaxy. You're taking the tier 1s. What do you do now as a team? Are you going, like, are you continuing to put your foot down on the throttle and go for these tier 2s? Like, what's the next objective, sort of timing that Nigma Galaxy looks to play for?
I mean, honestly, perhaps even a very early Roshan.
Sure. What pop the Ghost get in there?
Ghost, when they have Beastmaster with the summon, they can kind of do it on their own.
It's not a bad call, because with the way that the game's played out so far, there's a high chance PVISION wouldn't look to head over. Maybe, though, the problem is this Blink Dagger timing that's coming in for no one, right?
Maybe you look for a
when
fight
he has that there, he'll definitely look to contest. And there's the double Blink. So Satanic also had the easier chance of playing at the edge of the team fights.
Because it can be a bit scary to just push forward for tier 2s.
Did you get a good fear onto no one and into the Raw? That'll do it. So good catch there. The setup coming in from a beautiful shot from Omar.
And they did see the Blink, I believe, there too. So Sumail will be able to find himself an amp damage to potentially go for this next play. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that next move is, because pushing the tier 2s early can be quite difficult.
Yeah, that seems tough.
Versus Tinker and Sand King, just you overcommit and you get turned on.
9class. Time to play around with Omar. Has to definitely respect the helm of the Dom creep. Coming in with some quite the punch. Has to put the Shadow Dance to get away. Very close. Just a recipe away now from that Vessel on 9class slot.
This has to be one of the most passive games. 1-2, 12 minutes.
Nigma Galaxy definitely getting that farm themselves. All 3 cores in a great spot.
It looks like Sumail is starting to realize, okay, guys, we are absolutely suffering catch, because he had the Aghanims queued up, and now he's pivoted toward the Atos on this Death Prophet, so wanting to have that extra bit of control. I don't blame him. Not by any means. They literally have a roar and then the Muerta combo to potentially catch people if he doesn't go for Atos.
And 9 class continuing to be annoying here. The Nigma Galaxy just chasing down Omar, forcing out the ult. And he's trying to stick around, wants to see if he can maybe find the chance to finish off the kill, and with the blood grenade, he will likely be able to, maybe with the stick charges it's enough, and with the backup of Noob, they'll make sure that he will not get away with that, or maybe he will. He does still die, but it's more time for Noma to come in with the jump and get the setup on towards Noob. So
he baited them.
They got 9 class. Sumail is going to try his efforts on towards Satanic, but a quick move out of there, and Satanic able to port away.
And Sumail, yeah, he did not have that Atos. Still not quite coming out to him on the courier. If he did have it there, potentially could look for Satanic, but now it's an Exorcism to get not a whole lot. Again, I mean, this, they could feel a little bit of scare, reminiscent to the end of that last game, right? You're chasing a support and big ultis come in and rain on top of you.
It's definitely it's going to be kind of tough to get out of this early game for Nigma Galaxy. Even though the numbers don't look too bad on the board, it's you can feel that PVISION are definitely that little bit more in their element with the way that this opening's going.
I mean, this is truly their element. This type of draft, it's just, yeah, screams PVISION. And that Vessel, you know, 9 class, he has like the same farm as the Muerta. Just been running
same levels
around,
as well, pretty much,
yeah. So he's going to have that pretty much done. He's also got the Cobalt Cup. So, yeah, that Vessel versus Death Prophet versus Io. That'd be strong.
Question is if Ghost is he on this gyro going to be able to hit hard enough and have enough of a presence in the team fights to bite through the beefiness that will be there on PVISION and the elusiveness that they have as well.
And is he going to be able to just get onto these targets? Because I'm seeing like later stages just walking into fights. There's an Underlord Firestorm. There's Tinker March is coming down.
It's a lot.
Kisses raining from the back line. So the approaches from Nigma have to be pretty clean. Another courier.
Is the pipe recipe.
The pipe. Oh my god.
They need every timing they can to sort of fall into place in Nigma Galaxy, and that's one that's going to be put on hold.
I mean, Slark is he's actually ruining timings just by running around and sniping couriers and just scouting. One courier will make it by this time. Looking to make the setup down
He might find
here.
this courier.
I know one's down. They might look for the fight here. GH.
Another courier for 9 class.
They know where Ghost is.
No one's ready to go. In with the MP straight over towards him. There's going to be no chance of getting Ghost out of this one as he falls. They get the lockdown onto the 2 supports.
Just these moves, they're so clean. And that move in particular, they see the Io. As soon as they see the tether, they're like, he's tethered to the gyro, and they go right for him.
It's a spooky early game for Nigma Galaxy. And they're the ones with the spooky heroes. You know, they've got the 2 kind of ghost ladies, the Muerta, they're getting spooked by the sort of plays of PVISION. This is going to be this tier 1 going down on the bottom.
And DM is massive, Owen. This was the completely kind of quote-unquote sacked offlaner. He has Crimson almost done. And versus Gyrocopter.
How do you fight? How do you kill these heroes? Ooh. The team fight is going to be so tough for Nigma Galaxy. This is what they had to do, maybe a little bit early, right?
I think so,
Go for this sort of desperate play of trying to sneak the Roshan. They know there's no epi. They should get away with this. So it will be something to try and get the ball rolling again here for the snowball that Nigma Galaxy is trying to find with this lineup.
Well, let's see how much they can get out of this, because they really got to start getting that push going, or some type of advantageous team fights. But I'm looking at 9 class. He's scurrying past them. He's got that Vessel done, and he's going to get information too to be able to potentially go for a gank play.
Which is what it's about. Okay, even though the recipe was sniped. No,
he didn't have the ring.
He didn't quite have the
I
ring, so the pipe timing is going to be the same as it would have anyway, as the courier's going to be back up in 5, and he's very close to having the ring online.